Lin Feng acquired a Super Tycoon System, rendering the world's wealthiest as mere illusions. Encountering various formidable figures, he swiftly retaliated, shattering their expectations. With no barriers or limitations to his burgeoning prowess, let us witness Lin Feng's journey through this alternate realm. Chapter 1. Binding of the Tycoon System. On the Blue Planet, in the Dragon Country, at Deep South University, a torrential downpour persisted throughout the day. Lin Feng, armed with the latest model of a fruit-themed smartphone, stood beneath his girlfriend Lu Ruyan's dormitory, humming a cheerful tune. Today is a splendid day. However, the scene before him was a blinding revelation. Lu Ruyan was embracing a rotund gentleman, their affectionate demeanor reminiscent of a couple reunited after a decade apart. A sudden wave of despair crashed over Lin Feng, and he exclaimed, "Lu Ruyan, how could you?" Gah! Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering the ground. Lu Ruyan gazed at him with an emotionless tone, stating, "Lin Feng, let us part ways. You cannot provide the life I desire. In truth, I have long been with Mr. Zhang. Farewell." On the day of their graduation, Lu Ruyan, wishing to spare Lin Feng the burden of a difficult life, resolutely proposed their separation. She then entered a nearby BMW, driving away and leaving Lin Feng alone in the relentless rain. Why? Why is this happening? Clarify it for me. Lin Feng shouted, watching as the car sped away without a hint of hesitation. Is this all my efforts over the years worth? Who have I wronged? Lin Feng's eyes widened in anger. He reminisced about their time together, recalling how Lu Ruyan's mother fell gravely ill. Lin Feng had implored his parents to withdraw their savings and had borrowed tens of thousands in debt to amass the 300,000 yuan needed for her surgery. Believing that such sacrifice would touch Lu Ruyan's heart and secure their future together after graduation. Little did he know, the first sword upon reaching the shore would sever his heart's desire. What do my sacrifices amount to? Lin Feng muttered to himself, unknowingly wandering toward the back mountain of the school. Lu Ruyan, you and that scoundrel shall face retribution. Even if I become a ghost, I will ensure you regret your existence in this world. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, his consciousness gradually fading into a haze. That moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, coalescing above Lin Feng's head into a small vortex, imbued with intense resentment. Suddenly, a colorful lightning bolt streaked across the sky. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Why is this lightning so colorful? Just as he intended to discern its nature, the bolt struck him directly. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the colorful lightning struck true. As he witnessed the bolt descend upon him, a fleeting clarity remained in his mind. Why is it a colorful lightning bolt and not a lottery ticket? The ones who deserve to be struck are that couple. After his final thoughts, Lin Feng succumbed to darkness. Beep! The system has detected that the host's spiritual energy meets the requirements. Binding of the Tycoon System initiated. A mechanical voice resonated. Binding in progress. 40, 60, 80, 100. Beep! Binding of the Tycoon System complete. Lin Feng felt as if he had awoken from a dream. Where am I? I should be on the bridge. In my previous life, Lu Ruyan led to my demise this time. I will seize my chance anew. The following morning, Lin Feng jolted upright, surveying his surroundings. Where am I? Wait, isn't this the back mountain of the school? Did I really get struck by lightning last night? He stared in shock at his singed clothing. Beep! The host has awakened. The system grants a divine level system space. Beep! The host is identified as possessing a resentful attribute. To cultivate the host perspective of viewing wealth as mere refuse, the system will conduct 3 daily lotteries for the host. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? The continuous mechanical prompts snapped Lin Feng back to reality. What? A system? Lin Feng momentarily dazed, but then exclaimed with joy, "Finally, you've arrived, system bro. Haha, it's my turn to be the protagonist now." Beep! Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Lottery. Lin Feng responded cautiously. Beep! Congratulations, the host has won a luxurious mansion in the city. Beep! Congratulations, the host has acquired medical expertise. Beep! Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 billion Dragon Country currency. Beep! All items won in the lottery will be stored in the system space, from which the host may retrieve them at will. The mechanical voice continued. Lin Feng stood in stunned silence upon hearing the notifications. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. Your bank account ending in 2567 has received 1 billion Dragon Country currency. The current balance is 1,269 yuan. Gazing at the message, Lin Feng finally accepted the existence of the system and the reality of his transformation into the protagonist. I'll transfer 2 million to mom first. The greatest regret he held from his university days was towards his parents and sister. Lin Feng swiftly pulled out his phone to complete the transfer. The confirmation of the successful transfer chimed, and he dialed his mother's number. As soon as the call connected, a concerned voice echoed, "Phone, why did you send me such a large amount of money? Where did it come from?" "Mom, just rest assured. Remember when I told you about the virtual currency I bought in high school? It has recently profited immensely, and I sold it all. I plan to purchase a villa in Deep South. You can use this money as you wished out on the other end." His mother's voice, tinged with skepticism, replied, "Is it really that easy to make money? It isn't a scam, is it? Can your son deceive you? When I return home, I will explain everything. You should use this money to renovate the old house. Let me know if you need anything else. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye." After hanging up, Lin Feng's mother remained in disbelief, pondering if she were dreaming. Medical expertise. Could this be my golden finger? Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. "System bro, I wish to learn medical expertise." Boomed at a torrent of information flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Had it not been for the enhancement of his spiritual energy from the divine lightning, his brain would have surely been overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge. At that moment, an influx of information, foreign to Lin Feng, even alien to this era and the blue planet, was forcibly inserted into his consciousness. This information encompassed traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, herbal prescriptions, and ancient remedies. Lin Feng was ecstatic, yearning to find an incense burner to express his gratitude to System Bro, but he had nothing prepared. Suddenly, he recalled Lu Rian's callous words echoing in his mind. "During 4 years of university, I spent 3 years as a sycophant, barely holding her hand a few times. Lu Rian, you play the role of the first, while I shall play the 15th. I shall spend money wildly, spend money. Lu Rian, wait for me, I will take revenge on the entire world." System, suspected detection of the host's abnormal mental state, reassessing whether to continue the binding. Chapter 2, Cullinan. After enduring both mental and physical tribulations, Lin Feng finally comprehended the essence of life. Long live the system. His spirits lifted, he returned to the dormitory, which was now nearly deserted due to graduation. Changing into a fresh set of clothes, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the city's largest automobile market. Having obtained his driver's license during the summer of his junior year, it was now time for him to purchase a vehicle. He made his way directly to the Rolls-Royce dealership, where the atmosphere of opulence enveloped him as he entered the showroom. "What model are you interested in, sir?" The sales manager, elegantly clad in a tailored suit, smiled as she observed Lin Feng's worn canvas shoes, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before she quickly regained her professional demeanor. Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to a magnificent Rolls-Royce Cullinan at the far end of the showroom. Recalling a moment from his sophomore year when Lu Rian pointed at a magazine cover and said, "A man driving this car is deemed successful." "Sir?" The saleswoman's voice interrupted Lin Feng's reverie. He retrieved his well-worn bank card, speaking with an air of audacity. "Cullinan, top configuration, white, and I'll pay in full." The sales manager initially thought he was jesting. After all, purchasing a car was not so straightforward. "Sir, wouldn't you like to first familiarize yourself with the various configurations? This is a luxury car worth over 17 million. No need, just swipe the card," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. The staff was instantly captivated by Lin Feng's unpretentious demeanor, exuding a wealth that seemed incongruous with his humble attire, as if he were simply buying a watermelon on the roadside. "Very well, sir. I will process your order immediately. You may relax in the VIP lounge or explore the showroom." After a brief wait, as the vehicle registration process took some time, Lin Feng decided to wander through other showrooms, realizing that this particular car would soon be inadequate for his needs. As he strolled through the BMW section, a familiar voice suddenly jolted him. "Lu Rian?" A surge of anger welled up within him. He turned to see Lu Rian nestled against a middle-aged man, her figure accentuated by a form-fitting dress that highlighted her curves, as she flirted with the rotund man, who bore an oily complexion. They stood beside a BMW 3 Series, and Lu Rian playfully tapped the car's surface, her voice lilting. "Mr. Zhang, I just adore this kidney grill." The words caught in her throat as she unexpectedly spotted Lin Feng, her expression shifting to one of disdain. It was evident she assumed he was there to apply for a sales position. However, Lin Feng found that the anger he had felt the previous day had dissipated. In fact, he owed Lu Rian a debt of gratitude for not only granting him the system, but also revealing her true character. With this realization, he smiled instead of seethed. Lu Rian, noticing his sardonic grin, felt her ire rise. "Isn't that Lin Feng?" She scrutinized his worn shirt, sneering. "What? Here to buy a car? You must be joking." As she spoke, She leaned even closer to the corpulent man. The man followed her gaze and sneered. You think you can just waltz in here? Some things can't be attained by merely reaching for them. You're absolutely right, dear. This BMW 3 Series is perfect for me. Lu Rian simpered. Lin Feng gazed at the heavily made-up woman, reflecting on his frugal days and lamenting the lost opportunities. If given the chance, he would gladly relive those times, yet there was no remedy for regret. The state of women in this world was truly disheartening. At that moment, Lin Feng's perspective shifted. People frantically scramble, merely chasing after a few shards of silver. He observed the bustling traffic outside the showroom, choosing to disregard the pair and turning to leave. Pathetic loser. The man's words barely escaped his lips when Lin Feng swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face. Both Lu Rian and the man were left stunned, and Lin Feng shook his hand, muttering, Damn it, I possess a system now. Why should I fear you? Soon, you'll learn what it truly means to be a loser. Realizing what had transpired, the man erupted. You little brat. How dare you? He lunged forward, only to receive another sharp slap from Lin Feng. Call the police. You're finished. Do you know who I am? He bellowed in a fit of rage. Your mouth is far too foul, Lin Feng replied dismissively. At that moment, the sales manager from Rolls-Royce, dressed in corporate attire, approached Lin Feng, having searched for him. Mr. Lin, your car paperwork is ready. Please sign here. Very well, Lin Feng said, quickly signing the documents and continuing to meander through the showroom. Lu Rian and her companion overheard the sales manager addressing Lin Feng with great deference, and their expressions shifted as they realized he was finalizing the purchase of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The color drained from their faces, particularly the man's, who turned a shade of deep crimson. Isn't he a broke loser? Buying a Rolls-Royce? Did I just get slapped by someone who touched the steering wheel of a Cullinan? He pondered in disbelief. Lin Feng followed the sales manager back into the Rolls-Royce dealership. The staff had completed the necessary paperwork. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Here are your keys. Thank you. Lin Feng accepted the keys, casting a glance at the two before turning to enter his vehicle. Lu Rian, suspecting that Lin Feng's purchase was merely a fade, followed him into the showroom. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her voice trembled as she asked, Lin Feng, did you really buy it? Lin Feng raised his head, met her gaze, and replied with a hint of amusement, the kidney grill is quite impressive. A pang of regret shot through Lu Rian as she realized she might have overlooked something significant. This car was meant to be her gift. Biting her lip, she exclaimed, Lin Feng, I was wrong. I love you. I was merely testing you. She reached out to grasp his arm. Lin Feng sidestepped, saying, Lu Rian, have you lost your mind or forgotten who you are? Return the 300,000 you took from me for your mother's medical expenses, or we shall meet in court. The older man, witnessing Lin Feng's purchase of the luxury vehicle, was utterly shocked. Did I just greenlight the man driving a Cullinan? With a formidable tiger at home already, this kid's status and background must be extraordinary. If this escalates, I could be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, the man had completely forgotten about the earlier incident and hastily approached Lin Feng, attempting to ingratiate himself. Boss, I was mistaken. I'm sorry, I'll cut ties with Lu Rian. She was the one who seduced me. Lin Feng looked at the man's repulsive demeanor with disdain. Get lost. Understood. I'll leave at once. The man felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He turned to Lu Rian and sneered. Humph, Lu Rian, you money-hungry woman. I almost fell for your tricks. With that, he strode away. Lu Rian stood, wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. She glanced between the older man and Lin Feng, feeling as though her soul had been drained, frozen in place. How could you treat me this way? She cried out in despair. Lin Feng opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The deep, resonant roar of the Cullinan echoed in the showroom, a mocking response to Lu Rian and the older man. Lowering the window, he cast a final glance at the still-dazed Lu Rian, saying, I hope you come to realize that true affection cannot be measured by wealth. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce glided out of the dealership, leaving Lu Rian behind in stunned silence. Lu Rian sat helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Not only had she lost Lin Feng, but she had also lost her dignity. Chapter 3, Saving a Life. Ziwishan. The history of Ziwishan can be traced back to the Tang and Song dynasties, rich in cultural heritage. The Ziwei Manor is situated on the southern slopes of Ziwishan, positioned halfway up the mountain. As the most luxurious and prestigious villa community in Shunnan City, its residents are all individuals of significant wealth or status. Within the affluent circles of Shunnan, properties are scarce and highly sought after, with prices exceeding 200,000 per square meter. The luxurious manor rewarded by the system is Manor Number 1 of Ziwei, covering an area of 30 mu, with a built-up area of 10,000 square meters. Currently valued at an astonishing 2 billion. Upon presenting the property documents, Lin Feng smoothly entered the community. This was his first visit to such an opulent neighborhood, prompting him to slow his pace and take in the breathtaking scenery. "Grandfather, please wake up." A sharp, piercing cry suddenly shattered Lin Feng's thoughts. "Is anyone there? Help!" The desperate voice of a young woman echoed once more. Long Jingya was accompanying her grandfather, Long Zheng's son, on a stroll through the community when he suddenly collapsed. Following the sound, Lin Feng glanced towards the side path adjacent to the main road, where an elderly man in his 60s lay unconscious on the ground, his complexion as pale as paper. A young woman beside him was frantically shaking his shoulders. The girl, appearing to be around 20, had a delicate face that reflected her anxiety. Her eyes reddened as she shouted. Once again, a girl's grandfather had fallen ill. Prompting the male protagonist to step in to provide aid, Lin Feng thought to himself that the plot was rather kitsch. Moreover, it was yet another woman. Sighing, he pondered whether he should lend a hand since they would be neighbors in the future, but the granddaughter was not particularly striking, and he almost turned to leave. Lin Feng wrestled with his inner conflict. Despite being influenced by Confucian ideals, he held his own principles. When Long Jingya noticed someone approaching, she quickly exclaimed, "Excuse me. Sir, I left my phone at home, and my grandfather's old condition has suddenly flared up. Could you please help me call an ambulance?" Her voice trembled, filled with urgency. "Do not panic. You are rather charming," Lin Feng replied calmly. "Let me take a look." "What did you say?" Long Jingya's eyes widened in surprise at this unusual individual. Lin Feng leaned down to check the elderly man's pulse, placing his hand on the wrist. "You're a doctor? Do not move. It is imperative that the elder remains still." After taking the pulse, Lin Feng lowered the old man's wrist. "It appears to be a recurrence of an old chest injury, compounded by poisoning. The ambulance will take at least 20 minutes to arrive, by which time it may be too late." "Poisoning? An old injury?" The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "Can you save my grandfather? Money is not an issue. I seek not money. I am not in want of it. Saving him is the priority." "Quickly, fetch the silver needles," Lin Feng stated with composure. "I have silver needles in my car." The girl turned and rushed back to her vehicle. Moments later, she returned, breathless and clutching the needles. Lin Feng unbuttoned the grandfather's shirt, revealing loose skin beneath which old scars were faintly visible, marks of a bullet wound. The silver needles were expertly inserted into the elder's acupuncture points, including the Zhongji, Neguan, and Zhusanli. The girl watched in astonishment, suddenly realizing that this unfamiliar man, with his intense focus, was far more captivating than the usual suited men she encountered. "Grandfather." Long Jingya clutched her clothing tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. At the moment the last needle was placed, the elder suddenly emitted a muffled groan. Lin Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. He had never used the 13 ghost needles before, relying solely on his trust in the system. "All is well now." Lin Feng gently pressed on the elder's philtrum. "Once he awakens, we shall take him to the hospital for a comprehensive examination to check for heavy metal residues." "Really? Is my grandfather truly all right?" the girl exclaimed, her eyes full of hope. As she saw the man was about to leave, she became frantic. At that moment, the elder suddenly began to cough, and Long Jingya hurriedly supported him. The elder tightened his throat and suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood onto the ground, the viscous liquid resembling ink, starkly different from ordinary blood. As Long Jingya witnessed her grandfather regaining consciousness, she suddenly remembered something. "What is your name?" She looked up, only to find that the man had already departed. "Xiaoya, what happened to grandfather? Did he faint again?" "But now I feel remarkably well," the elder remarked upon awakening. "Grandfather, you're awake. I was so frightened when you suddenly collapsed." "It was a man passing by who revived you," Long Jingya explained, glancing back at Lin Feng's previous location. "What a peculiar individual," she mused, having not seen Lin Feng. "I have never felt this good before. Is it possible that I experienced a moment of clarity?" "What did you say was so strange?" the elder inquired. "Grandfather, are you serious? You truly feel much better?" "There was this strange man." The girl recounted the entire episode in vivid detail. "A divine doctor. A divine doctor. Xiaoya, do you realize that we may have encountered a miracle worker? A divine doctor at just around 20 years of age? Truly a miraculous healer. We must find him." The elder was agitated, as if he had encountered a living deity. Chapter 4. Brother Tong, Majestic. After saving the elder, Lin Feng arrived at Villa Number 1, perched atop the highest point of the community at an elevation of 300 meters. To the east, one could gaze upon the sea and watch the sunrise, while to the south, there was a panoramic view of Shenzhen City. The villa spanned 4 floors above ground and 1 basement level, accompanied by an artificial lake to the south. "Brother Tong, this is simply opulent. I never dared to dream of such luxury, and it has all been made possible thanks to you. Truly magnificent," Lin Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, uncertain of how to express his gratitude to the system. Throughout his life, Apart from his parents and sister, the system had been the kindest to him. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a video call request from Lu Ruyan. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the screen, Lu Ruyan appeared impeccably made up, her eyes betraying a hint of panic and flattery. Feng, I was wrong. Let us reconcile. My heart has always belonged to you. Observing Lu Ruyan's coy demeanor through the camera, Lin Feng thought, Lu Ruyan, having known you for so long, when have you ever presented yourself in such a manner? Is it not because you see I am wealthy now, and you dare to come crawling back? Go seek your fatty instead. Brother Feng, I was wrong. Please forgive me, Lu Ruyan continued to plead. Watching her act, Lin Feng grasped the true nature of wealth. Enough. Lu Ruyan, cease your theatrics. I have been blind during these years at university. Return the 300,000 you swindled from me for your mother's medical expenses, or I will make you regret it. Only then did Lu Ruyan notice the lavish villa behind him, her eyes widening in astonishment as she envisioned herself living in such grandeur. Brother Feng, once we are together, what's yours and mine will be the same, right? This was our declaration of love back in the day. Have you forgotten? Lu Ruyan forcibly recalled the promises Lin Feng had made during their time together. Lu Ruyan, are you still asleep? Shall I slap you to awaken your memory? Lin Feng scoffed, utterly disdainful of her shamelessness. What do you mean, Lin Feng? That money was given to me willingly as compensation for my lost youth. How can you demand it back? As long as we are together now, we are family, aren't we? Lin Feng chuckled coldly. Lu Ruyan, when will you wake up? I'll be frank with you. The wealth I possess far exceeds your imagination. Just endure one more day until graduation, and all of this will be yours. Do you think I would still have eyes for someone as vain as you? Alas, you lack the fortune to enjoy it. Lu Ruyan's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as she attempted to argue. But Lin Feng abruptly ended the video call. Fuming, Lu Ruyan seethed. How dare he hang up on me? In the past, with just a glance, he would come running like a dog. Now how dare he? Lu Ruyan, in a fit of urgency, addressed her close friend with fervor. Ruyan, are you absolutely certain that Lin Feng acquired a Cullinan from the forest dealership? Her friend, Wu Mengmeng, remained skeptical. Indeed. Did you not just witness him in that luxurious villa via the video? Lu Ruyan hastily clarified. Wu Mengmeng pondered for a moment, then replied. There are plenty of good men in this world. It's no matter that the previous one, Mr. Lu, who dealt in construction materials, didn't work out. I can introduce you to someone else. You see, a person like Lin Feng, even with wealth, cannot shed his inherent mediocrity. One's social standing is paramount. Rest assured, I will investigate how he suddenly acquired wealth. It seems I must enlist my older brother's assistance, the one I introduced to you before, whom you dismissed. Continuing her discourse, Wu Mengmeng added, but you must admit that Su Dechang does not appear to be a good person, and his gaze is rather unsettling. Lu Ruyan recalled something and grimaced. Ruyan, what does looks matter at this point? Lin Feng may be handsome, yet he is still a nobody. Trust my judgment. You will not go astray. Wu Mengmeng interrupted her, picking up her phone and exiting the room. Although reluctant, Lu Ruyan, after hearing Wu Mengmeng's words, acquiesced. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was familiarizing himself with the estate when an alert from the system suddenly rang out. Ding. Detection of an unauthorized inquiry into the host's asset origins. A legal investigation has been thwarted. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Lu Ruyan, come and investigate. Let me show you what despair truly means. He swiftly recorded a video of the estate and sent it to Lu Ruyan's phone. Trembling, she stared at the opulent visuals on her screen, feeling as though her eyes were being pierced. Meng, how did I miss such a splendid opportunity? Her voice quaked, tears welling in her eyes. Wu Mengmeng gently patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder, a sly glimmer flickering across her face. Ruyan, do not be too disheartened. Lin Feng simply stumbled upon good fortune. He is fundamentally an unrefined individual. Remember, you endured a challenging life with him. Now, this golden opportunity lies before you. Do not let it slip away. Lu Ruyan lifted her gaze. Mengmeng, are you speaking the truth? Can Su Dechang truly provide the life I desire? Wu Mengmeng assured her, absolutely, trust me. Lin Feng is a thing of the past. We must look forward. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ruyan nodded, and a subtle smile graced Wu Mengmeng's lips. The following morning, a mechanical voice echoed, ding. The host has 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to proceed? System, let us draw. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn a bottle of advanced body enhancement liquid. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn mastery of martial arts. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn 2 billion dragon country currency. Astonished by the notifications, Lin Feng exclaimed, goodness. Did I save the galaxy in my past life? The body enhancement liquid? Could it be the legendary substance? As he concentrated, a transparent glass vial containing a milky white liquid appeared in his hand. System, is this the enhancement liquid? How does one use it, and what are its effects? Ding. The advanced body enhancement liquid is to be ingested. Its effect purifies and enhances the host's physical constitution while augmenting mental strength, the system replied mechanically. At that moment, a text message arrived. Your bank account number 2567 has received a transfer of 2 billion Dragon Country currency. Lin Feng's excitement was indescribable as he shouted in elation. Transfer 2 million to my sister for her to spend. He swiftly used his newly purchased foldable smartphone to send 2 million to his sister, Lin Yunning. As the transfer confirmation beeped, he quickly dialed her number. Xiaofeng, did you send me this money? Where did it come from? Lin Yunning's voice carried a hint of concern. Sister, do you recall the Bitcoin I mentioned before? That virtual currency I hoarded during high school? I've made a fortune. Lin Yunning hesitated. This isn't like a tangible business. Be cautious. Rest assured. Lin Feng interrupted. I've already liquidated my first pot of gold. I have matters to attend to. I must hang up. Wait, you little rascal. As the line went dead, Lin Yunning hung up. He thought to himself, I'll deal with the rest later. Lin Feng redirected his focus to the rewards. System, what is mastery of martial arts? Ding. The host has attained mastery of martial arts specific to this world, the system elucidated. What? Does that mean I'm a martial arts master now? System, initiate learning. Ding. Mastery of martial arts is now in progress. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Lin Feng. His mind flooded with the principles of various martial arts, boxing, swordsmanship, knife techniques, throwing darts, archery, and more. Muscle memory surged into his brain and limbs, birthing a martial arts master almost instantaneously. With a glance at the enhancement liquid in his hand, he uncapped the bottle and gulped it down. Instantly, a cacophony of cracking sounds resonated throughout his body as a refreshing power coursed through him. His skin expelled copious amounts of dark, foul-smelling sludge, prompting Lin Feng to rush into the bathroom. After cleansing himself of the grime, he felt invigorated and alert, completely devoid of fatigue. Following his shower, he instinctively donned the glasses he had worn for 5 years, only to find that his vision blurred and he felt dizzy. What is wrong with my eyes? He repeatedly removed the glasses, realizing with astonishment that his vision had returned. This enhancement liquid is truly remarkable. In high spirits, Lin Feng admired his reflection in the mirror. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had grown a few centimeters taller than his previous height of 185 centimeters, and his muscles had become significantly more toned. He instinctively lifted his shirt, revealing clearly defined abdominal muscles. Furthermore, his skin, once dull and coarse, now possessed elasticity, a fair complexion, and radiated a healthy glow. Incredible, system. Is this perfection? Lin Feng marveled at his transformation. Stepping into the courtyard, he recalled the vigorous 8 extremes fist demonstrated by the military instructor during boot camp. Its raw power and simplicity deeply captivating him. Determined to test the prowess of his newfound mastery, Lin Feng firmly rooted his legs to the ground. His body standing tall like a pine tree, feeling the strain in his leg muscles as he prepared to unleash his strength. Each punch cut through the air with a whooshing sound, the movements grand and sweeping, delivering a visual spectacle yet embodying practicality in both offense and defense. Each technique of the 8 extremes fist resonated with power and precision. As Lin Feng practiced, his muscles rhythmically contracted and expanded with the flow of the martial arts, his strength continuously amplifying. With a swift change of stance, he executed a powerful tiger climbing the mountain, his arm striking with the speed of a whip, followed by a decisive heart elbow strike, culminating in a graceful conclusion. Each move of the 8 extremes fist felt like an extension of Lin Feng's very being. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, leaving Lin Feng puzzled. He had no acquaintances in this neighborhood. Who could possibly be visiting him? Upon opening the door, an elegant young woman, poised and graceful, stood alongside a spirited elderly gentleman at the threshold. Lin Feng immediately recognized them as the individuals he had rescued the previous day. The elder, upon noticing the gratitude in Lin Feng's eyes, eagerly spoke without waiting for Lin Feng to utter a word. I am Long Jingxuan, residing in courtyard number 5. Young man, you have saved my life and are a great benefactor to my family. I have come today to express my heartfelt thanks. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, replied, it is you, Elder Long. I am Lin Feng. The situation yesterday was urgent. My actions were merely a trifling effort, nothing to concern yourself with. Indeed, young friend Lin. Please accept this token of appreciation. You must take it. Had it not been for your gallant intervention, my life would have been lost yesterday. The elder signaled to the young woman, who then produced a leather case and handed it to Lin Feng. Chapter 6, agreeing to provide treatment. Long Jingya, standing beside them, gazed at Lin Feng with deep gratitude. Hello, Brother Lin. My grandfather and I have come specifically to thank you for your life-saving act yesterday. We are immensely grateful. And please accept this money. Seeing this, Lin Feng promptly waved his hand in refusal. Elder Long, my intention in saving you was not for monetary gain. We all reside in the same community. It would be awkward to accept such a sum. Please take it back. After a brief tug-of-war over the matter, Lin Feng ultimately refused to accept the case of money. Young friend Lin regards wealth as inconsequential, which is truly commendable, the elder said. This card is a black card from the Long Group, not available to the public. It is exclusively given to friends. With this card, you can enjoy a 50% discount at any of our malls and enterprises. Please, you must accept this small token of my gratitude. Seeing no further reason to decline, Lin Feng accepted the card and continued to engage in light conversation with the elder. Elder, your health must be nurtured further. My intervention yesterday merely alleviated your symptoms temporarily. One must not be complacent, especially considering the peculiar nature of your poisoning. Lin Feng observed the elder's expression, his demeanor turning serious. After a moment of hesitation, the elder replied, Young friend Lin, to be candid, I am well aware of my chronic ailments. Over the years, I have consulted many renowned doctors, yet none have been able to cure me. Jingyao mentioned that your methods were quite unique when you handled my sudden condition yesterday. Perhaps you possess a means to heal my ailing body. We came today with that hope. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng pondered briefly. He was indeed capable of assisting the elder, but Long Jingyao, observing Lin Feng's silence, believed he was feeling pressured and could not help but say, Please, Brother Lin, you must help. Money is not an issue. This is not merely a question of money, Lin Feng remarked, casting a glance at Long Jingyao. Jingyao, do not be impolite. Young friend Lin is not one who covets wealth. Then, Long Jingxuan turned his hopeful gaze towards Lin Feng. Young friend, I implore you, please assist me. Lin Feng raised his head. Elder, I am willing to treat you. However, the medicinal materials may be somewhat difficult to procure. Young friend Lin, the procurement of the materials is entirely within my means. This burden rests with me. In that case, I can proceed, but the fee will be 20 million. 20 million? Brother Lin, as long as you can restore my grandfather's health, money is not a concern, Long Jingyao said, her expression slightly troubled, yet she regained her composure. Very well. Young friend Lin, simply inform me of the required materials, and I shall seek them out with all my might. Elder, the treatment process may be somewhat painful. You must prepare yourself mentally. Moreover, the treatment will be conducted in several sessions, as your old injuries are quite severe, and the poisoning is rather peculiar. What pain could I fear at my age? I am but a step away from meeting the King of Hell. If I can recover, it will all be worthwhile. I will transfer the money to you now. Grandfather, please do not say such things. You are still in good health, Long Jingyao replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jingyao, swiftly transfer the 20 million to young friend Lin's account. Just as Long Jingyao was about to speak, Lin Feng hurriedly interrupted. Elder, let us hold off on the financial matters until after the treatment. First, arrange for the procurement of the medicinal materials. Very well, young friend Lin, I appreciate your forthrightness. Lin Feng promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Long Jingyao detailing the required medicinal materials. Elder, these are the materials you need to search for. Once we have gathered them, we can commence treatment immediately. Upon reviewing the prescription that Lin Feng had sent, the elder remarked, To be frank, I have endured the torment of this illness for decades and have sought treatment far and wide. I have come across many medicinal herbs, and the materials listed here are quite common, save for the last two, the ice spirit grass and the heavenly mountain snow lotus, which are legendary and exceedingly rare. Should we fail to locate these two herbs, might we substitute them with alternatives? If we resort to substitutes, the efficacy will be significantly diminished. It is imperative to seek out these two herbs. If absolutely necessary, I can draft a new prescription for replacements, though those might be even harder to procure. Lin Feng replied with a solemn expression. Fear not, young friend Lin. As long as these herbs exist in this world, I, Long Jingxuan, will surely find them. A sudden aura of dominance emanated from the elder, who had plotted a course for his treatment. With that, Long Jingxuan departed the estate, accompanied by Long Jingyao. Chapter 7, Su Daqiang. After bidding farewell to Long Jingxuan and Long Jingyao, Lin Feng realized it was nearly noon. He drove out for lunch and was about to return to the estate when he noticed the Dragon Ding building before him. It was time to purchase some daily necessities and a few new outfits. Now that he had money, his quality of life should also improve. As his Cullinan glided into the building's parking lot, and he entered the shopping area, he was dazzled by the plethora of goods on display. As fate would have it, at that moment, Lu Rian was arm in arm with Su Daqiang. Accompanied by Wu Mengmeng, strolling through the mall, Lu Rian donned a resplendent evening gown, and the dazzling necklace around her neck, a gift from Su Daqiang, sparkled brightly as she intentionally flaunted it to those around her. Lin Feng casually stepped into a clothing boutique and began to inquire about the offerings. The sales assistant cast a glance at Lin Feng's faded jeans and worn-out sneakers, her tone laced with a hint of condescension. Sir, you have a discerning eye. But our store's prices are quite high. Lin Feng discerned the underlying message and replied with a faint smile. If that is the case, I shall pass. He turned to leave. Who do you think you are? I still have to clean up, the sales assistant muttered under her breath, observing Lin Feng as he walked away. Dressed like a beggar. Undeterred, Lin Feng strode directly into the adjacent Armani boutique. The sales assistant, witnessing Lin Feng's entrance, scoffed, as if he could afford anything here. Thinking he can play the wealthy man at Armani, he should take a good look in the mirror. Welcome to Armani, sir. Please, come inside. A young staff member greeted him with a standard professional smile, treating Lin Feng with respect despite his ordinary attire. Lin Feng glanced at the display rack. Pack these up. What? Sir, are you saying you want all of these? The staff member was taken aback. Indeed, I am in a hurry. However, sir, some of these garments require custom tailoring, and we need to take your measurements. The staff member quickly regained her professional demeanor, retrieving a measuring tape. Very well. Lin Feng allowed the staff member to measure his shoulder width and sleeve length. In no time, a dozen outfits were neatly arranged on the marble counter, and a stack of black and gold gift boxes towered high. Meanwhile, the previous sales assistant, who had been leaning against the window, initially intending to watch the scene unfold, was suddenly shaken by the sight of the busy staff member attending to Lin Feng. She realized she had become the spectacle. At that moment, Su Daqiang and his group also entered the Armani boutique. Lu Ruyin was instantly captivated by a limited edition handbag displayed in the window. Priced at 70,000, Su Gu, this bag is exquisite. I simply must have it. She playfully exclaimed, shaking Su Daqiang's arm. Su Daqiang had already spent several tens of thousands on Lu Ruyin that day. Were it not for her stunning figure and beauty, he would have disregarded her entirely. Casting a glance at the price tag, his brows knitted in discontent. 70,000 for a mere leather bag? It's highway robbery. Purchasing this trinket would be better spent on enjoying a few fine meals. Let's continue shopping, Ruyin. Despite her relentless attempts to charm him, she found him unyielding. At that moment, the attendant completed her task. Mr. Lin, your garments have been packaged. Due to the quantity, we can assist you in bringing them to your vehicle. We will contact you upon the arrival of your custom-made clothing or deliver it to your residence. Here is your card. Your total expenditure is 1,580,000. We look forward to your next visit. Lin Feng accepted the card, replying, all right. My car is in the square parking area. Please take it down. He handed the manager the key to his Cullinan. The manager, accustomed to luxury brands, immediately recognized the Rolls-Royce key and became even more courteous. Mr. Lin, please hold on a moment. We will bring it right down. As he exited the VIP service room, he fortuitously encountered Lu Ruyin and her companions. With her keen ears, Lu Ruyin caught the attendant's mention of the staggering sum of 1,580,000, and the male voice sounded vaguely familiar. Curiosity sparked within her about the identity of this lavish spender. It would be quite fortunate to make his acquaintance. However, upon seeing Lin Feng ahead and the heavy shopping bags in the attendant's hands, a flame of jealousy ignited in her eyes. Isn't that our old classmate Lin Feng? How did he become so affluent without my knowledge? Wu Mingming remarked, twisting her waist innocently. Lin Feng glanced at Wu Mingming before his gaze landed on Lu Ruyin. Ah, what a small world. Wu Mingming, I heard you've changed your work environment? What new environment? What do you mean? The two were utterly perplexed. The business in Pitiao Hadong could certainly use someone of your talents, couldn't it? Lin Feng quipped with a smirk. Wu Mingming was momentarily stunned before her face flushed with indignation. Lin Feng, how dare you insult me? What do you have to show for your few bucks? Lu Ruyin's complexion suddenly turned ashen, and as Su Daqiang recalled Wu Mingming mentioning Lin Feng, he realized that the person before him was indeed the infamous Lin Feng, the one who had been Lu Ruyin's infatuated admirer during their school days. Unable to restrain his mockery, he sneered, buying such counterfeit goods to flaunt wealth. What a pretentious display. Lin Feng responded with a cold laugh, casting a contemptuous glance at Su Daqiang. This disdainful look ignited Su Daqiang's fury, and he bellowed, You brat, how dare you look at me like that? Are you seeking death? He swung a fist toward Lin Feng. Unperturbed, Lin Feng sidestepped gracefully, and a sharp crack echoed as Su Daqiang was sent sprawling several meters away. Recovering from the shock, he brought his hand to his reddened cheek, ready to unleash a tirade, but Lin Feng was quicker, delivering another swift slap that left his left cheek equally bruised. Wu Mingming gasped in horror. Rushing to assist Su Daqiang, Su Gu, are you all right? Lu Ruyin's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the unfolding scene. Su Daqiang, propped against the ground, seethed with resentment as he muttered, You brat. Just wait. This matter is far from over. With trembling hands, he reached for his phone to dial. Hello, Air Pie, come to the 6th floor quickly. I need backup against this punk. Bring some weapons, Su Dachong shouted into the phone. Lin, is it? You dare touch me in Shunnan. I swear I'll break your legs today, or my name isn't Su. Lin Feng, hands in pockets, smirked with derision. You might want to call an ambulance instead. Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from the elevator, and 5 or 6 men wielding steel pipes crashed into the scene, the clanging of metal resonating ominously in the empty shopping area. Su Dachong straightened his posture, pointing at Lin Feng. Beat him to a pulp. The lead bald man grinned maliciously, raising his steel pipe to strike. Lin Feng deftly dodged, and a sharp crack resounded as the bald man cried out, collapsing into unconsciousness. The remaining thugs exchanged bewildered glances, questioning Lin Feng's swift prowess. What are you staring at? Attack! Su Dachong shouted in fury. All at once, the thugs exchanged glances and charged forward. In an instant, they all found themselves sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, with the steel pipes bent beneath them. Su Dachong stumbled back in shock. Don't come any closer. If you hit me again, I'll call the police. Chapter 8. Su Xiao Xiao. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. And as they saw Lin Feng's decisive action, onlookers urged, young man, don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil. In my day, I drove a Benz. Oh please. You drove a Benz? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Don't underestimate me. I'm telling you, I've retired from that life. Look, the elder jingled a Porsche keychain. What? Are you a scammer? Is that profession really so promising? It can be, but young man, you must be able to take a beating. No thanks, I'll pass. Meanwhile, customers began pulling out their phones to call the police, and Wu Mengmeng, sensing the situation turning dire, slipped away unnoticed, disregarding Lu Ruyen. Lin Feng turned to Lu Ruyen, his tone cool. The 300,000 you swindled from me must be returned promptly. You have 7 days. Otherwise, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. Lu Ruyen's eyes reddened with rage as she retorted, what do you think you are? That money was given to me as compensation for my youth. Why should I repay you? Just wait for my lawyer to reach out, Lin Feng replied, dismissing her. Su Dachong, brimming with repressed fury, found himself unable to unleash it. Encountering Lin Feng today felt like striking a steel plate, pure titanium alloy. The mall manager, having received news, promptly arrived with security personnel. Ladies and gentlemen, your actions violate the public order regulations of Long Country. Please accompany us to the office. The police have been notified and will arrive shortly. No one is permitted to leave. Upon realizing that Lin Feng was a valued customer, the manager quickly approached with an apology. Sir, I apologize for the inconvenience. I am the mall manager, Li Jun. Please join me for some tea in the office, and when the police arrive, just cooperate. Lin Feng nodded. All right. I have nothing pressing this afternoon. The property manager, after speaking with Lin Feng, turned to the security team. Keep an eye on these individuals. Ensure they do not escape. Understood, manager. The security personnel swiftly surrounded Su Dachong and his companions. Having been in the underworld for so long, Su Dachong recognized the mall's preferential treatment. You lot are siding with the assailant. I demand to file a complaint. I am a man of influence. The mall manager ignored Su Dachong's protests and instructed the security. Take them to the office. Do not disrupt the mall's business. The security personnel, all retired soldiers, approached the fallen men with an unfriendly demeanor. Gentlemen, please, don't make this difficult for us. Once in the office, Su Dachong immediately adopted the posture of a victim, shouting, I demand compensation. At least $1 million. He clutched his head, feigning extreme pain. My head is buzzing. I must have sustained serious injuries and require immediate medical attention. Enough. Who initiated the confrontation? The police will arrive shortly, and reviewing the surveillance footage will reveal the truth. The building manager remarked, observing Su Dachong's theatrics with a hint of disdain. You would do well not to underestimate this man merely because he possesses a modicum of wealth. I will not let this matter rest easily. My head is throbbing. As the group continued their heated exchange, the office door swung open abruptly, admitting a male and female police officer. The female officer exuded poise, her sharp gaze reflecting professionalism and competence. Su Xiao Xiao, clad in a crisp uniform, possessed an impressive presence, instantly captivating Su Dachong's attention and causing him to momentarily forget the previous commotion. Noticing Su Dachong sprawled on the floor with a foolish expression and Lin Feng standing nearby, Su Xiao Xiao addressed them. I am Officer Su Xiao Xiao, the investigator assigned to this case. Please provide a detailed account of the events that transpired. The shopping mall manager and the Armani manager promptly relayed the sequence of events to the officers. After listening to their accounts, Su Xiao Xiao nodded slightly, stating, very well. You will all accompany me to the police station to review the surveillance footage and ascertain the truth before proceeding with any actions. Upon arriving at the police station, Su Xiao Xiao presented the footage provided by the mall, which clearly depicted Su Dachong as the aggressor. Lin Feng, having evaded Su Daqiang's initial assault, was shown subduing him. Witnessing this, Su Daqiang's expression darkened significantly. He opened his mouth as if to protest, yet ultimately fell silent. Pointing to the video, Su Xiaoxiao stated sternly, "Su Daqiang, the footage clearly indicates that you initiated the altercation. Furthermore, we have records indicating this is not your first offense involving violence. So consider this your final warning. You will be fined 1,000 yuan." With his head bowed, Su Daqiang muttered, "What? This punishment is excessively harsh. You officers are taking advantage of my good nature. I was merely provoked by his insults towards my girlfriend. I lost my temper and acted out." Su Xiaoxiao retorted coldly. "Regardless of your reasoning, resorting to violence is not a solution. Should another incident of this nature occur, you will face a minimum of 10 days detention." After addressing Su Daqiang, she turned to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, your actions fall under self-defense, and you are free to leave. Please provide a contact number. And if any further inquiries arise, the police station will reach out to you." Lin Feng, eyeing the uniformed female officer, playfully suggested, "How about we exchange WeChat? If we bump into each other again, it would be easier to stay in touch. Perhaps we could even dine together sometime." "Mr. Lin, I am currently on duty. Please be mindful," Su Xiaoxiao replied, her composure slightly shaken. "Even officers need to take breaks, don't they? Surely your superiors wouldn't deny you a meal," Lin Feng countered, causing Su Xiaoxiao to momentarily falter, taken aback by his audacity. "How can you be so persistent? If you don't leave soon, you may find yourself unable to," she warned. All right, no need to be upset, officer. Until we meet again," Lin Feng said as he exited the police station. Chapter 9. Retribution. As the group departed the police station, the service department of Longding Tower had already parked Lin Feng's vehicle at the entrance. "Good day, Mr. Lin. I am the head of the driver team at Longding Tower. Here are your keys. Your vehicle is parked in the front space. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. And our manager has prepared a gift for you." As the driver handed Lin Feng a bag, he added, "Goodbye, Mr. Lin." "Goodbye," Lin Feng replied. This scene was closely observed by Lu Ruyan, who seethed with resentment and jealousy. She could not comprehend why Lin Feng, despite his wealth, had pretended to be impoverished, leading her to sacrifice her innocence to a 50-year-old man. Her animosity towards him deepened. "Lin Feng, I will not let you off easily. You have ruined me, and I will ensure your downfall," she spat bitterly. Su Xiaoxiao recalled Lin Feng's teasing, her teeth clenched in anger. "This scoundrel dared to flirt with me in the police station. He will regret crossing my path." Suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind. "Warning. 2 strong feelings of hatred have been detected targeting the host. Please ensure your safety." 2 feelings? Who is the other? Wu Mingming? She pondered. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious, accelerating away in his colonnade. As Lin Feng drove away from the police station, a black sedan discreetly followed him. Inside were 2 men, one with a beefy visage and a prominent scar, fixated on Lin Feng's car, muttering, "This kid drives a colonnade. He must be wealthy. He dared to cross Brother Chong, and today he will pay the price." The other, tall and lean, replied, "Scarface, Brother Chong instructed us not to escalate matters. We only need to intimidate him and extort some money." Scarface scoffed. "This kid won't withstand any intimidation. Just wait until we reach our destination. I have something much more entertaining planned." As Lin Feng entered Zihua Manor, the black sedan parked outside. "Scarface, this area seems to be the wealthiest neighborhood in Shinan. What should we do?" the lean man asked. "Don't worry, it's a fat sheep. Tonight, we play big," Scarface responded confidently. That evening, under the cover of darkness, the 2 men stealthily infiltrated the estate. After searching for a while, they discovered that Lin Feng had not parked in the garage, ultimately locating his residence. "Scarface, this guy's house is enormous. Damn, these rich folks really know how to enjoy themselves. Is that a lake?" the lean man exclaimed, cursing as they approached the main building. Inside the study, Lin Feng suddenly heard a noise outside and immediately heightened his senses. 2 shadows appeared in his awareness, prompting a faint smile to form on his lips. A thrilling game of cat and mouse was about to unfold. The intruders climbed through the window into the living room, intent on locating something of value. "Who are you?" a calm voice resonated. The lights in the living room flickered on, startling the intruders momentarily before they regained their composure. "Scarface, this kid has spotted us," the lean man exclaimed in alarm. Scarface drew a spring knife, addressing Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, we are merely seeking financial assistance. Please be generous." Lin Feng's pupils constricted but quickly returned to calmness. "You only want money?" A smirk crossed Lin Feng's face as he approached the coffee table. Scarface retreated cautiously. Lin Feng opened a drawer and pulled out a stack of cash, placing it on the table. "Is this sufficient? Do you take us for beggars? We need 1 million today. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen," Scarface threatened. "1 million? That's the second time I've heard that number today. It seems your intentions are not solely about acquiring money, Lin Feng observed. At least you're perceptive. Today, we not only seek cash but also intend to break one of your legs, Scarface declared. Did Su Daqiang send you? Lin Feng inquired. As soon as he spoke, the lean man gasped. How did you know? Shut up, you fool. Scarface barked. Su Daqiang lacks the strength to take such measures. It's best you leave now, Lin Feng warned. Scarface dismissed Lin Feng's words, brandishing his knife menacingly. Call the police. It won't matter if you scream. Today, I have you in my grasp. With that, he lunged at Lin Feng. Swiftly, Lin Feng sidestepped, swinging his right arm with precision. A resounding smack echoed as Scarface flew several meters, unconscious. Scarface! The lean man cried, rushing forward. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, delivering a swift slap that rendered the lean man unconscious as well. Lin Feng surveyed the two fallen men. Su Daqiang, this is far from over. He promptly notified the property management that intruders had entered the estate. The property management was thrown into disarray in an instant. It must be noted that Jiwei Manor is renowned for being the most secure and safest community in Shunnan. The occurrence of such an incident, if mishandled, could potentially lead to a crisis of trust among the residents. After all, those who reside here are not ordinary individuals. Offending even one of them is a grave misstep that the property management simply cannot afford. Chapter 10. The dismissal of the property management. As Su Xiaoxiao was preparing to return home after work, she suddenly received a notification that a violent home invasion had occurred at Villa No. 1 in Jiwei Manor, with the suspect already apprehended, necessitating immediate police intervention. What? Jiwei Manor? Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, taken aback, realizing that it was the very community where her close friend lived. Originally, she had planned to go shopping with her friend, but she quickly donned her police uniform and rushed to the scene. 20 minutes later, the police car arrived at Jiwei Manor. At that moment, the manor was ablaze with lights, and news of the home invasion spread like wildfire throughout the community. Dozens of residents had cornered the property manager, demanding answers. What is going on? Have our property fees been paid in vain? You refused to hire additional personnel when we suggested it, and now we face a robbery. How will you account for this? And what about your promises to us? Everyone, please remain calm. We have already contacted the police. As for the circumstances surrounding these two individuals, calm. Do not shirk your responsibilities. You failed to detect an intruder, and if it weren't for the residents' quick actions, the consequences could have been dire. We, the residents, must demand the dismissal of the property management. Please, everyone, do not panic. The property management is equally outraged by this incident. To make amends for this oversight, we will offer a 20% discount on next year's property fees. What? Are you mocking us? Do you think we are in such dire need of your meager discount? At that moment, the property management found itself in a crisis of trust. As the other residents disregarded the manager's explanations, two police vehicles then entered Jiwei Manor, and Su Xiaoxiao, accompanied by several officers, made her way towards Villa No. 1. Everyone, please step aside. The police have arrived. Where's the suspect? Su Xiaoxiao's voice rang out from the crowd. The throng parted, allowing her entry, where she spotted the suspect crouched on the ground. The police are here. Who called for help? Ah, beautiful officer, what a coincidence. It seems we meet again. This time, it was Su Daqiang who sent people to my home for retaliation. Lin Feng greeted her with a smirk. What? Retaliation at home? Su Xiaoxiao stared at Lin Feng in shock. If Su Daqiang had indeed dispatched individuals for revenge against Lin Feng, the nature of this situation had shifted dramatically. Yes, these two were sent by Su Daqiang. Officer, I am so frightened. Why don't you stay here to ensure the safety of the people's property? Lin Feng said, attempting to charm his way out. Lin Feng, watch your tone, Su Xiaoxiao retorted sharply. She turned her attention to the two suspects. You two, speak plainly. What happened? Upon seeing the police, the two fell silent. Lin Feng, noticing their silence, scoffed. What are you pretending to be mute for? You were quite chatty just a moment ago. The two, now covering their faces in terror, glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, if you strike us again, we won't be able to speak. Well then, let me try from another angle. Lin Feng quipped as he swung his hand and delivered two resounding slaps, prompting the suspects to cry out, help. Police, we confess. We confess. He is a demon. He is Satan. Beautiful Officer Su, don't listen to his nonsense. I am a law-abiding citizen. I just got home and was contemplating how to be a good citizen when they barged in with knives to kill me. I had no choice but to defend myself. But don't worry, I only gave them 2 slaps, Lin Feng stated nonchalantly. Address me as Officer Su, Su Xiaoxiao said sternly. Now tell me, who sent you? We have no money, and we're looking for a place to steal something. No one sent us, the scar-faced man hurriedly replied. Oh, it seems Su Daqiang has been apprehended. And you are unaware, Lin Feng feigned surprise. What? Brother Chong has been caught. The tall, thin man said nervously. It appears you two are still not being truthful. I haven't even mentioned that Su Daqiang has already confessed, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of amusement. What? You are deceiving us. City folks are all cunning. I want to return to the countryside. The tall man began, but was interrupted by the scar-faced man. We came to steal. No one sent us. Officer Su, I leave the rest to you, Lin Feng said, glancing at Su Xiaoxiao. Is Brother Chang really caught? The tall man queried, a perplexed expression on his face. Be silent.
You, the scar-faced man snapped. Su Xiaoxiao, understanding the situation with clarity, instructed the officers behind her, take them away. At that moment,
Messages flooded the community group. I heard several police cars arrived. Thieves broke into Villa number 1. Property manager, come out. We pay such high fees for this kind of management? Isn't this supposed to be the top property management in Shennan? What is this security system? An outsider entered, and it was the residents who subdued him? I refuse to pay the property fees. We need to change management. Absolutely. The residents collectively condemned the property management, and in an instant, it became the target of their ire. The property manager could only brace himself and step forward to explain, but the more he tried to clarify, the more incensed the residents became, leading to utter chaos in the group chat. Grandfather, Villa number 1 belongs to Lin Feng, right? I heard someone committed a violent act and has already been captured, Long Jingyao relayed to her grandfather as she read the messages in the group. Indeed, Villa No. 1 is Drive Lin's residence. Xiaoya, quickly, let us head to Villa number 1, her grandfather urged. And the pair hurried to change clothes before making their way to the villa. When Long Jingxuan arrived at Villa number 1, the crowd had yet to disperse. Lin Feng, are you all right? Were you injured? These people are so brazen. How dare they target you? He exclaimed as he approached. Old sir, I am fine. The perpetrators have been apprehended. A few thugs had a minor altercation with me earlier, and it seems they returned for revenge tonight. Lin Feng replied. What? Who would dare act this way towards you in Shennan? I must see them. Long Jingxuan declared. Xiao, what are you doing here? What happened? Long Jingxuan was surprised to see Su Xiaoxiao at the scene. Dear, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Long Jingyao exclaimed. Su Xiaoxiao discreetly winked at Long Jingyao. Xiaoya, we'll talk later, once this is settled. Chapter 11. Restoring Order. Grandfather, what brings you here? These two individuals committed a violent act, and it should be related to the earlier incident. Please, you should rest. There is no need for you to be here amidst all this commotion. Su Xiaoxiao advised Long Jingxuan. This child, my health has improved significantly, and I owe it all to this young man, Lin Feng. Long Jingxuan responded, turning to glare at the scar-faced man and the tall thug. Do you recognize me? The two men exchanged glances, the scar-faced one finally recognizing Long Jingxuan. Isn't that old Master Long? Old Master? Just a title given by society. Now, you two need to explain yourselves clearly. I'll tell you this. Lin Feng is a dear friend of mine, and offending him is a far graver mistake than offending me. Long Jingxuan's authoritative demeanor silenced them. With fear evident in their eyes, the two recounted the entire ordeal in rapid succession. Oh, and who exactly is Su Daqiang? Long Jingxuan inquired. He's a thug from the fish market in the southern city, the scar-faced man replied. Oh, I thought I was out of touch. I don't recognize the prominent figures in Shennan anymore. You two are to head to the police station immediately and confess all your misdeeds, he commanded. Xiao, make sure to conduct a thorough investigation and provide Lin Feng with a satisfactory explanation. Long Jingxuan interrupted Su Xiaoxiao, who was engaged in a conversation with Long Jingya. Very well, Grandpa Long, Su Xiaoxiao replied, casting a glance at Lin Feng. Beautiful officer, now you must believe what I say. These two wouldn't reveal the truth unless compelled by some force. Lin Feng maintained his charmingly rogue smile. Su Xiaoxiao, aware that she could not win a war of words, turned to Long Jingya and whispered, Xiaoya, keep your distance from such individuals. They are quintessentially violent men. Be wary of domestic abuse. What are you saying? You little girl? Watch me tickle you. Long Jingyao blushed crimson at Su Xiaoxiao's words. No. You're in uniform. Su Xiaoxiao quickly begged for mercy. Humph. I will let it slide this time. Xiao, it has been quite some time since I last saw your grandfather. When will you bring him to visit? I have some good news for him, Long Jingxuan remarked, observing the two playfully bickering. All right, Grandpa Long. I will tell him when I return. But his health has been deteriorating lately. I came to inquire about this matter precisely because of that. You go on and attend to your business. I shall make a phone call. The police departed with their entourage, and the manor returned to its tranquil state. Lin Xiaoyu, this Su Daqiang is like a stubborn plaster. Allow me to handle him on your behalf. I assure you I will resolve this matter satisfactorily. Then I must trouble you, Grandpa Long. Encountering such individuals is indeed vexatious. The female officer just now, Su Xiaoxiao, is the granddaughter of an old comrade of mine. She is 21 years old, 3 months older than Xiaoya, and has just graduated from university here in Shennan for her internship. If there has been any offense, I ask that you do not hold it against Lin Xiaoyu. Haha. Grandpa Long, you flatter me. I find it quite amusing. By the way, how are things with the medicinal herbs? Still no news on the ice spirit herb and the Tianshan snow lotus as previously mentioned. However, a group of adventurers has taken up the bounty for the Tianshan snow lotus. They have encountered it deep in the mountains of the southern border. Unfortunately, no information whatsoever has surfaced regarding the ice spirit herb. I wonder if it goes by another name. Many Chinese medicine experts have never heard of it. I came today to inquire about its effects. Is there possibly another name for it? The ice spirit herb is a unique herb found in polar tundras, growing to a height of approximately 30 to 50 centimeters. Its leaves possess a crystalline, semi-transparent structure, and its stalks are adorned with frost patterns. It blooms only on nights of the full moon, releasing a refreshing fragrance, and can only flourish in extreme cold. Lin Feng recounted the description he remembered from his medical studies to Long Jingxuan. Xiaoya, have you taken note? Inform your second uncle to send these characteristics. Long Jingxuan directed towards Long Jingya. I've noted it, Grandpa. By the way, Lin Xiaoyu, it's quite late, and you haven't eaten yet, have you? I apologize for bothering you with these trivial matters. I haven't eaten yet either. Jingya cooks exceptionally well. If you don't mind, please join us at my humble abode. Long Jingxuan glanced at Long Jingya as he spoke to Lin Feng. All right then, I shall intrude. There's no intrusion. It is an honor for this old man to have you over for a meal. Haha. Xiaoya, you head back first. I will accompany Lin Xiaoyu. Long Jingxuan said to Long Jingya. All right, Grandpa. Lin Xiaoyu, I reside in number 5, just diagonally opposite your place. Grandpa Long, regarding the health of Officer Su's grandfather. It seems similar to your condition. What exactly happened? Those are gunshot wounds, and they appear quite old. Did you participate in a war back in the day? Lin Feng expressed his confusion. Lin Xiaoyu, you have keen insight. Indeed, I served alongside Xiao Xiao's grandfather in the same unit, and we were part of an infiltration battalion. He was the battalion commander, and I was an infiltrator. During one mission, we were ordered to scout and fell into an ambush. Out of 15 brothers, only 7 survived. 4 were maimed, and 8 sacrificed their lives. We were all injured by enemy traps. Most shrapnel was removed, but a few pieces were too close to the heart to extract. For years, we have lived with these injuries. Were it not for you, Lin Xiaoyu, I might have joined my fallen brothers that day. Listening to Long Jingxuan's recounting, Lin Feng felt a surge of admiration. Now I understand. Grandpa Long, once we obtain the necessary herbs, I guarantee that, with the right methods, we will have no issues. Lin Feng asserted confidently. Under Long Jingxuan's guidance, Lin Feng enjoyed a dinner and engaged in further conversation before returning to the manor. After Lin Feng departed, Long Jingxuan made a phone call to Hong Shan, the underground leader of Nanxing, known as Hong Yi. Hong Shan, I have a task for you. Yes, Long Yi, what is it? Just give the order. Why call personally? This matter is of utmost importance. Long Jingxuan recounted the situation in detail. What a turn of events. Long Yi, I don't know this Su Daqiang, but rest assured, I will make him disappear immediately. Very well. Chapter 12. The Supreme Return to Origin Technique. In the early morning, a mechanical voice echoed, ding. The host has 3 random draw opportunities each day. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Draw. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn the Supreme Return to Origin Technique. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn the Crimson Feathered Golden Crow. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn the Advanced Body Enhancement Liquid. Hey, System Brother. What are the Supreme Return to Origin Technique and the Crimson Feathered Golden Crow? Ding. The Supreme Return to Origin Technique is derived from the ancient superpower observing the cosmic movements of the stars, understanding the path of returning to the origin of the universe. It is an unparalleled method to enhance both physique and soul, divided into 9 celestial realms, based on the 4 major realms of body refinement, meridian unblocking, spirit transformation, and path inquiry. Each realm corresponds to different stages of cultivation, ultimately aiming at the fundamental source of the great Tao. Upon reaching perfection, the physical body transforms into pure cosmic energy, living in harmony with the universe, capable of reversing the flow of time and rewriting the cycle of karma. Ding. The Crimson Feather Golden Crow is a fragment of the primordial fire spirit. Upon absorption, one can comprehend the path of fire. System Brother, are you telling me this is a path to immortality? Ding. The universe will face a tremendous threat in the future. Since the moment the host bound to the system, you have been chosen by the great Tao. If you do not cultivate, what will be the consequence? Ding. The system will unbind and select a new host. Do I still have the right to refuse? System Brother, I shall learn the Supreme Return to Origin Technique. Boom. An ancient aura exploded in Lin Feng's mind, and an indistinct voice echoed in his ears. The void is formless, vast and boundless. The return to the origin has a path, subtle and profound. Body refinement is the foundation, meridian unblocking is the bridge, spirit transformation is the vessel, and path inquiry is the crossing. The 9 celestial realms unfold in sequence. One day. Return to the origin and attain eternity. The voice grew increasingly clear, merging seamlessly with Lin Feng's memories. At that moment, a flicker of flame appeared before him, a golden flame. Its outer layer resembling red gold scales, with a core radiating a golden halo, emanating a disquieting aura. System brother, activate the Crimson Feather Golden Crow. In an instant, the Crimson Feather Golden Crow surged into Lin Feng's brow, causing golden patterns to ripple through his veins, as if liquid brass flowed within him, casting flickering shadows upon his bones. Golden runes whirled around his skeletal frame, appearing and disappearing. The surrounding air, influenced by this newfound power, formed a swirling vortex of golden clouds, while the flame visibly integrated into his blood, morphing into a faint golden feather totem at his brow. Time passed unnoticed until the energy within Lin Feng gradually calmed. The golden cloud sea began to dissipate, and the air returned to tranquility. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, discovering a subtle layer of golden light enveloping his palms. As he clenched his fists, he could distinctly feel the surging power within him. Lin Feng endeavored to circulate his vital energy and discovered that his meridians had significantly widened compared to before. The golden symbols appeared to be etched into his very bones, each breath imbued with a searing sensation. As he glanced down, he noticed the golden patterns on his body gradually fading, leaving only the golden feather totem at his brow, which flickered intermittently, a reminder that this newfound power had become an integral part of him. Beep, the host may check the attribute panel to understand their attributes. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. An attribute panel? System, open the panel, Lin Feng urged with haste. Name, Lin Feng, 6th layer of body refinement. Cultivation method, Taishu Guiyuan Ju, first heaven. Skills, mastery of martial arts. Attributes, fire. Physique, 60. Agility, 60. Spirit, 70. Charm, 60. Luck, 20. System, what does a physique of 60 signify? Lin Feng inquired, his expression one of bewilderment as he scrutinized the panel. Normal human physique averages. Agility at 10, spirit at 5. Charm and luck vary by individual, typically not exceeding 5. Why does it directly state the 6th layer of body refinement? Shouldn't it commence from the 1st layer? Beep. The host has been transformed by the body-enhancing liquid, coupled with the fusion of the Crimson Feather Golden Crow and the acquisition of the Taishu Guiyuan Ju, thus achieving a direct breakthrough to the 6th layer. I see, the efficiency is quite remarkable. Beep. The host should promptly enhance their strength, as system upgrades will follow an increase in power. The system can upgrade? I wonder what it would entail. How is the realm delineated? Beep. Realm delineation, body refinement, and chi refinement are divided into 10 layers, followed by foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Each realm is further categorized into early, mid, late, and perfection stages. This is the mortal stage. The host is advised to expedite their cultivation to the tribulation crossing stage. All right, let us cultivate, young man. Lu Rian, I am embarking on my path to immortality. With that, he swallowed the enhancement liquid, and his body expelled copious amounts of dark sludge. Lin Feng hurried into the bathroom to cleanse himself of the filth, emerging to sit cross-legged on the sofa in his bedroom, commencing the slow circulation of Taishu Guiyuan Ju. A segment of archaic incantation gradually resurfaced in Lin Feng's mind. Taishu is formless, vast with no exterior. Returning to the origin follows a path, small with no interior. Body refinement is the foundation, meridian circulation serves as the bridge, spirit transformation is the vessel, and seeking the Tao is the crossing. As Lin Feng sat on the sofa, an ethereal purple mist began to swirl around him, suddenly vibrating intensely. The potency of the enhancement liquid combined with the Taishu Guiyuan Ju erupted within the depths of his marrow, the sound of his bones resonating like fine metal clashing, as if countless tiny gears were reconfiguring and meshing together. As time passed, beads of sweat the size of mung beans formed on Lin Feng's brow. His shoulder blades began to rise, and faint golden patterns emerged between the vertebrae, a sign that his bone density was on the verge of surpassing the limits of a mortal. A tearing, burning pain radiated from his chest and abdomen, as his previously balanced muscles suddenly bulged with dark blue veins. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lin Feng continued to circulate his technique, witnessing his pectorals swell like a shield forged of steel, and his abdominal muscles became sharply defined, each fiber undergoing a nanoscopic reorganization and optimization. As he instinctively clenched his fist, sparks flew from his knuckles, a vivid manifestation of the new dimensional strength achieved by the Crimson Feather Golden Crow and his skeletal muscles. Within his once clear pupils, a golden vortex began to swirl, as if a galaxy flowed within his gaze. At the moment he opened his eyes, two substantial beams of light swept across the wall, leaving faint scorch marks on the surface. In that instant, Lin Feng's expression bore the intensity of a vengeful deity returning from an ancient battlefield. His bones light as air yet stronger than refined steel, muscles coiling with destructive power, and within his profound eyes lay unfathomable mysteries akin to the vastness of the cosmos. I have reached the 7th layer of body refinement. Chapter 13. The Wasteland of Void. As Lin Feng commenced his cultivation of Taishu Guiyuanju. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, within a mysterious floating palace, an elderly man clad in golden robes slowly opened his eyes. He has successfully activated Taishu Guiyuanju, but I am presently unable to intervene. Jingyun, your junior apprentice has awakened in the Wasteland of Void. You must protect him in secret, without revealing your presence, without error. The elder murmured to the void. This is your apprentice's unique aura. Follow it to locate him. The elder instructed, sending a stream of energy soaring into the distance. Understood, master. I shall head there immediately. A voice reverently responded from the void, followed by a ripple in the air as an aura vanished into a corner of the grand hall. The elder closed his eyes once more, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Feng reopened his eyes after a full day and night had passed. Beep. The host has 3 random draw opportunities daily. Would you like to proceed with the draw? The mechanical voice of the system chimed again. Draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing Advanced Body Enhancement Liquid. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Divine Sword. Crimson Flame. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Patek Philippe, a 6500 wristwatch. Crimson Flame. Lin Feng whispered, gripping the air with one hand, and a long, broad sword materialized in his grasp. He pulled forcefully, yet the crimson flame remained firmly in its sheath. System, why can't I draw it out? Beep. Please have the host acknowledge ownership first. How do I acknowledge ownership? Beep. Via blood. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, biting his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the crimson flame sword. As if sensing the scent of blood, the sword instantly latched onto Lin Feng's palm, drawing forth a continuous stream of his blood until it finally ceased its intake. Lin Feng's complexion paled slightly. Beep. The divine sword. Crimson Flame has completed ownership acknowledgement. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable connection with the Crimson Flame sword, as if a mere thought could summon it to his hand. At that moment, the sword's surface bore patterns resembling flickering tongues of fire, each line adorned with mysterious runes that shimmered in and out of sight. The hilt, crafted from an unknown flame crystal, felt warm to the touch, engraved with ancient fire runes, seemingly drawing upon the power of fire from the heavens and earth. The sword was heavy yet possessed an incredibly sharp blade, glinting with an icy light that starkly contrasted the blazing body, harmoniously merging to exude a formidable and chilling aura. Lin Feng stepped into the courtyard and lightly swung the crimson flame, unleashing a wave of sword energy intermingled with air currents, effortlessly cleaving a sturdy tree in half. Wow, what a magnificent sword, Crimson Flame. Lin Feng began to reassess the long sword in his hand, continuing to play with it for a while before sheathing it and placing it into the system space. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying an incoming call from Long Jingxuan. Lin Feng answered, Old Long, have you gathered the medicinal materials? Young friend Lin, I bring good news. The snow lotus has been located. The adventurers who accepted the task discovered it in the mountains of the southern frontier and have successfully retrieved it. Moreover, there is news regarding the ice spirit grass. Based on the description and characteristics you provided, several herbal experts have deduced that it is also known as the Arctic ice grass. Tomorrow, there will be an auction in Modu, and the Arctic ice grass is among the items up for bid. Young friend Lin, I do not know if you have time to accompany me. It would be both to verify its authenticity and, should you find something appealing, I shall consider it a gesture of gratitude for this occasion. Long Jingxuan's hearty voice resonated from the other end of the line. An auction? Excellent. I have been wanting to witness one, Lin Feng replied, eager to accept the invitation. Young friend Lin, the auction will take place tomorrow morning. We should set out this afternoon. Very well, Old Long, we shall depart this afternoon. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and his companions boarded a flight to Modu, directly checking into the hotel they had reserved in advance. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Upon returning to his room, Lin Feng first gazed out at the Huangpu River, then sat cross-legged on the carpet to begin his cultivation. As his breathing gradually steadied, a subtle chill arose from his dantian. He guided this breath through the meridians, silently reciting the mantra of returning to the void. All laws return to one. At dawn, Lin Feng concluded his meditation, slowly opening his eyes, yet the exposed skin on his body was enveloped in a delicate mist. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light surged forth from his crown, coalescing in the air into mysterious runes that dissipated in an instant. At this moment, Lin Feng's breath became inaudible, and faint symbols began to manifest at his dantian. Crack! A crisp, unusual sound emanated from within as Lin Feng's bones reshaped themselves, producing the resonant sound of metal and stone, exuding an aura as warm and gentle as jade. With every gesture, the air echoed with the roars of dragons and tigers. This was indeed a sign of breaking through the threshold of the returning to the void technique. Upon reaching the 8th layer, he was greeted again by a layer of black mud. Lin Feng could only shake his head in resignation. With a flick of his hand, a vial of enhancement liquid appeared in his palm. Just perfect, he thought, as it would save him the trouble of bathing afterward. Lin Feng downed it in one gulp, swiftly circulating his energy to absorb the liquid. After several rounds of enhancement, coupled with the purification of the vermilion bird, the impurities within him had diminished significantly. Although he still broke into a light sweat, he hurried into the bathroom for a thorough wash. Brother Tong, I wish to learn the art of alchemy. Boom. A golden vortex erupted in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, enveloping him in the fragrance of countless ancient texts as they transformed into a stream of turquoise light, piercing his brow. When the last fragment of divine awareness merged into his sea of consciousness, Lin Feng had fully mastered the pinnacle of alchemical skills in the realm of cultivation. Just then, a voice came from outside. Young friend Lin, it is time to depart. Chapter 14. The auction. The auction was held in the iconic Magic City Tower, a landmark in the metropolis. Due to well-executed promotions, numerous domestic tycoons were drawn to the event. It was rumored that the centerpiece of the auction was a large bronze artifact that had once been lost overseas from Jinsuan, captivating countless enthusiasts of bronze antiquities. Young friend Lin, please follow me. Our private box is number 1 on the 2nd floor, Dragon Jingxuan said, leading Lin Feng forward. Isn't that old dragon? A group of individuals appeared, with an elderly man at the forefront making a sarcastic remark. I didn't recognize who it was. It turns out to be the head of the Sima family. You seem to be in good health, much more vibrant than the last time I saw you. Dragon Jingxuan responded without a hint of concession. Ha ha ha. I am in excellent health, better than ever, aren't I, Mr. Wang? The head of the Sima family glanced smugly at the gaunt elder beside him. Indeed, you are right. Head of the Sima family, the hawk-nosed elder chimed in immediately. Mr. Wang, how could you associate with the Sima family? Don't forget the lesson from last time, Dragon Jingxuan remarked, his displeasure evident. Thank you for your concern, Head Dragon. I am well aware, Mr. Wang replied coolly. Dragon Jingxuan snorted in response, dismissing the group and saying to Lin Feng, young friend Lin, this way please. He then guided Lin Feng into private box number 1. The head of the Sima family watched Dragon Jingxuan leave with a dark expression, leading his entourage to box number 2. Old dragon, who is that Lin Feng you just met? Someone inquired curiously. Ah, forgive me for making young friend Lin laugh. This is a rather discreet secret of our dragon nation. His name is Sima Zhong. Years ago, our dragon nation had a conflict with a neighboring country in the south, and this Sima family secretly aided the enemy. However, we lacked evidence, and they have repeatedly colluded with foreign forces to assassinate domestic scientists. A renowned international expert was murdered by assassins when returning to his hometown, and investigations suggested the Sima family was involved, but we had no solid proof. My recent poisoning may very well be connected to the Sima family's orchestration of the mysterious accident involving Xiaoya's grandmother. Dragon Jingxuan seemed lost in reminiscence. Oh, such complexity. Old dragon, do not be too disheartened. For now, let's focus on acquiring the ice spirit grass, Lin Feng advised. Yes, acquiring the ice spirit grass is paramount. I shall continue to contend with them afterward. Dragon Jingxuan's eyes once again sparkled with determination. The two gazed through the glass window towards the auction hall, where a massive crystal chandelier hung from the domed ceiling, casting a soft golden glow across the venue. As the third toll of the bell echoed throughout the hall, a beautiful auctioneer clad in a black professional suit gracefully approached, her serpentine waist swaying elegantly, the chandelier illuminating her flowing hair in hues of amber, each step echoing a crisp rhythm against the marble floor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 37th Global Luxury Auction. I am your auctioneer for today, Zhaolinger. We shall commence today's auction with our first item, a 100-acre parcel of land located in the southern part of Magic City, starting at 1 billion. With each bid no less than 10 million. Please begin the bidding. As her voice faded, the bids began. 1 billion. 2 billion. 5 billion. 7 billion. 27, 2 billion. 27, 5 billion. The bidding voices dwindled, ultimately concluding at a staggering 27, 5 billion. The first item had undeniably set a positive tone, as the auction center's original expected price was merely 5 billion, now surpassed by a significant margin. As the subsequent items appeared, None held any allure for Lin Feng. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the sixth item of the day. It is said to possess remarkable medicinal value, though specifics remain undocumented. And our auction house makes no guarantees regarding its efficacy. Beneath the glass dome before Zhao Linger, an ice-blue plant slowly unfurled its leaves, ethereal light swirling through its veins. Reminiscent of frozen moonlight. This is it. This is the ice spirit grass. Without waiting for Dragon Jingxuan to speak, Lin Feng declared directly. Starting bid for the Arctic spirit grass is 1 million Dragon Nation coins, with each subsequent bid at 100,000. Zhao Linger's voice was precisely projected through directional microphones to every corner. 1 million for a single plant? Is the auction house taking us for fools? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Exactly. Who knows if it even works? Selling it for 1 million? Let us see who the fool is that bids. The Sima Zhong's disdain was palpable. Dragon Jingxuan's finger tapped in urgent rhythm against the armrest. 5 million. He quickly pressed the bidding button. Humph, someone actually bid. How foolish, Sima Zhong scoffed, a fool with too much money. As the rounds continued, regardless of the auctioneer's introductions, no one else raised a bid. Arctic spirit grass, 1. 5 million once, 1. 5 million twice, 1. 5 million thrice sold. The gavel fell. Excellent. The Arctic spirit grass goes to box number 1 for 1. 5 million. Congratulations. What? This is what Old Dragon needed? Damn it. Had I known, I would have bid just to drive the price up. How infuriating. Sima Zhong fumed upon realizing that it was Dragon Jingxuan who had won the item. Before long, the ice spirit grass was delivered to the private box. Lin Feng nodded slightly to Dragon Jingxuan, who promptly instructed his men to place it in a secure container. The auction proceeded with a fragment of a map being presented. According to our analysis, this map dates back approximately 3,000 years. It conceals secrets yet to be uncovered. May the fortunate soul explore its mysteries. Zhao Linger projected the map onto the big screen. Beep. Mysterious map detected. Please retrieve it, host. The system's notification chimed unexpectedly. Chapter 15. The mysterious map. Lin Feng exclaimed softly. A map. He leaned in to examine the scroll before him. It was a tattered map. Its mottled lines and indistinct markings rendering its secrets elusive. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for this map is 5 million Dragon Nation coins, with each bid incrementing by 200,000. Zhao Linger's voice resonated once more. The crowd erupted in a cacophony upon witnessing the tattered map. A mere fragment of a map demands 5 million. Surely, you have scrutinized it countless times, yet you dare to ask for such an exorbitant sum? Indeed. Precisely. We shall refrain from purchasing it and allow it to go unsold. How splendid. As the auctioneer prepared to proceed to the next item due to the absence of bids, a voice chimed in. 2 million. Lin Feng pressed the bidding button. Who on earth is that? Why can't I see anyone raising their hand? It must be someone from the private boxes above. Their bids remain invisible to us. Truly, money to burn. With no other bidders, Lin Feng effortlessly secured the map. Are you interested in this, Lin Xiaoyu? As previously agreed, anything you fancy shall be considered mine, remarked Long Lao with a smile. You are too kind, Long Lao. I shall not decline, Lin Feng responded with a chuckle. As they conversed, the map was promptly delivered to their private box. Lin Feng examined the map closely for a moment, unable to discern any clues, and subsequently tucked it away, intending to scrutinize it further upon returning to the hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, the pièce d'arrêt of this auction is about to make its grand entrance, a uniquely captivating round ding. At this moment, an image of the small ding projected onto the large screen. The ding appeared ancient and solemn, with an exquisitely designed lid. Its body was gracefully rounded, the lines flowing naturally and beautifully, adorned with intricate and elaborate patterns. The cloud and thunder motifs served as a foundation, while the Kuei dragon designs coiled above, vividly alive, as if recounting tales from millennia past. Although modest in size, its overall form exuded grandeur, with every detail showcasing the remarkable craftsmanship and extraordinary wisdom of ancient artisans, evoking a deep admiration for this timeless masterpiece. Despite its exquisite nature, the system offered no prompts, and Lin Feng soon lost interest. This is a rare collectible from recent years, starting at a price of 50 million, with increments of 2 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a voice called out, 55 million, 500 million. Ultimately, the bronze artifact was sold to Sima Zhong for 500 million. Long Lao, let us return, Lin Feng suggested. Yes, indeed. Lin Xiaoyu, you have gathered the medicinal herbs. The rest is up to you, Long Lao reassured him. Rest assured, there will be no issues, Lin Feng affirmed. Upon their return to the hotel, not only had Lin Feng acquired the ice spirit grass, but he had also obtained the mysterious map that warranted a system prompt, leaving him in high spirits. However, unbeknownst to them, they were being followed. Warning, the host is being tracked. Please exercise caution, the system's mechanical voice echoed. Huh, tracked? Who would dare follow us? It must be Sima Zhong's people. Lin Feng thought as he placed the map into the system space and made his way to Long Lao's room. At the door, Lin Feng instinctively glanced back, sensing a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. Yet, the corridor appeared deserted, tranquil. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng rapped on Long Jingxuan's door. Is that you, Lin Xiaoyu? Please, come in, Long Jingxuan said, promptly opening the door upon seeing Lin Feng. Once inside, Lin Feng's sense of unease intensified. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lin Feng, alert, gestured for silence, signaling Long Lao to remain quiet. In an instant, the door burst open with a powerful force, and several figures clad in black rushed in, brandishing sharp blades. The leader among them coldly commanded, "Hand over the Arctic spirit grass, or you shall all perish." The commotion drew the attention of individuals from the adjacent room, who rushed out only to be swiftly dispatched by two of the black-clad assailants. Unfazed, Lin Feng inquired, "Who are you? Why do you seek the spirit grass?" The black-clad figures remained silent, merely waving their hands, prompting their comrades to charge forward. Observing four black-clad figures approaching, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, instantly condensing his aura. The first assailant to reach him was met with Lin Feng's left hand gripping the assailant's dagger, while his right fist, imbued with a howling gale, struck directly at the opponent's heart. The force of this blow was akin to a surging tide, causing the very air around them to tremble. The black-clad figure, unable to evade, was struck squarely in the chest, hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, instantly incapacitated. Simultaneously, two other black-clad figures advanced from either side, one swinging a blade in a diagonal slash, the other launching a direct punch. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, his body pivoting abruptly as he executed the entwining silk technique, his arms coiling like a serpentine creature, adeptly ensnaring the arms of his attackers. With a sudden twist, a chilling crack echoed as the bone in one assailant's arm fractured, rendering both blade and fist powerless as they fell limp. The two figures recoiled, clutching their arms in agony and terror. The final black-clad figure, though fearful, pressed forward, driven by the urgency of his mission. With a thunderous shout, Lin Feng propelled himself off the ground, the tiles beneath him cracking beneath his feet as he launched himself like a cannonball, his elbow striking the assailant's abdomen with the force of a steel hammer. The black-clad figure's eyes widened in shock as blood gushed from his mouth. His body curled as he was sent flying, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. In the span of mere moments, all four black-clad figures lay defeated. Chapter 16, Ninth Layer of Body Refinement. Lin Xiaoyu, I never anticipated your martial prowess to be so formidable. Long Jingxuan expressed his gratitude, his gaze falling upon the sprawled figures on the floor. They must have been sent by the Sima family. No one else knew about the Arctic spirit grass being in our possession, nor would anyone have the audacity to act so brazenly. Had it not been for your intervention, the outcome could have been dire. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Given the circumstances, it is likely they are indeed Sima Zhong's men. Long Jingxuan, recalling the precarious scene, felt a shiver of apprehension. Lin Xiaoyu, after all, we are in Sima the old thief's territory. It is unwise to linger here. Having suffered a setback, they will surely seek revenge. I will arrange for vehicles immediately. We must return to Shinan at once. That sounds prudent, Lin Feng agreed, moving forward to awaken the unconscious companions. Without further delay, they made their way directly to the airport, deep within the heart of the bustling metropolis. In a highly guarded secret manner, a tense atmosphere reigned. Upon hearing of the failed assassination attempt to seize the Arctic spirit grass, Sima Zhong's countenance twisted in fury, violently overturning a teacup, the shards scattering and startling his subordinates into tremors. A pack of useless fools. What purpose do you serve? Sima Zhong's piercing gaze swept over the trembling figures in black. Speak. What transpired? How could you fail at such a simple task? The lead black-clad figure gulped nervously. Master, it was the young man beside Long Jingxuan. He incapacitated all four of us in an instant, his movements too swift to comprehend. In an instant, Sima Zhong's pupils constricted. He understood the prowess of his subordinates. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to achieve such a feat without legendary martial prowess. The black-clad figure nodded hastily, explaining that the young man's speed was so astonishing that they had no time to defend themselves before being taken down. Leave. Sima Zhong gestured dismissively, and once his subordinates had retreated, his gaze turned to a slender man seated calmly on the sofa. Mr. Wang, could it be that a martial artist is concealed alongside Long Jingxuan? The man referred to as Mr. Wang stroked his teacup thoughtfully, pondering aloud. That young man does not exude any aura of true energy. He appears to be merely in his early 20s. Even if he practices martial arts, He is likely no more than an external expert. Yet, Long Jingxuan personally sought to claim the Arctic spirit grass, which, despite its lack of medicinal properties, begs the question, what could he possibly intend to do with it? Sima Zhong furrowed his brow as he paced. Suddenly his expression sharpened with a peculiar intensity. Strangely, despite being gravely poisoned and on the verge of death, he appeared remarkably composed during this encounter. Mr. Wang slammed his teacup down onto the table, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. Once my junior returns from South America next month, I shall send him to Shunnan for a thorough investigation into these mysteries. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Sima Zhong's lips as he gazed out at the night, a cold laugh escaping him. Long Jingxuan. It seems the lesson from our last encounter was insufficiently profound. To dare oppose me, I shall ensure that Long Jingxuan pays dearly. And that wretched brat who thwarted my grand designs. After a moment's contemplation, Sima Zhong commanded, "Bring forth my men." From the shadows emerged two black-clad guards, both kneeling simultaneously. "Investigate that young man's background thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. He dares to disrupt my endeavors, and he shall experience every conceivable agony before being dispatched." Understood. The guards rose and vanished into the night. In Shunnan, the Dragon family's reception hall within the ZY Manor was ablaze with light. Long Lao. I suspect Sima Zhong will not relent so easily and will likely have contingencies in place. It is imperative that you fortify security immediately. Initially, I thought that the old scoundrel Sima would merely resort to commercial tactics, yet he has resorted to violence. Xiao's father has selected 10 retired Special Forces soldiers to bolster the guard, but it may implicate Lin Xiaoyu if he channels his failure towards you, I fear. Lin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. Long Lao need not worry about the safety of the younger generation. He then shifted the conversation. The snow lotus has arrived. I shall prepare the herbs tomorrow to alleviate your ailments. Thank you, Lin Xiaoyu, Long Jingxuan exclaimed with excitement. After bidding farewell to Long Jingxuan, Lin Feng returned to Villa No. 1. On the bluestone slabs beside the artificial lake, the spiritual energy of this place had been confirmed over recent days to be most abundant. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. As he recited the incantation with increasing speed, his consciousness ascended to a higher realm, and the pores of his body gradually opened, greedily absorbing the natural spiritual energy. The spiritual power within him flowed like thawed ice water, coursing through the meridians, igniting a warmth that seemed to refine his flesh and bones. His breath synchronized with the rippling lake, each exhalation and inhalation stirring a vortex of spiritual energy, drawing the ethereal mist into his dantian. Suddenly, the dormant spiritual power within his dantian surged forth, as if a river had burst its banks. Lin Feng's temples throbbed as he channeled this force to break through the 9th layer of the body refining stage. The spiritual energy roared through his meridians, each collision accompanied by faint cracking sounds, as though it were reshaping the limits of his corporeal form. Chapter 17. Healing. A crisp crack echoed within Lin Feng's body as the shackles of the 8th layer were shattered by a surge of powerful force, unleashing an unprecedented torrent of energy. Lin Feng felt a wave of warmth rise from his dantian, instantly permeating his limbs and bones, each muscle brimming with strength, as if he could shatter a colossal boulder with a mere gesture. Slowly opening his eyes, a brilliant gleam erupted from the depths of his black pupils. Wherever his gaze fell, even the air seemed to vibrate with a subtle resonance. Finally, I have broken through to the 9th layer. Beep. The host has 3 random lottery chances every day. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? The mechanical voice of the system chimed in once more. Lottery. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn a small spiritual vein. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered array formations. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 billion dragon country currency. System. Learn array formation mastery. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as though his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer. It was as if countless steel needles were frantically piercing his brain, each one stabbing deep into his nerves. Following that, an overwhelming wave of pain surged forth. As if his brain were caught in an endless storm, fragments of thought colliding chaotically within. It felt as though his entire head was on the verge of exploding. A torrent of information regarding array formations flooded into his consciousness, and amidst this tearing agony, Lin Feng's awareness wavered. Yet he was compelled to endure and accept this unexpected gift. Finally, Lin Feng emerged from the torment of this bestowal. System, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, 9th layer of body refining stage. Technique, Taisu Gui Yuan Ju, 1st layer. Attributes, fire. Weapon, red flame. Skills, alchemy, array formation mastery, martial arts mastery. Physique, 90. Agility, 90. Spirit, 100. Charm, 90. Luck, 20. System, what is a spiritual vein? Lin Feng inquired. gazing at a wisp of silver gas within the system space. Beep. A spiritual vein can rapidly gather surrounding spiritual energy, providing the host with energy during breakthroughs. It can be placed underground to prevent energy leakage. And a small array formation can be set up for protection. Oh, array formations. What formations are suitable to set up at present? Beep. Recommended. 5 elements isolation array. Lin Feng hurriedly searched his memory and indeed discovered the 5 elements isolation array. The formation is constructed based on the principles of the 5 elements, with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth as the core elements arranged according to their cardinal directions. Once activated, the power of the 5 elements cycles into a barrier capable of isolating magical attacks, spiritual perception, and other external disturbances, maintaining a stable aura within the formation, akin to an independent world, aiding cultivators in their seclusion. It can also identify and repel incompatible foreign objects, exerting suppressive effects on spatial fluctuations and temporal flow, serving as a protective array against external threats. Marvelous. This is precisely what I need. Lin Feng exclaimed, dancing with joy. First, I must gather items representing the 5 attributes. These can be easily procured online. Lin Feng recalled the items required for the formation. This array requires gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Gold can be sourced from metals like gold and brass. Wood can be obtained from century-old trees, and the ZY community is abundant with them. Water, from the artificial lake. Fire can be sourced from volcanic stones. And earth is readily available. After reviewing the necessary items, Lin Feng promptly placed an order for 10 tons of brass, 10 tons of volcanic stones, and the rest would be gathered locally. Having arranged these matters, Lin Feng proceeded to manor number 5. Lin Xiaoyu, you've arrived. I was just about to summon you. Long Jingxuan greeted him warmly as he stood up. Long Lao, I had no pressing matters at home, so I came directly. Please find a sand pot for boiling medicine. Let us commence immediately. Very well, the sand pot has long been prepared, and all necessary herbs are over here. Lin Feng nodded, his tone resolute. Indeed. These are the items we need. Let us begin preparing the fire. It must not be gas. It must be a yang fire. Long Jingxuan looked puzzled. Lin Xiaoyu, is there a particular significance to this? Naturally, Lin Feng explained calmly. Firewood belongs to the yang category. When boiling medicine, this vigorous yang energy is essential. If we were to use gas or similar, the result would not be a restorative medicine but rather a harmful poison. Lin Feng carried the herbs outside, set up the sand pot, and began the boiling process. Several herbs were added gradually, producing a soft rustling sound. Then, a few leaf-like herbs were swiftly added to the pot, the movements fluid and seamless. In this alternating rhythm of slow and fast, the pot gradually filled with herbs. Lin Feng adjusted the heat beneath the pot, and as time passed, the herbal aroma intensified. Once all the herbs were adequately boiled, Lin Feng placed the snow lotus, roots and all, into the pot, watching as the pure white petals slowly dissolved in the medicinal broth. He then added the ice spirit grass. As those lustrous leaves entered the pot, a refreshing chill permeated the air, maintaining control of the heat. Lin Feng continued to simmer until the broth thickened and took on a rich hue. At last, this pot of medicine was complete. Elder Long, the medicinal concoction is prepared. After consuming this bowl, your symptoms will largely dissipate. In a week, I shall administer 2 more acupuncture sessions for you, thereby completely alleviating your chronic ailments and detoxifying your body. This potion primarily serves to cleanse your system. Lin, my friend, the fragrance of this medicine is exquisite. I have never encountered such a rich aroma before. Upon finishing his words, Long Jingxuan lifted the bowl and drank it in one gulp. Lin Feng engaged Long Jingxuan in conversation for a while, when suddenly, Long Jingxuan's complexion flushed, as if he were experiencing severe discomfort. He abruptly expelled a mouthful of congealed blood onto the ground, and, in an instant, felt an unprecedented sense of well-being, with the dark spots on his face rapidly vanishing. My dear Lin, I feel remarkably invigorated. Has the medicine begun to take effect? Indeed, Elder Long, the toxins within your body have been largely expelled. Only a snow lotus remains. It will be boiled in clean water tomorrow, and you may simply drink the infusion. I am profoundly grateful, my friend. You have bestowed upon me a second chance at life, Long Jingxuan declared solemnly. Elder Long, there is no need for such formalities. I do charge for my services, so do not take it too much to heart. Chapter 18, The Formation. My dear Lin, to heal my ailments, this sum is trivial. The grace bestowed upon me by divine healer Lin is something I shall never forget. Elder Long, you flatter me. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, as I have matters to attend to at home. Divine healer Lin, if you require anything of me, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist you. Elder Long, you are too kind. I bid you farewell. Lin Feng said his goodbyes to Long Jingxuan and returned to manor number 1. As soon as he stepped through the door, the phone rang. It was a representative from a certain delivery service confirming the delivery time. The efficiency of this service is astonishing. Are they afraid of cancellation? He ordered in the morning and was contacted by afternoon for delivery. With that, he awaited the arrival of the delivery, and now he needed to focus on his cultivation. Striving to enter the qi refinement stage as swiftly as possible, Lin Feng settled cross-legged in the tea house by the artificial lake, and in no time, he entered a state of cultivation. The Tai Su Gui Yuan juice circulated increasingly swiftly, each cycle bringing him profound comfort. As he felt a flow of energy widening his meridians, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Thus, time swiftly passed to the following morning. Beep. The host possesses 3 random draw opportunities daily. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? The monotonous voice of the system echoed again. System brother, let us draw. Congratulations. Host, you have won a courtyard in Kyoto. Congratulations, host, you have won a Bugatti Veyron. Congratulations, host, you have won 2 billion dragon country currency. Ah, this is delightful. My realm is steadily advancing, and I can draw prizes as well. Being the protagonist is truly exhilarating, Lin Feng remarked, still savoring the moment when his phone rang again. It was a call from the delivery service, informing him that the items he had purchased had arrived. Under Lin Feng's direction, the bronze and volcanic rock were placed in an inconspicuous corner of the manor. Once the driver and others departed, Lin Feng stored all these items within the system space. The 5 elements isolation formation was established according to the cardinal directions, with a ZY tree serving as the focal point in the east. Bronze was placed in the west, forcefully driven into the ground to harness the sharpness of metal. In the south, volcanic rock symbolized fire. In the north, Lin Feng smashed a deep well, representing the benefits of water. The spiritual vein was buried at the center to stabilize the earth element, forming a cycle. Thus, the 5 elements isolation formation was completed, and its power was activated. As the spiritual energy vein was buried underground, the 5 elements formation bestowed its blessing, causing a dramatic transformation within the manor. The once tranquil air began to stir, as spiritual energy permeated the land like gentle rain. At that moment, the spiritual energy within the manor surged violently, transforming from a mere trickle into a torrential river. With this in mind, Lin Feng immediately sat cross-legged, hoping to push through and enter the qi refinement stage. Clearing his mind of distractions, Lin Feng focused entirely on the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, and in an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him in a rush. Initially, the energy gathered around him in wisps, but as the speed of his cultivation intensified, the rate of energy convergence increased exponentially. Lin Feng felt himself enveloped by a torrent of spiritual energy, which eagerly surged into his pores, as if it had found its home. Inside him, the energy rampaged like wild horses. At first, Lin Feng was able to manage this influx. But as the spiritual energy continued to pour in, even with his repeated use of enhancement liquid to widen his meridians, he found it increasingly overwhelming. Within the manor, a massive whirlpool of spiritual energy formed around Lin Feng. The energy within the whirlpool collided and rubbed against each other, producing crackling sounds, akin to a fierce battle unfolding. The spiritual energy within Lin Feng accumulated rapidly, nearing the brink of overwhelming his meridians. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, a muffled sound resonated within him, as if an invisible membrane had been breached. In that instant, the previously chaotic energy found its direction, flowing harmoniously through his meridians in an orderly cycle. His meridians were once again expanded and transformed. What was once a narrow spring-like passage now flowed like a gentle stream. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, filled with joy. He had not anticipated that entering the qi refinement stage would be so smooth. Beep. The host possesses 3 random draw opportunities daily. A total of 9 prizes have been accumulated. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? It had been 3 days already. System brother, let us draw. Congratulations, host, you have won the martial art Tai Chi. Congratulations, host, you have won the life stalactite. Congratulations, host. You have won a globally limited edition Patek Philippe luxury watch. Congratulations, host, you have won 20 billion dragon country currency. Hearing the continuous prompts from the system, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Ah, system brother, I wish to learn Tai Chi Chapter 19. Tai Chi. Lin Feng began to practice Tai Chi repeatedly within the courtyard of the manor. Each movement in Tai Chi is not solely reliant on strength, but is guided by the intent from within. The energy flows through the body, mobilizing all of one's strength. He immediately ventured into the yard, supported by his mastery of martial arts, and effortlessly executed a set of Tai Chi Bagua Palm. His hands flowed fluidly, pushing and pressing, akin to agile fish frolicking in the water, devoid of any hindrance, as if these movements were inherently part of his being. Lin Feng focused on his sensations, constructing the trajectory of his palm techniques in his mind. Comprehending that the interplay of opening and closing within the techniques embodies the transition of yin and yang. Opening represents yang, showcasing strength and outward expression, while closing represents yin, conserving energy and introspection. The two complement each other and are indispensable. With a fluent flow, he executed a complete set of palm techniques. With a thought, crimson flames appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The Tai Chi sword, Lin Feng concentrated fully, infusing spiritual energy into the sword's body, moving in tandem with his body, achieving unity of sword and spirit. The Tai Chi sword is not merely an external technique, but a profound unity of inner state and external motion. Each strike and retraction of the sword, the trajectory of its dance, mirrors the intertwining flow of yin and yang in the cosmos. A burst of sword energy sliced through the artificial lake, instantly parting the waters, which then swiftly converged again. As time progressed, the profound essence of Tai Chi etched itself deeply into Lin Feng's mind, and the intricacies of fist techniques, palm techniques, and swordsmanship melded seamlessly with his body and spirit. Standing on the grass of the manor, Lin Feng felt as though he had become one with the surrounding natural environment, radiating a calm and composed demeanor from within. System brother, what is this life stalactite? Can it be ingested? Beep. This item can enhance the genetic level of life, including physical strength and spiritual resilience. It can be taken orally or applied externally. Without hesitation, Lin Feng produced the milky liquid and consumed it in one gulp. In an instant, a wave of warmth erupted within him, rapidly spreading from his limbs to his entire body. His physical form seemed to be undergoing relentless refinement, the bones emitting crackling sounds as if reconstructing a sturdier framework. The muscles began to swell and tighten, every fiber exulting in jubilation as it continually absorbed the life-giving energy, growing ever more resilient and powerful. Concurrently, a transformation within Lin Feng's soul quietly unfolded. Clarity washed over his mind, and the profound essence of Tai Chi instantaneously became more lucid, as if a radiant light illuminated every subtle detail. His bodily perception surged dramatically. Closing his eyes, he could distinctly sense the gentle breeze rustling through the leaves, even detecting the distant flutter of insects' wings. Following this metamorphosis, Lin Feng's demeanor radiated an extraordinary, ethereal quality. With each breath, it felt as though he resonated with the very energies of the universe, seamlessly merging with his surroundings. System, activate the panel. Name, Lin Feng, first layer of Qi refinement. Cultivation method, Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, first heaven. Attribute, fire. Weapon, crimson flame. Martial skill, Tai Chi skills, alchemy. Martial arts mastery, array proficiency, fortuitous aura. Nourished by the ceaseless flow of spiritual energy, Lin Feng's cultivation journey surged forward with exuberance. The shackles of his previous physical training phase had been vigorously cast off, allowing him to successfully step into a new realm of Qi refinement. Upon completing his breakthrough, Lin Feng felt as though he had entered an entirely new world, where the air around him seemed to yield in submission, instilling within him an enigmatic sensation that with but a thought, he could command the very air itself. With a sense of curiosity and excitement, Lin Feng focused his intent, and in an instant, a crystalline aura shield coalesced around him like a resplendent halo, enveloping him in a protective embrace. However, this marvel was short-lived. Merely minutes later, the aura shield collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within Lin Feng surged forth like a torrent, flooding outward and leaving him momentarily depleted. His breath quickened and grew labored, each inhalation an urgent attempt to replenish the lost energy. He quickly realized that the issue lay in the scarcity of spiritual energy stored within him. In that fleeting moment of the shield shattering, the critical realization flashed through his mind. Yet before he could ponder further, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The spiritual energy within him activated like a spring, gathering at an astonishing pace to replenish itself. As the energy surged, the recently scattered aura shield began to reform slowly around him. At that moment, Lin Feng experienced an epiphany, murmuring to himself, "It is indeed the abundant spiritual energy of this estate that facilitates such rapid replenishment. However, I cannot remain here indefinitely. Battles are fought outside, and I must find a way to replenish quickly. I need to accelerate my cultivation." After immersing himself in rigorous training for several consecutive days, Lin Feng found his mind and body thoroughly exhausted. It became evident that relentless cultivation was not a sustainable approach. A balance of work and rest was essential. Reaching into the system space, he retrieved a Bugatti sports car as a reward from the system, its license plate reading Deep A99999. Settling into the luxurious leather seats, which hugged his form comfortably, Lin Feng started the engine and gradually exited the estate. Chapter 20. The class reunion. Lin Feng sped along Deep South Avenue in his Bugatti Veyron when suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello?" came the voice of Gao Ming, the class monitor, on the other end. "Hey, what is up?" Lin Feng inquired. "We're having a graduation gathering at Deep South Hotel at 5 this afternoon. Aside from a few who are abroad, the whole class will be there." "A class reunion?" Lin Feng mused. "I heard about your situation with Lu Ruyan. Don't take it to heart. Let me tell you, a woman like that is not someone ordinary folks can support. Even if you spend a lot on her mother-esque treatment, women of her kind want to settle down. Lin Feng, heed my advice. Leave her and liberate yourself sooner rather than later." "All right, I understand. Lu Ruyan is already a thing of the past for me," Lin Feng replied lightly, glad to put an end to that chapter. Hearing Lin Feng had moved on from Lu Ruyan brought Gao Ming great relief, and he reassured. "Good, it's best to think that way. There are plenty of good girls in this world." After hanging up, Lin Feng reminisced about his college days and the close friends he had made, their faces flashing through his mind. He realized he had sacrificed so much for Lu Ruyan over the past 4 years. After driving around Deep South City for a while, he arrived at the hotel in the afternoon, donning a Patek Philippe Grand Complication watch worth 3.6 billion. "Today, I'll make Lu Ruyan regret her choices," he thought. As the Bugatti pulled into the hotel parking lot, the valet rushed over to guide him, ensuring the luxury vehicle was parked in the most prominent spot, an arrangement that served to promote the hotel, which was more than willing to yield its best space. After parking, Lin Feng confidently strode into the hotel, standing nearly 190 centimeters tall, exuding an air of self-assured ease as he entered the private room and casually selected a seat. Inside the room, over 30 familiar faces were gathered in clusters. Lu Ruyan had already arrived, her laughter mingling with that of Wu Mengmeng, whose exaggerated mirth pierced the atmosphere. Lin Feng cast a glance at them before turning away, while Lu Ruyan and Wu Mengmeng noticed his presence. Lu Ruyan dared not meet his gaze, while Wu Mengmeng shot him a knowing look. "Oh, isn't that Lin Feng? I heard he has gotten rich." Not even bothering to glance at us classmates, Wu Mengmeng jeered, swaying in her seat with a glass of red wine, attempting to isolate Lin Feng from the group. Having lost her support after her brother's arrest and subsequent disappearance, she sought to flirt with Lin Feng now that he had become wealthy. "Wu Mengmeng, it seems the last lesson wasn't enough. You'd best keep your distance from me," Lin Feng retorted disdainfully at her. "All right, Lin Feng has arrived. Aside from those abroad, it seems everyone is here," Gao Ming announced as he began the opening remarks. Soon, the atmosphere lightened as everyone began to toast and share amusing stories from their college days, laughter echoing through the room. Lin Feng engaged in lively conversation with a few close friends. "Lin Feng, can't you give me another chance?" Lu Ruyan called out loudly after having a bit to drink, causing the room to fall silent. "What is going on? Didn't Lu Ruyan break up with Lin Feng? What does this mean?" Murmurs of confusion rippled through the classmates. "How could you treat me like that?" "Stay away from me," Lin Feng replied coolly. "Lin Feng, you're being too harsh. What did Lu Yan do wrong? You didn't have ambition back then. Do you know how much that hurt her?" Wu Mengmeng interjected, looking at Lin Feng. "Get lost." Lin Feng shot a cold glare at Wu Mengmeng. Unable to bear Lin Feng's indifference, Lu Ruyan fled the room, while Wu Mengmeng chose not to follow. Upon exiting, Lu Ruyan collided into the embrace of a tall man. "Ah," she gasped, instinctively taking a step back and looking up at him. The man stood tall, dressed in a well-tailored suit, exuding an innate air of nobility. He gazed at Lu Ruyan with an expression of pure admiration. At 172 centimeters, Lu Ruyan had dressed up to rekindle her relationship with Lin Feng, her youthful beauty radiating freshness and allure at just 20 years of age. "Beautiful lady, you are truly enchanting, like a fairy come to life from a painting," the man remarked, his voice deep and resonant. Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, still reeling from the recent tumult with Lin Feng. Upon hearing his words, a blush involuntarily crept onto her cheeks. "I am sorry, I was too rash just now," she murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. "It is quite all right. To have such a serendipitous encounter with a lady as beautiful as yourself is indeed a privilege for me," the young man replied, a charming smile gracing his lips. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Yichen, heir to the Zhao Corporation." Surprised, Lu Ruyan felt a flutter in her heart. She had certainly heard of the Zhao Corporation, a name that could stir the business realm of the entire Shunnan province. To think she would cross paths with such a formidable figure in her moment of distress was quite unexpected. "Zhao Yichen, it is an honor to meet you." Lu Ruyan quickly regained her composure, a perfectly measured smile adorning her face. "I must apologize for my earlier display. It was rather unbecoming." Zhao Yichen waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern, my lady. You emerged from the private room in a hurried state. Is it possible you encountered some trouble? Please, feel free to share, and perhaps I may be of assistance." Chapter 21. Lu Ruyan's fortuitous encounter. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment, a glimmer of grievance flashing in her eyes. To be candid, today is our university reunion, and I just had a quarrel with my boyfriend. Oh no. I should say my ex-boyfriend. He was utterly unreasonable. I never imagined he could be so heartless. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Humph. Anyone who can be so cruel to a beauty lacks discernment, Zhao Yiqin remarked, a flicker of disdain evident in his gaze. A gem like you deserves to be cherished and held in the highest regard. You flatter me, Mr. Zhao, Lu Ruyan replied, lowering her head in a feigned bashfulness, while secretly contemplating that this might be a golden opportunity for her. May I inquire your esteemed name, fair lady? Zhao Yiqin asked. I am Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan, what a lovely name. It suits you perfectly. Ethereal and enchanting, much like the wisps of smoke, Zhao Yiqin praised. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Mr. Zhao, you have a way with words. I speak only the truth. Since you find yourself single once more, might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Zhao Yiqin extended the invitation, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Feigning modesty, Lu Ruyan hesitated. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Mr. Zhao? Not at all. Dining with you is a blessing I would gladly accept, Zhao Yiqin replied with fervor. Very well, since you are so insistent, let us dine together, Lu Ruyan acquiesced. A charming smile illuminating her face, Zhao Yiqin extended his arm, gallantly allowing Lu Ruyan to link hers with his as they made their way toward the opulent dining room. Along the way, Zhao Yiqin engaged in a myriad of intriguing conversations, eliciting peals of laughter from Lu Ruyan. She, in turn, showcased her own allure, bantering effortlessly with him, all the while plotting to seize this opportunity to demonstrate to Lin Feng that she could thrive independently. Upon entering the private room, Zhao Yiqin inquired, could you share what transpired just now? Lu Ruyan crafted her narrative, portraying herself as a victim, lamenting how Lin Feng had exploited her beauty for his gain, only to cast her aside. Tears welled in her eyes as she recounted her tale, prompting Zhao Yiqin to draw her into his embrace, offering consolation while vowing to ensure that the scoundrel faced repercussions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the events unfolding with Lu Ruyan. Even if he were aware, he would be indifferent, for she held no significance in his heart any longer. As the gathering concluded, the classmates ventured out for karaoke, only to discover Lu Ruyan had not returned. Wu Mingming called to inquire, and Lu Ruyan informed her she had left early. A detail Wu Mingming brushed off as she joined her classmates in song. Feeling a lack of interest, Lin Feng decided to leave, but the class monitor and a few close friends insisted he join them. Reluctantly, they ascended to the KTV on the upper floor. The Shennan Hotel boasted 15 stories. The first 8 housed the hotel, while the upper levels featured the renowned luxury KTV. Inside the lavish rooms, the atmosphere was electric, filled with vibrant music and laughter as patrons indulged in the pleasures of nightlife. Lin Feng and his group entered a private room, where they sang boisterously, while whispers circulated among them. Lin Feng sat in a corner, observing the revelry without desire to participate, content to watch the merriment unfold. In one of the KTV rooms, Long Jingya was surrounded by friends, singing around a birthday cake, the atmosphere lively and festive. As a young man with bleached hair strolled past the slightly ajar door on his way to the restroom, he caught sight of a figure in white within the room. Long Jingya's profile, illuminated as she leaned over to cut the cake, caused him to halt in his tracks, momentarily forgetting his cigarette as he focused on the slender ankle peeking from her jeans. He quickly returned to his group, exclaiming, "Guys, there's a stunning girl next door." An absolute knockout. He extinguished his cigarette in a beer can and raised an eyebrow at his companions. Instantly, several tattooed friends perked up, grabbing unfinished bottles of alcohol as they made their way to the adjacent room. When they burst through the door, the birthday song was abruptly interrupted. The young man gazed at the beauty before him. Long Jingya stood at 168 centimeters, clad in a white t-shirt and blue skinny jeans that accentuated her perfect curves. Her long hair cascaded down, framing her exquisite features, her eyes sparkling with vivacity and innocence, mesmerizing him instantly. "Are you celebrating a birthday? Why didn't you invite the older brothers to join in the fun?" He smirked, reaching out to wrap an arm around her waist. "Who are you? Get out!" Long Jingya exclaimed, stumbling back onto the sofa. "Oh, quite feisty are we? We're just here to make friends. Don't be ungrateful," he retorted, seating himself beside her. Chapter 22. The Rescue. If you dare to act recklessly, we'll call the police. Several boys mustered the courage to shout. "Call the police? Huh? Who are you trying to scare? This girl is ours now," the young man declared, his bravado unwavering as he showed no sign of leaving. "Help! Someone save me! Jingya! Run!" came a panicked scream from the room. "Lingling, call the police quickly. They won't dare to do anything to us," Long Jingya said calmly, pulling out her phone to look for the number. "Hey, we're just here to make friends. Even if the police come, what can they do? Haha, guapi, hypey. You two guard the door, the leader of the thugs instructed. We have the numbers. Let us rush them. A few boys conspired, grabbing bottles and benches, readying themselves for a fight. Hey, you want to get serious? The young man said, suddenly revealing a spring knife in his hand. The students, being mere pupils, froze at the sight of the blade, fear gripping their hearts. Then, one boy shouted, "Throw it." A bottle sailed toward the young man, but he dodged it, narrowly missing the impact. You're asking for it. He sneered, charging at the boy with a knife aimed at his thigh. He is killing us. Help. The girls screamed, their cries piercing the air. Lin Feng, bored in his own room, stepped out just as he was about to leave. Hearing the cries for help, he peered through the door crack and caught sight of Long Jingya. What? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned as he saw the young man with the knife lunging at Long Jingya. Without hesitation, he stepped into the room and kicked the bottle on the floor, striking the young man and sending him flying several meters away, rendered motionless. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Help! Call the police. He is killing someone. Several boys shouted. Recognizing Lin Feng, Long Jingya called out, Lin Feng, come help. At this moment, Long Jingya seemed to have grasped a lifeline. Who are you? Mind your own business and get lost, she retorted. With a swift motion, Lin Feng delivered a decisive blow, silencing the ruffian instantly. Addressing the remaining two with an air of authority, Lin Feng declared, I care not for your identities. Leave this place at once. Who do you think you are? A hero swooping in to save the damsel? This girl is mine for the day. Just because you know a bit of martial arts doesn't make you special. You should be prepared for my brother Dama, who is on his way. One of the thugs sneered, his bravado unshaken as he exchanged a defiant glance with Lin Feng. Lin Feng assessed the situation coldly and remarked, It seems you prefer to drink the bitter liquor rather than the sweet. I shall await your brother's arrival. At that moment, Long Jingya anxiously called out, Lin Feng. Thank you. I've informed my second uncle. He will be here shortly, so please be careful. Don't worry. I'm fine. These few ruffians pose no threat to me. Lin Feng replied, his gaze drifting to the birthday cake on the table. Is it your birthday today? No, it's my classmate Lingling's. We came to celebrate. But she was hurt by this scoundrel with a knife, Long Jingya explained. It's nothing serious, just a bit of blood. You all should accompany her to the hospital. Lin Feng suggested. Trying to leave, are we? You think you can just walk away after injuring someone on my turf? At that moment, the door burst open, revealing a throng of thugs wielding machetes, their bodies adorned with tattoos. Boss, that's the one. He.S. the one who attacked. Huang Mao limped forward to the leader of the group. You've got guts to act up in Wen San's territory. It seems you're tired of living. Wen San, the notorious gang leader of this district, stormed into the private room with a cadre of followers. His heavily muscled face bore a fierce expression as he scanned the students within. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Long Jingya, and he froze. She stood tall, her white t-shirt accentuating her alluring figure, while her tight jeans showcased her slender waist and perfect curves. Though Wen San was over 40 and had encountered countless beauties in both the romantic and underworld realms, the moment he laid eyes on Long Jingya, he was left speechless. His previously arrogant words faltered, his throat constricted, and he could only stare at her with a penetrating gaze, as if trying to see through her very being. Regaining his composure, Wen San instinctively adjusted his collar, attempting to maintain a semblance of dignity before such a captivating presence. My dear, please forgive the clumsiness of my subordinates. Might I invite you to the adjoining room so that I may properly entertain you? He said, his tone refined yet disregarding the others present. The students watched in trepidation, too intimidated to speak, while Long Jingya maintained an unusual calmness. Remove your filthy gaze from her, or I can arrange for you to be taken down a notch. Lin Feng interjected, his eyes narrowing at Wen San. Oh, we have a tough one here. Are these two your handiwork? Wen San scoffed, turning to Lin Feng. That's him. Third brother. He.S. the one. Huang Mao chimed in eagerly. Pathetic. Watch this, Wen San sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Mao before turning back to Lin Feng. Since you refused my hospitality, today I shall. Before he could finish, Lin Feng moved in a blur, delivering a resounding slap across Wen San's face. A second, sharp crack echoed as the imprint of 5 fingers blossomed on Wen San's cheek. Who are you speaking to? Lin Feng's gaze was as cold as ice, as though confronting a mere specter. Get him, Wen San bellowed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his words slurred as he wildly commanded his subordinates to attack. In an instant, dozens of eyes locked onto Lin Feng, and like ravenous wolves, the thugs lunged forward, weapons drawn, seeking to strike at Lin Feng and the students behind him. Remaining composed, Lin Feng shielded Long Jingya and the others, as the foremost attacker swung his blade directly at Lin Feng's vitals. With a sharp crack, the assailant's arm shattered, the machete clattering to the ground as he was propelled backward, crashing into his comrades. What the hell just happened? The remaining thugs gasped in shock. At that moment, two others seized the opportunity, flanking Lin Feng with their weapons raised. With a swift pivot, Lin Feng unleashed a surge of power from within, sending a gust of energy that incapacitated a dozen assailants in an instant. Is this a ghost? This cannot be human, the thug on the ground stammered, while Long Jingya's classmates stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this ally of Long Jingya could so effortlessly take down over 20 men. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open with a force that reverberated painfully in everyone's ears. Stop! A commanding voice boomed, silencing the chaos. A group of individuals entered, led by a man clad in black. Uncle! Long Jingya exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears as she recognized him. In that moment, the private room fell into an eerie silence, as if one could hear the drop of a pin. Aside from Lin Feng and the students, the thugs lay sprawled on the floor, utterly defeated. Hongyi, what brings you here? Wen San stammered, his voice quivering as he recognized the underground lord of Nan City, Hong Shan. Turning his gaze to the man Long Jingya called uncle, Wen San faltered, Long Er Yi. You. Both Hong Shan and Long Er Yi wore expressions as dark as thunderclouds. Hong Shan's voice dripped with cold contempt. Wen San, you have truly overstepped your bounds. You dare to lay hands on the jewel of Long Yi? Uncle, you finally arrived. If it weren't for Lin Feng, they... Long Jingya rushed to Hong Shan's side, tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggled to compose herself. Wen San's face drained of color, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, terror and regret swirling in his eyes. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary girl harbored such formidable connections. Xiaoya, do not fear. Your uncle is here, Long Er Yi reassured her gently, patting her back before turning his gaze to Lin Feng with deep gratitude. You must be Mr. Lin. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I owe you my gratitude for saving my father last time. I was abroad and could not express my appreciation sooner. I just returned to Xinnan this afternoon, and I never imagined Xiaoya would encounter such trouble again. This serendipity, I am at a loss for how to thank you. Please, Mr. Long. There is no need for such formality. I happened to be at a class reunion here, and upon discovering Jingya was in distress, I merely lent a hand. It is nothing to dwell upon, Lin Feng replied with a warm smile. Hong Shan, remove these nuisances. They only serve to disrupt society, Long Er Yi instructed. Yes, Er Yi, I understand. I will handle it, Hong Shan affirmed before commanding his men, take them away. At his words, Wen San felt as if all his strength had been sapped, a strangled cry escaped his throat, and he crumpled to the floor. As this unfolded, several classmates approached Lin Feng, their faces filled with admiration. They nodded respectfully to both Long Er Yi and Hong Shan, expressing their gratitude. Lin Feng, you were incredible. Thank you for saving us. I extend my gratitude to Lord Long Er and Lord Hong. We initially gathered to celebrate a birthday, but as time has grown late, we must take our leave. With that, the group departed from the private room. Dr. Lin, would you care to join me at my residence for a moment? Long Guangyao inquired, casting a glance at Lin Feng. Mr. Long, it is rather late today. We shall convene another time, Lin Feng replied. Indeed, it is getting late. Dr. Lin, please return home early to rest, Long Guangyao concurred. The group exited the restaurant together. Chapter 24. The fault lies with the men arriving at the restaurant's parking lot. Several classmates waved farewell and hailed taxis back to the university. Long Jingya observed Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, how will you return? I drove here. Do you need a ride? Lin Feng indicated the parking lot, the silver charm on his keychain glinting under the streetlight. Then please take me along. I am headed back to the manor as well. Long Jingya made her request, her sneakers lightly scuffing the ground. Noticing this, Long Guangyao interjected with concern, Xiaoya, do not trouble Mr. Lin. I shall drive you home. His two bodyguards instinctively straightened their posture, arms crossed over their chests. Oh, uncle, you live in the south of the city. It is not on the way. I live in the same community as Lin Feng. He resides in number 1. Long Jingya pouted, her ponytail swaying gently as she spoke with a tone of playful charm. Oh, Mr. Lin is the owner of number 1 manor? It is said that the owner of number 1 manor is exceedingly mysterious. I did not expect it to be you, Mr. Lin. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Long Guanyao's eyes as he appraised Lin Feng's unpretentious sportswear. Uncle, I will be safe with Lin Feng. At the very least, your men are no match for him, Long Jingyao asserted, gently twisting her uncle's arm while continuing to charm him. Very well, if Mr. Lin is amenable, you may accompany him, Long Guangyao relented, turning to Lin Feng to inquire. Mr. Lin, would it be convenient for you? Indeed, it is precisely on my route, Lin Feng replied as he made his way toward the parking area. Shortly thereafter, a sleek black Bugatti Veyron glided into view, eliciting bright eyes from Long Jingya as she opened the door and settled into the leather seats, which emitted a subtle sound of friction. As the engine roared to life, the car exited the parking lot. Long Jingya could not contain her excitement. Lin Feng, I did not expect you to drive such a cool car. She reached out to touch the metallic accents on the center console. When I have leisure time, I enjoy acquiring a few vehicles. It is a form of amusement, Lin Feng replied, his focus on the road. Though he couldn't help but notice Long Jingya's long legs as they conversed casually. The last time I went to the capital with old Long, I visited your home to prepare medicine, yet I did not see you. Long Jingya replied, I was in class at school then. I truly must thank you. Had it not been for you today, I would not have known how to manage. After a pause, she curiously inquired, by the way, with your remarkable skills in both martial arts and medicine, how did you come to learn them? Lin Feng slightly turned his head, by chance. I studied under a Taoist priest for a period during my childhood. Well, I believe you should refrain from dressing this way when going out. It truly invites trouble. As evidenced by today's events. Long Jingya responded, what is wrong with my attire? It is those disgusting men who are truly vile. Lin Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Long Jingya asked, gazing at him. I had one during university, but that is all in the past now. Lin Feng replied with a calm demeanor. Respecting his privacy, Long Jingya chose not to press further and instead adjusted her seat. Lin Feng, how do I recline this seat? It feels a bit too forward. By the way, has a girl sat in the passenger seat before? This is my first time driving this vehicle out. Lin Feng patiently responded, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Long Jingya bending to locate the adjustment button, revealing a sliver of her fair skin as the neckline of her hoodie slipped. Oh, Long Jingya exclaimed, quickly discovering the adjustment button and repositioning herself into a posture that allowed her legs to stretch comfortably. At that moment, the ambient lighting within the car cast a soft glow, accentuating the allure of her long legs. Lin Feng inadvertently stole a glance, his heart racing as he quickly refocused on the road, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Long Jingya, perceptive to Lin Feng's gaze, allowed a subtle smile to curve her lips, radiating a blend of confidence and playfulness, which rendered the atmosphere within the car rather delicate. After a 20-minute drive, Lin Feng arrived at Jiwei Manor. As the gates opened with a slow creak, the security guard peered at the rare black Bugatti. Lin Feng first dropped Long Jingya off at the entrance of No. 5 Manor. Once she exited, he returned to his own residence at number 1. After parking, Lin Feng strode directly to the tea room beside the artificial lake, which had been transformed into a training area. Entering the practice room, Lin Feng settled into a cross-legged position, the moonlight filtering through the bamboo blinds, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon him. Soon, he entered a meditative state, his breathing gradually elongating, as if merging with the surrounding air. Chapter 25, Cultivation and Continuous Breakthroughs. Lin Feng swiftly immersed himself in his practice, circulating the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju. At this moment, a faint glow enveloped his body, a manifestation of the rich aura overflowing around him. With closed eyes, he delved into the wondrous realm within, his consciousness tightly following the flow of energy. Each cycle of energy seemed to engage in a dialogue with the laws of nature, his body fervently absorbing the surrounding aura, integrating it into his veins, and amplifying this torrent of energy. Under the nourishment of the aura, a slight cracking sound emanated from his bones, signaling their fortification and transformation. The muscle fibers, too, grew more resilient and elastic under the cleansing influence of the aura, as if every inch of his skin greedily absorbed this mysterious force. His breathing deepened and steadied, each exhalation releasing a wisp of white mist, indicating the expulsion of impurities from his body. As the speed of the aura's circulation reached its zenith, Lin Feng felt himself enveloped in a chaotic realm. He exerted all his strength to operate the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, striving to find a thread of order amidst the tempest of energy. At this juncture, the aura within him seemed to possess its own consciousness, beginning to collide, merge, and erupt in a cascade of thunderous sounds. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from Lin Feng's dantian, akin to a bomb detonating within him. This force rapidly spread throughout his body, filling him with boundless strength, as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. This marked the breakthrough of the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju into a new minor realm, where the aura solidified into tangible power. Lin Feng, not satisfied with this alone, continued to guide the solidified aura within his body along a designated pathway. With each complete circulation, the aura became increasingly concentrated, its brilliance ever more radiant. Gradually, Lin Feng sensed a remarkable resonance with the surrounding aura, as if the external energy were being summoned, continuously converging towards him. Time slipped by unnoticed during Lin Feng's cultivation. While day and night alternated outside, he remained engrossed in this enchanting realm of practice. When Lin Feng finally opened his eyes once more, a glimmer of brilliance shone within them. He had surpassed his previous limits, the aura within him surging like a mighty river. Lin Feng gently clenched his fist, reveling in this newfound strength. I've reached the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Ding. The host possesses 3 random lottery opportunities each day, with a total of 12 prizes accumulated. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? For days have passed. System, let's draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 portions of life stalactites. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the martial technique, sky split slash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 shares of the Divine Dragon Group. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Pacific Island. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an AG-800 seaplane. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 300 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Brother Tong, how magnificent. With such an abundance of treasures, including a yacht and an aircraft. Brother Tong, learn the void/technique. In an instant, a torrent of profound and majestic information surged into Lin Feng's consciousness, akin to a tumultuous tide. Countless cultivation insights, operational routes, and essential techniques regarding the void/unfurled in vivid imagery within Lin Feng's mind. With his eyes tightly shut, Lin Feng immersed himself completely in this influx of knowledge. The void/ is an exceptionally domineering martial skill. Its essence lies in the highly concentrated amplification of one's own power, which then erupts in a swift and cunning manner, aiming to tear apart space and obliterate all obstructions with a single strike. As Lin Feng's understanding of the void/ deepened, he felt an irresistible urge to attempt it. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the crimson flame in his right hand, channeling his internal spiritual energy in accordance with the void/'s mental method, gathering all of it upon the crimson flame. In an instant, the crimson flame blazed brilliantly, with powerful fluctuations causing the surrounding air to tremble. Void/, Lin Feng shouted, his right arm swinging out forcefully. A dazzling sword aura shot forth, hurtling towards the massive boulder ahead with an unstoppable momentum. Where the sword aura passed, the air seemed to be sliced by a sharp blade, emitting a piercing whistle. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura struck heavily against the boulder. A resounding boom echoed, and the once indomitable boulder was cleaved in two as if it were mere tofu, the cut smooth and even as if meticulously polished. Feeling the formidable power of the void/, Lin Feng was filled with shock and joy. Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, 5th layer of Qi refinement. Cultivation method, Taishu Guiyuan Ju, First Heaven. Attribute, fire. Weapon, crimson flame. Martial techniques, Tai Chi, void/, 8 extremities fist. Skills, alchemy, martial proficiency, array mastery, fortuitous fate. Chapter 26, Controlling Needles with Qi Master Level Powerhouse. Brother Tong, having drawn a plane and a yacht, but I have no idea how to pilot them. Must I learn specifically? This is quite troublesome. Ding. Mechanical driving proficiency has been granted to the host. You may learn it immediately. What? Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, quickly examining the rewards. Indeed. One of the rewards included mechanical driving proficiency. System, learn mechanical driving proficiency. In an instant, a tremendous wave of information, akin to a colossal explosion, detonated in Lin Feng's mind. Cars, motorcycles, excavators, armored vehicles, every known type of machinery along with its corresponding driving techniques surged into Lin Feng's memory like a mighty tide. The overwhelming influx of information caused Lin Feng's head to swell, yet in the blink of an eye, the intricate mechanical structures and driving skills were etched into his mind as if they were innate instincts. This is settled. However, merely knowing how to drive is insufficient. I must find a way to obtain a license. Lin Feng rubbed his still throbbing head, pondering how to resolve the issue of documentation. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang abruptly. Chairman, this is Shunyu, the secretary of the group office. There are several key matters that require your personal attention. When would it be convenient for you to visit the group? On the other end of the line, Shunyu's melodious voice conveyed a blend of professionalism and respect. Oh, I see, Secretary Shun. Please prepare a company report. I have some personal matters to attend to in the coming days. So I will leave the company's affairs to the board for now. If anything urgent arises, please contact me promptly. Understood, Chairman. By the way, I need to take care of a few licenses. Can the company assist with that? Chairman, please let me know. I will do my utmost to assist you. Lin Feng quickly typed out the details of the required documents on his phone and sent them to Shunyu before hanging up. No sooner had he ended the call than Long Jingya's call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lin Feng's mind was instantly filled with the image of Long Jingya's alluring figure and innocent face, causing his heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. He hurriedly answered the call, smiling as he said, Hello, Jingya. What can I do for you? Lin Feng, have you forgotten? Today is the day you are supposed to treat my grandfather. Long Jingya's voice carried a hint of reproach. A week has passed so quickly that I truly forgot. Don't worry, I will be there shortly. As the saying goes, everyone has a desire for beauty. Lin Feng dared not delay, quickly rushing into the bathroom for a shower, changing into a fresh and tidy outfit, donning his Patek Philippe watch, and hastily departing for manor number 5. Upon entering the hall, he found Long Jingxuan already waiting there, dressed in a black gown. Long Jingxuan stood tall, exuding an extraordinary aura. Looking at Long Jingya, she wore a simple tank top on top and paired it with denim shorts, her long, straight legs fully exposed, igniting a warm sensation in Lin Feng's heart. Young friend Lin, it has been quite some time since we last met. You appear even more radiant. Long Jingxuan greeted with a beaming smile. Hee, it is you, Long Lao, who remains vigorous and impressive as ever. Let us not delay, let us begin. I have made some advancements in my medical skills recently, and I aim to thoroughly cure your ailment this time. As Lin Feng responded with a smile, he skillfully retrieved the pouch of silver needles from his bosom. Long Lao, please remove your upper garment and sit properly. Long Jingxuan promptly shed his upper clothing, exposing his torso to the air, his demeanor calm. Lin Feng opened the silver needle pouch, revealing 13 neatly arranged silver needles glistening with a cold metallic sheen. With a mere thought, the needles sprang to life, gracefully soaring from the pouch and suspending themselves in front of Long Jingxuan. Subsequently, Lin Feng pointed his hand in the air, and the suspended silver needles accurately pierced 13 critical acupuncture points on Long Jingxuan's body. This series of motions flowed seamlessly, leaving Long Jingya beside them in awe. As soon as the needles entered, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. From the punctured acupuncture points, wisps of gray mist began to seep out, swirling languidly in the air, exuding a faint, mysterious aura. Lin Feng focused intently, closely observing the emanating mist. Once the mist had completely dissipated, he exerted his will once more, and the silver needles obediently withdrew from Long Jingxuan's body, returning in an orderly fashion to the pouch. Long Lao, the task is complete. You shall no longer require treatment. Your injuries have been thoroughly healed. Lin Feng tucked away the pouch of needles, sporting a confident smile as he addressed Long Jingxuan. Young friend Lin, what you just performed, you. Long Jingxuan's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes wide with disbelief. Words faltered at the tip of his tongue, overwhelmed by astonishment. Controlling needles with qi? Young friend Lin, are you perhaps a master-level powerhouse? Chapter 27, Classification of Martial Arts. What you just executed was indeed controlling needles with qi. Young friend Lin, you are truly a master-level powerhouse. Long Jingxuan was utterly astonished, his tone filled with reverence and incredulity. Dragon Jingya stood by, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning of the master-level expert her grandfather mentioned. She could only blink in confusion, gazing blankly at the two men. Grandfather Long, what exactly does master-level expert mean? I do not quite understand, Lin Feng inquired earnestly, furrowing his brow. Lin Xiaoyu, could it be that you are unaware of your own attainment of the master level? Long Jingxuan responded, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. To be frank, I am indeed unclear about the intricacies of this matter, and I would be grateful if you could enlighten me, Elder Long, Lin Feng humbly replied. In our dragon country, martial artists are generally classified into two categories. One category comprises external cultivators, who primarily rely on relentless training to enhance their strength and swiftness, achieving victory through their formidable physiques and rapid assaults in combat. The other category is akin to you, Lin Xiaoyu. Should an external cultivator refine their strength to an extraordinary peak, they possess a minuscule chance of breaking through limitations to ascend to the realm of internal cultivators. Internal cultivators are exceedingly rare, emerging only once in a million, and the manifestation of true energy is the most prominent and distinctive characteristic of such masters. Long Jingxuan paused before continuing. Not only did you, Lin Xiaoyu, manage to release your true energy, but you also demonstrated remarkable precision by controlling silver needles with your qi. This signifies that you have attained a profound and extraordinary level of internal mastery. In my many years traversing this world, I have encountered numerous experts, yet I have never been fortunate enough to witness techniques as astonishing as yours. Today has truly broadened my horizons. I am profoundly fortunate. As Long Jingxuan spoke, he shook his head in awe, his eyes filled with admiration and respect as he regarded Lin Feng. Elder Long, is there a realm beyond the master level? Lin Feng pressed, his gaze sparkling with curiosity about the unknown. What, beyond the master level? There should not be, but perhaps it is not entirely impossible. As far as I know, the master level is indeed the pinnacle of martial arts. As for higher realms, they exist only in vague legends. Throughout history, no one has genuinely attained such a state. It is found only in ancient texts and oral traditions. Master-level experts are the backbone of our dragon country, the nation's invaluable assets. Lin Xiaoyu, I venture to speculate that you hail from a certain mysterious lineage or an esteemed sect. For such extraordinary talent and ability are indeed difficult to explain, Long Jingxuan said, scrutinizing Lin Feng closely, hoping to discern some clues from his expression. Elder Long. To be candid, I have solely relied on my own exploration and my cultivation. I have no master, nor do I come from a prominent family. I must ask you to keep today's events confidential, and please do not share them with anyone, Lin Feng stated earnestly. Rest assured, Lin Xiaoyu. I am a man of my word, and will remain tight-lipped, Long Jingxuan replied, nodding gravely before turning to Dragon Jingya. Xiaoya, what you have seen and heard today must not be divulged to anyone, not even your father or your second uncle. Do you understand? Yes, grandfather, I understand. Dragon Jingya responded obediently, although curiosity gnawed at her. Seeing the serious expressions on both her grandfather and Lin Feng's faces, she recognized the gravity of the matter and refrained from asking further questions. Lin Xiaoyu, you appear quite youthful, if I may be so bold. How old are you this year? Long Jingxuan inquired with curiosity. Elder Long, I am 22 years old, Lin Feng replied truthfully. Ah, Long Jingxuan gasped, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. A master-level expert at merely 22 years of age? Initially, I thought you had employed some special means to alter your appearance and conceal your true age. Oh, what do you mean by that, Elder Long? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Generally speaking, external cultivators reach their limits around the age of 40, with exceptionally gifted individuals requiring at least until 30. However, to break through to the internal realm of true energy, one typically needs to be over 50. As for someone like you, capable of controlling needles with your qi and demonstrating such exquisite internal techniques, it is likely that throughout the entire history of martial arts in the Dragon Country, such a talent would be seen only in those over 70 years old. This is why I was uncertain when you inquired if there were realms beyond the master level. Most who achieve the master level do so at ages between 80 to 90, when their physical capabilities have already begun to wane. Unless one can transcend the seemingly insurmountable limits of lifespan, further breakthroughs are exceedingly rare. It is said that in the annals of Dragon Country's history, there was once an extraordinary individual who lived to the age of 800, but this is too fantastical to be substantiated. Long Jingxuan explained patiently, his gaze towards Lin Feng filled with astonishment and admiration. Is that so? Then, Elder Long, are there many master-level experts in our Dragon Country today? Lin Feng continued, filled with curiosity about the current martial arts landscape of Dragon Country. To my knowledge, there are approximately 10 master-level experts throughout the entirety of Dragon Country. Though the precise number is likely unknown to anyone, they are the treasures of their respective sects, the superlative foundation of our nation, and rarely make appearances in the secular world. I am truly fortunate to have had the opportunity to witness the healing prowess of a master like you, Lin Xiaoyu. It is indeed a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. Long Jingxuan exclaimed, his words brimming with gratitude and respect for Lin Feng. By the way, Lin Xiaoyu, do you happen to have a ranking on the dragon list? Long Jingxuan suddenly asked. Oh, what is the dragon list? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Lin Xiaoyu, the dragon list is the authoritative ranking chart of the martial arts community in Dragon Country. Any individual who reaches the level of a martial artist may partake in a martial arts evaluation to obtain a corresponding ranking. Each person who tops the dragon list becomes a coveted asset for the major clans, as the journey of martial cultivation demands immense resources. Practitioners often devote themselves entirely to their martial arts, leaving little time to procure resources. Thus, if they can join a certain clan or family, they may receive support in terms of resources. In return, when the family faces crises, the martial artist must lend their aid. This is a common reality in the current martial arts world. Additionally, the Dragon Country's officials also recruit certain martial artists to address emergencies caused by foreign forces. Long Jingxuan elucidated. As for resources, I do not require them much. I think I shall forego pursuing a ranking on the dragon list, Lin Feng mused, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, knowing that his system provided him with an advantage far exceeding that of any clan. Indeed, Lin Xiaoyu, as a master-level expert with expertise in medicine, you are indeed a rarity in Dragon Country, a true blessing for our nation. Long Jingxuan expressed, filled with admiration. Before shifting topics. Lin Xiaoyu, I have an old comrade named Su Jin Song, whom I mentioned previously. His injuries are similar to mine. Might I ask if you could assist him in alleviating his suffering? Is he the grandfather of that policewoman, Su Xiaoxiao? Lin Xiaoyu, what do you think? Long Jingxuan asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, and Dragon Jingya, observing the silence, felt her eyes welling up with tears. Lin Feng, please help Grandfather Su, she implored, her pitiful demeanor evoking compassion. Seeing the pleading gaze of Dragon Jingya, Lin Feng's heart softened, and he finally acquiesced. All right, I will give it a try. Thank you, Lin Feng. Dragon Jingya beamed at him with gratitude. Thank you, Lin Xiaoyu. on behalf of my old friend. You need not worry about compensation, Long Jingshuan responded, promptly retrieving his phone and hastening to the adjacent room to initiate the necessary arrangements. In a moment, Long Jingshuan hurried into the living room, his expression one of alarm. Lin Xiaoyu, old Su suddenly fell into a coma yesterday, and we cannot ascertain the reason. This is urgent. Shall we set off immediately? Yes, indeed. I wonder where old Su is now, Lin Feng inquired further. He is in the Magic City. Let us book the fastest flight. Jingya, please arrange the tickets. Of course. Grandpa. Long Jingya promptly took out her phone and began her tasks. Let us head straight to the airport. There are numerous flights from Shenan to the Magic City, and we can board directly upon arrival. By the way, Lin Xiaoyu, is there anything you need to bring? Nothing. Just the silver needles will suffice. The rest can be arranged once we arrive, should we require any medicinal herbs. Jingya, you stay at home and await our return, Long Jingshuan said, casting a glance at Long Jingya. Grandpa, I want to see old Su too. It has been quite some time since I last visited him. Moreover, Xiao Xiao has gone to the Magic City, and I miss her dearly, Long Jingya suggested, glancing at Lin Feng. Very well then, time is of the essence. Let us depart without delay. Thus, the trio hastily made their way toward Shenan Airport. In a hospital room in the Magic City, the atmosphere was stifling, the harsh white light hanging from the ceiling illuminating every corner of the room, yet offering no warmth. On the wall, the clock ticked monotonously, each sound resonating heavily in the hearts of those present. An elderly man, approximately 70 years of age, lay quietly on the hospital bed. He was Su Xiaoxiao's grandfather, Su Jinsong. At this moment, the old man's complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, his forehead beaded with perspiration, a few strands of white hair dampened by sweat. His lips trembled slightly, occasionally uttering incoherent murmurs, while his hands instinctively clutched the bedclothes, his knuckles white from exertion, revealing endless pain and struggle. The medical instruments by the bed flickered with various complex data, yet these pulsing numbers brought no glimmer of hope to the anxious onlookers. Several doctors, their expressions grave, gathered around the bed, their brows tightly furrowed as they whispered in low tones, repeatedly flipping through the medical records filled with their proposed treatment plans. However, confronted with this perplexing illness, they ultimately found themselves at a loss, their eyes reflecting deep helplessness and fatigue. Father, how is Grandpa? Su Xiaoxiao asked the middle-aged man beside her, her face etched with worry. Xiaoxiao, Dad has contacted several doctors who are on their way. Additionally, your grandfather Long is bringing a renowned physician. It is said that this gentleman cured his ailments. Do not fret too much, replied the middle-aged man, though the tightness in his brow showed no signs of easing. Time passed, second by second. Chapter 29, The Treatment. At this moment, an elderly man in white suddenly sensed a weakening of Su Jinsong's vitality and quickly made his way to the bedside. Old Su, you must hold on. There will be a solution. Li Lao, is there truly no way to treat my father's condition? Su Jingwei, observing the elderly man's serious demeanor, could no longer contain his anxiety and desperation. Jingwei, there will certainly be a way. For now, I have used my vital energy to protect old Su's heart pulse. He will not be in immediate danger. However, this treatment will require careful consideration. Alas, our nation's only master physician was assassinated by those despicable individuals from the island nation. Had he still been alive, old Su's illness would surely not be a problem. Li Lao sighed deeply, his eyes filled with sorrow and indignation. Su Jingwei's expression grew increasingly grave, his brows knitting tightly as he instinctively raised a hand to wipe away the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The entire room was shrouded in an oppressive heaviness that made it nearly impossible to breathe. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes had long since turned red, her tears poised to spill over at any moment. She bit her lip, causing it to pale slightly, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothing, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Her gaze never left her grandfather, as if her unwavering attention could somehow aid in his recovery. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room creaked open, and Lin Feng and his companions appeared at the entrance. Long Jingshuan caught sight of Su Jinsong lying on the bed, his heart racing with urgency. Without pausing to greet those around him, he hurried directly to the bedside. Old Su, the elderly man seemed to sense the presence, slowly raising a hand with great effort to grasp Long Jingshuan's outstretched hand. His throat trembled slightly, as if he had a multitude of words to express. Yet his frailty rendered him mute. What has happened to you, old Su? Long Jingshuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice thick with emotion as he quickly turned to Lin Feng, anxiously saying, Lin Xiaoyu, come quickly and see what is wrong with old Su. Uncle Long, who is this? Su Jingyu asked, a look of confusion crossing his face as he scrutinized Lin Feng. Jingyu, this is Lin Feng, the young man who cured my illness. Long Jingshuan introduced Lin Feng to Su Jingyu, his gaze then drawn to the elderly man in white. "Ah, I see that Brother Li is also here. My apologies." Li Lao nodded slightly. "Is this gentleman a doctor?" "He looks rather familiar," Su Xiaoxiao remarked, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng as fleeting images flashed through her mind, leading to her recognition. You're a doctor?" Su Xiaoxiao questioned, her eyes widening as the realization dawned upon her. "Beautiful police flower, we meet again." "Indeed. I am a doctor," Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Su Xiaoxiao, tall and slender, was clad in a simple athletic outfit that, despite its loose fit, could not conceal her alluring figure. However, the pain of her grandfather's illness had rendered her features haggard. Her once bright eyes now reflected worry and fatigue, and her neatly cropped hair appeared slightly disheveled. "Do you really have the capability?" Su Xiaoxiao's heart brimmed with doubt, as Lin Feng appeared too youthful to be associated with a highly skilled physician. "Please, refrain from questioning a man's abilities in his presence, if you would." Lin Feng jested lightly, attempting to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere in the room. "If you are indeed a doctor, then please examine my grandfather at once. But do not take reckless actions," Su Xiaoxiao urged, her desperation compelling her to cling to even the faintest glimmer of hope. This self-proclaimed doctor represented a lifeline in her eyes. "This young man, my father has been in this condition for a week. Nearly every expert in the country has been consulted. Are you certain you can help?" Su Jingyu expressed his bewilderment, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. "Since I have agreed to help old Long, we will only know the outcome by trying," Lin Feng replied, his gaze steady as he assessed the elderly man on the bed. "Lin Feng, I am counting on you," Long Jingya said from the side, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation and trust. "Xiao, Jingya." The two girls embraced each other with excitement. Long Jingya gently wiped the tears from the corners of Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, softly reassuring her. "Lin Feng's medical skills are exceptional. He cured my grandfather's illness, so he will surely find a way to help old Su." "Yes," Su Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. Chapter 30, Awakening. Lin Feng approached the bedside with measured steps, scrutinizing the elderly man closely. Such erratic breathing. Could it be a case of internal turmoil? "Young sir, do you truly possess medical knowledge?" The elderly man in white, Li Lao, was taken aback by Lin Feng's words, staring at him in astonishment. Lin Feng remained silent as a breath of spiritual energy quietly surged into Su Jinsong's body. In an instant, the twitching that had plagued Su Jinsong vanished without a trace. The manifestation of true energy revealed the truth. Mr. Lin was indeed correct. Old Su had fallen into a state of madness. The elderly man gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, unable to fathom how this young individual could discern the ailment at a glance. Witnessing Li Lao's fervent reaction, the onlookers couldn't help but harbor greater expectations for Lin Feng's medical prowess, as he had accurately identified the cause of the affliction. Indeed, the chaotic energy indicates that a forceful breakthrough has destabilized the foundation of his realm, resulting in this predicament, Lin Feng stated calmly. A confident smile graced his face as he declared, "It's a trivial matter. It can be cured." "What? You?" Li Lao stared incredulously at the young man before him, his heart filled with shock. "Lin Feng, can you truly save my grandfather?" At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Feng, her expression one of astonishment. "Yes, don't you believe me?" Lin Feng replied, gazing at Su Xiaoxiao with ease. "Don't say such things lightly. Many experts have tried and failed. What if I manage to cure your grandfather?" Lin Feng teased, looking playfully at the beautiful woman before him. "If you can heal him, then I shall heed your words." Su Xiaoxiao retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. "Fine, but don't regret it later." Lin Feng continued to jest with Su Xiaoxiao. "Lin Feng, are you truly confident?" Long Jingya asked, her surprise palpable. "You will find out shortly." Lin Feng feigned mystery. "Xia, have you trained this one properly? Is he reliable?" Su Xiaoxiao whispered to Long Jingya. "Goodness, what are you saying? Be careful." Long Jingya shot a glare at Su Xiaoxiao. "You all should step outside." "I prefer not to be disturbed," Lin Feng stated, wanting to avoid revealing too much of his methods in front of the crowd. "Everyone, please leave. Let this young friend Lin take action," Li Lao urged excitedly. "Uncle Li, really?" Su Jingyu's voice trembled with excitement as he looked at Lin Feng with eager anticipation. "Lin Feng, I want to stay and watch," Long Jingya pleaded, gazing at him with a hint of desperation. "Xia, don't be foolish. What if you disturb young friend Lin?" Long Jingxuan admonished sternly. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and did not object. "Then I will stay too," Su Xiaoxiao quickly interjected. "These two children," Long Jingxuan remarked. "Young friend Lin, is this appropriate?" Lin Feng glanced at the two girls and nodded in acquiescence without speaking. Soon after, the others exited the hospital room, leaving the space for Lin Feng and the ailing Su Jinsong. Lin Feng slowly raised his right hand, a faint aura of spiritual energy quietly converging in his palm. With a slight shift of his intention, This energy swiftly penetrated Su Jinsung's Baihui acupoint, vanishing within in the blink of an eye. As the white-clad elder had indicated, Su Jinsung's current condition was indeed one of chaotic true energy, commonly referred to as madness. Within him, the true energy surged like a wild steed, rampaging uncontrollably and wreaking havoc on his meridians, causing immense pain. For Lin Feng, resolving this crisis was not a formidable challenge. He sent a strand of pure spiritual energy into Su Jinsung's body. With the guidance of this true energy, he meticulously realigned the disordered true energy, restoring it to its rightful path. However, the most critical and arduous aspect lay in the repair of the meridians. In the current martial and medical systems of Longhua, the notion of mending damaged meridians was akin to a pipe dream, a challenge that countless masters and renowned physicians shied away from. Yet, Lin Feng emerged as an anomaly in this world. The Taishu Guiyuan Ju he practiced was a legendary technique of unparalleled prowess. The formidable power contained within this skill coursed through Su Jinsung's body alongside the spiritual energy. Wherever the energy passed, the damaged meridians healed with astonishing speed, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain. Moreover, the Taishu Guiyuan Ju exhibited remarkable efficacy, not only repairing the meridians but also expanding them. The once narrow and fragile meridians gradually transformed into broad, resilient channels, as though they had evolved from slender streams into a roaring river, thus paving a prosperous path for Su Jinsung's future martial endeavors. Su Jinsung on the hospital bed stirred awake, gazing at Lin Feng with a slightly hoarse voice. He inquired, "Young man, who are you?" "Wait, my injuries." "Grandfather." "Su grandfather." Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao rushed to the bedside, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. Su Xiaoxiao tightly grasped her grandfather's hand, both anxious and elated as she exclaimed, "Grandfather, you're awake. It was Lin Feng who saved you. You had been in a coma for an entire week. Is that so? I am immensely grateful, young friend Lin. I thought this old body of mine was beyond salvation." Su Jinsung expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "Grandfather, please don't say that. You're fine now. Lin Feng has cured you." Su Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes glistening with tears of relief. "Both of you, step aside. The treatment is not yet complete. If anything unexpected occurs, I shall not be responsible." Lin Feng feigned seriousness, playfully scaring the two women. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment and indignation as she glared at Lin Feng. "It was you who insisted on staying. Can I be blamed for that?" Lin Feng smirked, continuing to tease the straightforward young beauty before him. Chapter 31, Gratitude. "Both of you, do not disturb young friend Lin. Go to the side," Su Jinsung interjected. Having regained some strength, though Su Xiaoxiao felt reluctant, she dared not defy the order and stood nervously to the side, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng's every move. As she observed her grandfather's complexion steadily returning to its former vitality, the heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. Feeling relieved, she couldn't help but jest with Long Jingya. "Xia, does he really abuse you?" Long Jingya, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied, "No." However, upon realizing the implications of her words, she playfully scolded, "What are you talking about? You little rascal? Just wait till I get my hands on you." With that, she pretended to chase after Su Xiaoxiao, and the two girls erupted into a fit of laughter. Lin Feng, unfazed by their antics, addressed Su Lao. "I have successfully resolved your chaotic true energy issue, and you have even benefited from this misfortune. Now, please remove your upper garment so I can treat your old injuries as well. Thus, my task will be considered complete." Lin Feng glanced at Long Jingya, his tone steady. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Long Jingya felt an inexplicable warmth and sweetness wash over her. Lin Feng's miraculous medical skills meant that Su's grandfather was truly saved. As she gazed at Lin Feng's concentrated profile, her expression softened unconsciously. Su Xiaoxiao, noticing the interaction between the two, resumed her playful demeanor. She lightly nudged Long Jingya's shoulder, winking and whispering, "Xia, look at how serious Lin Feng is. Isn't he just charming? I can see the story in the way you two exchange glances. Come on, confess, did you two slap each other?" Long Jingya froze for a moment, then quickly understood, her cheeks flushing as she feigned anger and shot Su Xiaoxiao a glare. "Don't be ridiculous. It's not as you say." Yet, Su Xiaoxiao was relentless, grinning as she continued to tease, still denying it. "The way you looked at him earlier was practically melting." Laughter filled the hospital room, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. "Oh, has my madness truly been cured? By the way, young friend Lin, why do I feel that my meridians have widened significantly, and the flow of true energy within me is much faster than before?" Su Jinsung's face was etched with confusion, his eyes brimming with a yearning for answers. "Well, we can discuss this in detail later," Lin Feng replied. offering no further explanation as he swiftly produced a set of silver needles. With a mere thought, 13 silver needles flew forth as if enchanted, accurately piercing the vital acupoints throughout Su Jinsong's body. The needles quivered slightly, emitting a faint glimmer. Before long, Su Jinsong's old injuries had been completely healed. The 13 ghostly needles. Su Jinsong slowly uttered these 5 words. Then, as if recalling something of paramount importance, his eyes widened in astonishment as he continued. You are a master practitioner, Lin Xiaoyu? The 13 ghostly needles have been lost for centuries. You sensed the vital energy released during my treatment. And now you're sitting up in shock and disbelief. It is merely a matter of chance, Su Lao. I hope you will keep this under wraps. Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded Su Jinsong. Very well, I shall keep it a secret. Su Jinsong nodded solemnly. Then turned to Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao, instructing, you two girls must keep everything you've seen and heard today to yourselves. Do you understand? Got it, Grandpa. If I spill the beans, someone will have a plethora of competitors. Su Xiaoxiao responded playfully, casting a sly glance at Long Jingya. Hey, you're asking for a beating. Long Jingya's cheeks flushed as she pretended to chase after Su Xiaoxiao, and the two girls soon erupted into laughter once more. By the way, Lin Xiaoyu, why are you not ranked on the dragon list, given your status as a master practitioner? Su Jinsong inquired curiously. Well, Su Lao, I have always preferred a leisurely existence and do not hold much regard for such superficial accolades, so I do not intend to seek a rank on the dragon list. Lin Feng explained candidly. Very well, if you choose not to pursue a ranking, that is understandable. There are indeed some masters like yourself who are indifferent to fame, preferring a life of leisure. However, should our nation face a crisis in the future, I hope you will not refuse to lend your assistance. Our country has only one master physician who was tragically assassinated by the island nation, which has been a significant loss to our martial arts community. Su Jinsong sighed softly, his eyes reflecting concern. Certainly, if there is a way in which I can assist, please feel free to reach out to me directly, Lin Feng readily agreed. Excellent. Your forthrightness is to my liking, Lin Xiaoyu. Now that I am well, let us return home. Lin Feng, if you do not mind, please visit my humble abode. Su Jinsong's earlier illness seemed to have vanished, and he spoke with renewed vigor. At that moment, those outside the ward, unable to contain their curiosity and concern, hurriedly pushed the door open. They found Su Jinsong sitting up in bed, radiating health and vitality, engaged in animated conversation with Lin Feng. Chapter 32, Astonishment. Dad, Su Lao, Old Su, Long Jingxuan, Su Jingyu, and an elderly man in white entered the hospital room, and upon witnessing Su Jinsong's miraculous recovery, they exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with astonishment and joy. You've arrived. Old Li, Old Long. I apologize for worrying you, Su Jinsong said with a grateful smile. Ah, Lin Xiaoyu, you are truly a divine physician. I never expected that you could cure old Su's ailment with but a single intervention. I am immensely grateful, Long Jingxuan exclaimed, grasping Lin Feng's hands vigorously, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Such remarkable skill, Lin Xiaoyu, I am in awe. The elderly man in white, Old Li, expressed his respect with a formal bow. Everyone, I must insist that today's events remain confidential. Please refrain from publicly discussing Lin Xiaoyu's identity. After all, master-level physicians are exceedingly rare, and we must avoid any potential troubles, Su Jinsong stated with grave seriousness. Old Su makes a valid point. The others nodded in agreement. Xiao, come here. Su Jingyu beckoned to Su Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoyu, please accept our gratitude on behalf of my father and I. As Su Jingyu spoke, he and Su Xiaoxiao prepared to bow in thanks to Lin Feng. Oh, please, there is no need for such formality. I acted on behalf of others. It is unnecessary, Lin Feng said, swiftly supporting them. Lin Xiaoyu, here is a card with 5 million. I hope this compensation suffices. If not, I can arrange for more, Su Jingyu said, presenting a bank card to Lin Feng. Mr. Su, you and Su Lao have contributed significantly to the nation and its people. It is my honor to have treated Su Lao, especially as I was entrusted by Old Long. I cannot accept any payment, Lin Feng asserted with an air that brooked no refusal. Very well, we shall heed your wishes. Let us return home. I must host a banquet in your honor. Old Li, Old Long, please join us, Su Jinsong said with enthusiasm. Old Su, I cannot accompany you. I have unfinished business in the West that requires my immediate attention, Old Li replied, his expression hurried and apologetic. Understood, Old Li, I appreciate your efforts in the West, Su Jinsong nodded in comprehension. Old Li turned and swiftly exited the hospital room, his figure soon lost in the vastness of the night. Lin Feng, I truly thank you. Without your intervention, Grandpa Su would have suffered tremendously, Long Jingya said softly as she approached Lin Feng. Su Xiaoxiao observed Long Jingya's demeanor towards Lin Feng and remained unusually silent. The group arrived at Su Jinsong's residence, a villa nestled in the outskirts of Magic City, surrounded by stringent security measures and watchtowers, signifying its significance. During the course of their conversation, Lin Feng gleaned numerous insights into the martial arts world that were rarely disclosed. He had not anticipated the current global situation to be so tumultuous, with practitioners and genetically modified individuals from various nations harboring such intense hostility towards Long Nation, intent on dragging it back to the humiliating state it endured over a century ago. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Su Jinsong, still recuperating from his illness, retired early to rest. Lin Feng, under the enthusiastic company of Su Jingyu, engaged in conversation for a while longer. As night deepened, everyone settled into the guest rooms of the villa. Upon entering his room, Lin Feng quickly adjusted his state, sitting cross-legged to enter a meditative mode. To his delight, he discovered that the spiritual energy within the villa was even more abundant than that of the Ziwei Manor before the use of its spiritual vein, flowing towards him like joyful sprites, aiding his cultivation. Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao shared a room. As the night wore on, they found it difficult to sleep. Reflecting on the day's events, Su Xiaoxiao playfully pinched Long Jingya's soft cheek, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips as she whispered, "Jingya, have you and he?" "You know?" Startled by the sudden question and action, Long Jingya blushed and retorted, "You naughty girl, what are you saying? You cannot deny it. Did you not see the way Lin Feng looked at you? If there were no one in the room, he would likely have pounced on you." Su Xiaoxiao teased relentlessly. "Is that so?" "I did not feel anything," Long Jingya replied, puzzled. "What are your true feelings for him?" Su Xiaoxiao pressed on. "I can't quite articulate it," Long Jingya admitted, her cheeks tinged pink, her voice softening. "I'm asking you directly." Su Xiaoxiao elongated her words, grinning mischievously. "You wicked girl, daring to joke like this. Just wait until I catch you." Long Jingya, flustered and annoyed, reached out to grab Su Xiaoxiao, and the two girls soon found themselves in a playful scuffle on the bed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had immersed himself in his cultivation, the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju continually absorbing the villa's spiritual energy. Before long, he sensed that the speed of his practice was beginning to slow. With a sigh, Lin Feng realized that the spiritual energy was still too scarce. He needed to return to Shun Nan without delay. Slowly opening his eyes, he sensed the commotion from the two girls next door. His heart tightened. What was happening? Without further thought, Lin Feng's figure flickered and he vanished from his room in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had soared through the window into the room of Long Jingya. "Jingya, are you all right?" Lin Feng called out anxiously, promptly turning on the lights. In that moment, a tantalizing scene unfolded before his eyes. On the bed, Su Xiaoxiao and Long Jingya, clad only in simple undergarments, were playfully wrestling, completely absorbed in their frolic. With the blanket having long since tumbled to the floor, their enticing figures laid bare without reservation. "Ah!" the two girls gasped, and then hurriedly covered their mouths with their hands, their eyes widening in shock, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they beheld the suddenly intruding Lin Feng. "What on earth are you doing, making such a racket in the middle of the night? I thought you were being attacked," Lin Feng exclaimed, feeling both awkward and exasperated. He swiftly bent down to retrieve the blanket from the floor and tossed it toward the two girls. Then, as if jolted by electricity, he flickered out of the bedroom window. "Ah, pervert." "Xiaoya he saw everything," Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, both embarrassed and flustered. Her face as red as a ripe tomato. "That scoundrel, taking advantage and then fleeing." Long Jingya, equally furious and bashful, bit her lip, her cheeks aflame, her heart a maelstrom of emotions. The two girls ceased their playful antics and gradually fell asleep. Back in his room, Lin Feng reflected on the alluring scene he had just witnessed, a surge of impulse coursing through him. He hastily calmed his mind, circulating his spiritual energy to dispel some of the blood rushing through him. With a faint smile at the memory of the tantalizing sight, he settled down, took out a life elixir, and immediately immersed himself in the cultivation of the Taishu Guanju. As the night of cultivation came to a close, progress was slow. The spiritual energy here was nowhere near as rich as that of the manor, prompting Lin Feng to end his practice early. Beep. The host possesses 3 random lottery chances daily. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? System, let's draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Taishu Golden Eye technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a villa in the Tangwood district of Magic City. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a gold mine in Australia. System. Activate the Taishu Golden Eye. Lin Feng felt a thunderous roar in his head, and in an instant, a torrent of information surged towards his consciousness and eyes. Golden runes flickered and danced within his gaze, intertwining as they pulsed with rhythm. With the activation of the runes, Lin Feng's vision seemed to unlock a new dimension, his perceptiveness exponentially increasing, every detail around him magnified infinitely. With a subtle shift in his mind, he decisively unleashed the Taishu Golden Eye. In that moment, a whoosh resounded as the once familiar world transformed into an extraordinarily clear vista. The seemingly mundane stone in the distance revealed its intricately woven patterns, resembling a mysterious cosmic tapestry. Moreover, Lin Feng effortlessly sensed the trails of spiritual energy flowing through the air, those wispy strands akin to lively entities darting freely in the world. In the distant woods, every flutter of a bird's wings and every stealthy movement of a beast was captured with precision. He could even discern the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy within their bodies. As Lin Feng reveled in this exhilarating experience, his vision suddenly blurred, and the world returned to its previous state. System, why did my eyes just go dizzy? Beep. The host level is too low to sustain this eye technique for extended periods. Please enhance your strength. What exactly are the details of this eye technique? Beep. The Taishu Golden Eye is birthed from the condensation of the Taishu Xiangui during the primordial chaos. This eye can incinerate all illusions and delusions with its opening and closing. Normal state. Pupils transform into a gaseous golden vortex, adorned with golden Sanskrit. Activation. The eyes emit golden light, revealing the true essence of all within sight, shattering illusions in an instant. Ultimate state. Manifest the chaos star map within the eye, allowing glimpses into the past and future. Wow, impressive. The system is magnificent. Gradually acclimating to the Taishu Golden Eye, Lin Feng stepped out of his room just as the two girls emerged from theirs. He managed an awkward smile and quickly descended the stairs, while the girls' faces flushed crimson. He hurried down, attempting to escape the palpable awkwardness. In the dining room, Su Jinsong and Long Jingxuan were already seated at the table. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Su Lao smiled and beckoned, "Lin Xiaoyu, come and have breakfast." Lin Feng forced a smile and took a seat at the dining table. Meanwhile, upstairs, after a brief moment of blushing, the two girls changed their clothes and tidied their makeup. Taking a deep breath, they clasped hands and slowly made their way downstairs. At that moment, Lin Feng was lowering his head to sip his porridge when he instinctively looked up, only to meet the gazes of the two girls, the air around them seemingly suspended. "Xiaoya, Xiao, come and eat." Su Lao called out to them. "Okay, Grandpa Su," they replied in unison. Descending the stairs side by side, Long Jingya, at the vibrant age of 21, stood tall at 169 centimeters, her white fitted shirt perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure. Paired with blue jeans, her long, slender legs were showcased beautifully, and her white sneakers added a touch of youthful vivacity. Her raven hair cascaded down her back, gently swaying with her steps. A delicate flush graced her fair cheeks, adding a hint of shyness to her otherwise serene elegance. Su Xiao, also 21, stood around 167 centimeters tall, complementing Long Jingya's stature. Clad in a white t-shirt and sporting short hair, she exuded a refreshing aura. A denim miniskirt added a playful and dynamic flair, fully unleashing her youthful spirit. Together, they formed a striking contrast, Long Jingya's quiet grace juxtaposed with Su Xiao's spirited energy. In an instant, Lin Feng recalled last night's tantalizing scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Chapter 34, Tangwa District. "Lin Xiaoyu, I haven't seen old Su in years. Thanks to you, he returned with his life intact. I intend to stay here for a while, so the two of us can have a good chat. Last time we were in the Magic City, we didn't get to explore properly. I think Xiao should take you and Xiaoya around the Magic City. Well, since Long Lao wishes to stay here longer, I shall return directly. I must admit, I find it somewhat uncomfortable to be away from Shunnan." Lin Feng was preoccupied with the urgency to return to the manor for cultivation, as the external spiritual energy was far too thin. "Lin Xiaoyu, since you are here, why not take a stroll before leaving? It won't hurt to stay an extra day or two. It's a blessing for the old man to have you here." Su Lao insisted. "You're too kind, Su Lao. I also have a property in the Magic City." "Very well. I'll explore the Magic City and perhaps check in on my place as well. Xiaoya, you and Xiao must accompany Lin Xiaoyu and show him around. Don't worry about expenses, understood?" Long Jingxuan was about to continue when Lin Feng interjected. "Long Lao, I can manage on my own. No need to trouble the two of them." Lin Feng quickly refused, genuinely concerned about becoming entangled in emotional complexities, as his focus was solely on cultivating. Long Jingya felt disheartened upon hearing Lin Feng's words, her expression clouded with displeasure. Observing this change in her demeanor, Su Xiao promptly interjected, "Lin Feng, you have not spent time in the Magic City, and there are many places you are unfamiliar with. Xiaoya and I know the city best. Let us show you around and take a look at your luxurious mansion. Moreover, it has been quite a while since Xiaoya last roamed the Magic City. Aren't you concerned about her safety?" Lin Feng recalled Sima Zhong, who had previously sought revenge against Long Jingxuan at the auction. "Rest assured, young friend Lin, the Magic City is not solely governed by the likes of Sima. I have already put the Sima family on notice regarding the last incident. I trust he will not dare to cause any further trouble, Su Jinsong replied nonchalantly. Very well, then, Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before addressing the two women. You both should accompany me. The expressions of the two women immediately brightened. Let us finish our meal and then depart. By the way, Lin Feng, where is your house located? Su Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. Qingxi Road, Tang Palace. What? Isn't that an ultra-luxurious mansion? You must be extraordinarily wealthy to afford such a place as a doctor. We absolutely must go see it. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she turned playfully to Long Jingya. Xiaoya, how could you possibly refuse a visit to your own home? You, how annoying. After finishing their meal, Lin Feng drove Su Xiaoxiao's Toyota directly to Qingxi Road in the Magic City. Along the way, the two women chattered animatedly, and Lin Feng found their company quite uplifting. After all, they were of similar age and shared numerous topics of conversation. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the community. Lin Feng produced the property deed, and after the property staff verified it, they promptly welcomed the owner inside. Entering the community, they stood before Lin Feng's villa, a four-story French-style mansion adorned with a pristine white façade and exquisitely carved columns. The roof featured a series of elegantly arranged dormer windows, while the grand arched door and intricately sculpted railings showcased the superb craftsmanship of French architecture. Surrounding the villa, lush greenery flourished, with towering trees providing shade and a refreshing breeze to the courtyard. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, the expansive first-floor hall boasted a lofty design complemented by a dazzling crystal chandelier, illuminating the space with a radiant glow. The floor was adorned with unique marble from an unknown origin, its natural patterns exuding a luxurious aura. The hall was furnished with an entire set of custom French classical-style furniture, featuring a sofa crafted from the finest first-layer cowhide, soft and resilient, showcasing exquisite carving techniques. Complementing it was a coffee table made of precious walnut wood, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the meticulous craftsmanship in every detail. After a thorough inspection, Lin Feng felt satisfied. It could serve as a pleasant retreat, although the location lacked a strong spiritual essence, making long-term residence unlikely. It's quite nice, but shall we go shopping instead? Lin Feng remarked, feeling there was little more to see. Lin Feng, this place is incredibly luxurious and cozy. Why would you buy a house here if you don't even live in the Magic City? Long Jingya asked, puzzled. Nothing in particular. It simply appeared appealing. So I purchased it. I also own an island. If you find the time, I'd love to take you both there for a visit. What? An island? The two women's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Feng must possess considerable wealth. I'll take you there when the opportunity arises. Now, let us head out shopping. The mention of shopping instantly revitalized the women, and Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao excitedly declared their readiness to depart. Let us see what cars are in the garage, Lin Feng suggested, heading toward the garage. Upon opening the door, 3 sports cars awaited their owner, a Koenigsegg 1, a Ferrari LaFerrari, and a Lamborghini Veneno. Choose whichever you like. Feel free to drive. Wow, so many sports cars. Lin Feng, they're all 2-seaters. How can the 3 of us fit? I'm not driving my own car, Su Xiaoxiao protested. Can you both drive? Yes, but I'm afraid to drive that car, Su Xiaoxiao admitted. Then I'll drive. And you both can sit in the passenger seats. All right, that sounds good. From an aesthetic perspective, the Lamborghini Veneno resembled a futuristic battle machine, exuding an aggressive and visually striking presence. The front bumper was akin to a sharp shovel, providing perfect downforce while giving the impression that the car was poised to tear through the air. The side profile featured a harmonious blend of concave lines and protruding wheel arches, creating a powerful stance, while the scissor doors, which opened like wings, lent the vehicle an aura of flight. The gray body subtly revealed gleaming black carbon fiber structures, accented by red lines that encircled the car. After locating the key to the Veneno, Lin Feng settled into the driver's seat. With Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao being relatively slender, they found the passenger seat comfortable enough, with Long Jingya sitting sideways in Su Xiaoxiao's lap. Lin Feng couldn't help but steal a glance at their long legs, quickly averting his gaze to focus ahead. With a press of the accelerator, the distinct roar of the Veneno echoed, akin to a ferocious beast rampaging through the streets of the Magic City, capturing the attention of everyone around. Chapter 35, Jealousy. Amidst the deafening roar, the Lamborghini Veneno gradually came to a halt. As they entered the shopping mall's parking area, the car instantly drew the gaze of every onlooker. The scissor doors slowly ascended, and as Lin Feng emerged from the driver's seat, his nearly 190 centimeters stature clad in casual attire exuded the aura of a super-rich young man. Shortly thereafter, the passenger door opened, and Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao stepped out. The crowd erupted in excitement. Long Jingya appeared refreshingly unique, while Su Xiaoxiao radiated playful charm. The trio became the focal point of the street. What is happening? Are wealthy individuals now so brazen? Embracing two beauties? My goodness. The beauty and physique of these two ladies are simply out of this world. What on earth does this man possess to maintain such harmonious relations? Of course, it must be his wealth. What kind of world is this? While we single men remain unattached, others are already flaunting their affections. Sigh, nowadays, some women are indeed leading the social climate astray. Hey, old man, that's not quite fair. Why not say that the wealthy are too corrupt? The crowd exchanged remarks, their glances seemingly capable of piercing Lin Feng through 1,000 knives. Sensing the unfriendly gazes, Lin Feng hastily suggested, let us head inside quickly. Sure, I'm starving. What shall we eat? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. I'll treat you both to a grand meal, Lin Feng replied, leading the two women directly into the building. Michelin-starred restaurant. Tianmen. Hello, esteemed guests. What would you like to order? Here is the menu for your selection, a polite waiter greeted them. As Su Xiaoxiao perused the menu, she couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Feng, these dishes are exorbitantly priced. I've been in the Magic City for so long and have never encountered such expensive cuisine. Long Jingya, observing Su Xiaoxiao's reaction, couldn't resist stifling a smile. Lin Feng glanced at the menu and instructed the waiter, please bring out all the signature dishes from your restaurant. You two can check if there's anything else you'd like to try. After placing the order, he turned to the women. Lin Feng, can we possibly finish all this food? Long Jingya asked, flipping through the menu. Don't worry, don't spare my expenses. Ordering so much, I'll refrain from ordering any further, Su Xiaoxiao whispered to Long Jingya. Your companion is quite the spendthrift. You'll need to keep a close watch on him. Get lost, Long Jingya retorted, her face flushing with embarrassment. What are you two discussing? Lin Feng's keen perception had already caught wind of Su Xiaoxiao's words, prompting him to tease the two women. Ah, it's nothing, they both replied in unison, their faces awash with embarrassment. Before long, an array of delectable dishes graced their table, including bluefin tuna sashimi, caviar, lobster omelet, foil-wrapped butterfly fish head, and Australian lobster. All beautifully presented. The three of them immediately indulged in the feast, and even the typically refined Long Jingya couldn't resist devouring the sumptuous food voraciously. As the meal concluded, Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the staggering sum on the bill, her expression one of shock. It's all right. If you enjoyed it, we can always come back. And the flavors are indeed delightful, Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly after settling the bill. At that moment, a young and elegantly dressed female manager approached with a smile, introducing herself. Good day, gentlemen and ladies. I am Xinqing, the manager of this establishment. We also offer a membership service. By acquiring a membership card, you can enjoy discounts at Michelin restaurants worldwide. Lin Feng, intrigued, inquired, what is the process for obtaining the card? Our Michelin brand is a global chain encompassing dining, accommodation, golf courses, hot springs, and various other ventures, boasting over 1,000 locations worldwide. There are 5 types of membership cards. The standard card requires an annual expenditure of 500,000 yuan for a 5 discount. The gold card requires 1 million yuan for a 10 discount. The platinum card requires 2 million yuan for a 15 discount. The diamond card requires 5 million yuan for a 20 discount. And the black gold card requires a minimum of 10 million yuan for a 30 discount. The Supreme membership card requires an annual expenditure of at least 20 million yuan, granting a 40 discount. Let's proceed with 3 Supreme cards, Lin Feng declared, producing his bank card and handing it to Xinqing. What did you say? Sir, are you requesting 3 cards? The restaurant manager's face was a picture of disbelief as she sought confirmation. Yes, each of us will have 1, Lin Feng affirmed. Lin Feng, we don't need them. We rarely come here, Long Jingya interjected. Indeed, Lin Feng, I merely wish to bask in your glow, and that sum is quite excessive, Su Xiaoxiao hastily added. But Xiaoxiao, don't you enjoy the flavors here? Consider it a canteen. It's no big deal, Lin Feng replied, then turned to Xinqing. Manager Shun, please proceed with the application. Of course, sir. I will handle it immediately, Xinqing said, hastening to the counter to process 3 Supreme membership cards with remarkable speed. Chapter 36, The Wang Family of Kyoto. Upon exiting the restaurant, the trio continued their shopping. Lin Feng, this card is far too extravagant. We truly cannot accept it, Long Jingya said, her expression troubled and sincere. Please, don't insist. I was rather rude last night, so consider this a gesture of goodwill, Lin Feng said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Last night? Oh, you rascal, we were about to forget. Su Xiaoxiao's brows arched playfully as she feigned anger, poised to chase Lin Feng. At that moment, a group passed by, and the leading man instantly spotted Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao. Their nearly flawless figures and stunning beauty captivated Wang Mingyuan, causing him to fixate on them. Ladies, what a pleasure. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Mingyuan, the son of the Wang family in Kyoto. It is an honor to meet you both, he declared. A broad grin plastered across his face as he stepped forward to block Lin Feng and the others. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at this dandy, her eyes filled with disdain. The Wang family of Kyoto? Never heard of it, and we have no desire to make your acquaintance. Wang Mingyuan, however, was not about to let such an exquisite opportunity slip away. Over the years, he had entertained countless stars, models, and internet celebrities. Yet he had never encountered pure beauties like Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao. With their exceptional height, perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and looks that could score above 97. He resolved to seize them by whatever means necessary. Not to worry, we can take our time to get to know each other. I sincerely hope you will grant me the opportunity, Wang Mingyuan said, his gaze shamelessly roaming over the two women. Su Xiaoxiao, repulsed by Wang Mingyuan's lecherous demeanor, firmly rejected him once more. We are not interested. Come on, let's go, she said, turning to Lin Feng and Long Jingya. Wait. Wang Mingyuan's expression darkened, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. You think you can just walk away? Do you have any idea whose face you are trampling on? Offending me means ruin for you and your families. If you do not comply, do not blame me for being ungracious. Enough. Stop talking, Lin Feng interjected hastily. Then whispered to Long Jingya, I warned you last time about dressing like this when going out. Long Jingya, recalling the incident at the KTV, felt her face flush crimson. Lin Feng surveyed the group before him and continued, this is getting tedious. Pursuing a woman must be mutual, regardless of your past methods. Take your entourage and leave immediately. And I will pretend nothing happened. Lin Feng's gaze swept over Wang Mingyuan before landing on the elderly figure in black at the back of the group. Kid, are you with them? Do you know who you are speaking to? Wang Mingyuan glared at Lin Feng, fury etched across his face. You two, step behind me. Lin Feng instructed the women. Poison Bee, remove this brat. Wang Mingyuan commanded the burly man in black beside him. Yes, Mr. Wang. The man, dubbed Poison Bee, complied, lunging towards Lin Feng with a hand like an eagle's claw. With a thud, Lin Feng remained steadfast, not budging an inch, while Poison Bee was flung backward, crashing into the bushes and falling silent. The onlookers gaped, astonished, their eyes wide as they stared at Lin Feng. What did you do to him? Someone quivered. Yes, fine. He won T-die, Lin Feng replied indifferently, his tone as calm as if nothing had occurred. How did you manage that? Another person could not contain their curiosity. Before I lose my patience, get lost. Lin Feng's brows furrowed in annoyance, his voice growing colder. You bastard. Wang Mingyuan was incensed, his fury reaching a boiling point. With a swift motion, Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap to Wang Mingyuan's face. Clean up your mouth and get out of my sight. How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? I will have you dead. Wang Mingyuan clutched his face, his expression darkening to an almost palpable degree. Uncle, take care of him. Wang Mingyuan barked as the slender figure in black behind him lunged towards Lin Feng like a phantom. Kid, you have some skills. Your martial prowess is commendable for your age. However, today, you have crossed paths with someone beyond your means. The man in black scrutinized Lin Feng coldly, a hint of disdain in his voice. Uncle, don't kill him, tonight. I want to show these two beauties what I can do and make him wish he were dead. Wang Mingyuan added, his teeth clenched in frustration. With another sharp crack, Wang Mingyuan suddenly vanished from sight. I have beautiful company tonight. My mood is good, but otherwise, humph. Lin Feng remarked coldly, glancing at the spot where Wang Mingyuan had been. How did you do that? There was no energy fluctuation. You are certainly not a master. And even a master's actions would not escape my notice, the man in black said, his face contorted in confusion. Kid, prepare yourself. The man clad in black let out a thunderous shout, his garments billowing as if caught by an unseen wind, a formidable force enveloping him in an instant. He unleashed a heavy punch, accompanied by a roaring gale, aimed directly at Lin Feng. Observing this, Lin Feng emitted a cold snort and retaliated with a swift jab, slicing through the air with a fierce momentum. Boom! The fists collided, and the man in black was jolted by the tremendous force, his arm numbing. Disbelief etched across his face. Why, you are actually a master? But why is there no fluctuation of true energy emanating from you? What is your rank on the dragon list? The man gazed at Lin Feng in terror, his voice trembling. Enough with the incessant chatter. Lin Feng sidestepped, his figure darting forward like a flash of lightning, and his elbows surged with power, crashing into the man's chest. Uffed. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Rendered unresponsive. Mr. Wang. Young Master Wang. The onlookers hurriedly rushed towards him in a frenzied swarm. Let us go. It's time for some shopping. Lin Feng turned, smiling at the two women behind him. Oh. The two women responded in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration and delight. Lin Feng, thank you. Those insufferable fools were truly bothersome. I've already informed my grandfather. Although the Wang family in Kyoto is a prominent clan, my grandfather will ensure they regret crossing us. Su Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude with sincerity. Lin Feng, your earlier display was incredibly impressive. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly from the side. I still advise you to dress more conservatively when going out. Otherwise, you are bound to attract trouble, Lin Feng remarked with a shake of his head, exuding a sense of exasperation. Don't assume the worst of everyone. Most people are fundamentally good, Long Jingya countered. Don't be overly optimistic. While the bad ones may be few, encountering one is more than enough to cause distress. My lady, I feel like I'm becoming your personal bodyguard, he jested. Humph. I enjoy dressing this way. Long Jingya pouted, a defiant expression on her face. All right, enough of that. Let us not allow these events to dampen our spirits. Let us hurry off to shop, Su Xiaoxiao urged, pulling the two along towards the mall. Chapter 37. The Ethereal Profound Qi. The group continued their shopping spree throughout the afternoon. After enjoying dinner, Lin Feng returned to the Tang Palace while Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao headed back to the suburban villa. Once in his bedroom, Lin Feng freshened up and donned his training attire before settling cross-legged on the floor. As the technique of the ethereal return to origin began to unfold in his mind, he felt his inner energy gradually retract, as if sinking into an abyss. As the mantra continued its circulation, a warmth suddenly blossomed in his dantian, gradually spreading through his limbs and bones. An hour passed, and the once slender stream of energy began to thicken. Lin Feng's temples throbbed as the true energy surged through his meridians, creating a fine tingling sensation in his knees, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him. The wind outside suddenly sharpened, and the curtains fluttered without a breeze. Lin Feng's consciousness began to blur, in a daze. He glimpsed points of golden light igniting within his meridians, only to be swept away by the torrent of true energy. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, a piercing pain shot through the back of his neck. The energy mass in his dantian suddenly expanded, crashing against an unseen barrier. Instinctively, Lin Feng concentrated the last vestige of his awareness into a needle-like force, striking fiercely at the obstruction. Boom! Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, a buzzing resonating in his ears. And the sounds of insects chirping in the garden below became startlingly clear. Looking down at his slightly glowing palm, the surging power within his meridians resembled the rising tide of the ocean, each breath bringing an unprecedented smoothness. I've broken through to the 6th layer. Beep. The host now possesses 3 random lottery opportunities daily. Would you like to proceed with the draw? System, let us draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a strand of ethereal profound qi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a small spiritual vein. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 billion dragon country currency. Another spiritual vein. Lin Feng thought, his mind racing as a semi-transparent vortex appeared in his hand. The spiritual vein radiated a soft, mysterious glow, as if it contained boundless power of the universe. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Go. In an instant, the spiritual vein transformed into a streak of light, darting into the ground like lightning. The vein, seemingly imbued with intelligence, swiftly concentrated the immense spiritual energy it contained into a compact area of 3,000 square meters. In accordance with the formation's size, in a mere moment, the once tranquil courtyard underwent a dramatic transformation. The air thickened, the concentration of spiritual energy within the courtyard multiplying geometrically, almost as if it were on the verge of liquefaction. Wisps of spiritual energy flowed like tangible mist, swirling and undulating in the atmosphere. Such a rich abundance of spiritual energy was undoubtedly a monumental boon for cultivators. Lin Feng wasted no time and promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, rapidly channeling the ethereal return to origin technique. At that moment, Lin Feng's body felt like a ferocious beast, opening an invisible maw to ravenously consume the surrounding spiritual energy. Instantly, a vortex of spiritual energy formed around Lin Feng, all the energy being irresistibly drawn into his body by an overwhelming force. As he frantically absorbed the spiritual energy, Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, each pore seemingly rejoicing in delight, luxuriating in the nourishment of the spiritual essence. Minutes turned into hours, and after 2 full hours, Lin Feng sensed that the density of the surrounding spiritual energy had finally begun to decline. Gradually, he concluded the absorption process, slowly opening his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction and exhilaration flickering within them. System, what is ethereal profound qi? Lin Feng inquired regarding the other reward. Beep. Ethereal profound qi is an exceedingly rare and precious resource that enhances cultivation. It was born at the dawn of chaos, having undergone countless epochs of sedimentation and refinement. Cultivated from the chaotic energy of the ethereal realm under the influence of unique heavenly rules and mysterious powers. Upon use, It significantly accelerates cultivation speed and enhances one's genetic vitality, providing immense benefits to the host at this stage. Please utilize it promptly. My goodness, that's incredible. When is the best time to use it? Lin Feng asked eagerly. Beep. Use it at the 9th layer. You are currently at the 6th layer, still 3 layers away. Lin Feng resumed his cross-legged position, continuing to solidify his realm. System, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, 6th layer of Qi refinement. Technique, ethereal return to origin, 1st heaven. Attribute, fire. Weapon, crimson flame. Martial skills, Taiji, void split slash. Skills, alchemy, mastery of martial arts, mastery of formations. Talent, ethereal golden eyes, fortuitous fate. Chapter 38, The Beautiful Secretary, Xinyu. As time flowed gently by, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, concluding a night of profound cultivation. He exhaled softly, sensing a faint yet palpable wave of spiritual energy around him. The once rich spiritual essence had become exceedingly sparse after his night of training. The consumption of spiritual energy was indeed substantial. The once concentrated essence had thinned dramatically, yet the speed of his cultivation had evidently increased significantly. He should soon step into the 7th layer. Lin Feng felt the abundant spiritual power within him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Beep. The host has 3 random lottery opportunities daily. Would you like to proceed with the draw? The familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. System, let us draw. He felt a tinge of anticipation for the surprises that lay ahead. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a life stalactite. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a medium-sized spiritual vein. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 2 billion dragon country currency. What should be done with the medium-sized spiritual vein? Lin Feng pondered. The medium spiritual vein is an essential item for a foundation-building host. Currently, the spiritual energy on Earth is exceedingly scarce, unable to meet the host's needs during the foundation-building phase. However, a medium spiritual vein requires a substantial area, and the only suitable location for the host to establish it is on an island. Remarkably, just as Lin Feng was contemplating the inadequacy of the small spiritual vein to satisfy his energy requirements, the system unexpectedly provided him with a medium spiritual vein. An island seems to be the perfect place to reside for a while. With the commotion surrounding his impending breakthrough growing increasingly substantial, he was already considering a larger, more secluded location. The island perfectly aligns with these criteria, and he resolved to set forth the following day to complete his foundation building. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Hello? He answered. Hello, Chairman. This is Xinyu. I am currently at your doorstep in Magic City. Came a gentle yet efficient female voice from the other end of the line, tinged with a hint of professional rigor. All right, please come in, Lin Feng responded, ending the call. Shortly thereafter, the villa's door opened slowly, revealing a young woman in a professional skirt suit, who entered with an elegant stride. Xinyu, approximately 25 years old, had long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, standing at 170 centimeters. Her long legs encased in black stockings exuded the essence of a capable professional while radiating the unique charm of a mature woman. A stunning beauty, indeed. That was Lin Feng's initial impression of Xinyu. Particularly striking was her business attire, which accentuated her figure, showcasing both professionalism and femininity. Xinyu approached Lin Feng, holding a document with a hint of trepidation in her tone. Chairman, this is the document confirmed by the board. Please sign it. Lowering her gaze slightly, she extended the document towards him. Upon seeing Lin Feng's face, she felt a flutter in her heart. She had anticipated that the leader of the Shenlong group would resemble a middle-aged figure, given the vast empire he managed. Yet the youthful Lin Feng possessed a rare depth and composure uncommon among his peers. Everything seems in order, Lin Feng remarked as he signed the document. Chairman, you signed so swiftly. Does that imply you have complete confidence in the document's contents? Xinyu, mustering her courage, inquired, genuinely curious as to why Lin Feng had so readily endorsed such a significant document. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, smiling as he replied, If I choose to trust the board, I naturally have faith that the confirmed documents are devoid of issues. Moreover, I reviewed the contents last night. His voice, deep and magnetic, caused Xinyu's heart to race even faster. Chairman, it truly surprises me that you, so young, command such a colossal commercial empire. Lin Feng chuckled softly. As long as one seizes opportunities, rewards will inevitably follow. Although he felt somewhat self-indulgent in his words, to Xinyu, they resonated with profound wisdom, further deepening her admiration for him. After finishing the signatures, Lin Feng declared, All done. Xinyu promptly responded, Thank you, Chairman. I shall head to the Magic City branch now to relay some documents. Very well, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. If you cannot reach me, please leave a message, Lin Feng instructed. Understood, Chairman. Goodbye. Goodbye. After seeing Xin Yu off, Lin Feng remained at the villa that day, stabilizing his realm and organizing his thoughts. The following day, after exchanging pleasantries with Long Jingya, Lin Feng made his way to Magic City International Airport. The flight departed on time, with an estimated arrival in Australia 10 hours later. Lin Feng closed his eyes, resting in his seat as the cabin fell into a serene silence, with passengers immersed in the unique experience of long-distance travel. Suddenly, a thunderous voice shattered the tranquility. Nobody move. A group of masked men in black clothing brandished firearms, emerging from various corners of the cabin, swiftly seizing control of the situation. Passengers screamed in terror, and the once peaceful luxury cabin erupted into chaos. The leader of the terrorists, tall and menacing, waved his gun in the air and bellowed, "Silence! This aircraft is now under our command. Do not attempt any clever tricks. Let me remind you, we were responsible for the incident involving MH370. His voice reverberated through the cabin, drowning out the cries of the frightened passengers. Please, everyone, remain calm. A flight attendant attempted to maintain composure as she spoke. The terrorist leader sneered, Calm? Humph. We demand this plane be diverted to a deserted island in the South Seas. Prepare a ransom of 10 million per person, otherwise, everyone aboard will perish. As he spoke, he brandished a remote control. See this? We've planted explosives on the plane. With a mere press of a button, you will all meet your maker. Upon hearing this, the cabin erupted into cries and shouts. You fiends, how could you do this? A middle-aged man shouted, only to be silenced by the barrel of a gun pointed at his head. Lin Feng, utilizing his mental prowess, quickly enveloped the entire aircraft, confirming the presence of 2 bombs in the engine compartment. He realized that taking risks was not an option. There were at least 200 people on board, and he was contemplating how to resolve this perilous situation. At that moment, a slightly shorter terrorist scanned the crowd and suddenly spotted a strikingly attractive girl. His eyes lit up, and he nudged the leader with his elbow. Boss, look at that girl. She's stunning. Just look at her skin and figure. Pristine. Dulong, can't you focus on something serious? Once we get the money, we can have our pick of women, another terrorist interjected. However, the leader's gaze followed Dulong's direction, and he momentarily fell silent, then revealed a greedy smile. This trip is turning out to be quite lucrative. Once we get the ransom, this woman will be ours too. Boss, stop wasting time. Hurry and make the pilot change the flight path. Another terrorist urged. The leader nodded, instructing one of his men. You, go to the cockpit and force the pilot to change course to that deserted island in Indonesia. If he dares to play tricks, shoot him. The subordinate complied, armed and heading towards the cockpit. Moments later, the plane began to slowly veer towards the direction dictated by the terrorists. Inside the cabin, the terrorists commenced a systematic search of the passengers' belongings, ruthlessly confiscating wallets, jewelry, and other valuables. Any sign of resistance was met with brutal punishment. You scoundrels, give me back my things. A young woman protested as she attempted to reclaim her necklace, only to be struck down by a terrorist's slap. The leader laughed dismissively, On this plane, I am the boss. I dictate the terms. You would be wise to comply. Who knows, it might spare you from further suffering. At that moment, the aircraft suddenly jolted violently. The pilot had attempted to disrupt the terrorists by altering the flight attitude, but this maneuver only escalated the perilous situation aboard. Passengers screamed, and the terrorists grew increasingly frantic. Damn it, kill 2 flight attendants to keep the pilot in line. The leader commanded. Bang, bang. 2 crew members collapsed in a pool of blood. The pilot, left with no choice, had to stabilize the aircraft once more. With a dozen terrorists aboard and 2 bombs positioned strategically, Lin Feng pondered the best course of action. Engaging the terrorists head-on was not a viable option. He could likely handle himself, but the safety of the innocent passengers was paramount. If the terrorists were to act recklessly, the casualties could be catastrophic. Lin Feng contemplated a solution. Suddenly, a wisp of true energy quietly soared towards the remote control of the terrorist leader. With a mere thought, Lin Feng triggered a snap, and the internal circuit board of the remote shattered in response. Amidst the cacophony within the cabin, the terrorists remained blissfully unaware, having reached the 6th level of chi refinement. Lin Feng's mastery over spiritual energy grew more adept, allowing him to maintain control for an extended duration. In an instant, several threads of spiritual energy surged forth from Lin Feng's being, simultaneously striking the terrorists at their temples, causing them to collapse in an instant. What happened? Why are they all down? The crowd began to sense something amiss. One individual rose to test the breath of the fallen terrorists, and, with a face of shock, exclaimed, They're lifeless. Captain, the terrorists are all dead. We must make an emergency landing. There are bombs on the plane. A wave of panic ensued. Everyone, remain calm. We will land at the nearest airport shortly. Please take your seats. The remaining crew members shouted. The aircraft made an emergency landing at Indonesia's official airport. the fuselage shaking violently as the terrified screams of the passengers intertwined. Fortunately, they ultimately landed successfully, with all passengers unharmed except for 2 crew members. The airline promptly announced it would compensate passengers tenfold for their losses. As soon as the plane touched down, a mechanized prompt echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Beep. Chaotic energy detected. Please collect, host. System? What is happening? Lin Feng was taken aback, silently inquiring. Chaotic energy fluctuations detected 5 kilometers to the south. This energy could provide immense assistance to the host, the system swiftly replied. Immense assistance? I suppose I should thank these bandits, Lin Feng mused to himself, realizing that had the plane not made an emergency landing here, he would not have discovered this mysterious chaotic energy. Chapter 40, The Bronze Tripod. Following the system's guidance, Lin Feng arrived at an auction house, where he learned that a large-scale auction would take place in 3 days, featuring a plethora of rare cultural artifacts. Consequently, he obtained the auction brochure. It seems I must wait a few days. Lin Feng tucked the brochure into his backpack. There was no rush, and perhaps he could uncover something useful at the auction. In Jakarta, at the Hilton International Hotel, after dining in the hotel restaurant, Lin Feng returned to his room. After consuming a bottle of enhancement liquid along with the life stalactite, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. After a night of intensive practice, Lin Feng could distinctly feel his realm advancing, with the energy within him growing increasingly profound. However, a significant gap remained before he could break through to the 7th layer. Slowly opening his eyes, he exhaled deeply. Beep. The host possesses 3 random draw opportunities daily. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Yes, draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a life stalactite. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a fragment of a mysterious map. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. After breakfast, Lin Feng promptly set out in his rented SUV. Over the next 3 days, he roamed Jakarta, deliberately stopping in Chinatown for a bowl of seafood noodles, glancing at antiques in the old town, and even mingling in a local market to purchase a bag of Musang King durian. Finally, on the 4th day, Lin Feng rose early and departed from the hotel. At the top of the 130-story iconic building, a highly prestigious auction commenced, with the interior of the auction house extravagantly adorned. Crystal chandeliers radiated brilliant light, illuminating the entire hall as if it were midday. Priceless art pieces hung on the walls, each crafted by renowned masters. Soft carpets lined the floor, muffling footsteps almost entirely. The auction house was filled with the wealthy elite, including Indonesia's wealthiest individual, Suharto Widodo, dressed in a custom Italian suit that accentuated his extraordinary demeanor, surrounded by a throng of bodyguards and assistants, his eyes betraying an unwavering determination to secure the items at this auction. In a shadowy corner, several elderly figures clad in black robes emanated a mysterious and eerie aura. Additionally, dignitaries from neighboring countries engaged in hushed conversations or scrutinized the lists of items to be auctioned with grave expressions. Lin Feng presented his invitation and entered the venue, their presence garnering little attention. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful host ascended the auction stage, her professional smile in place as she addressed the audience in fluent English with precise articulation. Esteemed guests, welcome to this premier auction. I am your host, Richest, and it is my honor to guide you through this grand event. With a slight bow and an elegant gesture, host Richest announced, "Now, the auction officially begins. Esteemed guests, bidders may use their local currency, which will be converted to USD on the big screen." Host Richest's professional smile glimmered under the spotlight. Now, the first item for auction, a Ming Dynasty blue and white lotus patterned vase, with a starting bid of 8 million. 5 million. A Middle Eastern businessman in the front row raised his paddle. 9 million. An electronic synthesized voice echoed from the second floor box. 10 million. Ultimately, it was secured by the second floor box for a staggering 23 million US dollars. Following this, one precious item after another was auctioned. As the atmosphere within the venue grew progressively fervent, bids rose and fell like the tide. Yet Lin Feng's mind remained fixated not on these items, but rather on the impending appearance of the bronze vessel imbued with chaotic energy. At last, host Richest proclaimed, "Next, we shall auction a small bronze tripod, which experts have dated to be of considerable antiquity, with a starting bid of 100 million. As her words resonated, the venue erupted in excitement. Beep. Mysterious energy detected. Please collect, host. System understood. Upon hearing the 100 million price, the crowd erupted in disbelief. What kind of bronze vessel starts at 100 million? Are they out of their minds? Who would buy that? Exactly. This auction is becoming increasingly absurd. Anyone who buys it is a fool. Right. As the uproar in the venue subsided like a receding tide, the attendees exchanged glances, their expressions filled with hesitation and confusion. Host Risha Aya surveyed the crowd, raising her gavel 3 times. 100 million. Is there any increase? 100 million. This is a rare opportunity. Just as she was about to announce the item as unsold, a deep voice rang out. 1 billion. 1 billion. Is there any other bidder? Host Risha Aya's voice rose sharply, excitement igniting in her eyes. 1 billion. Going once. 1 billion. Going twice. 1 billion sold. As the gavel struck, a barely perceptible smile graced Lin Feng's lips. The staff promptly delivered the small tripod to Lin Feng's box, completing the transaction. As the service personnel departed, Lin Feng immediately stored the tripod in the system space. Just as he intended to leave early, the final item was presented on the auction stage. What is this? Lin Feng gazed intently at the item on the auction table. Chapter 41. The Sword of King Qin? What is this? Lin Feng's eyes fixated on the item displayed on the auction stage. As the golden velvet cloth was lifted, an ancient bronze sword emanated a chilling gleam. The blade was adorned with diamond-shaped patterns, and the turquoise embedded at the guard, despite the passage of millennia, still radiated an astonishing luster. Risha Aya's voice resonated with a deliberate fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is a bronze sword from the Warring States period, authenticated by an esteemed international agency, and it is highly likely to be the personal sword of a certain Qin king. As a fervent history enthusiast, Lin Feng's gaze was riveted on the auction piece before him, his most cherished artifact from the Qin dynasty. He was acutely aware of the historical significance of this sword. The craftsmanship, representative of the zenith of Chinese bronze casting, was exquisitely manifested in this blade, not to mention the sweeping history it encapsulated. It must not fall into the wrong hands. The starting bid was set at $30 million. No sooner had the auctioneer uttered the final word than a chorus of bidding paddles erupted from the audience. The several Middle Eastern tycoons seated in the front row displayed expressions of unwavering determination, their jeweled fingers repeatedly raising and lowering their paddles. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng calmly raised his bidding card. The price swiftly soared past $50 million, and the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. An elderly European gentleman, with silver hair, removed his gold-rimmed glasses to polish the lenses, then boldly announced a bid of $60 million, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Lin Feng remained impassive, declaring, $80 million. His voice rang out clearly in the hushed auction hall. Some attendees turned to scrutinize the suddenly assertive face of the young Asian man, and amidst whispered conversations, the Middle Eastern businessmen furrowed their brows, engaging in rapid exchanges in Arabic. As the price skyrocketed to $200 million, only Lin Feng and the silver-haired elder remained in contention. The elder flashed Lin Feng a knowing smile and bid $220 million. $300 million. Lin Feng's voice was as steady as if he were merely stating a mundane figure. The elder's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated such financial audacity from this young man. The auctioneer's gavel hung poised in the air, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as this bid had already shattered the record for the highest bid of the evening. However, just as the gavel was about to descend, a Japanese businessman, donning sunglasses, sprang up from the back row. $5 billion. The hall erupted in astonishment, and even Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. How dare that little devil compete with me in cash? Lin Feng's anger flared instantly. $8 billion. His voice thundered like a hammer, striking each listener's heart. Even the auctioneer was momentarily stunned, his hand trembling slightly around the gavel. $8 billion was not merely an exorbitant sum. It was an overwhelming assertion against all other bidders. The Japanese businessman's sunglasses slipped down his nose, revealing a look of shock. The silver-haired elder's face turned ashen as he heavily sank back into his chair. $8 billion once. $8 billion twice. $8 billion thrice. Sold. The moment the gavel fell, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief. In the private room, staff members meticulously placed the sword into a specially designed protective case. They subsequently brought the sword to Lin Feng, who swiftly completed the transaction. Once the staff departed, he immediately stored the sword in his spatial system. It was only at that moment that the weight on Lin Feng's heart finally lifted. Simultaneously, a bombshell announcement shocked both the collecting community and international media. A mysterious billionaire from the Dragon Kingdom had surfaced in Indonesia, purchasing the world-renowned Qin King's sword at an astonishing price of $8 billion during a highly publicized auction. This news rapidly ascended to the top of Indonesia's official reports, sparking global discussions. Chapter 42. Conflict resurfaces. After the auction, Lin Feng exited, carrying 2 empty boxes. He was keenly aware that he must not reveal the secret of his storage space. Just a few steps out, he was intercepted by Suharto Widodo, flanked by a group of burly bodyguards, forming a human wall that blocked his path. "Kid, what is the significance of that bronze ding?" Why did you insist on bidding for it? Lin Feng frowned. What do you mean by that, sir? This bronze ding was clearly an unwanted item at the auction. Why are you now inquiring about it? Suharto Widodo stepped closer. Do not think you can take that bronze ding out of Indonesia. Speak. What is its special significance? Sir, are you intending to rob me? Lin Feng retorted angrily. Rob? The mysterious aura of that bronze ding has baffled Elder Yinshan for years. We organized this auction to see who could uncover its secrets, yet you managed to secure it in the very first round. Are you certain you can carry it away? Moreover, this item was presented by Elder Yinshan himself. His methods, you should consider confessing to spare yourself further pain. Oh, is that so? Lin Feng instantly understood. It was a fishing expedition. The crowd suddenly parted, revealing an elderly man leaning on a dragon-headed cane, who slowly emerged, clad in a black robe. A vibrant red snake coiled around his neck, flicking its tongue, gleaming with an eerie light in the dim ambience. He was none other than the infamous sorcerer Elder Yinshan of the South Seas. Young man, why feign ignorance when you clearly understand? Elder Yinshan's voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of seduction. The secret of that bronze ding is far-reaching. If you know what is good for you, hand it over. And perhaps you might secure your own escape. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as his mind raced with calculations. He was well aware of the bronze ding's extraordinary nature, yet he could not allow it to fall into their hands. Elder, I merely found the design of the bronze ding unique, which is why I bid for it. As for the secrets you speak of, I know nothing. Elder Yinshan scoffed, his gaunt hand waving dismissively, causing the red snake to surge forth like a crimson flash toward Lin Feng. Simultaneously, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure locking Lin Feng in place. This was a test of Elder Yinshan's sorcery. Had it been an ordinary person, they likely would have been paralyzed with fear by such a sudden attack. However, Lin Feng was no ordinary individual. His aura erupted, a formidable presence surging upwards, revealing his master-level prowess. With swift hand gestures, he conjured a golden light that burst forth from his palms, colliding with the red snake. A tremendous explosion resounded as the powerful shockwave radiated outward, toppling the surrounding bodyguards to the ground. Elder Yinshan's pupils constricted, a flicker of surprise and greed crossing his eyes. I did not expect such a young master-level practitioner. It seems you truly know something about the bronze ding. He licked his lips, his desire intensifying. If you cooperate, I can guarantee that in the South Seas, no one will dare to lay a finger on you, and you will reap countless benefits. Lin Feng remained unmoved, stating firmly, I have already made it clear. I do not know. The auction was a fair transaction. The bronze ding is now my possession. Do you not fear inciting public outrage with such forceful tactics? Public outrage? In the South Seas, I, Elder Yinshan, am the law. His expression darkened as he thrust his dragon-headed cane heavily into the ground, causing the surrounding air to warp, with countless tendrils of black mist surging forth to envelop Lin Feng. Since you refuse to drink the wine offered, do not blame me for being rude. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his internal energy circulating, readying himself for battle. He knew that escaping unscathed today would likely entail a fierce confrontation. This battle would not only determine the fate of the bronze ding, but also his safety and secrets. Let us begin. I hope you do not disappoint me. Lin Feng's body radiated an increasingly brilliant golden light, starkly contrasting with the encroaching black mist. Chapter 43, Absorbing Chaotic Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my auction house. We do not wish for any unpleasantness to occur. This gentleman is a valued guest of our auction house, so I advise everyone to proceed with caution. The auction house manager, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, approached, her demeanor stern as she addressed the crowd. Ah, it is Manager Mei Wei. We merely wish to make an acquaintance with this young man. Is there anything inappropriate about that? Suharto Widodo's gaze fell upon the auction house manager as he made his entrance. Although he dared not provoke the establishment openly, the innate arrogance of a billionaire compelled him to muster the strength to utter a defiant remark. Gritting his teeth, Suharto Widodo snarled, Youngster, we shall see how this accounts for itself. With that, he hastily retreated, his subordinates trailing behind him in a hasty retreat. What further schemes do you have, Elder Yinshan? Inquired the middle-aged beauty Lu Meiwei, her expression steely as she turned to face the Nanyang sorcerer. The sorcerer's countenance fluctuated between pallor and crimson, his mood dark and unpredictable. He shot a fierce glare at Lin Feng, then turned his gaze back to Lu Meiwei, letting out a cold snort before disappearing into the shadows with his followers, akin to specters fading into obscurity. Mr. Lin, I advise you to leave Indonesia at your earliest convenience. Widodo is merely a businessman and poses little threat, but the Elder Yinshan is no ordinary adversary. Their organization is meticulously structured, employing ruthless methods. It is best to avoid confrontation with them whenever possible. Fortunately, within the confines of our auction house, he dares not act too brazenly. Lu Meiwei said with concern etched across her features. Thank you, Manager Meiwei, for your gallant assistance. I shall proceed with caution and assure you that all will be well, Lin Feng replied earnestly, expressing his gratitude with sincerity. Lu Meiwei smiled, her gaze softening as it lingered on Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. If you do not mind, please call me Meiwei Jia in the future. Manager feels too formal. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Very well, I shall gratefully accept your kind offer, Meiwei Jia. Lu Meiwei covered her mouth, laughing lightly, her voice like the chime of silver bells. Hee, you truly have a way with words, dear brother. A notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Please, host. Absorb the chaotic energy as soon as possible. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng replied, Meiwei Jia, I must take my leave now. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Dear brother. Lu Meiwei mused, her mind swirling with intrigue. This young man is shrouded in mystery. To be a master at such a young age, what is his true origin? In the confines of his hotel room, silence hung heavy in the air as Lin Feng settled into a cross-legged position. System, what secrets does this small cauldron hold? He pondered, examining the small vessel closely. The cauldron felt cool to the touch, its surface adorned with ancient and enigmatic patterns. Under the dim light of the room, it seemed to emanate a faint glow, as though whispering tales of yore. Ding. This item is a treasure of chaos, imbued with chaotic energy that the host can absorb directly. After absorption, the host may attempt to establish dominion over it. The system's mechanical and frigid voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. A flicker of excitement and anticipation danced in Lin Feng's eyes upon hearing this revelation. He promptly activated the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, channeling his spiritual energy into the small cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron blazed to life, radiating a brilliant light as an overwhelming torrent of energy surged into Lin Feng's being. He felt a wave of warmth flooding through his palms, quickly radiating throughout his entire body, each meridian being scrubbed by a powerful force, inducing a delightful yet slightly painful sensation. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he clenched his teeth, striving to withstand the impact of this energy. As the chaotic energy continued to merge with him, Lin Feng's spiritual power surged with increasing velocity. The previously stable barrier of his spiritual energy began to show signs of instability under this formidable onslaught. Within his sea of consciousness, the once tranquil waves of awareness now roiled with turbulence. The chaotic energy coursing through him seemed to be reshaping his very structure, each cell rejoicing as it greedily absorbed this potent force. However, just as Lin Feng was immersed in this critical moment of energy absorption, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside the hotel. Suharto Vidodo, refusing to relent, had learned of Lin Feng's return and stormed into the establishment with a throng of subordinates. Exuding an intimidating presence, a dozen individuals rampaged through the hotel lobby, sending staff scurrying in fright. The front desk attendant turned pale, trembling as she reached for the phone to call for help, only to have it snatched from her grasp by one of Suharto Vidodo's lackeys. Quickly, tell me which room that brat is staying in. Suharto Vidodo bellowed at the front desk attendant with malevolence in his eyes. The attendant, quaking with fear, could barely muster a sound. Seeing her petrified state, Suharto slammed his palm onto the front desk, roaring, "If you don't speak, I'll ensure your hotel won't open tomorrow." Under duress, the attendant eventually stammered out Lin Feng's room number. Simultaneously, in the dim corners of the hotel, the group of Nanyang sorcerers stealthily emerged. Their eyes glinted with an eerie light as they muttered incantations, seemingly invoking some nefarious spell. The elder among them held a black compass, its needle spinning wildly, pointing toward Lin Feng's room. Humph, that brat is absorbing energy with such commotion. It makes tracking him all the easier, the elder scoffed, leading the other sorcerers deeper into the hotel. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the impending danger, completely absorbed in the absorption of chaotic energy. The chaotic force within him surged violently, beginning to assail his spiritual root. As the foundation of a cultivator, should the chaotic energy reshape his spiritual root, Lin Feng's potential for cultivation would elevate to unprecedented heights. Yet, this process was fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could lead to his spiritual root exploding, severing his meridians and obliterating his cultivation. Chapter 44, Departure. Lin Feng felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame, a powerful vortex of spiritual energy forming around him, drawing in objects from the room, furniture, curtains. Even the decorative paintings on the walls were torn to shreds by this overwhelming force. Outside the hotel, Suharto Vidodo and his subordinates arrived at Lin Feng's door. With a forceful kick, he burst the door open only to be repelled by the potent spiritual energy within, crashing to the ground. "What in the world is this?" Suharto Vidodo exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, his heart racing with dread as he beheld the dazzling vortex of spiritual energy within the room. Gritting his teeth, he shouted to his subordinates, "Charge in and capture that brat." Though fear gripped their hearts, they pressed forward into the room under his coercion. The moment they crossed the threshold, they were engulfed by the vortex, their bodies sliced by unseen blades, their screams echoing through the air. Suharto Vidodo's face paled at the sight, and he attempted to flee, only to find his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move. Terror filled his eyes as he watched the vortex draw nearer, and in despair, he closed his eyes. In another shadowy corner of the hotel, the Nanyang sorcerers had quietly materialized. The elder felt the surge of energy emanating from the room, and a greedy smile spread across his face. This energy must be emanating from the small cauldron. That brat has actually activated it. Damn it. How could he squander the power of the cauldron in such a manner? As soon as the thought left his lips, he swiftly produced a pouch of pink powder from his robes, flinging it into the air with force, and began forming hand seals to unleash a dark spell, aiming to seize Lin Feng's internal energy by force. At that moment, Lin Feng's chaotic energy was on the verge of completing its transformation of his body. Bathed in the purifying essence of chaotic energy, Lin Feng's form became translucent, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Just as he stood on the brink of success, the elder's spell was unleashed. A bolt of black light shot forth like lightning towards Lin Feng, piercing through the powerful vortex of spiritual energy and striking his body. Lin Feng felt an insidious force invade him, clashing violently with the chaotic energy within. He let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As the process of absorbing the chaotic energy was severely disrupted, a tempest of rage surged within Lin Feng, prompting him to swiftly channel the Taishu Guiyuan technique, exerting every ounce of his strength to counter the malevolent spells unleashed by the sorcerers of Nanyang. Guided by the Taishu Guiyuan technique, chaotic energy remarkably purified the sinister force and rapidly consumed it in the process. The third elder, realizing that his spells had been nullified by Lin Feng, was struck with astonishment and dread. He hastily intensified the potency of his incantation, causing the black luminescence to intensify. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he could not thwart the chaotic energy's voracious consumption of his spells. Ultimately, the black light gradually dissipated, leaving the third elder pale as a ghost, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. In disbelief, he gazed at Lin Feng within the chamber, his heart filled with terror, muttering, "How could this boy possibly achieve this?" Immediately thereafter, several sorcerers began chanting incantations. In an instant, a multitude of black beetles surged forth from the ground, rushing towards Lin Feng like a relentless tide. At that moment, Lin Feng had finally completed his absorption of the chaotic energy. Slowly opening his eyes, he felt his aura ascend, climbing through the 7th, 8th, and finally halting at the 9th layer of the chi refinement stage. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand gently, causing the powerful vortex of spiritual energy to dissipate in an instant, restoring tranquility to the room. Observing the swarm of black beetles advancing towards him, Lin Feng released a surge of spiritual energy that radiated outward. Under the pressure of this spiritual force, the black insects were instantly reduced to dust, emanating a powerful aura from Lin Feng's being. Boom. Everyone present was hurled backward, collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain, while Lin Feng vanished without a trace. Upon regaining consciousness, the onlookers found the scene in disarray, yet the young man from Longwo was nowhere to be seen. The elder of Yingshan was consumed by fury. Huh? Where's that boy? I want him dead. A picturesque island floated serenely atop the boundless sea, resembling a leaf adrift on the waves. In the southern part of the island stood a magnificent manor. Lin Feng hovered above the island, taking in the breathtaking panorama. Upon reaching the ground, he summoned a Bugatti sports car from the void and sped toward the manor. The island spanned an impressive 500,000 square kilometers, with the manor occupying thousands of acres, presenting a majestic architectural ensemble. Chapter 45. The Recognition of the Tianshu Tower. Lin Feng buried the small and medium spiritual veins awarded by the system deep underground. The once tranquil island seemed to awaken from slumber, bursting forth with vibrant life. The previously thin clouds in the sky gradually thickened and deepened. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors, as if dyed by spiritual energy. The ground of the island began to tremble gently, as faint spiritual patterns unfurled from beneath, resembling the veins of the earth, spreading outward. With the continuous release of the spiritual veins' power, the spiritual energy in the air grew denser, gradually reaching a state of saturation. The previously formless spiritual energy began to undergo a miraculous transformation, slowly liquefying. Streams of spiritual liquid cascaded down the slopes, converging in the valley to form pools of spiritual liquid. The The liquid within these pools was clear and transparent, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Amidst this, Lin Feng was filled with a mix of joy and astonishment, pondering that this must be an extraordinary opportunity for breakthrough. Wasting no time, he promptly took out a strand of Taishu Xuanqi, seated himself in a lotus position, and diligently operated the Taishu Guiyuan technique. As he channeled the technique, a whirlwind of spiritual energy surged around him, continuously flowing into his body. Within his dantian, the liquid spiritual essence, nourished by the spiritual energy, began to slowly coalesce. His body underwent a rigorous refinement by the spiritual energy, each meridian and every inch of skin cleansed and expanded. Lin Feng felt as if countless fine needles were piercing through him simultaneously, a pain that was unbearable yet accompanied by strands of relief. In that moment, a mysterious gas began to circulate within him, causing the previously solidified meridians to widen anew under the impact of this enigmatic force. Each expansion was accompanied by a resounding echo from deep within his bones, continuing until they reached 5 times their original size, gradually solidifying into resilience. As if he were reborn, time quietly passed as Lin Feng immersed himself in his cultivation. Eventually, a soft sound resonated from within him, akin to the low tolling of an ancient bell, echoing in the depths of Lin Feng's consciousness. The spiritual power within his dantian crystallized completely, forming a foundational pill that radiated with brilliant golden light, illuminating every corner of Lin Feng's being. Gazing at his transformation, seeing the resplendent golden pill, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, his hands trembling slightly. Ding. The host has 3 random draw opportunities each day. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Draw ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn the weapon. Mixed Yuan Tianshu Tower. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn a port in Panama. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn 10 billion Longwa coins. A small iron tower appeared in the palm of his hand. The tower, 9 stories high, was shrouded in a gray mist, emanating an aura that was both mysterious and ancient. As Lin Feng's consciousness approached the Tianshu Tower, his awareness was suddenly engulfed by a vortex, plunging him into a chaotic void. Countless fragmented runes floated around, swirling like a galaxy, while at the center hovered a crystal-clear diamond, radiating a soft yet commanding light. To become the tower's master, one must gain the recognition of the Tianshu runes. An ancient voice echoed in the void. Tianshu runes? This artifact is indeed unique, not allowing direct recognition but requiring acknowledgement instead. Lin Feng sensed that this object was far from ordinary, just as he was struck by astonishment. 9 mysterious runes began to revolve slowly around him within the enigmatic space. Lin Feng exerted his soul power toward the Tianshu runes before him, but the runes remained elusive, like a cat teasing a mouse, evading his grasp. Each time Lin Feng nearly captured a rune, it would slip away. A year passed, and Lin Feng's impatience surged. Why could he not capture the Tianshu runes? Though he had not succeeded in seizing a single rune during that year, he had discerned the patterns of the 9 runes, each corresponding to a layer of the Tianshu Tower. At this moment, he aimed to capture the first layer rune, as it was the least agile. Over the course of the year, through his attempts to seize the Tianshu runes, Lin Feng had achieved remarkable mastery over his mental power. Just as Lin Feng faced yet another failure, a gray vortex slowly manifested above his head, and the first layer rune was instantly drawn into the vortex, subsequently merging into Lin Feng's brow. Time flowed silently, and a decade slipped by in an instant. Lin Feng had successfully captured and refined all 9 runes. At this moment, the Tianshu Tower emitted a series of resonant sounds, transforming into a streak of light that penetrated his brow. After 10 years, the Tianshu Tower finally recognized its master. Lin Feng immediately entered the tower, where darkness enveloped him, with only flickering runes appearing in and out of view. These runes were manifestations of the first layer Tianshu runes. Mastering them completely would grant him control over the first layer of the Tianshu Tower. Lin Feng concentrated his mind, beginning to decipher the meanings of the runes. With each rune he interpreted, his understanding of the Tianshu Tower deepened, and a mysterious force surged from within the tower, merging into Lin Feng's being, transforming his meridians and physical form. The runes of the first layer of the Tianshu Tower gradually illuminated. A formidable suppressive force emanated from them. Lin Feng extended his palm and gently pressed against a massive stone before him. In an instant, the suppressive power of the first layer of the Tianshu Tower erupted, causing the space around the stone to seem to solidify, as the stone slowly sank underground until it vanished completely. Witnessing the astonishing power of the Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng's heart soared with delight. Indeed, the 9th layer's suppressive function was immensely powerful, capable of subduing all. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the tumultuous emotions within him. In an instant, The celestial tower melded into Lin Feng's dantian, transforming into a diminutive shadow of a tower that quietly hovered within. Lin Feng urgently called out, "Brother Tong, open the panel." Name, Lin Feng, early foundation establishment stage. Cultivation method, Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, double heaven. Attribute, fire. Weapon, scarlet flame, Hun Yuan celestial tower. Martial techniques, Taiji, sky split slash. Golden crow's annihilation. Skills, alchemy, mastery of martial arts, array mastery, refining mastery, soul searching technique. Talent, Tai Su golden eyes, fortuitous luck. Chapter 46, Island. Observing the significant changes on the attribute panel, Lin Feng's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and he quickly inquired, "Brother Tong, what are the benefits of the foundation establishment stage?" Beep. The fundamental distinction between entering the foundation establishment stage and the Qi refinement stage lies in the transformation of gaseous spiritual energy within the dantian. Transitioning from a gaseous to a solid state, forming the foundation establishment pill, the cultivator's control over spiritual energy reaches a new echelon, enabling better storage and utilization of this energy. A wave of unprecedented warmth surged from Lin Feng's dantian, swiftly spreading throughout his entire body. Beneath his skin, it felt as if countless slender spiritual serpents were writhing, reshaping his physique with spiritual power. Gazing at the island before him, Lin Feng noted the well-equipped water and electricity facilities, which did not hinder his daily life. Having entered the foundation establishment stage, he was already in a state of fasting, no longer needing to worry about meals, thereby alleviating a considerable amount of trouble. He gathered materials on the spot and constructed a simple wooden cabin by the seaside, embracing a rustic outdoor lifestyle. In the blink of an eye, 3 months quietly slipped away. The bottleneck of the early foundation establishment stage began to loosen under the onslaught of the tide of spiritual energy. When the 10th wave of spiritual energy collided with the barriers in his sea of consciousness, a blinding azure light suddenly erupted from Lin Feng's body. The once tranquil sea surface instantly rose in towering waves, as the spiritual energy around Lin Feng coalesced into a tangible form, sketching countless ancient runes in the air, each shimmering with a mysterious luminescence, as if embodying the profound truths of the universe. Within his dantian, the cracked surface of the foundation establishment pill burst forth with golden radiance. The previously solid pill body began to tremble violently, akin to an impending volcanic eruption. Lin Feng's bones resounded like popping beans, each vibration accompanied by excruciating pain, as if countless steel blades were slicing through his sinews. Tiny beads of blood appeared beneath his skin, glistening with an eerie purple hue under the azure light. These beads contained impurities being forcibly expelled from his body as he broke through. Suddenly, the spiritual energy surrounding Lin Feng surged back, rushing into his dantian like rivers converging into the sea. The foundation establishment pill exploded with a resounding boom, transforming into a dazzling embryo of a golden pill. Emanating a gentle glow, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of brilliance shot forth, carving out a trench hundreds of feet long on the sea surface. The water evaporating instantly under the intense heat, creating a magnificent mist. The density of spiritual energy surrounding the island visibly escalated. As the sea within a 10-mile radius began to boil, Lin Feng took a deep breath, as spiritual energy from 100 miles around seemed to respond to his summoning, converging above his head into a swirling vortex of vibrant hues. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had merged with the cosmos, acutely aware of the flow of every strand of spiritual energy and every shift in the world around him. The sea breeze, laden with rich spiritual energy, brushed against his face. As Lin Feng glanced down at his hands, he noticed his skin had become translucent, and the blood coursing through his veins was no longer ordinary blood, but rather infused with golden spiritual runes. With a gentle wave of his arm, ripples spread through the space around him, a preliminary comprehension of spatial laws following his breakthrough into the mid-foundation establishment stage. Having completed his breakthrough, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Beep, the host has 3 random lottery chances each day, with a total of 270 prizes accumulated. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Brother Tong, let's draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a portion of chaos spiritual liquid. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a strand of a large spiritual vein. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Unimog U6006 by 6 off-road vehicle. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Geolong ring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 508 billion Longwa coins. Half an hour later, the system's lottery notifications finally ceased. Gazing at the rewards he had drawn, Lin Feng mused, I cannot let Brother Tong's goodwill go to waste. I must truly enjoy life. Now, Lin Feng felt entirely free of financial worries. In terms of wealth, Even the world's richest man, Elon Musk, would appear impoverished in comparison. He picked up his phone, noticing dozens of missed calls, and promptly returned the calls. "Phoner, where have you been? It's been so long without a word. You've worried your mother sick." Lin Feng smiled. "Mom, I'm doing great. It's practically a vacation. Please don't skimp on the money I sent you last time. I'll transfer some more shortly. I've discovered a place with breathtaking scenery and fresh air. I'll come to take you and Dad to stay for a while." Hearing Lin Feng's voice, his father interjected. "You rascal, stop talking nonsense. Be careful out there, and don't overwork yourself." Lin Feng quickly reassured him. "Dad, you can rest easy. I'm in excellent health and eating well. By the way, I just transferred 5 million to you and Mom. Enjoy yourselves and don't hesitate to spend." His mother, taken aback by the amount, stammered, "Son, you gave me 2 million last time. You're making so much money now. Hurry up and find a wife. Your father and I don't need much money. How are things with Ruyen? Is there any hope?" "Mom, keep the money. I can earn now. Use it to buy something you like. If you want to travel, pick a nice place to relax. If you both live comfortably, I can focus on my endeavors. Also, I've already broken up with Lu Ruyen, so don't worry. I'll find an even better daughter-in-law for you. The child's intentions, we shall accept. Fenger has grown up and is capable now," Lin Feng's father remarked to his wife, noting Lin Feng's resolute tone. "All right then, you two take care of your health. If anything happens, call me immediately. I've bought a villa in Shunnan, and when I return from my business trip, I'll bring you both over." "Well, I have things to attend to, so I'll hang up now." After ending the call, Lin Feng dialed his sister's number. When the call connected, Lin Yunning's voice came through. "Brother, where have you been? You didn't answer your phone. Mom and Dad were worried sick." "Hey, I went abroad for work. I just got off the phone with Mom and Dad and called you right away." "Oh, so you went overseas. You should at least let us know. When are you coming back?" Lin Yunning asked. "Probably soon, in a few days. I'll bring you a gift when I return." "Okay, I'm in Modu. If you're coming home, I'll try to go back for a visit." "Sis, what are you doing in Modu?" "Working, what else? I have a flat here. So it's not good to leave it idle. You should stay there. I'll send you the address and the gate password." "All right then. I'll go check on your place." After hanging up, Lin Feng sent his sister the address along with the entry password. Chapter 47, Return. Lin Feng gazed out at the sea, murmuring with a hint of resignation. The realm of tranquil retreat on this island has stagnated. It seems I can no longer indulge in this place. Beep, the host has 3 random lottery chances each day, with a total of 36 prizes accumulated. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Brother Tong, let us draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a portion of chaos spiritual liquid. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a strand of a large spiritual vein. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Unimog U6006 by 6 off-road vehicle. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Jiolong ring. Amidst the continuous notifications, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng answered the phone, and on the other end, Long Jingxuan spoke with palpable urgency. "Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu may have been possessed." "Long Jingyao possessed? What happened?" Lin Feng inquired, astonished. "It is as such. Xiaoyu went to school today, and upon returning home, her eyes became bloodshot, her temper flared. I had no choice but to bind her hands. Currently, the doctors are at a loss. Lin Xiaoyu, what should we do?" "Long Lao, I will return at once." "Lin Xiaoyu, I await your arrival." After hanging up, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. Lin Feng's figure flickered, and he vanished from the island in an instant. The scenery shifted rapidly, and when Lin Feng reappeared, he had already arrived at number 1 ZY Manor. Phew, a distance of nearly 10,000 kilometers was traversed in merely 4 hours. Lin Feng drove from the manor to Shunnan Hospital. Pushing open the ward door, he found the atmosphere exceedingly oppressive. There lay Long Jingya, bound to the bed. Her eyes a fiery red, her complexion pale, and her lips tinged with purple. Her body twitched sporadically, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, soaking the pillow, while the nearby machines emitted incessant beeping. Seeing Lin Feng enter, Long Jingxuan's eyes ignited with hope as he hurried towards him, his expression laden with deep concern. "Lin Xiaoyu, I must trouble you again." As he spoke, Long Jingxuan gestured to a man beside him, introducing, "This is Jingyao's father and my eldest son, Long Mingyao." "Mingyao? This gentleman is Mr. Lin Feng, who has repeatedly saved our family from peril." Long Mingyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he stepped forward. "Mr. Lin, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I have just returned from abroad and heard of Xiaoya's predicament. Please, do examine her. Is there any way to help?" At this moment, his eyes were filled with exhaustion and anxiety, betraying his profound concern for his daughter. Long Guangyao also noticed Lin Feng and urgently implored, "Mr. Lin, I beseech you to treat Jingya. The situation is dire. Several esteemed medical practitioners have just left without identifying her condition." The atmosphere in the ward was thick with tension. Everyone's gaze fixated on Lin Feng with hopeful anticipation. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Long Lao, Long Xiansheng. I consider Jingya a friend. How could I stand idly by in her time of need? Please, lead me to her. The group hastened to the bedside, where Long Jingya's eyes were wide open. Her pupils nearly bulging from their sockets, bloodshot orbs reflecting madness and emptiness, as if she were gazing into an abyss of horror beyond comprehension. Lin Feng extended his hand over Long Jingya's head, a surge of spiritual energy permeating her mind. Suddenly, a cold and chaotic aura enveloped the room. Lin Feng spoke solemnly. This is goo poison, an exceedingly rare form. Goo poison? How could Xiaoye have come into contact with such a toxin? Long Jingshuan exclaimed. His face a mask of shock, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Feng remained silent, gradually channeling the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, cautiously probing the origin of the goo poison within Long Jingya's body. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. This goo poison has already infiltrated Jingya's internal organs. It must be contained swiftly, or the consequences will be dire. What? So severe? Mr. Lin, please, you must take action. The Long family will spare no effort or expense. Calm down, Long Xiansheng. I already have a solution. Taking a deep breath, a stream of spiritual energy surged from his palm, gently enveloping Long Jingya's body. Lin Feng meticulously controlled the energy, beginning to locate the nest of the goo insect. As the energy flowed in, Long Jingya's body began to tremble slightly, her expression contorted in pain, as if engaged in a fierce struggle against the goo poison within. Suddenly, her body convulsed violently, emitting a low, guttural roar, followed by a rush of black mist expelled from her nostrils. I found it. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. Just as he celebrated this discovery, the goo insect within Long Jingya erupted again. What is it, Lin Xiaoyu? Long Jingshuan and his sons held their breath, anxiously awaiting Lin Feng's words. It is a mother-child goo. Lin Feng's face grew serious. What is a mother-child goo? The three men, Long Guangyao included, looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. The characteristic of the mother-child goo is that the child goo resides within the victim's body, while the mother goo is controlled by the perpetrator. Unless the mother goo is eliminated, the child goo will continuously erode the host. Even if we temporarily suppress the child goo, the mother goo can instantly unleash its more potent toxicity, making it exceedingly troublesome, Lin Feng explained slowly. What? Who could be so malicious? If it is directed at my Long family, they could confront us directly. Why involve a child? Long Mingyao lamented, gazing mournfully at Long Jingya. Lin Xiaoyu, is there any way? Long Jingshuan turned his gaze towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng regarded Long Jingya on the bed and spoke softly. Long Lao, Long Xiansheng. You should step outside for now. I will attempt to address this matter. The child goo possesses extraordinarily keen perception. Your presence may inadvertently disturb it. Long Jingshuan's expression relaxed, and he nodded slowly. Lin Xiaoyu, I entrust this to you. As everyone exited, only Lin Feng and Long Jingya remained in the room. Lin Feng looked at the beauty lying on the hospital bed, her once exquisite face now pale from the goo insect, yet emanating a poignant sense of beauty. Brother, what should we do? Ding. Tai Su Xianqi can shield against any probing. The system's mechanical prompt sounded like a celestial melody. What? Tai Su Xianqi possesses such a marvelous capability? Lin Feng wasted no time. As his eyes opened and closed, his pupils transformed into a golden hue. The Tai Su golden eyes activated instantly, scanning Long Jingya's body anew. At that moment, near her heart, a transparent beetle, roughly the size of a thumb, pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, releasing a barely perceptible transparent thread. This was their means of communication. Lin Feng channeled his technique, transforming the Tai Su Xianqi into a soft and beguiling light, which he gradually infused into Long Jingya's body. The light surrounded the child goo, which, upon detecting such pure energy, began to voraciously consume it. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Feng deftly directed the Tai Su Xianqi to envelop the child goo, gently guiding it toward Long Jingya's exterior. The silence in the room was eerie, as the transparent beetle was on the verge of exiting her body. Chapter 48, Mother-Child Goo. As the child goo neared expulsion from Long Jingya's body, it suddenly reacted, attempting to retreat. Lin Feng, quick on the draw, immediately activated the Tai Su Xianqi to envelop Long Jingya entirely. No matter how formidable the toxic insect, it could never breach this barrier of Xianqi. Subsequently, Lin Feng infused a strand of spiritual energy into Long Jingya, while simultaneously encasing the child goo within another layer of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in a cave 100 miles away, a black-clad elder sensed the child's goo's unusual activity, his fingers trembling as he perceived the change, murmuring, "Strange. How could the child goo sever its connection with the mother goo?" Realizing this, the elder concentrated, chanting incantations to activate the mother goo, his fingertips glowing with an eerie light. Yet the connection between the mother and child goo had been irrevocably severed, as if they had never existed as a pair. Lin Feng activated the Tai Su golden eyes, his formidable spiritual force immediately following the thread's direction, discovering the mother goo was situated over 100 miles away. He attached a strand of his consciousness to the thread, propelling it toward the mother goo. Who could it be? A fierce expression crossed Lin Feng's face. In a concealed mountain range 100 miles to the south, a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy occurred, and a youthful figure materialized, none other than Lin Feng himself. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng gazed down. Huh? A formation? With a thought, the red flame manifested in his hand. As soon as the red flame sword appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air surged dramatically. Lin Feng bellowed furiously. Who dares to enter? Step forth and face your demise. The Qi-Yin sword descended with all its might. Boom. The formation was severely damaged, shattering instantly. Who dares to disrupt my formation? How could anyone possibly discover my presence? The elder of the Scarlet Serpent pondered the sudden disconnection between the offspring and maternal goo, only to find his meticulously arranged formation breached. An inexplicable fury surged within him, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Who possesses such audacity to disturb my seclusion? The elder, relying on his mastery of goo techniques, felt no fear and slowly emerged from his cave. As he stepped out, his pupils constricted in shock. A figure hovered in midair, wielding a sword with one hand. A sight that sent chills through his very soul. Who are you? The elder gasped, staring at the man suspended above. The letter goo within that girl, did you place it? Lin Feng regarded him as one would a lifeless cadaver. Are you suggesting that the loss of contact with the goo is somehow linked to you? The elder's face transformed in horror. Is this your treasure? Lin Feng uttered, and a black beetle froze midair. What? The offspring goo. How did you manage that? Allow me to return it. Lin Feng's spiritual energy coalesced in an instant, and the goo in his hand detonated, transforming into a mist of blood. At that moment, the maternal goo on the elder's body perished. No. He coughed violently, blood spewing forth as his complexion turned ghostly pale. Veins bulged on the elder's neck. And with a hoarse voice, he demanded, Who are you? Have you truly broken through to the master realm? Lin Feng's pupils narrowed, a chill emanating from him. Master? He scoffed. Why did you place a goo on Long Jingya? You may choose to remain silent, but I have my methods. The elder suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. The master realm has long since become a legend. How could you possibly? Enough with the idle chatter. Lin Feng's spiritual energy surged forth, the air crackling with a deafening roar. A ghostly blue light flickered at his fingertips, and his energy surged into the elder's brow. Soul search technique. In an instant, the elder's pupils lost focus as memories flooded into Lin Feng's consciousness. So it was you, Wang Mingyuan, Lin Feng whispered. Observing the elder's dazed expression, his heart brimmed with murderous intent. Die. In a heartbeat, a thread of highly compressed spiritual energy shot toward the elder. Bang. With a resounding thud, the elder's form was obliterated by the terrifying surge of energy, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his gaze. Turning toward the cave, a flicker of cold light gleaming in his eyes. A surge of golden crow power erupted from his fingertips. The scarlet feather golden crow contained boundless heat, warping the very fabric of space wherever it touched. That brilliance swiftly penetrated the cave, and in an instant, a cacophony of violent explosions erupted from within. The entire cave trembled as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake, rocks crumbling and the walls swiftly disintegrating. Within mere seconds, the cave collapsed under the onslaught of the scarlet feather golden crow. At the moment the offspring and maternal goo were simultaneously slain, Long Jingya regained her senses. Realizing her prior state, she trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom that she had been possessed by such a vile creature. Lin Feng completed his task and returned directly to the Jiwei Manor. Upon his return, Lin Feng quickly contacted Long Jingxuan, informing him that the goo master had been eliminated, and they could take Long Jingya home. Furthermore, the orchestrator behind it all had been identified. When Long Jingxuan learned that the goo had been eradicated, he profusely thanked Lin Feng, and, upon discovering the identity of the mastermind, hurriedly brought Long Jingya and others back to Jiwei Manor. Chapter 49, Investigation. Having been away from the manor for 2 months, the spiritual energy within had become extraordinarily dense, akin to liquefied essence, causing Lin Feng's body to tremble. Yet, at this moment, Lin Feng had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, his body fully saturated and unable to absorb more spiritual energy. He realized that only by breaking through the foundation establishment stage could he continue his cultivation, but presently, he showed no signs of such a breakthrough. What then is the key to transcending? As he sensed the profound energy within him, he felt lost, without guidance from the system. It seemed he must rely on his own understanding. With no imminent signs of a breakthrough, he considered bringing his parents over, as the manor was far too spacious for him alone. While his parents resided in a cramped home, lost in thought, a voice interrupted Lin Feng's reverie. Young Lin. Long Jingxuan arrived promptly at Lin Feng's residence. As he stepped onto the grounds, he keenly noted the significant difference in the air quality compared to his own manor. Young Lin, why does your courtyard feel so much more refreshing than my own? I feel invigorated just by being here. Long Jingxuan exclaimed in surprise. Long Lao. It may be due to the differing locations. Have you brought Jingyao back? Lin Feng quickly redirected the conversation. Indeed, they have all returned. Mingjia is taking care of her at home. Young Lin, you mentioned you uncovered the mastermind behind this. Who dares to target the Long family? Long Jingxuan's voice brimmed with anger, an imposing aura emanating from him. You are already aware of this person, Long Lao. The root of the matter is somewhat intertwined with my actions. Oh, who? It was during our previous visit to Modu, in the underground parking lot. Lin Feng recounted the events and their progression to Long Jingxuan. The Wang family from Kyoto. I see. Long Jingxuan's expression darkened. Long Lao, ultimately, it was my actions that stirred up this trouble. Allow me to resolve it once and for all. That person will inevitably return. My moment of mercy has left a lingering threat. This time, I shall eradicate it completely. Young Lin, the Wang family is not like any other. Let me first discuss it with old Su to determine how to handle this. No need. I will take care of it myself. This matter should not be disclosed to anyone. Long Lao, please send me the Wang family's address. They have no right to exist any longer. After all, I have family, and I cannot allow such a threat to linger. Young Lin, are you confident? The Wang family possesses master-level experts, and not just one. They are one of the prominent clans in Longhua. No worries, leave it to me. This time, I must thoroughly eliminate this hidden peril. When shall we depart? I will accompany you, even if it costs me my life. I demand an explanation from the Wang family. We will leave tomorrow. Please wait for my news at home. Your presence may complicate matters. Should I have old Su intervene instead? He has already warned the Wang family. That approach will prove ineffective. How infuriating. The Wang family pretended to comply while secretly plotting against us. They deserve a lesson. Long Lao, I suspect the Wang family has already investigated our backgrounds. Jingyao was merely their first target. Young Lin, please be cautious. The Wang family's foundation is deep, and we must not underestimate them. I will accompany you, even at the cost of my life. Lin Feng smiled confidently. Long Lao, rest assured, I will handle it with care. After Long Jingxuan departed, moments later, Lin Feng received a message with a location. Wang Mingyuan is currently at Tianhongwen in Kyoto. Lin Feng glanced at the message. So this is where you are hiding. This time, I will ensure you cannot escape. He promptly called his mother to briefly discuss his intention to have his parents move in with him. After hanging up, Lin Feng vanished into the night, arriving at a courtyard in Kyoto 2 hours later. The courtyard was a reward bestowed by the system. Yet Lin Feng had little desire to admire it. Upon opening his phone, he swiftly located Tianhong Garden. With a mere thought, the Chaos Sky Tower transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. Tianhong Garden. Why has Master Chilean ceased his correspondence? Continue to reach out. I demand Long Jingya to kneel before me. Post haste. Yes, young master, I shall contact them immediately. The subordinate promptly withdrew from the room, phone in hand. Ever since Wang Mingyuan had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng and received a warning from his family, resentment festered within him. He implored his mother to discreetly reach out to the Gu master, wishing for Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao to pay a price. As for Lin Feng, Wang Mingyuan had yet to uncover the origins of his background. Young master, I have found it. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached Wang Mingyuan. What? You've discovered that scoundrel's background? Indeed, his name is Lin Feng, aged 22, a graduate of Deep South University, residing at number 1 Jiwei Manor in Deep South City, and he is a neighbor of Long Jingxuan. His father, Lin Yong, and mother, Zhou Huimin, live in Guangnan City, Anju Community, while his sister, Lin Yuning, currently works in the Magic City. This is their detailed information. The middle-aged man provided a brief overview of Lin Feng's circumstances and placed a stack of documents before Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan glanced at the documents on the table, contemplating the elimination of his parents. Lin Yuning was also a stunning beauty. He would bring her along with Long Jingya. Additionally, he sought to contact a master who could undertake clandestine tasks. Money was no object, but he must ensure that his family remained oblivious, as Su Laotu was not one to be trifled with. Yes, young master, I will take care of it at once, the middle-aged man replied with utmost deference. Chapter 50. The Destruction of the Wang Family. Wang Mingyuan, you truly are oblivious to danger. It seems the lesson you received was too lenient. A voice suddenly echoed within the room. Wang Mingyuan's body bristled with fear as he shouted, Who goes there? Have you forgotten so soon? I am Lin Feng. Upon hearing the name Lin Feng, Wang Mingyuan regained his composure. After all, this was his territory. How did you get in? Wang Mingyuan suddenly waved his hand toward the distance. Seize him. Several individuals immediately drew their guns, aiming them at Lin Feng. Kill him. Wang Mingyuan commanded those around him. Bang, bang, bang. After several gunshots rang out, his expression softened slightly. Did you think you were invincible with firearms? Lin Feng's voice reverberated throughout the room. A few bullets remained suspended a meter away from Lin Feng. With a clench of his fists, a surge of spiritual energy erupted outward, sending the bullets back along their original trajectory, causing several men to collapse. Master, you are a master-level warrior? Don't come any closer. I won't dare again. Wang Mingyuan watched in horror as his men were struck down by the rebounding bullets, collapsing to the ground in submission. Spare me, I implore you. I have wealth. Killing me will not bring peace to the Wang family. Spare me. Confronted by Lin Feng's murderous gaze, fear gripped Wang Mingyuan's heart. Just then, the sound of gunfire drew attention from outside, and Wang Mingyuan's face lit up with hope. He believed his life was finally secure. His gaze toward Lin Feng was now devoid of fear. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared at Wang Mingyuan's side, whispering, "Soul Search." As a wave of information flooded his consciousness, gazing at the dazed Wang Mingyuan, Lin Feng had no intention of allowing him to waste precious air and declared, "Annihilate." Wang Mingyuan was struck by a compressed wave of spiritual energy, his body instantly dissolving into a mist of blood. Collecting the documents from the table, Lin Feng ascended above the villa. Golden Crow, annihilate the world, go. A golden crow erupted from Lin Feng's fingertip, engulfed in flames. Soaring high and transforming into a tempest of energy, sweeping toward the villa where Wang Mingyuan resided. Boom. As the energy storm passed, the air was vaporized. The villa crumbled before this force, reduced to mere ashes under the might of the golden crow's annihilation, leaving only a smoldering ruin. Pleased with his handiwork, Lin Feng, guided by Wang Mingyuan's memories, swiftly arrived above a luxurious courtyard in the capital, sensing a significant surge of spiritual energy emanating from deep within. Could this be the master revered by the Wang family? Just a larger grasshopper. Today, no one shall save the Wang family. A fierce glint appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. From Wang Mingyuan's memories, he discerned that aside from Wang Mingyuan's mother, none were aware of the circumstances. Hello, father, what did you say? Master Qilian has lost contact? Is he in seclusion? Wang Mingyuan's mother was on the phone with her father. A strong voice resonated from the other end. It is possible. However, he ought to at least notify us before entering seclusion. Father, Master Qilian's cultivation is formidable. Perhaps he is in a critical state, breaking through to a new realm. You need not worry. True. By the way, has Mingyuan resolved the troubles he encountered a few days ago? Father, these are trifles. Rest assured, they are merely ordinary individuals. Killing a few poses no issue, though the Su family is slightly troublesome. However, they will pay the price. Anyone who dares to offend my grandson must face consequences. Understood. Father, let us leave it at that. After hanging up, Lin Feng comprehended the sequence of events, realizing it was indeed a case of a doting mother leading to a wayward son. You are Wang Mingyuan's mother? A strange voice suddenly pierced the silence of the room. Who goes there? Lu Meifen exclaimed in panic. I am the one your son seeks, Lin Feng. Lin Feng approached Lu Meifen slowly. What do you want? How did you get in? Your son wishes for you to join him. What do you mean? You. Lu Meifen's face turned pale with terror. Her voice raised in a scream, yet her body remained immobile. You have no idea whom you have offended. Go accompany him. By the way, educate your child properly in the next life. Soul Search. Lin Feng immediately initiated the Soul Search, flooding his mind with Lu Meifen's memories like a tidal wave. To be good to the end, a family should be together. Lin Feng gazed at the dazed Lu Meifen. Bang! Lu Meifen instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Who? What person? Just as Lu Meifen vanished, a cloaked elder suddenly emerged from the depths of the courtyard. The commotion startled others within the courtyard. Wang Mingyuan's father, Wang Tianming, entered the room, scanning the surroundings in alarm. Where's my wife? The black-clad elder's aura surged dramatically, emanating the oppressive presence of a master-level warrior. Who are you? What business do you have at the Wang residence? To kill. Before he could finish, Lin Feng unleashed his domain powers, instantly immobilizing everyone within the Wang residence, rendering their bodies utterly motionless. The black-clad elder, sensing his loss of control, was filled with dread. What kind of divine power is this? A master-level warrior cannot possess such means. Lin Feng's gaze was as cold as ice. Are you Wang Tianming's father? The Su family issued a warning days ago. Yet you still arranged for the Gu master to act. None of you shall escape today. What? Mingyuan? Wang Tianming exclaimed in shock. What on earth is happening? I am unaware. It no longer matters. Lin Feng's tone was frigid. You dared to lay hands on my family. You are truly deserving of death. Master Wang, please save my Wang clan. Wang Tianming urgently called out to the black-clad elder. You insolent brat. The black-clad elder shouted in fury, preparing to unleash his power. Annihilate. Lin Feng uttered softly. Bang. The Master Wang instantly transformed into a puddle of blood mist. Witnessing this scene, Wang Tianming crumpled in despair. Your strength, spare me. I truly had no knowledge of this matter. After the Su family's warning, I strictly ordered Mingyuan to cease causing trouble. I will personally slay this scoundrel. I beg you. Spare the Wang clan. No need. Lin Feng spoke with an air of indifference, stating that he and Lu Meiwei had already reported to the underworld, and his purpose for remaining here was to ensure the entire clan accompanied them. He leapt into the air, golden crow annihilation. In an instant, a blinding tempest of energy erupted from his palm. Wherever the storm passed, structures crumbled like mere building blocks. The walls of the courtyard melted under the searing heat, and the roof was blasted away, reduced to ashes. Within mere seconds, the entire courtyard was utterly obliterated under the might of golden crow annihilation, leaving behind nothing but smoldering ruins and the acrid scent of charred debris. Chapter 51, An Artifact-Level Puppet. After accomplishing this, Lin Feng entered the Tianshu Tower and flew towards his family's residence in Guangnan City. That night, Lin Feng appeared above Guangnan City, using his perception ability to probe the surroundings. Once he confirmed that his parents were safe and sound, he finally felt at ease. The situation had been exceedingly perilous. Had he arrived at the Wang family residence any later, Wang Mingyuan might have already dispatched assassins against his parents and sister. As the night deepened, Lin Feng devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of the Taishu Guiyuan technique within the Tianshu Tower. The following morning, a mechanical voice from the system suddenly resonated. Ding. The host has 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to draw now? System, let us draw. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn the talent soul power perception. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn an artifact-level puppet. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. System, what is the talent soul power perception? Ding. Soul power perception, a soul-based talent that allows the cultivator to utilize their soul power as a guide to construct a perception network that transcends space. When the spiritual force penetrates the opponent's bloodline, it leaves an eternal mark deep within their soul, disregarding spatial distance. With a mere thought, the opponent's presence becomes distinctly discernible, and the sensing threads can transform into invisible nooses, capable of sealing their throats with a single thought. Remarkable. Immediately thereafter, a golden light flashed, followed by an overwhelming surge of information that erupted within the depths of his consciousness. Upon fully grasping the formidable nature of soul power perception, Lin Feng took a deep breath, swiftly adjusted his state, and attempted to employ this wondrous talent. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, and concentrated all his mental faculties, treating his consciousness as a focal point to anchor his existence. Then, with a flicker of thought, he activated soul power perception. In that instant, he felt his consciousness break free from its constraints, transforming into countless delicate and formless threads that silently spread out in all directions. As these invisible threads extended, a multitude of extraordinary sensations began to flood in. Among all the sensations, the most vivid and intense were those of his parents and sister. It was as if an invisible emotional bond tightly connected him to his blood relatives. Soon after, the information of uncles, aunts, and other relatives emerged like stars in this realm of perception, though not as clear as that of his immediate family, yet imbued with a unique sense of familiarity and connection, allowing Lin Feng to sense their existence. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. Abruptly severing the soul power perception, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It seemed that his soul power was still insufficient to meet the requirements for its full application. He needed to find a way to swiftly break through to the golden core stage. Lin Feng mused to himself. Not dwelling further on the breakthrough to the golden core, Lin Feng continued to examine his rewards. System, what about this puppet? Lin Feng inquired about the artifact-level puppet he had just drawn. Ding. Once the soul recognizes its master, the puppet can exert 80 of the host's strength and can level up alongside the host's power. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. 80 of his strength would be perfect for protecting his parents and sister. He eagerly completed the recognition process with the artifact puppet and subsequently stored it within his space. I must bring my parents over quickly to prevent any further mishaps. Since Lin Feng had embarked on the path of cultivation, it was inevitable that he would offend some individuals. His parents and family would be his greatest vulnerability, and he would not allow any harm to befall them. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng promptly took out his phone and called his mother. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, Mom. I'm coming to pick you up this afternoon to take you to Shinin. I bought a large villa there. And you and Dad can enjoy some comfort with me. I'll be home by afternoon. What? So suddenly? Let me and your dad tidy up a bit. Mom. Just a quick tidy up is fine. Everything you need is there. We can buy anything that's missing. All right, I'll take some essentials. We can't rely on buying everything in the big city. You need to learn to manage. I understand, Mom. I'll hang up now. I'm getting on the highway. Okay, drive slowly. Chapter 52. This car doesn't sell well. During his university years, Lin Feng rarely returned home, and after graduating, he embarked on the path of cultivation. This time, while picking up his parents, he also planned to visit some relatives. Lin Feng arrived at the mall and filled the trunk of his Cullinan before heading directly to the Unju community. At 10 in the morning, the Cullinan rolled over the bumpy concrete road and gradually came to a stop in the parking area of the community. What kind of car is this? The wheels are so large and square, it looks like it doesn't sell well. I don't think anyone in our community has bought one. Aunt Wang leaned over the iron railing, straining her neck to look. Wow, it looks like a Cullinan. A Cullinan? Is it real? As the crowd gathered tightly, the car door opened, and Lin Feng stepped out, greeting the onlookers. Good morning, Uncle Wang. Isn't that the young lad from the Lin family, Lin Feng? Truly him. He just graduated from university, and he's driving such a nice car. Aunt Wang exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Perhaps he's driving for a boss, Old Manly remarked, spitting out the cigarette but from his mouth. Everyone, feel free to chat. I'll head home first, Lin Feng said, turning to ascend the stairs. Below, the discussions intensified. Look at this kid showing off, driving a car like it's nothing, and such an expensive one at that. He must be a driver. Nonsense. This car is over 17 million. What boss would hire a freshly graduated student to drive? What did you say? How much? Upon arriving home, Lin Feng saw his parents busily packing their belongings. His father, Lin Yong, aged 46, stood tall at 180 centimeters, having worked tirelessly throughout his life. After retiring from the military, he worked at a machinery factory. His mother, Zhou Huimin, 44, worked as a sales assistant in a supermarket. His sister, Lin Yuning, was 24, having been in the workforce for 2 years now. Dad, Mom, I'm here to pick you up. Lin Feng called out loudly as he entered the door. His mother greeted him with a beaming smile. Xiao Feng, how did you arrive so quickly? Come in and rest. Oh, have you grown taller again? You're 190 centimeters now. Mom, how is the packing going? Really? You've grown 10 centimeters since high school. His mother glanced at the luggage on the floor, which was nearly packed. They were just taking some clothes. Don't pack too much. We can buy anything we need once we get there. His father approached. Xiao Feng, are you tired from driving? It's fine to rest a bit. We can leave tomorrow. I'm not tired. We'll leave in the morning and in the afternoon. I'll take you to visit your uncle and uncle's family and bring some gifts. It's been a while since I last went. You're so thoughtful, my child. Over the past 2 years, your uncles have helped us a lot, his mother said with gratitude. His father walked to the balcony to look down. Xiao Feng, what kind of car is this? It's so big. Dad, this car will be yours from now on. I have a few more in the garage in Shinin. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, over 17 million. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows with pride. Is it really over 17 million? In our community, those cars are hardly worth mentioning. Lin's father was taken aback for quite some time before he realized, and I suddenly felt the urge to go downstairs for a stroll, to greet the old neighbors. With that, he eagerly made his way outside. You come back here, Lin's mother exclaimed, anxious to chase after him. But Lin's father had already dashed down the stairs. Mom, has my sister been back recently? I want to bring her along. Your sister is working at a company in the metropolis. She just started last month. You should find time to visit her. The metropolis? I'll go in a few days. Has my sister changed jobs again? It's a long story. You can ask her in person. All right then. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and his father visited their uncle and uncle's family before returning home. In the evening, the family gathered around the dining table for dinner. After the meal, Lin Feng returned to the room he lived in during his childhood. The furnishings remained just as they were, and the air was filled with the familiar scent of old furniture. That night, Lin Feng did not practice as usual, but lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling as memories of his childhood flooded his mind, and before he knew it, the night had slipped away. In the morning, a mechanical voice announced, Ding. The host has 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn a strand of primordial mystical energy. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn a villa in Hong Kong. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn 5 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Huh. Brother Tong, what is primordial mystical energy? Ding. Primordial mystical energy is a mysterious force from before the formation of the universe, possessing numerous practical functions, such as enhancing the soul's genetic level and strengthening the physical body. Chapter 53, A New Home. Xiao Feng, it's time for breakfast. Are you up? Lin Yong called from the door. Lin's mother had prepared breakfast, and the family enjoyed their meal together. under the watchful eyes of their neighbors. They drove straight to the Jiwei Manor in Shunnan. At noon, the car slowly entered the estate, revealing a magnificent luxury mansion. Lin Feng's parents, much like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, gazed in awe at this paradise-like estate, believing they were dreaming. Lin's father exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, is this the villa you mentioned? My goodness, what a vast expanse of land. My son is truly impressive. This villa is the largest in Jiwei Manor, covering a total area of 30 acres with a built-up area of 10,000 square meters. Dear, this is too grand. Isn't it a bit too much for us to live in?" Lin's mother remarked, equally astonished. With such a large estate, even cleaning would be a Herculean task. And the property fees must be exorbitant. How much will this cost? Dad, leave the earnings to me. The money I have now will last our family a lifetime. Just settle in comfortably. I'll hire a few servants in the coming days. Son, let's refrain from hiring servants. Even with money, we should save. After all, you'll need to marry someday. Mom, I'm well aware. I plan to have my sister come over too, so you all can stay here. Discuss it with your sister. I have no objections, Lin's mother said, looking at her son. They slowly approached the main building, pushed open the door, and were greeted by a wave of opulence. Lin Yong entered the hall, exclaiming, "This decor is truly beautiful. It's a bit overwhelming. Dad, this will be our home from now on. Let us settle in. Fenger, this sofa is more comfortable than the ones in our old home." Lin's mother sank into the soft leather sofa, relishing the luxurious feel. "Mom, this is our home. Feel free to express any dissatisfaction. We can remodel if necessary. You child, always trying to make your mother happy," Lin's mother laughed. As they ventured further in, they came upon a spacious dining room and kitchen, with floor-to-ceiling windows brightening the entire space. Lin's mother gazed at the house and asked Feng, "How many bedrooms does this house have? I can't even count them. It seems there are more than 10, but I haven't counted them closely." The property manager provided a brief overview. Lin's mother surveyed the ample rooms. "Let us find a time to bring your sister over. We can all live together. And she can look for a job here in Shunnan. I'll arrange it this afternoon," Lin Feng immediately responded. "With your sister here to take care of you, I can rest easy. We should hire a servant so that cooking and cleaning are no longer a worry." "All right, I'll leave it to you," Lin's mother said. Satisfied with her son's plan, "I'll take care of your sister this afternoon. You and Dad can settle in here and get familiar with the surroundings. By the way, there's a sports court and a lake nearby. Dad, you can take Mom for leisurely walks." "Great," the parents chimed in. The family meticulously explored the estate until the afternoon, completing a rough tour of the rooms. As evening approached, Lin Feng glanced at the time and said, "Dad, Mom, it's almost 6 o'clock. Let's go out for dinner and take a little tour so you can get acquainted with the Shunnan environment. You young folks, you shouldn't hoard food at home. In the future, Mom will cook for you. Try to eat out less." "Okay, Mom," Lin Feng replied. He then drove his parents to a Michelin-starred restaurant. After dining, they went shopping for daily necessities and groceries before returning to the estate. Chapter 54, Settling into the Manor. That night, Lin Feng spent some time chatting with his parents before heading back to his room. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Feng glanced at the caller ID and answered. On the other end was Long Jingxuan, his voice urgent. "Hello, Lin, I have explosive news. The Wang family in Kyoto was uprooted overnight. Could this be?" Lin Feng replied in a calm tone. "Long Lao, they got what they deserved. Let's not delve into it further. By the way, how is Jingya's recovery?" "Jingya is basically healed. Our whole family is deeply grateful to you, Lin," Long Jingxuan expressed fervently. Lin Feng quickly responded, "Long Lao, you are too kind. We are friends. There is no need for such formality. My parents have settled into the manor. Do feel free to visit any time." Upon hearing this, Long Jingxuan's face lit up, his tone filled with joy. "Oh, Lin's parents have arrived? I must pay a visit tomorrow." Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Long Lao, my parents are ordinary people. Please don't be too formal. Rest assured, Lin, I know how to act," Long Jingxuan assured with a smile. After hanging up with Long Jingxuan, Lin Feng dialed Lin Yuning to inform her that their parents had safely arrived in Shunnan. Upon learning that their parents were living with Lin Feng, Lin Yuning felt delighted, though she had no immediate plans to visit Shunnan herself, as Lin Feng had suggested waiting until her condition improved. Inside the Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, gently flipping his right hand, summoning a strand of primordial mystical energy into his palm. This energy seemed almost tangible, with faint runes swirling within, emanating a mysterious and ancient aura. Lin Feng took a deep breath, focusing all his mind on it, fully channeling the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju. In an instant, the primordial mystical energy appeared to have a life of its own, swiftly spreading up from his palm and merging into his meridians. A faint glow began to envelop Lin Feng's body. As he practiced his technique, the glow flickered and transformed. While Lin Feng immersed himself in the absorption of this powerful energy, striving to become one with the primordial mystical energy. As the primordial mystical energy surged through Lin Feng's meridians, the energy within him grew increasingly tumultuous. Each time he practiced the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, it felt as though an energy storm was unleashed, relentlessly pushing the limits of his body. The overwhelming power contained within the mystical energy was akin to the might of creation itself, gradually reshaping Lin Feng's physical structure. As if there were significant flaws in his original bodily composition, Lin Feng felt his bones creaking as if undergoing a profound metamorphosis. His muscle fibers surged and intertwined, each inch of his skin radiating a resilient glow. Simultaneously, deep within his soul, a mysterious force seemed to awaken. His already formidable spirit, nurtured by the primordial mystic energy, began to exude a terrifying aura anew. The power of his soul surged like a tidal wave, incessantly battering the boundaries of his consciousness, expanding it into ever greater depths and expanses. Propelled by this formidable strength, Lin Feng drew ever closer to the golden core realm. At last, in a fleeting moment, he sensed a cataclysmic transformation within his being. A brand new energy core began to coalesce in his dantian, and a resplendent golden core gradually took shape. As time passed, this golden core grew increasingly solid, mysterious patterns emerging upon its surface, emanating a heart-stopping aura. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng successfully transcended into the golden core realm. He distinctly felt that the strength of his physical form had reached an extraordinary level. At this juncture, even facing the hardest of celestial iron, he could shatter it with a single punch. His soul's potency surpassed imagination. Now, with but a thought, he could easily perceive all movements within several miles around him. Having achieved his breakthrough, Lin Feng soared from the celestial tower, eager to experience the might of the golden core stage. Just as he exited the tower, the sky abruptly darkened. Heavy storm clouds swiftly gathered, swiftly cloaking the entire heavens. Purple lightning flickered ominously within the clouds, crackling with a deafening roar. Seeing the approaching lightning, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. System, what is this? Ding. This is the heavenly lightning tribulation. The host must confront the tribulation head-on upon breaking through to the golden core stage. This tribulation holds immense benefits for the host. Do not attempt to resist it with artifacts, as its destructive power is staggering. It is advised that the host proceed to an uninhabited area to undergo the tribulation. What? The lightning tribulation? Lin Feng nodded slightly, redirecting his gaze towards the roiling storm clouds. Knowing that this tribulation was an inevitable trial for his breakthrough and contained unique opportunities, he anticipated it would not be easily faced. We must move quickly. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng vanished, appearing instantly hundreds of kilometers away over the sea. The storm clouds materialized above him once again, thickening ominously, and the lightning grew ever more blinding. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the clouds, aimed squarely at Lin Feng. He felt the immense pressure of this force, but showed no intention of retreating. The power of his golden core surged violently, forming a robust barrier of spiritual energy before him. The lightning crashed against the shield with a resounding boom. The collision unleashed a blinding flash and a tremendous sound, causing the surrounding air to quiver and the ocean to erupt into towering waves. Yet, after a brief tremor, Lin Feng's shield successfully withstood the impact. The storm clouds were relentless, sending down successive bolts of lightning. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, constantly adjusting the output of his golden core energy to withstand wave after wave of assault. Each strike of lightning inflicted immense pain upon his body. However, through the tempering of the tribulation, the strength of his golden core solidified further, and both his physical form and soul grew increasingly resilient and powerful under the relentless barrage. As the last bolt of lightning dissipated, the storm clouds gradually dispersed, restoring clarity to the sky, and Lin Feng's realm firmly settled into the early stages of the golden core. Chapter 55, System Upgrade. As the storm clouds vanished, Lin Feng found himself in tatters, utterly disheveled. Having successfully weathered the lightning tribulation, he promptly returned to his estate, where his parents had yet to awaken. Ding! The host has broken through to the golden core stage. The Super Tycoon System is commencing an upgrade. System upgrade? Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the upgrade interface. 2040801000. Super Tycoon System, Level 20 upgrade complete. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. The system will now provide the host with 3 random draws each day and will issue tasks at any time. Upon completing these tasks, the host will receive substantial rewards. Ding! The host now possesses 3 chances for random draws each day. Would you like to proceed with the draw? System, let's draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a life stalactite. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a space element gem. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 20 billion top-notch crystals. Wow. The rewards post-upgrade have significantly improved alongside the Dragon Kingdom currency. System, what are the tasks being issued? Ding. The system will periodically issue tasks to the host, with exceptionally generous rewards. Please await the task prompts. What is the space element gem? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at the gem. At the inception of the universe, when chaos reigned and the heavens and earth were yet to unfold, 12 elements quietly gestated within this chaos. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space, time, and soul. These 12 elements intertwined, collided, and fused, undergoing countless epochs of tempering to give rise to the present universe. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Feng stood in stunned silence. The space gem was intertwined with the very formation of the universe. Feeling the golden core within him, a thought suddenly struck Lin Feng. Now that he had broken through to the golden core stage, he should be able to refine the second layer of the celestial tower. No sooner had he thought this than he instantly entered the celestial tower. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng settled cross-legged at the center of the first layer, preparing for the crucial refining process. The void-returning essence technique began to operate slowly, and runes illuminated around him. The runes intertwined and collided, emitting a faint humming sound, resonating with Lin Feng's soul. As the refining deepened, the second layer of the celestial tower awakened like an ancient behemoth, continuously releasing vast amounts of energy. This energy surged towards Lin Feng like a torrential tide, coursing rapidly through his meridians. Lin Feng felt a warmth enveloping him, as every cell rejoiced, greedily absorbing this energy, propelling his cultivation progress at a visibly accelerated pace. Concurrently, the effects of the glowing runes became increasingly pronounced. His mind grew extraordinarily active, and numerous conundrums he had faced during cultivation now melted away like snow under the sun. His comprehension of the laws of the universe improved steadily, and those once obscure and enigmatic powers of the laws were now unveiled, revealing glimpses of their mysterious essence. Lin Feng felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new world, where everything was intricately linked to cultivation, and with every breath, he could sense the rhythm of the laws at play. Finally, the energy within the celestial tower was entirely refined by Lin Feng. Boom! A deep rumble echoed as Lin Feng fully mastered the second layer of the primordial celestial tower. With mastery over this layer, he discovered its function was named convergence, capable of accelerating cultivation progress, increasing breakthrough odds, providing energy, and enhancing comprehension. He was astounded by the extraordinary capabilities of the second layer and pondered what marvels awaited him upon fully mastering all 9 layers of the celestial tower. System. Who created the celestial tower? Why are its functions so extraordinary? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Ding. In the ancient times, when the heavens and earth were formless, a supremely powerful being was born. He sought to forge a super artifact and thus scoured the world for rare materials. After countless ages, the core materials were finally gathered in a mysterious place where spiritual energy converged. While refining a magical artifact, a powerful being infused their understanding of the laws into it. Ultimately, the artifact was successfully created, giving rise to the Hunyuan Tianshu Tower. The tower consists of 9 levels, each possessing incredible abilities that require the host to gradually master them. Within the tower, Lin Feng focused his thoughts, and a yellow gemstone materialized in his palm. Could this be the space gem? Lin Feng examined it closely, observing that mysterious spatial fluctuations enveloped the gem, as if it contained the immense power to create a realm of its own. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged and probed the space gem with his consciousness. In an instant, a torrent of powerful and chaotic spatial energy surged forth, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, relentlessly battering Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. He felt a piercing headache, as if countless sharp needles were stabbing him, and his face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng exerted all his internal spiritual energy, striving to integrate the gemstone into his being. Chapter 56. Mastering the Space Gem, the Divine Skill of Instantaneous Movement. As time passed, the onslaught of spatial energy grew increasingly ferocious. Lin Feng's spiritual defenses began to show cracks under the overwhelming force. His consciousness started to blur, as if it would be devoured by this power at any moment. Just as he teetered on the edge of collapse, the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju began to operate automatically. Each cycle of the technique alleviated a fraction of Lin Feng's suffering, prompting him to hasten its operation, seeking a rhythm that resonated with the spatial energy. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng finally caught a glimpse of a subtle rhythm amidst countless attempts and failures. Although the spatial energy was domineering, the edges of the spatial fragments revealed its vulnerability. Lin Feng immediately guided the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju to merge with it gradually. his body trembling slightly from the strain of the immense power, and tiny crimson lines appeared on his skin. As the fusion deepened, the brilliance of the space gem softened, and the spatial energy it emitted became less violent. Lin Feng sensed an increasingly tight bond forming between himself and the gem, gradually becoming one. After a dazzling flash of yellow light, Lin Feng's tenacity was acknowledged by the space gem. With a resounding roar, an unprecedented power erupted within him, as spatial fragments filled every inch of his skin and blood, granting him an acute perception of space. With a mere thought, a black rift appeared in the air, and in the next moment, Lin Feng found himself hundreds of miles away. Could this be the ability of instantaneous movement? Lin Feng gazed around in astonishment. He activated the skill once more, and astonishingly, he appeared on a deserted island in an instant, as if space had ceased to be an obstacle before him. Then, extending his palm towards an open area, he gently clenched his fist. Instantly, the space twisted, air compressed rapidly, emitting a buzzing sound, and the once flat ground now bore a deep indentation, with surrounding rocks crushed to dust. What is this skill, Tonggu? Notification: the host has successfully refined the space gem and gained the talent for instantaneous movement, mastering a portion of spatial abilities. Ah, I see. Tonggu, open the panel. Name: Lin Feng. Early stage of golden core. Technique: Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju. Second layer. Attributes: fire, space weapons. Qian, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower martial skills. Space shatter slash. Jinwu annihilation. Spatial compression talent. Tai Su golden eyes. Instantaneous movement. Tonggu. The system interface has simplified again. Optimization has been automatically adjusted for the host. If full details are required, the display can be reverted to the original settings. No need to alter it. This is quite satisfactory. Lin Feng observed the panel, noting that he had finally broken through to the golden core stage. Lin Feng instantly teleported back to the ZY Manor. A distance that had previously taken 4 hours to traverse now accomplished in a mere heartbeat. Xian Kuei. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he called out softly. In an instant, the air shimmered with invisible ripples, and 2 figures materialized without warning, standing before Lin Feng. They were shrouded in threads of mysterious energy, their expressions stern, eyes reflecting absolute obedience. Master. The Xian Kuei knelt on one knee, their voice deep yet clear, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Lin Feng regarded the Xian Kuei. It seems you have also grasped a fragment of spatial ability. It is because the master has been recognized by the essence of space that we have also acquired a semblance of spatial power. Very well. From this day forth, you two will conceal yourselves within the void, tasked with safeguarding the safety of my parents and sister. This is their spiritual essence. As he spoke, a wisp of energy entered the minds of the Xian Kuei. Should you encounter any ordinary danger, intervene promptly. If faced with malevolent individuals, do not hesitate, eliminate them without mercy. However, remember this: you must never allow my parents to perceive your presence. In case of any issues, communicate with me immediately. Do you understand? Yes, master. Go. With that, the Xian Kuei flickered and vanished into the void, leaving behind a subtle distortion in the space, a testament to their prior existence. Having arranged everything, Lin Feng entered the living room at 7 in the morning, where his mother had prepared breakfast. After enjoying the meal with his parents, a cheerful voice rang from outside. Lin Xiaoyu, I have come to pay a visit. It was the booming yet respectful voice of Long Jingxuan from outside the courtyard. Lin Feng paused for a moment and informed his parents, Mom, Dad, our neighbor has come to visit. I'll go greet them. Lin Yong and his wife quickly tidied their clothes, recognizing the importance of maintaining good neighborly relations. Lin Feng approached the courtyard gate and opened the iron door with a creak, revealing the Long family of 4. Long Jingxuan wore a broad smile, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude. Long Mingyao and Long Guangyao bowed respectfully, while Long Jingyao stood behind her father, dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans. Her ears tinged with red as she occasionally stole glances at Lin Feng before hastily averting her gaze. Lin Xiaoyu, I have come to disturb you, Long Jingxuan declared. I am immensely grateful for your assistance these past few times. The Long family will never forget this kindness. Long Mingyao added with respect, Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your repeated aid. Should the Long family ever be in need, we will spare no effort. Long Lao, Long Xiansheng, you are too courteous. Please, come inside. Lin Feng was at a loss as to how to respond to such politeness. Chapter 57, The Proposal. Long Lao, Long Xiansheng, please, do come in. Lin Feng hastily urged. Lin Xiaoyu, I apologize for the intrusion. Long Jingxuan nodded in response. Long Lao, please do not stand on ceremony. Come inside. Lin Feng quickly led them into the house. As they entered the courtyard, Lin Feng turned to his parents and introduced, Mom, Dad, this is Long Lao, who resides at Manor Number 5. Long Jingxuan smiled and bowed to Lin Feng's parents. So you are Lin Xiaoyu's parents. You look quite youthful. I am Long Jingshuan, and these are my eldest son Long Mingyao, my second son Long Guangyao, and my granddaughter Long Jingya. I apologize for the sudden visit and hope for your understanding. Lin Feng's parents exchanged pleasantries with the guests, and they all proceeded to the living room. Once seated, Long Jingshuan expressed, Lin Xiaoyu, I have come today not only to extend my gratitude for your immense kindness to our Long family. Had it not been for your repeated medical interventions, I fear I would no longer be among the living. Moreover, you saved this girl, Jingya. This kindness is something our Long family will never forget. As he spoke, Long Jingshuan stood up and solemnly bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Long Mingyao, Long Guangyao, and Long Jingya, upon witnessing the scene, all rose and bowed in gratitude to Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly assisted Long Jingshuan to his feet, saying, Elder Long, you mustn't say that. It is my duty as a medical school graduate to save lives and alleviate suffering. Moreover, it is only natural for neighbors to assist one another. Lin Feng's parents, observing this exchange, were filled with astonishment and pride. They were surprised that their son had garnered such heartfelt gratitude from a venerable elder, and proud of his benevolent and helpful nature. Once seated, Long Jingshuan turned his gaze towards Lin Feng's parents and remarked, Lin brother and sister, you have raised a remarkable son. Young Lin Feng not only possesses exceptional medical skills, but also a kind heart. He is truly a rare talent among the youth of today. Lin Feng humbly responded, Elder Long, you flatter me. This child has been mischievous since childhood, and to receive your praise is indeed his fortune. Please, do not refer to me as brother or sister. It is a title I am unworthy of. After exchanging pleasantries, Long Jingshuan's demeanor grew serious as he glanced at Long Jingya and then back at Lin Feng. Young Lin, to speak candidly, I have a matter to discuss today. This girl, Jingya, has been somewhat spoiled since childhood. Although she can be headstrong, she has a kind heart and a straightforward character. Noticing that you and Jingya are of a similar age and quite compatible, I have considered a thought. May I inquire if Lin brother and sister would be amenable to the idea of arranging a marriage between Jingya and Lin Feng, thereby intertwining our families even further? Upon hearing these words, the hall fell into a stunned silence. Lin Feng's parents exchanged astonished glances. Long Jingya lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and unconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng felt a wave of panic wash over him. He indeed harbored feelings for Long Jingya, but the prospect of marriage had never crossed his mind. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng regained his composure, took a deep breath, and replied, Elder Long, I am grateful for your and the Long family's kindness. Miss Jingya is indeed exceptional. However, I have never considered such matters, and as Jingya is still in school, I believe it would be prudent to wait until she graduates from university before discussing this further. Long Jingshuan seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Smiling as he said, Young Lin, matters of marriage should indeed be approached with caution. I apologize for my impulsiveness. I am heartened by your candidness. Long Mingyao and Long Guangyao promptly interjected to ease the tension, agreeing, Yes, father, it is indeed premature to discuss such matters before Jingya graduates. Long Jingya felt a pang of disappointment, and Lin Feng, observing her expression, felt a twinge of guilt, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Long Jingya forced a smile, attempting to appear strong, and said, Young Master Lin has grand aspirations, and it is only fitting that he prioritizes his career. It was evident that she was not entirely satisfied with Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng's parents exchanged shocked glances, with Lin's mother reassuringly addressing Long Jingya, Dear girl, do not take his words to heart. This boy is rather thoughtless at times, often preoccupied with his own pursuits. He is not in a position to make such decisions. With a warm smile, Lin's mother took Long Jingya's hand and gently patted it, saying, My dear, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an overwhelming joy. Please do not let this young man's words trouble you. If you have time, do come visit our home. Consider it your own. I genuinely admire you, dear child. With her eyes glistening, Long Jingya nodded appreciatively. Thank you, uncle and aunt. I will come often. Lin Feng, witnessing this exchange, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, the group engaged in casual conversation for a while before Long Jingshuan and his companions rose to take their leave. Lin Feng accompanied them to the door, where Long Jingshuan once more addressed him, Young Lin, regardless of the circumstances, we shall never forget your kindness towards our Long family. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. We will certainly do our utmost to aid you. Elder Long, please do not be so formal. If there is a need in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me, Lin Feng replied. Long Jingya shot Lin Feng a glare, to which he quickly averted his gaze. Once they had departed, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 58. Wrath. The Wang family faced a catastrophic disaster overnight. The ancestral home of the Wang family, along with Wang Mingyuan's villa, was reduced to ruins, an event that swiftly alarmed the Special Operations Group of Long Nation. Four figures appeared within the sealed confines of the Wang family courtyard. Leading them was the head of the Qinglong team, a 45-year-old high-level master, the deputy leader, Zhulong, aged 48, a mid-level master. Alongside them were two team members, 30-year-old Lanying and the 26-year-old female member, Linglong, both high-level martial artists. At this moment, the scene was cordoned off to prevent further panic or photographic leaks. Boss, judging by the state of the site, this was undoubtedly the work of a master-level expert, and one of considerable strength, the deputy leader, Zhulong, observed with a furrowed brow. What kind of person has the Wang family offended to invoke such a calamity? The Qinglong team leader's expression grew grave. The Wang family has long relied on their status as a prominent family and the backing of the Lu family, conducting themselves with arrogance in Long Nation. It seems they have finally met their match. The assailant's power is unfathomable. Even I could not achieve such devastation. Also, what of the protectors the Wang family employed? Have they fled in advance? There is not a trace left. Linglong, analyzing the scene, suggested 2 residences were destroyed simultaneously. Perhaps Wang Mingyuan provoked trouble elsewhere, which has brought calamity upon the entire family. While Linglong's reasoning was sound, the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery. Could it have been a high-level master? Given Wang Mingyuan's insignificance, how could he have offended such a being? Even if his father wished to meet them, it would be difficult. This matter is exceedingly peculiar. The residual aura here is terrifying, and among the current masters, none employ such methods. First, we need to investigate whom the Wang family has clashed with recently. Linglong, you should contact the relevant parties and keep an eye on any unusual shifts in the dragon ranking. Understood. I will attend to it immediately, Linglong replied. Zhulong surveyed the ruins and remarked, with such an incident involving the Wang family, we should observe the Lu family's response. Wang Mingyuan's maternal grandfather dotes on him. I wonder what his reaction will be upon learning of his grandson's demise. Let us proceed, the team leader instructed. Yes, boss. Deep within the southern mountainous region, Lu Huan was unable to reach the elder Chilian, and now both his daughter Lu Meifan and grandson had gone missing. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to dispatch someone to investigate Wang Tianming's courtyard in Kyoto. Before long, a panicked individual rushed before Lu Huan, exclaiming, head of the family, the Wang family has been annihilated. There is not a single survivor. He handed over several photographs depicting the destruction of the houses. What? Who dares to be so audacious? Lu Huan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Where is Mr. Wang? His whereabouts are unknown, the messenger replied. Quickly, book me a flight. I must go immediately. What about Mingyuan? Wang Xiao's villa has also been destroyed, and he is missing, just like the ancestral home. Who dares to lay a hand on my grandson? Lu Huan's gaze hardened. Find out immediately. Start with the Su family. A few days ago, Mingyuan had a confrontation with that young girl from the Su family in Modu. There was a young man present with considerable skill. Focus on him. Understood. Damn it, I don't care who you are, if you harm my grandson. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. It seems I have been away from the martial world for too long. Many have forgotten my name. A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Huan's eyes. In Modu, at the Su residence, Su Jinsong stood frozen in shock upon receiving Su Jingyu's report. What? The Wang family in Kyoto was wiped out last night. Not a single survivor. Unclear. I heard the head of the Qinglong team went to investigate, but found no clues. It seems the assailant is stronger than Qinglong. A high-level master? Who has the Wang family offended? Su Jinsong could no longer sit still. Dad, do you remember the last time in the underground parking lot when Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya clashed with Wang Mingyuan? It was Lin Feng who intervened. A few days ago, Xiao Xiao mentioned that Xiaoya had been targeted for retribution, and it was Lin Feng who came to her aid. Following that, the Wang family encountered a calamity. Could it be that Lin Feng was behind it? Your assertion holds some merit. I shall promptly contact Old Long to inquire about the situation. Yet, regardless of Lin Feng's prowess, could he truly attain the status of a high-level master? That seems exceedingly implausible. Perhaps Lin Feng is not a high-level master. But does he possess a formidable lineage? It is incomprehensible for such a young master to emerge from obscurity. Jingyu, you speak wisely. Su Jinsong immediately dialed Long Zhengshuan's number and, after clarifying the circumstances, hung up. Father, what news? What exactly transpired? Those scoundrels from the Wang family. They actually placed a mother and child curse on Xiaoya, nearly costing her life. It was Lin Feng who intervened to break the curse. Yet, that very night, Lin Feng vanished without a trace, and the Wang family was subsequently annihilated. Hiss, could it truly be Lin Feng's doing? What strength does he possess? We must take action and head to Shunnan immediately. I suspect Lu Huan will certainly investigate this matter. Lin Feng has rendered our family a great favor. We cannot turn a blind eye. Father, Lu Huan was notoriously ruthless in his youth, and after years of concealment, His skills in the art of curses have likely become even more formidable. Trust me, we must set out at once. Very well, father, I shall heed your counsel. Thus, the father and son duo of Su Jinsong promptly set forth, contacting several masters from the dragon ranking who had previously benefited from the Su family's kindness. All heading towards Shun Nan together. Chapter 59, Gathering. Lin Xiaoyu, grave news has arisen. Long Jingxuan dialed Lin Feng's number. Old Long, what has happened? Old Su informed me that Lu Huan, Wang Mingyuan's maternal grandfather, has begun investigating the conflict at the parking lot. It is likely that he will uncover the truth soon. And he has already dispatched dozens of curse masters to Modu. The dragon group has intervened, but Lu Huan has disregarded official warnings entirely. And it is probable that we will soon be implicated. Oh, such a situation? Old Long, there is no need for concern, should he dare approach. I shall resolve this matter decisively. Lin Xiaoyu, do not underestimate this man. 30 years ago, he was a formidable figure in the realm of curses in Long Country. No one dared to provoke him lightly. It was only through the combined pressure of 5 high-level masters and significant sacrifices that he was compelled to retreat to the southern frontier. His return this time will undoubtedly be with great intensity. Long Jingxuan, fully aware of Lu Huan's capabilities, hurriedly cautioned Lin Feng. However, rest assured, I have urgently contacted 4 masters who will arrive in Shun Nan this afternoon. Additionally, upon receiving the news, Old Su has swiftly brought Jingyu and 5 masters. And they are nearing Shun Nan. Lin Xiaoyu, regardless of the situation, both Old Su and I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in this battle against adversity. Long Jingxuan declared resolutely. Old Long and Old Su's goodwill is deeply appreciated, but there is no need for concern. I can manage the situation. Lin Xiaoyu, we must not forget that Lu Huan is targeting us. If it were not for you, Jingya and Xiao Xiao would have faced dire consequences. We shall confront this challenge together. Long Jingxuan's voice grew increasingly resolute, imbued with an unyielding determination. Lu Huan approaches with dozens of curse masters. This individual is ruthless and will not relent easily. Having lurked in the southern frontier for years, his expertise in curses may have advanced considerably. Our collective strength will bolster our chances of success. Lin Feng sighed softly, fully aware of the validity of Long Jingxuan's words. Old Long, since you are resolute in your intentions, let us unite against this foe. However, this confrontation is fraught with peril. Please ensure your own safety. Once the masters gather, we shall devise a comprehensive strategy. Agreed, Long Jingxuan replied. Upon the arrival of the masters, we shall convene at the Long family estate. I have instructed the dragon group to closely monitor Lu Huan's movements. Any news will be reported immediately. Lin Xiaoyu, during this time, exercise caution, particularly regarding your family. This man excels at targeting those close to you. Avoid unnecessary risks at all costs. Old Long, worry not, my companions are safe from his grasp. Should he attempt otherwise, he shall find himself regretting it immensely. As for your side, please enhance your defenses, Lin Feng admonished. After concluding the call, Lin Feng's expression turned grave, realizing the extent of the trouble at hand. With his sister and parents safeguarded by celestial puppets, they should remain unharmed. If he dares to come, it would be best to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. To prevent any future complications, Lin Feng murmured as he gazed into the distance. In stark contrast to Lin Feng's composed demeanor, Long Jingxuan and Su Jinsong were considerably more anxious, for they were dealing with a figure who had dominated the martial realm 30 years prior. In the southern frontier, within an ancient mansion shrouded in mist, the atmosphere was stifling. Master, we have conducted the investigation. 2 months ago, the young master clashed with a young man named Lin Feng in Modu. Although Lin Feng is quite young, his strength is formidable. He single-handedly subdued the martial protectors by the young master's side. A hunched, deferential subordinate reported cautiously, his voice quivering with tension. Lu Huan sat poised in a grand chair, his eyes half closed, patiently listening to the subordinate's account. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of cold light flashing within, and spoke darkly. The Long family. The Su family. Humph. Do they truly believe I am afraid of them? Where is this Lin Feng now? Master, he currently resides at No. 1 Zihua Manor in Shun Nan, and he is presently within the estate. Moreover, Long Jingxuan and Su Jinsong have contacted 9 master-level experts, all present at Zihua Manor. Seemingly prepared to confront us head-on, the subordinate hurriedly replied, his tone tinged with concern. Ha ha ha. Lu Huan chuckled coldly, his laughter reminiscent of a night owl's cry, imbued with a chilling aura. These individuals are hardly fearsome. Yet this Lin Feng is certainly not as simple as he appears. To effortlessly dismantle the mother and child curse and silently annihilate the Wang family, he possesses remarkable capabilities. We must not underestimate him. Have we thoroughly investigated his background? Where did he acquire his skills? Master, it is indeed peculiar. Prior to graduating from university, He was rather unremarkable, and his family background is quite ordinary. For reasons unknown, he suddenly acquired such exceptional abilities after graduation. The subordinate reported, puzzled. Does he have any living relatives? Lu Huan inquired, a hint of ferocity glinting in his gaze. His immediate family includes his parents and an elder sister, who is currently in Modu, the subordinate promptly answered. Capture her alive. Lu Huan slammed his hand on the armrest, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yes, master. We have already dispatched personnel, the subordinate added. However, his parents reside with him in Zihua Manor. Very well. We shall depart at once. I wish to personally meet this Lin Feng. I am eager to discover the extent of his capabilities. Lu Huan rose, emanating an aura that instilled terror. Master, the Dragon Group has just relayed a message, strictly prohibiting us from acting recklessly in the secular realm, the subordinate cautiously reminded. Pay it no mind. Lu Huan's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. My grandson and daughter are dead, and they dare to restrain me? If they truly provoke my wrath, I'll ensure they pay with their lives. Gather our forces and move swiftly. Yes, master. The subordinate dared not speak further and hurriedly withdrew. Lu Huan fixed his gaze upon the distant, undulating mountains, his eyes gradually turning a blood-red hue of malice as he gritted his teeth and whispered, I care not who you are. I shall reduce you to a being that all can trample upon, rendering you incapable of life or death. With that, he flicked his sleeves and strode purposefully toward the door, as a tempest of blood and slaughter seemed poised to engulf the world. Chapter 60. The two instruments of the microcosm array. Lin Feng, bold as he was, knew he must prepare adequately. After all, his parents were mere mortals. Although Lu Huan seemed less than formidable, should he resort to underhanded tactics, Lin Feng needed to devise a foolproof strategy. The two instruments microdust array, a remarkable formation indeed. Lin Feng rifled through his memories. This array, originating from ancient times, was conceived by a powerful being who possessed profound insights into the principles of heaven and earth. After comprehending the mysteries of yin and yang and the cosmic microdust, this individual distilled these insights into an extraordinary array. At its core lies the Taiji diagram, or the primordial essence, utilizing the interplay of yin and yang to weave chaos. Capable of inverting the forces of yin and yang and disrupting the five elements, thus creating a formidable defensive field. Enemies who enter this array will face a relentless cycle of creation and destruction, as if trapped in an endless chaos, where any assault is significantly weakened or even nullified by the chaotic energies at play. Within the array, there are 6 portals: birth, death, illusion, extinction, obscurity, and clarity. Should an intruder fail to escape the gates of illusion and extinction, their life and death hang by a thread, yet they will find themselves ensnared within the formation, unable to discern a path to freedom. The microdust within the array embodies the laws of space and illusion, constructing a bewildering realm that disorients foes, plunging them into endless phantasms, beset by various hallucinatory disturbances and torments. The terrifying retaliatory force of this array is indeed its highlight. The two instruments microdust array harnesses the dual powers of yin and yang alongside the properties of microdust to launch counterattacks. When adversaries assault within the array, their attack power is absorbed and transformed, then rebounded with double or even multiple the might. Simultaneously, the diverse forces within the array infiltrate the enemy's bodies, disrupting their spiritual energy, thereby suppressing their own powers while they endure the counterattack. Having perused the introduction to the formation, Lin Feng felt exceedingly pleased. This would suffice. He promptly set about arranging the array, a wisp of chaotic essence manifesting in his hand, swiftly melding into the ground beneath the estate, establishing the array's core. Lin Feng produced a yin-yang 5 elements bell, placing it at the bottom of the artificial lake. Reciting the incantation silently, Lin Feng gathered spiritual energy around him, which instantaneously surged into the array's core and various nodes surrounding the estate. Suddenly, Lin Feng spoke softly, activate the array, and the array sprang to life, the spiritual energy circulating within the formation. Visually, the area encompassing the estate was enveloped in a gentle halo, displaying the intricate pattern of the yin-yang fish, with black and white hues swirling endlessly, symbolizing the balance and fusion of the dualities. Countless microdust particles shimmered with a soft glow, dazzling like stars, flowing in a mysterious yet orderly trajectory, forming intricate patterns and designs, thus creating an illusory and enigmatic space that obscured the true nature of the array. Within the formation, the powers of yin and yang resonated with each other, generating a formidable field of energy. The essence of yang radiated intense warmth and heat, while the essence of yin exuded a chilling aura and ethereal light. The two intertwined, constraining one another, achieving a delicate equilibrium of energy within the array. In the realm of microdust, the space twisted and transformed, manifesting various illusions: mountains and rivers, sun and moon, stars, and rare mythical beasts. It seemed to encompass the myriad phenomena of the universe. Concurrently, the spiritual patterns within the array emitted a mysterious glow, resembling veins that tightly bound the dual forces of yin and yang in the microdust realm, guiding the flow of energy within the formation, enabling it to operate efficiently and unleash formidable defensive and retaliatory powers. The array's sole shortcoming was its substantial energy consumption. Yet Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile as he retrieved several hundred high-grade crystal stones, placing them at the array's core. With these crystals, the array could function for a century. Lin Feng then teleported to the Tang Palace in Magic City, similarly establishing the two instruments' microdust array before departing with satisfaction. Celestial puppets, Lin Feng softly called. Master. A ripple in space heralded the appearance of three emaciated elders before Lin Feng. You are to immediately go to my sister's side. If you detect any hostile presence, drag them into the spatial rift without hesitation and do not disturb my sister. Yes, master. This is a defensive artifact. Take it with you. In case of emergency, swiftly bring my sister back to the Tang Villa. A verdant bracelet fell into the hands of one of the celestial puppets. Deliver this personally to my sister, ensuring you witness her wearing it. Understood, master. With a ripple in space, the figures vanished. With the impending battle, Lin Feng was untroubled about his own safety. He merely needed to safeguard his loved ones. Lu Huan would undoubtedly take action against those close to him. But his parents were manageable. They could directly enter the Celestial Tower in times of danger. His sister, however, in Magic City, required careful arrangements. With 4 celestial puppets and the 7-colored glazed bracelet, he was confident in their security. His phone rang. His sister Lin Yunning was calling. Elder sister, did you receive it? Little brother, just now a delivery man said there's a jade bracelet for me. I believe it's from you. Yes, sister, please wear it quickly. This bracelet is highly beneficial. I specifically requested it for you, so don't remove it easily. Oh, thank you, little brother. I'll put it on now. Sister, I heard things over there have been quite chaotic. Please return home early tonight if you have no plans. All right, I understand. I won't be going out much tonight. Rest assured. Good, that is settled. Chapter 61, The Battle Approaches. After hanging up, Lin Yunning toyed with the bracelet for a moment before slipping it onto her left wrist. In an instant, an aura quietly merged into the jade bracelet, forging a unique bond between it and Lin Yunning. Thus, the 7-colored glazed bracelet successfully recognized its master. Lin Yunning examined the bracelet on her wrist closely. It was pristine and translucent, emanating a soft and warm glow. My little brother's jade bracelet seems increasingly extraordinary, she mused, recalling Lin Feng's words. Her fondness for the bracelet growing stronger. Unbeknownst to her, this affection significantly stemmed from the remarkable connection established upon recognizing the bracelet as her own. The 7-colored glazed bracelet, a top-tier treasure born from chaos, was crafted from the purest essences of heaven and earth, shaped meticulously from pristine glass. Once recognized by its master, its myriad miraculous effects would manifest. The 7 attributes harbored within could sense impending crises, spontaneously converging to form an indomitable 7-colored shield. This shield could amalgamate the 7 attribute powers, capable of withstanding and neutralizing any form of attack, while also possessing the remarkable ability to absorb and convert adversarial force for its own use, retaliating with equal might. With all affairs at home arranged, Lin Feng informed his parents to remain at ease these next few days, unless there were pressing matters. If they had to venture out, they must inform him in advance. He then made his way directly to the number 5 estate where Elder Long resided. Elder Long, Elder Su, I have arrived. Upon entering, Lin Feng immediately noticed Long Jingxuan and Su Jinsong huddled together, their expressions grave as they deliberated, surrounded by several elderly men. Ah, young friend Lin, you have finally arrived. Let me introduce you. Long Jingxuan hastened to welcome Lin Feng. After a round of introductions, Lin Feng leaned closer, lowering his voice. Elder Long, please have Jingya and Xiao Xiao proceed to number 1 estate. I have set up certain measures there. I am confident they will not be easily breached. Oh, that is splendid. I was worried I wouldn't be able to attend to them, Long Jingxuan replied, eager to relay the message. At that moment, soft footsteps echoed from above. Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao, having heard the commotion downstairs, descended from the upper floor. Dressed in snug blue jeans paired with crisp t-shirts, the two exuded a refreshing charm. A pair of enchanting sisters. Their similar figures radiated youthful vitality, causing Lin Feng's gaze to pause momentarily. As Long Jingya's eyes met Lin Feng's, the memory of their prior engagement surged forth, and a blush crept onto her cheeks, her heart racing uncontrollably. She hurriedly lowered her head, her long lashes fluttering. unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. The bashfulness that resembled a startled fawn added an extra touch of delicate charm. In contrast, Su Xiaoxiao, with her bright and straightforward personality, raised her hand enthusiastically to greet Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Lin Feng, it's great to see you again." Her loud voice shattered the subtle atmosphere that enveloped the moment. Seeing this, Long Jingxuan's expression turned grave as he succinctly briefed the two women on the situation at hand. "Jingya, Xiaoxiao, our adversary this time is quite formidable. Lin Feng has set up defensive measures at Manor Number 1. You must head there to take cover and be sure to prioritize your safety." Upon hearing this, Long Jingya nodded slightly and replied softly, "Understood, Grandpa, we will be careful." The two women exchanged brief farewells with Lin Feng before making their way to Manor Number 1. As they departed, Long Jingxuan remarked, "Lin Xiaoyu, Lu Huan is coming at us with great force this time. According to our informants, Lu Huan has gathered over 20 shamans from the southern frontier, along with more than 10 malevolent practitioners, totaling over 30 individuals. Currently, they have all mysteriously vanished, presumably heading straight for Shanam. This time, it will undoubtedly be a tough battle. Several elders from the Long group are already en route." Long Jingxuan's demeanor was serious, his voice laden with concern. Lin Feng scanned the crowd and spoke, "Dear friends, I am immensely grateful for your presence today to lend your support. However, Lu Huan's approach is exceedingly fierce. If any of you harbor reservations, please feel free to withdraw. I will always cherish the friendship we share." At this moment, 5 out of the 8 individuals present displayed reluctance. On one hand, their own strengths were relatively weak, and their ties with the Long and Su elders were not life and death bonds. On the other hand, they had initially come for the substantial appearance fee, and now, out of respect for Su Jinsong, they found themselves caught in a dilemma. After all, they were facing the ruthless shamans of the southern frontier and the malevolent practitioners. The thought of this made them reconsider their participation. Moreover, they each had families to protect. Should they offend the southern shamans and find themselves unable to prevail, their families would inevitably suffer the consequences. Lin Feng perceived their unspoken thoughts, recognizing that they were reluctant to express them directly. Therefore, he addressed them once more, "Everyone. This situation is not one where we should risk our lives for pride, nor should we gamble our safety for the sake of money. If you choose to leave, it will not render your earlier efforts in vain. Please think this through. Lin Xiaoyu this." Long Jingxuan's face reflected urgency as he turned to Lin Feng. His eyes filled with inquiry. "Long Lao, this matter cannot be forced. The adversary is indeed too powerful. We must be adequately prepared mentally. Long Lao Su Lao. I truly find it unnecessary to offend someone with Lu Huan's influence over a mere sum of money. I had thought it would merely be a matter of providing support, but I had not realized the depth of your enmity. I must take my leave." An emaciated elder was the first to speak, his tone tinged with resignation. "Old Su, I too have a large family to protect. Offending the southern shamans could spell disaster for my clan. I hope you understand," another elder interjected, expressing his regret. In an instant, apart from the two elders, the rest of the attendees began to bow out, offering their farewells to Long Jingxuan and Su Jinsong. Observing the unfolding situation, Long Jingxuan hastily said, "Everyone, I assure you the promised compensation can be doubled. I implore you to stay. Long Lao, this truly is not about the money. It is simply, you lot, have you forgotten who risked their lives to save you in the past? A bunch of ungrateful souls." At this moment, a lean man burst forth in anger, chastising them vocally. "Zhang Xiong, you can't put it that way. Back in those days. Everyone, please cease the quarrel. We are all here to assist today, but the strength of our opponent is overwhelming. If concerns arise regarding our families being implicated, it is only human nature to be apprehensive. After all, we bear the responsibilities of our clans. We do not live solely for ourselves. If targeted by the adversary, our entire families could be plunged into irreparable ruin, leading to countless future troubles. Given that everyone shares such sentiments, if you wish to leave, you are free to do so. I will cover half of the previously agreed compensation as a reward." Long Jingxuan's expression was complex. Though displeased, he suppressed his emotions, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Should anyone wish to depart, please feel free." Su Jinsong, standing nearby, echoed with a sense of resignation. As soon as the words left his lips, the previously bustling hall fell eerily silent. In the blink of an eye, only 2 elders remained, the rest having departed one after another. In the vast hall, only Long Jingxuan, Su Jinsong, Lin Feng, and the 2 elders, Zhang and Li, remained, a total of 5 individuals. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, heavy with silence. "Old Zhang, old Li, you both." Long Jingxuan gazed at his 2 old friends, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice trembling with emotion. "Old Long, do not dwell on it. In the face of life and death trials, it is only natural for those individuals to consider their families." Zhang Yufeng consoled, patting Long Jingshuan's shoulder gently. Old Zhang, Old Li, allow me to introduce you. Long Jingshuan, regaining some composure, stepped forward to Lin Feng. Lin Xiaoyu. These two are Zhang Yufeng and Li Yuan, both of whom share a profound bond with me and Old Su. Upon completing the introduction, he turned to Zhang and Li. Old Zhang, this is Lin Feng. He is the one who treated both my and Old Su's ailments. Last time in Modu, when Old Su was in such dire straits. It was Lin Xiaoyu's intervention that turned the tide. Ah, could it be that we are in the presence of a master physician? How rare indeed. Old Long, this time, the elders of the Long group must intervene. We cannot allow anything to befall Lin Xiaoyu, Zhang Yufeng exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, filled with astonishment and admiration. Haha, Lin Xiaoyu, we meet again. Our last encounter was so brief, I didn't get the chance to converse properly. What a pleasure this is. Li Yuan also approached with a smile, warmly greeting Lin Feng. To both of you, it is a pleasure, Lin Feng replied politely, inclining his head slightly in respect. Everyone, the manor has begun evacuating the residents. What shall we do? At that moment, Long Jingshuan received a phone call, his expression turning anxious as he addressed the group. Oh, it appears the Long group's mediation has failed, Zhang Yufeng remarked, his brow furrowed deeply, his voice solemn. The faces of the group revealed their gravity. The 7 elders of the Long group united to confront Lu Huan, resulting in 5 sustaining serious injuries and 2 suffering minor wounds, Long Jingshuan relayed, hanging up the phone, his voice trembling as he delivered this shocking news. What? Lu Huan's strength is indeed so formidable? Su Jinsong abruptly rose from the sofa, his teacup crashing to the floor. The expressions of the 2 masters, Zhang and Li, shifted dramatically, their previously rosy faces turning pale, their hands gripping the sofa's armrests tightly, knuckles blanching under pressure. Time passed quietly in the tense atmosphere, each second feeling like an eternity. As midnight approached, the entire Zhuai Manor seemed shrouded in a veil of eerie stillness. The wind ceased, the trees stood still, and even the usual chirping of insects vanished without a trace. Why is it so unusually quiet outside? Long Jingshuan's brow knitted into a deep furrow, his years of experience in the martial world sharpening his senses to detect an unusual and ominous presence. This silence felt like a harbinger of the storm to come. They are here, Lin Feng intoned, his voice low as he slowly rose, an aura of energy subtly emanating from him. As soon as he spoke, a chilling laughter echoed from outside the manor, a sound that seemed to originate from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. In swift succession, the imposing gates of the manor were violently thrust open with a resounding crash, splintering into fragments under the influence of an unseen force. Clad in a dark robe, Lu Huan strode into the estate, his countenance shrouded in a gloom so profound it seemed to exude moisture. Behind him, over 30 individuals were meticulously arranged. They donned eccentric attire, radiating a nauseating aura of malevolence, their eyes gleaming with cruelty and madness. Beep. The system issued a mission: eradicate the malevolent Gu Master. Reward: innate skill space confinement and 30 billion premium crystals. System brother, I accept the mission. Beep. The host has accepted the mission to eliminate the evil Gu Master. Upon completion, the reward will be innate skill space confinement and 30 billion premium crystals. Lin Feng, so you were hiding here, Lu Huan seethed, his voice laced with boundless hatred. Today, I shall transform you and those 2 girls into human puppets. I will avenge my daughter and grandson, and make you pay in blood for your debts. His eyes bulged like copper bells, fixated on Lin Feng, as if he intended to devour him whole. Lin Feng met Lu Huan's gaze, his expression cold and resolute, his tone calm, yet unwavering. Lu Huan, it was I, Lin Feng, who did this. I am eager to witness what means you possess. Furthermore, I must inform you that your daughter and grandson, with their treacherous and sinister methods, deserve their fate. But do not fret, I shall soon join them. Humph, sharp-tongued brat. Lu Huan scoffed, waving his hand, prompting the Gu Masters behind him to spring into action. The Gu Masters chanted incantations, their hands weaving intricate and sinister seals. In an instant, the once tranquil and picturesque manor appeared to be cursed by demons, the skies darkening ominously, as if intent on engulfing the entire estate. Countless Gu insects surged forth from all directions, a black tide rushing towards the manor. Wherever these insects traversed, flora withered instantaneously, the ground corroded into a pockmarked wasteland, emitting a hissing sound. Simultaneously, various venomous creatures revealed themselves, centipedes adorned with vicious spikes, colossal spiders, and venomous snakes, all bearing their fangs, savagely tearing at everything within the manor. Protect Elder Long and Elder Su. A transparent shield materialized, repelling the incessant onslaught of Gu insects and venomous creatures. Zhang Yufeng and Li Yuan swiftly retaliated, their strikes fierce and powerful, causing numerous goo insects to be vanquished. Transforming into pools of green liquid. A high-tier master, press on. Lu Huan's expression grew grim. One goo master swiftly maneuvered his hands, summoning a massive goo beast from his palm. This creature, resembling a ferocious tiger yet possessing 3 eyes, emanated a dark mist as it lunged at Zhang Yufeng. Caught off guard, Zhang Yufeng was struck by the beast's claws, soaring through the air like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Witnessing this, Li Yuan, frantic with worry, rushed to provide assistance but was ensnared by several malevolent practitioners. Their attacks were unpredictable and vicious, and Li Yuan quickly found himself in dire straits, ultimately being flung away by the combined forces of the malevolent practitioners, losing consciousness. Old Zhang, Old Li, Long Jingxuan cried out in anguish, attempting to rush over to assess their condition, only to be halted by Lin Feng. Elder Long, you and Elder Su must retreat to Manor Number 1. I shall handle matters here. Lin Feng's expression was steely, a gentle orb of light enveloping the 3 of them as they slowly ascended into Manor Number 1. As the goo insects witnessed their prey flee, they pursued relentlessly. Yet, as they approached Manor Number 1, it was as if they encountered an invisible wall. Upon touching the boundary, they would instantaneously vaporize, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. No matter how fervently they charged, they could not breach the sanctity of Manor Number 1's grounds. The goo masters, witnessing this spectacle, were driven to fury, their anger boiling over as they intensified their incantations, desperately attempting to surmount this ethereal barrier, but all was in vain. Cursed be this! What manner of sorcery is this? One of the goo masters shouted in exasperation, his face contorted with rage. It must be this brat's doing. Another goo master gritted through clenched teeth. Lu Huan's fury surged as he beheld the scene, his wrath igniting a blazing inferno within him. Lin Feng, do you truly believe that this mere formation can thwart me? Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall raze this manor to the ground and rend you limb from limb. He roared madly, launching himself into the fray, unleashing a formidable wave of malevolence towards Lin Feng. Sensing the pressure, Lin Feng took a deep breath, prepared to enact justice on behalf of heaven. With a mighty shout, the crimson flame sword materialized in his grasp. Lu Huan snorted disdainfully and waved his hands, summoning a greater horde of goo insects and venomous creatures towards Lin Feng. As the tide of venomous creatures surged around him, a strand of golden flame ignited in Lin Feng's palm. Chapter 64, Battle. Crimson Feather Golden Crow Go. With Lin Feng's command, a golden flame erupted into existence. The aura exuded by the Crimson Feather Golden Crow seemed to be the natural nemesis of all dark and malevolent forces in the world. The previously frenzied and clawing venomous creatures, upon sensing this presence, instantly fell into disarray, as if they had encountered a predator. Their once coordinated assault was thrown into chaos. Some venomous creatures floundered aimlessly in the air, others attempted to flee, while some curled up in place, trembling in fear. Golden Crow Annihilation. Lin Feng intoned softly. Witnessing the Crimson Feather Golden Crow burst forth in resplendent radiance, its form rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an immense being, enveloping the entire manor in its shadow. The Golden Crow blazed with fierce golden flames, a force imbued with the power to obliterate worlds, sweeping outward with a ferocious roar. Beneath its dominion, countless venomous creatures were instantaneously vaporized, not a single chance to struggle before they dissolved into wisps of azure smoke, disappearing without a trace. The air grew thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, the aftermath of the venomous creatures being incinerated. The once mighty legion of venomous insects had dwindled to a mere fraction, leaving behind scorched patches upon the ground. The goo masters, witnessing the rapid demise of their painstakingly cultivated insects, were consumed by rage, their eyes burning crimson, igniting the madness within them. They closed their eyes, chanting fervently, hands weaving intricate and bizarre seals to summon forth even more powerful goo insects. Lin Feng surveyed the defiant goo masters. Spatial cut, he commanded, and in an instant, dozens of ominous spatial blades materialized around the goo masters. These blades glimmered with a chilling luminescence, reminiscent of scythes wielded by reapers from a mysterious realm. Before the goo masters could react, the spatial blades sliced through the air like lightning. They hardly had time to utter a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground. Their fates uncertain. The incantations they had been attempting to summon further goo insects ceased abruptly, and the entire manor was enveloped in a brief silence. Lu Huan stared in disbelief at the fallen goo masters, his eyes wide with horror, as if he had encountered a specter. Fear and trepidation coursing through him as he blurted out to Lin Feng, "What sorcery are you employing?" Lin Feng's expression remained icy, his gaze sweeping over Lu Huan. "You still possess abilities, unveil them." Lu Huan, perceiving Lin Feng's demeanor, abruptly turned to the malevolent practitioners behind him, shouting, "Quickly, everyone, initiate the forbidden arts at once." A flicker of panic crossed the faces of the malevolent practitioners as they beheld their fellow Gu masters succumbing to defeat. However, they soon regained their composure, exchanging glances before commencing the recitation of ancient and enigmatic incantations. As their voices wove through the air, a palpable tension enveloped the surroundings, permeated by an oppressive and perilous aura. Beneath the feet of the malevolent practitioners, the ground gradually illuminated with peculiar runes, radiating a dark crimson glow, interlacing to form a colossal killing formation. Within this formation, the faint echoes of wailing spirits reverberated ominously, sending chills down the spine. Observing this, Lu Huan revealed a sinister grin, murmuring incantations as he summoned the Soul Refinement Banner. Upon its emergence, the banner exuded a dense black mist, intertwined with the anguished cries of countless vengeful souls. The power of devouring, Lin Feng murmured softly. Instantly, he harnessed the spatial energy within him, his eyes flickering with a golden light as concentric ripples of space materialized around his form. Quite intriguing, he reflected, recognizing the forbidden technique emanating from the malevolent practitioners as a means of devouring, imbued with a hint of spatial essence. With a wave of his hands, he gathered the spatial power, shaping it into form. In an instant, this energy transformed into countless blades of light, hurtling towards the malevolent practitioners and Lu Huan. The practitioners, upon witnessing Lin Feng's bizarre method of attack, were overtaken by terror. Several attempted to evade, yet the spatial blades seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, relentlessly tracking them down. The blades sliced through their bodies silently, blood gushing forth without a single cry of anguish escaping their lips. Lu Huan, witnessing this, was struck with alarm and hurriedly waved the Soul Refinement Banner in an effort to shield himself from Lin Feng's assault. The black mist enveloping the banner thickened, forming a sturdy barrier. Yet, this was but a mere shadow compared to the magnitude of Lin Feng's power. The spatial blades collided with the black mist, emitting a sizzling sound as it writhed and twisted, ultimately being pierced through. Lin Feng took a decisive step forward, instantly appearing before Lu Huan. The latter looked at Lin Feng in terror, yearning to flee, but found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force of spiritual energy, rendering him immobile. Lin Feng regarded Lu Huan coldly, devoid of any trace of compassion. "Your malevolence shall meet its end this day." Lu Huan's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the approach of the spatial force. He attempted to cry out, yet his throat felt as though it were constricted by an unseen force, silencing him completely. Soul sensing. At that moment, invisible threads emanated from Lu Huan, who gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, utterly bewildered by Lin Feng's intentions. Annihilation. With those words spoken, Lu Huan's lineage instantaneously lost all vitality. Chapter 65, The Crisis Averted. As Lu Huan collapsed, lifeless, the malevolent practitioners deflated like punctured balloons, their will to resist extinguished by sheer terror. Their faces now etched with despair. Spatial slicing, Lin Feng uttered coldly. In that instant, a flurry of invisible yet razor-sharp spatial blades shot forth like lightning towards the remaining practitioners. In the blink of an eye, these practitioners were pierced by the blades, their life signs extinguished as they fell lifeless to the ground, devoid of sound. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, taking in the scene ravaged by battle. Crimson feather golden crow. Burn. Streams of golden flames surged forth, descending upon the corpses of the sorcerers and malevolent practitioners. Under the searing combustion of the crimson feather golden crow, the remains transformed into wisps of azure smoke, dissipating into the air as if they had never existed. Beep. Host has completed the task of eradicating the malevolent sorcerers. Reward, talent skill spatial confinement, 30 billion premium crystals. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the devastated estate, once a beautiful haven now marred by crumbling walls, withered flowers, and fallen trees. Lin Feng deactivated the estate's seal, and immediately, a torrent of rich spiritual energy surged forth. Where this potent vein of energy flowed, the once destroyed flora rapidly rejuvenated, tender green shoots bursting forth from the earth, swiftly blossoming into vibrant flowers. The fractured trees straightened their forms, and the desiccated branches sprouted fresh green leaves. In no time, the entire estate transformed into a lush paradise, teeming with life, as if the brutal conflict had merely been a fleeting nightmare. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction before reactivating the seal and turning towards the estate. Inside, the inhabitants remained blissfully unaware of the fierce battle that had transpired outside. Lin Feng's parents had long succumbed to slumber, while Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao lay peacefully in the adjacent bedroom, undisturbed by the tumult beyond. Long Jingxuan, Su Jinsong, and two other elders anxiously awaited news by the lakeside tea room. Suddenly, Long Jingxuan spotted Lin Feng's figure appear in the courtyard, prompting the group to rise swiftly and approach with haste. Lin Xiaoyu, have they departed? Long Jingxuan inquired, his eyes filled with astonishment and anticipation. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, his demeanor calm and composed as he replied, Elder Long, the matter has been resolved. Lu Huan shall trouble this world no more. Lin Xiaoyu, you mean? Su Jinsong's shocked expression reflected his astonishment upon hearing Lin Feng's affirmation, his gaze towards Lin Feng filled with admiration and respect. Your strength has truly opened our eyes. Everyone, it's getting late, let us retire for the night. However, we must not disclose tonight's events to outsiders. If anyone inquires, we shall simply say they received a sudden message and left in haste. Lin Feng cautioned with concern. Indeed, Lin Xiaoyu has considered every detail. Long Jingxuan turned to the three behind him, affirming their understanding. Understood. We shall say Lu Huan arrived but departed unexpectedly, Elderly said, observing the revitalized scene with a hearty laugh. Yes. Ha. The others echoed in agreement, their laughter resonating throughout the estate, dispelling the last remnants of the battle's gloom, heralding the arrival of newfound tranquility. Everyone, the crisis has been averted. Let us return for the night. We shall deliberate on the remaining matters tomorrow. Long Jingxuan surveyed the group, his face bearing the fatigue of survival, yet illuminated by a sense of relief. Lin Xiaoyu, your assistance allowed us to break through and ascend to the ranks of high-level masters. This favor shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Whenever you require my aid, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall respond with utmost dedication. Elder Li Yuan declared, his expression brimming with gratitude and reverence. I, Zhang Yufeng, echo his sentiments. Your great kindness shall not be forgotten. Should you require my service, I shall brave any peril. Zhang Yufeng stepped forward earnestly. Please. There is no need for such formalities. You both possess profound capabilities and have long been accumulating your strengths. I merely lend a hand at the right moment. Lin Feng smiled at them. Lin Xiaoyu has just emerged from battle and must recuperate. Rest well. We shall take our leave and not disturb you any further. Long Jingxuan said, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in gratitude, watching as they departed. Once their figures faded into the night, he turned and entered the house. At this hour, the night was deep, enveloped in silence, and Lin Feng vanished within the estate. Chapter 66, Spatial Confinement. To avoid unnecessary disturbances, Lin Feng instantaneously teleported to the island estate. Brother Tong, confine the learning space. Boom. A deluge of immense information surged into Lin Feng's mind like a roaring tide, causing a cacophony that resembled countless stars erupting in his consciousness. Various intricate and profound spatial patterns, principles, and methods of application flickered and intertwined deep within his awareness. Lin Feng tightly closed his eyes, exerting all his strength to withstand this overwhelming influx of information. As time passed, his consciousness gradually immersed itself, beginning to sort through and comprehend the knowledge concerning spatial confinement. Slowly, it felt as though Lin Feng was enveloped in a vast and boundless realm of space, with everything around him at his command. Upon reopening his eyes, a peculiar glimmer flashed within them. With a gentle wave of his hand, the air before him twisted instantaneously, and an invisible spatial cage silently formed, enveloping the surrounding debris. Within the cage, the flow of time and space appeared altered, rendering the objects immovable, frozen in place. This spatial confinement was indeed formidable. Had he mastered it prior to the impending battle, victory would surely have been more attainable. Lin Feng murmured to himself, his heart brimming with delight. He began to practice repeatedly in the open area of the estate, continuously adjusting the range, intensity, and duration of the spatial confinement. With each attempt, Lin Feng's command over the technique became increasingly adept. What once required his utmost concentration could now be initiated with merely a thought. While Lin Feng was engrossed in perfecting the spatial confinement, a message arrived. Oh, Xianqua. At this moment, Xianqua informed him that two Gu masters had ambushed Lin Yunning and had dragged her into a spatial rift. Humph. Thankfully I had prepared in advance. Lin Feng continued to issue commands to Xianqua to ensure Lin Yunning's safety. Unbeknownst to him, a night had slipped by. On the morning that followed, a notification chimed. Ding, the host has 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Brother Tong, let's draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a life stalactite. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the weapon Heaven's Punishment. Bow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 30 billion premium crystal stones. Heaven's Punishment? Lin Feng repeated the words, a flicker of shock and curiosity crossing his eyes. In an instant, a golden longbow materialized in his hands. The bow was elegantly designed with archaic beauty, its body inscribed with mysterious runes that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos. Echoing with the endless mysteries of the void, subtly resonating with the name Heaven's punishment he had just received. A wisp of soul essence flowed from Lin Feng's fingertips into the longbow. At the moment of contact, the bow trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum that was both melodious and powerful, as if it had traversed through infinite time and space. The runes, which had initially emitted a faint glow, now radiated brilliantly, like a multitude of dazzling stars flickering and dancing upon the bow's surface. Lin Feng felt a formidable power establishing a wondrous connection with his soul. Sensing the surging strength contained within the longbow, a power capable of commanding life and death, of adjudicating all things in the world. As this power coursed through his being, Lin Feng's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He felt he was no longer merely a practitioner, but had become the executor of the power of Heaven's punishment amidst the chaos of the void. With a gentle pull of the bowstring, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, reminiscent of countless blades slicing through the atmosphere. Before the longbow, the space distorted, forming a small vortex that exuded a chilling aura, as if it could devour everything in its vicinity. Gazing at the vortex, Lin Feng released the bowstring, and a golden beam of light shot forth like lightning from the vortex, striking the distant mountaintop in an instant. A thunderous crash ensued, and the mountaintop was instantly reduced to powder, dissipating into the air. How could such power be so immense? Lin Feng murmured, his face a portrait of astonishment. With the crisis averted, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him, the tension in his nerves finally easing. He decided to retreat to this tranquil island to thoroughly digest the myriad insights gained from the recent battle. Entering the second layer of the Tianshu Tower, he found the space serene and enigmatic, with rich spiritual energy flowing through the air like a gentle stream. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, absorbed a wisp of primordial energy, and slowly closed his eyes, immediately immersing himself in an ethereal realm. As time flowed, Lin Feng's consciousness gradually turned inward. The Tai Su Gui Yuanju operated swiftly, and the spiritual power within him began to surge. Lin Feng guided the spiritual energy within his body to circulate along specific meridian pathways, completely engrossed in the flow of energy. With each circulation, he sensed his meridians growing increasingly resilient under the cleansing of the spiritual power. The primordial energy within him merged with his own spiritual power, yielding a marvelous reaction, as both the quality and quantity of his spiritual force surged at an astonishing rate. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the spiritual energy within the Tianshu Tower calmed. Lin Feng's spiritual energy reserves had reached a critical point. The golden elixir in his dantian became increasingly round and solid, radiating a brilliant glow as if it were a star on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, Lin Feng's tightly shut eyes opened, a sharp light flashing within them, reminiscent of lightning cleaving through the night, filled with intensity and exhilaration. Feeling the abundant spiritual power within him, Lin Feng could no longer contain his excitement. He gently clenched his fist, and in that instant, a faint explosion echoed in the air, a testament to the powerful energy leaping at his fingertips. The initial stage of the golden elixir is nearing perfection, Lin Feng murmured, his voice tinged with uncontrollable enthusiasm. He could clearly perceive the tumultuous flow of spiritual energy within him, the golden elixir trembling wildly in his dantian, as if striving to break free from some constraint. At this moment, Lin Feng was on the verge of shattering the barrier of the early golden elixir stage, mere moments away from a qualitative leap into the next realm. Chapter 67, Lin Yunning. Lin Feng felt the solidified golden elixir within him, unable to quell his excitement. Ding! The host has 3 random lottery chances each day, currently accumulated 15 times. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Brother Tong, let's draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a mysterious map. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 3 puppets of celestial artifact level. The series of notifications concluded, and Lin Feng realized that 5 days had already elapsed. He immediately teleported back to the Ziwei estate and checked his phone, noting several missed calls from Lin Yunning, Long Jingxuan, Long Jingya, and his parents, who had all called multiple times. After greeting his parents, Lin Feng promptly dialed Lin Yunning's number. Sister, why did you call so many times? What happened? Lin Feng, I encountered something strange a few days ago, but it was nothing serious, so I didn't contact you. Sister, I'll be in Modu in the morning. Let us meet to discuss. All right, I'll head to work first. I took the car from your garage. Feel free to drive it. It was meant for you. You little rascal, I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Lin Feng noticed his mother watching television and said, Mom, I plan to go to Modu to pick up my sister. Xiao Feng, where have you been these past few days? You didn't even say a word. Jingya and Xiao Xiao came looking for you several times. You need to tell me the truth. What is going on with those two girls? What could possibly be going on? They're just ordinary friends. Don't try to fool me. Your mother can see right through it. You better be careful. Don't play with both sides. Oh, Mom, you're overthinking it. By the way, where's Dad? Your father went to Long's family earlier this morning. He said he wanted to see the flowers they were growing. Mom, I'm off to pick up my sister. By the way, are you still wearing the jade pendant I gave you last time? Indeed, I am, Lin's mother replied, retrieving a round jade pendant engraved with twin fish from around her neck. This child of mine, you have been wearing it consistently. Such long-term wear has its benefits. Mom, would you believe me if I told you that your son is now incredibly wealthy? You little rascal, always seeking to amuse your mother. This manor is merely one of the many properties owned by your son. Really? Are you serious? Of course I am. All right, enough of that. Go pick up your sister. Lin Feng promptly acknowledged and turned to leave. He was not in a hurry. He purchased a plane ticket to the metropolis and, after landing, called Lin Yunning. Elder sister, I've arrived in the metropolis. Where are you? Brother, I'm at the office. You go home first. I'll return after work. All right. I'll wait for you at home. Lin Feng found a secluded spot, took out his long-neglected Lamborghini Veneno, and headed towards the Tang Palace. Meanwhile, in a modern office building in the metropolis, the atmosphere was tense. Director Zhou Yanmei strode aggressively to Lin Yunning's workstation, slamming a contract onto the desk. Lin Yunning, the client I had you meet yesterday was previously a reliable partner. How could you suddenly cancel the contract? What did you discuss yesterday? Her sharp questioning drew the attention of nearby colleagues, who sneaked glances before hastily pretending to focus on their work. Director Zhou, that General Manager Wang, is a notorious lecher. I could not accept his demands, and it was his prerogative to cancel the contract. Lin Yunning replied, her tone laced with anger. Zhou Yanmei impatiently interrupted, Miss, what are you doing here? This company is not a place to keep idlers. Colleagues at their desks dared not voice their anger, feeling anxious for Lin Yunning. Lin Yunning's fury surged. I came here to work, not to entertain ridiculous people. If you think I'm inadequate, you can deal with such individuals yourself. She understood full well that General Manager Wang was a pawn Zhou Yanmei had deliberately set upon her. Having been targeted multiple times since joining Yonghua Financial just a week ago, she could no longer endure it. Just wait. With the loss of a client, I will make you pay. Zhou Yanmei, humiliated and furious, stormed out, her heels clicking loudly. It's over. Yunning has caught Zhou's eye now, murmured a colleague. Who can blame her? After all, she is the boss's favorite. Another colleague hesitated to speak, their eyes filled with resignation. Damn it. All the young women who joined the company have been driven away by Zhou. It's practically a monk's retreat here, one lamented. There's no way Yunning will have an easy time now. It's all because she is prettier than Zhou, and jealousy is a cruel mistress, another added. Did you not notice how the boss looks at Yunning each time he visits? It's downright lecherous. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. You'll invite trouble. Yunning has been taking all this nonsense for a week. I would have slapped them by now. Then you'd be out on the street in no time. TCH, this miserable job isn't worth it. Well, you do have lofty ideals. But honestly, I see Yunning driving a sports car to work. Why is she still putting up with this? Oh, come on. If that were the case, who would tolerate such treatment? Chapter 68, Defamed. Lin Yunning. Based on your performance in the company, the HR department has received a notification. You are hereby terminated, and you have caused irreparable damage to the company, for which you will be held accountable, with compensation for the company's losses set at 200,000. An HR representative placed a notice on Lin Yunning's desk. What? How have I caused losses to the company? It appears that we just received notification from headquarters that the general manager Wang you were negotiating with has terminated the contract. And you have also scalded him with hot water. He has reported this to the police, and the company has decided to pursue your accountability. What? Is this even reasonable? Does the company expect me to engage in such acts? Lin Yunning trembled with rage. I sympathize with your situation. We in HR are merely relaying the company's notification. And I've heard that the police have already been contacted. What? Lin Yunning stared in shock at the notice, feeling as if the world were spinning around her. Her anger and grievance surged like a flood breaking through a dam. She never anticipated that matters could escalate to such an absurd level. Before Lin Yunning could collect herself, a cacophony erupted from outside the office. Where's Lin Yunning? Get out here. A piercing and furious female voice thundered, instantly shattering the office's tense silence. A slightly plump middle-aged woman burst in, her face etched with rage and defiance, her eyes scanning the office like a predatory wolf, ultimately locking onto Lin Yunning. Are you Lin Yunning? The middle-aged woman stepped forward, jabbing her finger at Lin Yunning's nose, and boomed, You shameless vixen. How dare you seduce my husband and demand 2 million? My husband is an upright man. When he refused your outrageous demands, you scalded him with hot water. Is there no law left? At her words, The office erupted into chaos. Colleagues halted their work, casting incredulous glances. Whispers began circulating. What is happening here? How could Yunning do such a thing? Surely not. She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Others displayed sympathetic expressions, secretly concerned for Lin Yunning. Lin Yunning felt a rush of blood to her head. Trembling with indignation, she retorted loudly, "You're talking nonsense. I have never done such things. That general manager Wang is a lecher. He behaved inappropriately during our contract negotiations, and when I rejected him, he harbored resentment. He must have concocted these lies with you to defame me." The middle-aged woman, however, showed no signs of believing Lin Yunning. She plopped down on the floor, throwing a tantrum while crying and shouting, "Someone come and judge this. This woman is destroying my family, and she still won't admit it. My poor husband, scalded and injured. We cannot live like this." Her cries and shouts intertwined, throwing the entire office into disarray. At that moment, security rushed in, trying to drag the middle-aged woman away. But she struggled fiercely, cursing incessantly. "Your company must give me an explanation, or I will not leave. I will let everyone know what kind of wicked woman your company has hired." From a distance, Zhou Yanmei observed the unfolding scene with a triumphant expression. Meanwhile, the police, having received the report, arrived at the scene. 2 officers entered the office, their brows furrowing at the chaotic sight. One young officer inquired, "Who is in charge? What on earth is happening here?" Zhou Yanmei hurriedly stepped forward, her face adorned with a false smile. "Officer, it is like this. This lady's husband, an important client of our company, General Manager Wang, was negotiating a contract with our employee Lin Yunning yesterday. As a result, not only did Lin Yunning ruin the contract, but when General Manager Wang refused her unreasonable demands, she scalded him with hot water. He is currently receiving treatment in the hospital, and this lady is understandably upset, which is why she has come to our company seeking answers." Lin Yunning felt her blood boil at Zhou Yanmei's twisted narrative. She quickly interjected, "Officer, don't listen to their lies. It was General Manager Wang who acted inappropriately. I did not scald him. They are trying to frame me and shift all the blame onto me." The middle-aged woman, upon hearing Lin Yunning's words, began crying and wailing again. "Officer, you must seek justice for me. This woman is so wicked. She only wants to destroy my family and extort our money." The police officer furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Lin Yunning and then at the middle-aged woman and the company representatives, stating, "Everyone, please refrain from getting overly agitated. We will certainly investigate the truth of this matter. Now, I request that the relevant personnel accompany us to the police station to provide a statement." Lin Yunning took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She understood that panic was unwarranted at this moment. She had to trust that the police would unveil the truth. With her back straightened, she followed the officer out of the office. As she passed by Zhou Yanmei, she noticed a fleeting glimmer of triumph in Zhou's eyes, instantly realizing that this might very well be a trap set by Zhou Yanmei and President Wang. Upon arriving at the police station, Lin Yunning recounted the events in detail. She spoke of President Wang's outrageous demands during contract negotiations, his indignation at her refusal, and the subsequent false accusations she faced, narrating everything meticulously. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman and Zhou Yanmei were also providing their statements. The middle-aged woman persistently accused Lin Yunning of seducing her husband and inflicting harm, while Zhou Yanmei added embellishments in an attempt to convince the police of Lin Yunning's culpability. After completing their statements, Lin Yunning was permitted to return home temporarily while awaiting the investigation's outcome. Chapter 69, Fury. Upon returning to the Tang Palace, Lin Feng had already prepared dinner, having finally utilized the culinary skills bestowed upon him by the system's rewards, showcasing his talent for his sister. Hearing the door open, Lin Feng hurried out of the kitchen, exclaiming, "Sister, you're back. I've made dinner. You must try my cooking." "Brother, when did you learn to cook?" Lin Yunning replied with a forced smile. Lin Feng immediately sensed the shift in her mood, asking, "Sister, what happened? Why do you seem unhappy?" "Well, Lin Yunning hesitated, searching for words. "Wash your hands first. I'll serve the dishes," he urged. "All right." Seizing the opportunity while Lin Yunning washed her hands, Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he whispered, "Xian Kai." An invisible aura swiftly gathered around him. The voice of Xian Kai echoed within his consciousness, "Master, what is your command?" Lin Feng frowned, his voice low. "What is troubling my sister today?" Xian Kai promptly transmitted the details of Lin Yunning's ordeal at the company into Lin Feng's mind. Upon hearing it, a glimmer of coldness flitted across Lin Feng's eyes as he coldly declared, "Such a thing exists? If anyone like that appears near my sister again, no words are necessary. Simply make them vanish." "Understood, Master." Since Mist did not face any substantial threat today, I refrained from acting on my own accord, Xian Kai respectfully replied. "That's not your fault." Lin Feng nodded slightly, his tone softening. Moments later, Lin Yunning emerged from the bathroom. At the dining table, The siblings sat opposite each other. As Lin Yuning ate, she recounted the day's events at the company in full detail to Lin Feng. After listening to his sister's account, Lin Feng set down his bowl. Looking at Lin Yuning with unwavering determination, "Sister, do not worry. I will handle everything. Tomorrow, I will ensure this matter is resolved, and tonight, you should rest easy." Seeing her brother's confident demeanor, Lin Yuning felt a warm surge of affection and gently nodded. "All right." That night, all was silent. Lin Yuning lay in bed, tossing and turning, her heart heavy with indignation and grievance. Suddenly, a gentle aura flickered momentarily from her colorful glass bracelet, caressing her nerves like the warm sun of spring, gradually loosening her tense body and lulling her into slumber. Perceiving his sister's peaceful sleep, Lin Feng rose and picked up his phone, dialing Shen Yu's number. On the other end, Shen Yu's respectful voice quickly responded, "Chairman, good evening. Is there an urgent matter for your late-night call? Immediately investigate the information of 2 companies." Lin Feng replied succinctly, then sent Shen Yu the relevant details of Lin Yuning's company and President Wang's firm via text. In just a few minutes, Shen Yu replied, "Chairman, I found it. These are 2 very small companies with limited scope, mostly relying on collaboration with our group's secondary subsidiaries in Modu. With 90 of their business stemming from our subsidiary. Arrange for the owners of these 2 companies, along with Wang and his wife, to arrive at Yonghua Financial Company by 9 a.m. tomorrow. The Group's representative there must also be present. No one is permitted to be late. Ensure the group compiles all relevant information on these individuals tonight to take with us tomorrow." "Understood. I'll notify them immediately." Shen Yu inquired. "Have the group followed up on the port and mineral rights I sent you a few days ago?" "Yes, Chairman. The group has fully taken over these ports and numerous mineral and oil field projects. All work is progressing smoothly. Will you be going there in person tomorrow?" "Absolutely," Lin Feng replied decisively. "Oh, then I shall accompany you. I'll be at that company by 9 a.m. Shen Yu stated. "All right." Lin Feng concluded the call. And without further thought, he stepped into the Tianshu Tower, sitting cross-legged as he immersed himself in the cultivation of the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju. Ding. The host has 3 random lottery chances daily. Would you like to proceed with the draw? System, proceed with the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100 shares of Lockheed Martin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a South American mine. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 50 billion premium crystals. Ignoring the system's lottery results, Lin Feng swiftly made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Lin Yuning. He found cooking surprisingly enjoyable. There is a saying that managing a great nation is akin to cooking a small fish, and it seems there is some truth to it. Once everything was ready, Lin Feng approached Lin Yuning's door and gently knocked, saying, "Sister, breakfast is ready." Inside, Lin Yuning was at the mirror, beautifying herself. After a restful night, coupled with the continuous nourishment from the colorful glass bracelet, she had shaken off the previous day's gloom, appearing radiant and refreshed. Hearing her brother's voice, a smile graced her lips as she cheerfully replied, "Coming right away." At the dining table, the siblings sat facing each other. As Lin Feng served his sister Kanji, he confidently remarked, "Sister, eat up. When we reach your company, I want to see just how capable those blind fools really are. Today, they will receive a proper lesson, so they understand the consequences of bullying my sister." Lin Yuning smiled. Her brother now possessed immense wealth and extensive connections. Since he dared to say such things, she knew he must have complete confidence. Chapter 70, The Overprotective Brother, Part 1. "Old Su, this is Lin Feng." Lin Feng dialed Su Jinsong's number, his tone steady. On the other end, Su Jinsong's jovial voice quickly responded, "Ah, Lin young friend, what brings you to think of this old man? I haven't properly thanked you for the last incident. Old Long mentioned you were in seclusion, so I must express my gratitude this time." Lin Feng, eager to get to the point, replied, "Old Su, let us set that aside for now. Could you contact the police in Modu and send a few officers to Yonghua Financial Company immediately? I need them to handle a case on site." Lin Feng briefly recounted his sister's ordeal at the company to Su Jinsong. "What? Lin young friend's sister has been treated so unjustly in Modu? You have saved me multiple times, and yet this has happened to you. This is my responsibility." Su Jinsong's voice brimmed with remorse and anger, decisively stating, "Lin young friend, I will go personally to handle this matter and ensure a satisfactory resolution." "Good, Old Su. I look forward to seeing you shortly." Lin Feng confirmed. "Wait, Lin young friend, are you currently in Modu?" Slightly taken aback, Su Jinsong inquired. "Indeed, I am currently with my sister." Lin Feng replied candidly. "Lin Xiaoyu, the old man will make the arrangements right away. We shall meet shortly." With that, Su Jinsong ended the call. Lin Feng set his phone aside and turned to Lin Yuning, a mysterious smile adorning his face. "Sister, the scene may become rather grand in a while." Lin Yuning feigned irritation and admonished, "You rascal, don't go causing any trouble. Yonghua Finance." Last night, After a long day of toil, the general manager, Gao Jin, was ready to unwind when his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from the parent company, and the voice on the other end abruptly dispelled his drowsiness. Gao Jin, you must arrive at Yonghua Finance by 8 a.m. tomorrow, without fail. Gao Jin, filled with bewilderment, had no time to ask further questions before the call was terminated. He sat there, phone in hand, lost in thought. What could this be about? Why the urgency to summon us? Could it be that the company is facing a significant upheaval? He hoped fervently that it wouldn't affect the company's performance. After all, 95% of Yonghua Finance's success relied on the subsidiaries of Shenlong Group. Without the business support from Shenlong Group's branch in Modu, the company might swiftly find itself in dire straits, perhaps even facing closure. As this realization dawned on him, Gao Jin felt a chill run down his spine. He silently prayed that this was merely a false alarm, hoping nothing would go awry. On the other hand, Wang Gang, the president of Eating Company, had been besieged by his formidable wife's incessant questioning, plunging him into a state of extreme anxiety. His face was still bandaged from a recent incident involving an assault on a university student, which left him scalded by boiling water, and the wounds had yet to heal completely. When the phone rang unexpectedly, Wang Gang was startled to find it was a call from the parent company. He answered immediately. What? I must be at Yonghua Finance by 8 a.m. tomorrow, and I have to bring my wife? He urgently asked the person on the line, desperate to understand the situation. However, the only response he received was a cold, be there on time, don't ask too many questions. Wang Gang, feeling helpless, hung up, his heart brimming with trepidation. He understood well that the survival of his company hinged almost entirely on the business from Shenlong Group's Moda branch. This sudden summons sent a whiff of danger wafting through the air. Had they perhaps made a blunder that angered Shenlong Group? Yet everything had seemed normal of late. The more he pondered, the more frightened he became. He turned to his wife, who was watching television nearby, and after a moment's hesitation, decided to confide in her. Upon hearing the news, his wife looked equally bewildered and anxious. What should we do, darling? Could it be that something significant is about to happen to our company? Perhaps I should dress up nicely tomorrow. Maybe it will leave a good impression, and if anything goes awry, we could plead for mercy. Wang Gang smiled wryly and nodded. That seems to be our only option. Let us hope for a favorable outcome. Thus, his wife spent the entire night meticulously preparing, selecting the most appropriate attire and applying delicate makeup, her heart full of hope that her efforts could bring some respite to her husband's company. Meanwhile, Wang Gang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, his mind incessantly conjuring various crises that the company might face. He silently vowed that, come what may, he would find a way to safeguard the company's business. At the break of dawn the next day, Gao Jin hurried to Yonghua Company. Pacing back and forth in his office, Zhou Yanmei approached, inquiring about his demeanor, only to be shooed away. Wang Gang arrived with his impeccably dressed wife. As they gathered in the conference room, the atmosphere was thick with tension, each individual wearing a mask of unease. Zhou Yanmei surveyed the scene, utterly clueless as to what was transpiring. Chapter 71, The Overprotective Brother, Part 2. In the conference room, time slipped away quietly, each second tightening the nerves of those present. At 8:30 a.m., several police cars rolled into the gates of Yonghua Finance. The sight of the police vehicles sent the company employees into a flurry of panic. Hadn't the police just come yesterday? Why were they here again? Could it be that the company was in serious trouble? From the police cars, two leaders clad in white shirts emerged first, followed by a dozen competent officers, who made their way directly toward Yonghua Finance's office area. Shortly thereafter, several auditors also entered the premises. The two white shirt officers quickly approached to greet the newcomers, exchanging pleasantries that, while seemingly cordial, carried an undercurrent of tension. At 8:50 a.m., a luxurious convoy of 5 Maybachs entered Yonghua Finance's gates with a calm demeanor. Liu Yadi, the head of the financial sector of Shenlong Group, along with Li Lingyu, the general manager of the Modu branch, Zhang Ziqiang, the general manager of the subsidiary, and Shen Yu, the secretary of the chairman's office at the headquarters in Hong Kong, descended from their opulent vehicles and stepped into Yonghua Company. In the lobby, although the individuals were unfamiliar with one another, they exchanged polite nods. At that moment, a police inspector in a crisp white uniform suddenly recognized Liu Yadi from a previous event, a private gathering organized by Modu No. One during a visit to assess the business environment. The inspector eagerly approached Liu Yadi, extending a warm handshake. Liu Yadi quickly recognized him as the head of the Modu Public Security Bureau, alongside the political commissar, and they engaged in spirited conversation. Simultaneously, Wang Gang and Gao Jin spotted Zhang Ziqiang, the head of the Modu subsidiary, and hurried to greet him. However, Zhang Ziqiang merely trailed behind the others, ignoring their greetings. Wang Gang and Gao Jin immediately sensed that something was amiss. Their usual commanding superior was now relegated to the back of the line, while the unfamiliar faces ahead exuded an extraordinary aura. They couldn't help but wonder who these individuals were. The one at the forefront seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had appeared in a news segment, but they couldn't quite place him. At 9 a.m., a Hongqi L5, resembling a black behemoth, slowly made its way into Yonghua Finance's entrance, closely followed by a coaster bus. Before the vehicle had fully come to a stop, Shen Yu hastily moved toward the Hongqi. Liu Yadi and Li Lingyu, observing the secretary's actions, immediately understood that the chairman had arrived and hurried to follow suit. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the vehicle. As the door swung open, 3 figures emerged. Leading the way was Su Jinsong, a renowned figure in the Modu garrison. The other 2 were youthful individuals, one of whom was Lin Yuning, who had been taken by the police the previous day, while the other, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Lin Yuning, was unknown to everyone else present except for Shen Yu. Shen Yu quickly stepped forward, respectfully greeting, "Chairman, good morning. Is everyone here?" Lin Feng's voice resonated, steady and commanding. "Yes, Chairman. This is Liu Yadi, the head of the financial sector, Li Lingyu, the general manager of Modu, and Zhang Ziqiang, the head of the subsidiary." "Greetings, Chairman." Lin Feng greeted each individual with a handshake and a nod. At that moment, Lin Yuning's gaze fixed intently on her younger brother, her eyes brimming with incredulity. She did not recognize anyone else in the room, save for Zhang Ziqiang. Lin Yuning understood that within Yonghua Finance, Zhang Ziqiang was an undisputed heavyweight. If he were displeased, the company could very well face immediate closure. Though she had not been with the company for long, she was still aware of this crucial information. More importantly, the parent company behind Yonghua Financial, Shenlong Group, is a colossal titan that wields tremendous influence in the business world. If Shenlong Group were to be included in corporate rankings, it would undoubtedly secure a position within the top 3 of the Fortune Global 500. Lin Yuning stood in shock, her mouth agape, her gaze oscillating between her younger brother and Zhang Ziqiang. She beheld her brother, who appeared both familiar and foreign, and a startling thought took root in her mind. Could it be that the chairman of Shenlong Group is her seemingly ordinary younger sibling? This revelation was so staggering that it left her momentarily paralyzed, her mind a blank slate, unable to recover from the sudden shock. Lin Feng, with an air of composure, introduced Lin Yuning to the company's executives as they exchanged handshakes. "Lin Xiaoyu, let us proceed inside. I wish to discern the nature of this situation," Su Jinsong remarked. Lin Feng turned to Shun Yuxuan, saying, "Let us go in and see those individuals." At that moment, 2 individuals disembarked from the bus. One, a middle-aged man with a beaming smile, courteously greeted, "Mr. Lin Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you." Noticing this, Su Jinsong quickly introduced, "Lin Xiaoyu. Allow me to present these esteemed individuals. This is Wen Jindong, number 1 in Modu, and this is Mayor Lu Qi." "Oh, so these are the 2 leaders." Lin Feng acknowledged with a slight nod. "I have come to address some internal matters within the company. I hadn't anticipated drawing the attention of both your esteemed offices." Wen Jindong, radiating warmth and enthusiasm, responded, "It is indeed inappropriate that Mayor Lu and I were unaware of your presence in Modu, Mr. Lin. We should extend our concern as public officials, particularly since we learned that your sister is in Modu." Chapter 72, Public Officials Secretary 1, "You flatter us. I am merely here to resolve some internal matters," Lin Feng replied with an unhurried demeanor. Wen Jindong then turned his gaze to Lin Yuning, his smile growing warmer as he addressed her. "You must be Mr. Lin Feng's sister." "Greetings, I am Wen Jindong from Modu." Lu Qi followed suit, courteously saying, "Hello, I am Lu Qi." A radiant smile blossomed on Lin Yuning's face, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "Greetings, esteemed leaders, I am Lin Yuning." When Jindong exchanged a glance with Lin Feng, stating earnestly, "The apologies are ours. It would be remiss of us if we did not act, considering the distress faced by the sister of the chairman of Shenlong Group. If we fail to intervene, your younger brother may justly hold us accountable for our lack of courtesy, with serious repercussions." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuning chuckled softly, her gaze flitting between Wen Jindong and Lu Qi. "Oh, Secretary 1, you are far too gracious. My brother would never harbor such thoughts. You both have pressing duties. Yet you made this effort for us. It is we who feel indebted." As she spoke, Lin Yuning turned to her brother. "Isn't that right, Lin Feng?" "Indeed, indeed." Lin Feng chimed in, wearing a gentle smile. At that moment, Shen Yuxuan stepped forward, saying, "Chairman, we have thoroughly investigated the matter at hand. The specifics are as follows. Wang Gang and Zhou Yanmei from Yonghua Financial are involved." Shen Yuxuan articulated the details of the situation clearly before the gathering. After listening, Lin Feng nodded slightly, his expression composed. "In that case, let the police handle the subsequent matters. Shenlong Group will immediately terminate all cooperation with these 2 implicated companies." "Chairman, I will arrange that at once, Shin Yuxuan responded, instinctively glancing at Liu Yadi, the head of the financial sector. Liu Yadi immediately understood the gravity of the situation, declaring, Chairman, I will implement this post-haste. Hearing that several high-ranking officials had effectively pronounced a death sentence on their company, the individuals involved collapsed in despair. With no opportunity for defense, Su Jinsong, frowning with indignation, turned to the police chief in a white shirt behind him, stating, to let these individuals off so lightly would be an act of kindness from Lin Xiaoyu. Return and conduct a thorough investigation into their backgrounds. Leave no detail unexamined. The police chief, his demeanor serious, responded with resolute authority, Understood, Su Lao. We will not tolerate such pests and will ensure strict legal proceedings. Su Lao. I believe this matter has been resolved, so we should return, Lin Feng said to Su Jinsong beside him. Gao Yang, upon your return, ensure a comprehensive investigation into this incident. In the future, when responding to reports, be diligent in your inquiries. Treat every individual with caution, understood? Wen Zhendong instructed the police chief. Secretary 1, I will certainly communicate your directives to the entire city police department upon my return. A special task force has already been established, with me as the leader and Director Li Qi as the deputy leader. We will conduct a thorough investigation to provide Mr. Lin and the municipal committee with a satisfactory outcome. Esteemed leaders, I am deeply grateful for your assistance regarding my sister's matter today, Lin Feng expressed with sincere gratitude. Chairman Lin, there is no need for such formality. We have come to discuss an exceedingly important issue with you, Liu Qi stated earnestly. Oh, what could be so significant as to warrant a personal visit from both of you? Lin Feng inquired, curiosity piquing as he raised an eyebrow. Mr. Lin Feng, let us proceed to building one of our guest house. There are matters we must discuss in depth, Wen Zhendong and Liu Qi said amiably as they accompanied Lin Feng. In the guest house, Lin Feng, Su Jinsong, and Lin Yuning took their seats. Subsequently, Wen Zhendong began, Mr. Lin, to be candid. The Modu city government has learned that several ports of the Panama Canal are assets of Shenlong Group. Currently, if Modu's shipping routes traverse the Panama Canal, the fees for certain ports are exorbitantly high, and there are restrictions on the passage of trade vessels from Longhua. This situation has severely constrained Modu's, and indeed Longhua's, foreign trade development, effectively choking Modu's external trade. Consequently, we have come to negotiate the usage of these ports with Shenlong Group. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully after a moment's reflection. Esteemed leaders, I must confess that I am not well versed in the particulars of these business dealings. The new chairman of the group is my sister, Lin Yuning. I have completed the authorization for her. She possesses a clearer understanding and greater decision-making power regarding these matters. It is most fitting for her to handle this. Wen Zhendong and Liu Qi turned their attention to Lin Yuning, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Yuning nodded slightly, smiling as she replied, Esteemed leaders, I have followed the issues concerning the Panama Canal ports in the news. The group has just been entrusted to me. Allow me to familiarize myself with the details, and I will respond to you promptly. I assure you, I will exert every effort to facilitate anything within the group's capabilities. Wen Zhendong interjected eagerly. Chairman Lin, should you consider this? It would indeed be a timely boon for Modu's foreign trade. At that moment, Shin Yuxuan, noticing Lin Feng's gaze, began to report to Lin Yuning on the management and operational aspects related to the ports. After listening to Shin Yuxuan's briefing, Lin Yuning remarked, Esteemed leaders, this matter also involves the Panamanian government. We will communicate with the relevant departments to optimize scheduling processes, increasing the passage of Longhua trade vessels while ensuring safety. At this juncture, Su Jinsong chimed in, Secretary 1, Mayor Liu, Shenlong Group's global business layout is remarkably advanced. Lin Xiaoyu's contributions to Longhua are immense, and I believe a reasonable solution will surely emerge. Wen Zhendong and Liu Qi exchanged appreciative glances at Su Jinsong's words. Liu Qi smiled. Su Lao is correct, Mr. Lin and Ms. Lin Yuning are indeed young and accomplished, far surpassing us old-timers. After the gathering had indulged in a sumptuous lunch at the inn, Lin Feng and Lin Yuning bid farewell to Su Jinsong and returned to the Tang Palace. Chapter 73, A Perfect Resolution. Within the confines of the Tang Palace, Lin Yuning fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Feng, her eyes searching for a credible explanation. Brother, what on earth is happening? She inquired, her expression a mixture of confusion and urgency. Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Sister, you are now the bona fide chairwoman. By the way, are you planning to operate from here in Xinnan, or will you relocate to the headquarters in Hong Kong Island? Lin Yuning, preoccupied with her questions, pressed on. First, tell me how you became the chairman of the Shenlong Group. This is utterly absurd. Her brows furrowed in skepticism, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. After a brief pause, Lin Feng replied, Sister, it is a long story, one that pertains to the legacy left by my master. As the words escaped his lips, he felt a flicker of uncertainty, silently hoping his sister would not delve too deeply into the nebulous nature of his master. Master? Lin Yunning echoed, a hint of bewilderment crossing her features. What master? When did you join a sect? I was completely unaware of this. Her tone hinted at dissatisfaction, suggesting she felt her brother had concealed too much from her. With some trepidation, Lin Feng continued to weave his tale. 3 years ago, I fortuitously encountered an extraordinary individual who took me as a disciple, and I devoted myself to rigorous training. My master, having no other disciples, entrusted the vast Shenlong group to me before embarking on his celestial journey. Reluctantly, I had to accept the responsibility. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Lin Yunning's reaction, silently praying that his narrative would suffice. Fortunately, Lin Yunning merely furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. Very well then, but will your master? Her words trailed off, a flicker of concern evident in her gaze. Not at all, sister, Lin Feng quickly interjected. My master is a celestial being. Even if he were aware of mundane affairs, he would not interfere. Moreover, I am his sole disciple, so rest assured in your role as chairwoman. I am here to support you. Lin Feng patted his chest confidently, striving to assuage Lin Yunning's apprehensions. The headquarters of the Shenlong Group is in Hong Kong Island, where we also possess several properties. If you choose to work there, you can reside in one of them, making travel exceedingly convenient, Lin Feng continued, attempting to redirect Lin Yunning's focus. She nodded, but then a sudden thought crossed her mind. What exactly did you learn from your master? Surely it wasn't merely management skills. Her eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge as she regarded Lin Feng. Just as the last syllable left her lips, Lin Feng vanished in an instant. Lin Yunning's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively stepped forward, her hands flailing in the air as if attempting to grasp something elusive. Just as her astonishment reached its peak, Lin Feng reappeared at his original spot, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Brother, how on earth did you accomplish that? Lin Yunning stammered, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless, her voice trembling as she pointed at him. Sister, it is merely a minor skill, Lin Feng explained with a smile. By the way, the bracelet you are wearing is a magical artifact. Never remove it, as it could save your life in critical moments. A ring materialized in Lin Feng's hand. The Jiulong ring, a remarkable storage ring capable of containing any non-living entity. Beyond storage, its functionalities are vast. Take your time to explore its potential, sister. With a flicker of spiritual energy, he bound the ring to Lin Yunning's essence. Jiulong ring, Lin Yunning exclaimed, accepting the ring and placing it upon her left index finger, feeling it bond with her soul. Then, Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he called out into the void. Celestial puppets. With his proclamation, ripples danced through the air, and 4 uniquely designed puppets materialized before Lin Feng. Each exuded a metallic sheen, their sleek lines and cold, mechanical gazes instilling a sense of awe. Lin Yunning shrieked, instinctively retreating behind Lin Feng, her heart racing at the sight of the sudden apparitions. Brother, what in the world are these? Fear not, sister. These are 4 puppets that have been safeguarding you from the shadows. Henceforth, you shall have nothing to fear when you venture out, Lin Feng reassured her swiftly. Cautiously, Lin Yunning peered at the puppets from behind Lin Feng. Where did they come from? I had no inkling of their presence. They have remained concealed in the void, devoid of emotion, life, or gender, and can alter their appearance at will. As he spoke, he turned towards the puppets, commanding, celestial puppets, from this day forth, alter your forms to closely accompany my sister. Should you encounter anyone with ill intentions, you know what to do. Yes, master, the 4 puppets replied in unison, their voices cold and mechanical, resonating through the spacious room. Sister, once they assume their new appearances and accompany you, current technology will not detect any anomalies. Should you require them, simply communicate through thought. Otherwise, they can seamlessly blend into the void, Lin Feng explained to Lin Yunning. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yunning endeavored to calm herself as she addressed the 4 figures, then transform into female forms to accompany me. As she spoke, one of the puppets shimmered with light, instantly morphing into a slender young woman, approximately 160 centimeters tall, with a delicate visage and a hint of aloofness in her gaze. The other 3 puppets vanished into the void, leaving only a faint ripple as evidence of their prior existence. Here is a briefing on the current state of the group, along with information regarding the situation in Longhua and the world at large, Lin Feng announced, and as he finished speaking, a surge of information flooded Lin Yunning's consciousness. Overwhelmed by the influx of information, Lin Yunning found herself in a state of shock. Everything is already arranged. Chairman Lin, I shall prepare dinner, Lin Feng remarked, clapping his hands before turning towards the kitchen. Are you joking with me? It seems you intend to become a hands-off manager. Lin Yunning shot Lin Feng a knowing glance, feigning annoyance while gradually coming to terms with the extraordinary events that had transpired. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. Lin Yunning settled in the hall to organize her thoughts, while the celestial puppet stood silently behind her. Chapter 74, Star Map. Before long, Lin Feng had prepared an elaborate dinner. The siblings sat around the table, conversing as they dined. Little brother, I must hasten to Hong Kong Island. After all, the company headquarters is there, and as chairwoman, I cannot remain away for long. Many decisions require immediate execution. That is entirely up to you. The manor at 9 Qianshui Bay in Hong Kong Island is our family's property. You can reside there directly. I shall go over shortly to arrange matters and bring our parents along. Lin Feng replied leisurely. All right, let us have our parents join me. By the way, do you have any other arrangements to make? Lin Yunning inquired curiously. I have already established formidable formations around the several manors, Lin Feng continued, recounting the events of the previous days involving the Gu Master and the malevolent cultivator. What? Such things actually occurred? Lin Yunning's face registered disbelief, her chopsticks coming to an abrupt halt. Do not worry, it has all been resolved. In fact, these matters were trivial. A single celestial puppet could easily handle them. Lin Feng assured her, his demeanor calm and exuding confidence. Oh, is that formation called the Liangyi Weichen truly that powerful? Lin Yunning queried, her eyes filled with skepticism. Indeed, I will take you to set it up shortly, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. After finishing their meal, Lin Feng reached out and grasped Lin Yunning's hand. And in an instant, the two found themselves in the luxurious estate at number 9, Repulse Bay, Hong Kong. Lin Feng, what is this? Lin Yunning exclaimed in astonishment. It's merely a trivial spatial traversal technique. No need for such surprise, he replied nonchalantly. Dismissing her thoughts, Lin Yunning turned to gaze at the breathtaking scenery below, exclaiming, Lin Feng, look, it's so beautiful. Is that Victoria Harbor? It should be. The view here is indeed far superior to that in Shennan, Lin Feng concurred, equally captivated by the splendid vista. Brother, this villa is much larger than the Tan Palace, she remarked, her eyes scanning the surroundings in awe. Covering an area equivalent to 10 football fields, with a construction area of 30,000 square meters, it is hailed as the premier mansion on the island, Lin Feng elaborated. As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved several spiritual treasures from his spatial storage and began to set up the 2 instruments' micro-dust array. With deft movements, he quickly completed the array, instructing Lin Yunning on how to activate and deactivate it, before embedding a medium-sized spiritual vein underground. Once everything was in order, the siblings decided to spend the night at the estate. The next morning, a notification chimed. Ding. The host has 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to proceed with the draw? System, let's draw, Lin Feng responded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Heavenly Blade sword. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mysterious map. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 30 billion supreme crystals. Ding. The quantity of maps drawn can be combined to form a complete map. Would you like to proceed with the combination? System, combine them, he instructed. Ding. The system has generated a star map for the host. You may absorb this map. Absorb. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Lin Feng's mind, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. He felt as though an invisible force was compressing his head, threatening to explode it, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, akin to a flickering candle in a tempest. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes flew open, his Tai Su golden eyes activating instantaneously, radiating a mysterious and extraordinary starlight. The brilliance seemed to encapsulate the infinite stars of the vast universe, deep and mesmerizing. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive map projection materialized in the bedroom. As soon as it appeared, it resonated with a dormant power within Lin Feng, echoing in harmony. Mysterious patterns representing heaven, earth, sun, moon, stars, and rivers emerged, seemingly depicting the primordial order of the cosmos. Simultaneously, colorful points of light in red, yellow, and green flickered across the map, imbued with some arcane power. Lin Feng concentrated, channeling a portion of his soul's energy into the map. In an instant, a colored point of light rapidly appeared at Lin Feng's location, followed by a blue point of light adjacent to the map. Soon after, several white points of light flickered into existence further away, as if awakened. Could it be that the star map reveals the locations of those connected to me? Lin Feng pondered, staring at the twinkling lights in astonishment, disbelief lacing his voice. Quickly withdrawing his soul's energy, the luminous points vanished like bubbles, leaving behind an empty map projection, as if everything had been but an ephemeral dream. System, what was that about the lights just now? Lin Feng inquired, striving to calm his racing heart. Ding. The star map indicated the locations of individuals with a blood relation to the host. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. How remarkable! Lin Feng marveled anew at the now dimmed star map, murmuring, "This will certainly facilitate the search for people and things in the future." He set aside his thoughts on the star map, turning to Lin Yunning, and they embarked on their journey back to Shunnan. A Lamborghini Veneno glided into Zihua Manor like a specter. "Dad, Mom, guess who has returned?" Lin Feng's voice echoed even before he stepped through the door, brimming with joy and excitement. Chapter 75, Late Stage of the Golden Core. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." As Lin Yunning crossed the threshold, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she rushed into her mother's warm embrace. Lin's mother held her daughter tightly, gently stroking her back, her voice choked with emotion. "My dear girl, I've missed you terribly." The Lin family finally reunited at Zihua Manor, where Lin Yunning shared her plans to work in Hong Kong, and the company had arranged housing. The family decided to relocate to Hong Kong. Days later, after completing the necessary formalities, the family arrived at the estate in Repulse Bay. Lin's parents stood at the entrance, marveling at the spacious house surrounded by lush greenery, with the sea view stretching before them, their faces alight with surprise. Lin's father remarked, "Fenger, Yunning, this place is truly vast. Land in Hong Kong is worth its weight in gold. Is that a bay down there?" Lin Feng chuckled as he embraced his parents, saying, "Dad, that is the renowned Victoria Harbor. The night view is even more stunning. From now on, our family will always be together." They exchanged smiles, and a warm atmosphere enveloped the estate. As the Lin family settled into their new life in Hong Kong, 3 months swiftly passed. Lin's parents adapted to their surroundings and got along well with the neighbors, while Lin Yunning mastered all affairs of the Shenlong Group. Lin Feng transferred 100 shares to Lin Yunning, who had now become the owner and chairperson of the Shenlong Group. With the recent acquisitions of numerous ports, oil fields, and mineral assets worldwide, she had firmly secured a position among the top 2 globally. System, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, late stage of Golden Core. Cultivation technique, Taisu Gui Yuanju, second layer. Attributes, fire space. Weapons, Scarlet Flame, mixed Yuan Tian Su Tower, Heavenly Punishment, Bow. Martial skills, Void Slash, Golden Crow Extinction. Spatial cutting, Spatial Confinement. Talent, Taisu Golden Eyes, Teleportation. Having reached the late stage of the Golden Core, further advancement seemed impossible. It appeared that he needed to venture out for some experience. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Answering, he was greeted by Long Zhengxuan's cheerful voice. "Lin, my young friend. How have you been?" "Oh, Elder Long. I've been accompanying my parents in Hong Kong lately. Is there something you need?" "Young friend Lin, I have a small request and would like to know your thoughts." "Please, Elder Long, there's no need for pleasantries with me. Recently, Jingya has been rather distracted. The school has been tumultuous, with many signs of prominent families causing disturbances for her. She only has one friend, Xiao Xiao, who has been missing for a week. When I inquire about her, she always avoids the topic. If you have time, could you help guide Jingya?" "Oh, is that so? All right, I understand, Elder Long." After hanging up, Lin Feng attempted to call Su Xiao Xiao, but the phone remained unanswered. After informing his parents, he returned to his room and, with a flash, teleported back to Shunnan. A month prior, at Shunnan University, Long Jingya clutched a few books, her simple blue dress complementing her gently cascading hair, exuding a graceful aura. "Oh, isn't that Long Jingya?" A sharp, mocking voice came from behind her. Long Jingya froze, an ominous premonition swelling within her as she turned to see a group of stylish, flamboyant students approaching, led by the wealthy heir, Wang Yuxuan. The Wang family wields immense power in the Dragon Kingdom, engaging in diverse ventures such as real estate, finance, and IT, with their commercial empire sprawling across various domains. They frequently abuse their familial influence, looking down upon others, particularly the Dragon family, a mid-sized clan, with disdain. Wang Yuxuan sauntered up to Long Jingya, hands buried in his pockets, striding with exaggerated confidence, an insidious grin plastered on his face as his eyes brazenly roamed over her. "Ah, the dazzling beauty of the Dragon family. Out here, all alone? Where might you be in such a hurry to?" Long Jingya furrowed her brow, taking a step back. Her tone icy as she replied, "Wang Yuxuan, step aside. Do not obstruct my path." "Obstruct? I merely wish to have a pleasant chat." Wang Yuxuan feigned innocence, leaning closer, the nauseating scent of his cologne invading the air. "Your Dragon family, of late, seems to be suffering a series of setbacks in business. How can you afford to frolic about in this school?" Long Jingya's expression shifted subtly, yet she maintained her composure. "My family's affairs are none of your concern." "Oh, quite the stubborn one, aren't we?" A red-haired lackey behind Wang Yuxuan chimed in with a mocking tone. "The Dragon family is barely holding on. Wang Xiao can do as he pleases. Long Jingya, you might as well comply." Laughter erupted from several of his cohorts, their eyes brimming with disdain and malice. Long Jingya, incensed, tightened her grip on her book, her nails digging into her palm. Do not go too far. If you cause a ruckus here, the school won't turn a blind eye. The school? Wang Yuxuan threw his head back in mirth. Long Jingya, how naive you are. The school officials bow and scrape before my father. Do you truly believe they would oppose me for a mere girl from the dragon family? With that, he reached out, attempting to caress Long Jingya's face. If you would just play along with me today, perhaps I could persuade my father to spare your family some troubles in business. What do you say? Consider it? Long Jingya forcefully swatted his hand away, retreating a few steps as she shouted, Wang Yuxuan, do not dare to cross the line. I warn you, if you lay a hand on me, I will not let you off. Not let me off? Huh, what could you possibly do? The smile on Wang Yuxuan's face vanished, replaced by a malevolent glare. In the Dragon Kingdom, my Wang family reigns supreme. Your dragon family is in decline. Do you still fancy yourself as a highborn lady? Do not think your family's ties with the Su family in the Magic City will save you. It is futile. With a wave of his hand, his lackeys closed in, encircling Long Jingya. She glanced around, noting the fearful expressions of passing students, none daring to intervene. Despair filled her heart, yet her innate stubbornness refused to yield. Wang Yuxuan, should you dare to harm me, the dragon family will fight to the bitter end, even if it means losing everything. Long Jingya glared at Wang Yuxuan, enunciating each word with determination. Fight to the bitter end? With your dragon family's current capabilities? Do not make me laugh. Soon, you will have to vacate the ZY Manor. Wang Yuxuan sneered coldly. Today, not only will I act against you, but I will also ensure you understand the consequences of offending the Wang family. I will utterly ruin your reputation, making you a pariah in this school. Ha ha ha. As he reached for Long Jingya again, she closed her eyes, her heart brimming with rage and defiance. Suddenly, a sharp command echoed from a distance. Chapter 76, A Hero's Respite? Wang Yuxuan, what are you doing? A commanding voice pierced through the air, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Everyone turned to see a young man in a white casual outfit striding forward with purpose. Tall and handsome, he exuded an aura of refined gentility. Yet his gaze held undeniable authority. This was none other than Li Yichen, the illustrious scion of the Li family, renowned throughout Shenan University. The Li family, equally formidable in the business realm, overshadowed the Wang family, bolstered by the support of powerful allies, placing them on an entirely different echelon from mere commercial clans. Upon spotting Li Yichen, Wang Yuxuan's arrogance faltered momentarily, though he quickly regained his nonchalant demeanor, sneering, Ah, if it isn't the esteemed young Master Li. What? Are you here to meddle in the Wang family's affairs? Li Yichen's brow furrowed slightly as he hurried to position himself protectively in front of Long Jingya, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze at Wang Yuxuan and his entourage. In broad daylight, bullying a girl in school. What will people say of your Wang family? Or shall I assist you in spreading the word? Long Jingya, who had been engulfed in despair, now felt a flicker of hope as she witnessed Li Yichen's intervention. Nervously fidgeting with her clothes, she gazed at his back, her eyes filled with gratitude. Humph, your dragon family allied with the Su family and offended my Wang family. I must teach them a lesson. Wang Yuxuan dismissed with a scoff. One must know when to show mercy. Why must you push matters to the extreme, young Master Wang? Li Yichen's tone remained even, yet it bore an underlying pressure. Though Wang Yuxuan harbored resentment, he was wary of the Li family's power and refrained from being excessively brash. Gritting his teeth, he relented. Fine, on account of young Master Li, I shall let this matter rest, for now. With that, he and his lackeys departed, albeit begrudgingly. Li Yichen then turned back, his expression softening as he inquired with genuine concern. Are you all right, classmate? Long Jingya quickly shook her head, her voice tremulous as she replied. Thank you, young Master Li. Had it not been for you, I truly would not know what to do. Do not mention it. I merely acted out of a sense of justice. Li Yichen smiled warmly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Be cautious while alone at school. Wang Yuxuan is vindictive. He may come looking for trouble again. I understand, young Master Li. Long Jingya lowered her head, anxiety weighing heavily on her heart. From now on, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Li Yichen produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Long Jingya. This is my contact information. I can offer some assistance. Long Jingya hesitated briefly before accepting the card, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, young Master Li. As she clutched her books and turned to leave, Li Yichen's gaze followed her retreating figure, a mischievous glint in his eyes. That evening, Wang Yuxuan and Li Yichen encountered one another at an upscale club. Wang Yuxuan wore a smug smile as he remarked, Li brother, we owe you a debt of gratitude for your clever scheme. Long Jingya now avoids me like the plague, yet she holds you in high regard. Our plan is off to a splendid start. Li Yichen raised his wine glass, taking a delicate sip of red wine. After all, Long Jingya is the daughter of the dragon family. Is it not a bit excessive to manipulate her in this manner? Li brother, Why are you suddenly feeling soft-hearted? Wang Yuxuan scoffed. The dragon family previously opposed us in the business arena, causing significant losses for my Wang family. It is only fair to seek retribution through Long Jingya. Furthermore, if we obtain what we desire from her, the dragon family will have no choice but to acquiesce. Li Yichen pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Let us hope everything unfolds as we anticipate. Days slipped by quietly. Although Li Yichen frequently orchestrated encounters with Long Jingya, she consistently maintained her distance. Deep down, she preserved an unshakable place for Lin Feng in her heart. One day, as usual, Li Yichen chanced upon Long Jingya outside the library. Dressed in a light blue shirt paired with cream-colored casual trousers, he appeared refreshingly handsome. Upon seeing Long Jingya, a gentle smile immediately graced his face as he approached a few steps and softly said, "Jingya, tomorrow is my birthday, and I plan to celebrate with a few classmates. Would you like to join us?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Long Jingya paused, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing her mind. Since the unfortunate incident last time, she has developed a strong aversion to such gatherings, especially being acutely aware of Li Yichen's intentions. At this moment, she found herself at a loss. However, gazing into Li Yichen's sincere eyes and reflecting on the numerous ways he had assisted her during this period, the words of refusal that had risen to her lips were swallowed back. After a brief hesitation, she gently nodded and said, "Very well, happy birthday, young Masterly." A flicker of barely perceptible excitement flashed in Li Yichen's eyes, and a radiant smile graced his lips as he replied, "Splendid. Jingya, tomorrow evening at 7. At the Imperial Hotel, I shall await your arrival." With that, he engaged in casual conversation with Long Jingya for a few moments before turning to leave. Chapter 77. The Scheme Unfolds. The following afternoon, Long Jingya, accompanied by several classmates, made her way to the Imperial Hotel. Upon entering the opulent private room, she found a gathering of classmates, their laughter and chatter filling the air with a vibrant atmosphere. Spotting Long Jingya, Li Yichen immediately approached her, his face alight with surprise. "Jingya, you've come. Please, take a seat." He promptly arranged for her to sit beside him. "Young Masterly, happy birthday," she uttered, to which he responded, "I am so delighted you could make it. Thank you." As the celebration commenced, the guests showered Li Yichen with birthday wishes, and as drinks were exchanged, the atmosphere grew increasingly jubilant. While Li Yichen mingled with the crowd, he occasionally engaged Long Jingya in conversation, and though she responded politely, an undercurrent of unease lingered within her. Unbeknownst to her, as Li Yichen poured her a drink, he stealthily added a powder, an odorless, colorless sedative. Before long, Long Jingya began to feel a dull heaviness in her head, her body growing increasingly fatigued. Alarmed, she sensed something was amiss and attempted to rise, only to find her legs weak and unsteady. "Jingya, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Yichen feigned concern. She tried to speak, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. The scene before her blurred, and ultimately, darkness enveloped her as she slumped unconscious in her seat. Haha, finally succeeded. At the sight of Long Jingya's collapse, the smile on Li Yichen's face vanished, replaced by a cold, triumphant expression. He signaled towards a corner of the room, and several burly men emerged, swiftly carrying Long Jingya away. Simultaneously, Wang Yuxuan entered from another room, a mocking grin plastered across his face. "Li, your plan is truly brilliant. That Long Jingya is utterly foolish." Ha. The two exchanged knowing glances, their faces twisted in malevolent smiles. At this moment, Long Jingya was taken to a lavish suite. After a short while, she slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was in an unfamiliar environment surrounded by cameras. Her hands were tightly bound, and a rag was stuffed in her mouth. Attempting to rise proved futile, as she felt utterly powerless, like a lamb destined for slaughter. Terror gripped her as she scanned her surroundings, an overwhelming wave of fear crashing down upon her. Her gaze fell upon the cameras, and in an instant, she comprehended Li Yichen's sinister intentions. Just then, an unusual warmth coursed through her body, reddening her cheeks and quickening her breath. A horrifying thought surfaced. Had she been drugged? This notion deepened her despair. Li Yichen and Wang Yuxuan entered the room, and upon witnessing Long Jingya's desperate struggles, their laughter grew ever more brazen. "Jingya, if you comply, perhaps we shall go easy on you." Li Yichen's face bore a cruel smile as he slowly advanced. As they closed in, tears welled in Long Jingya's eyes, streaming down her cheeks. She fervently shook her head, her eyes blazing with anger and defiance, kicking and thrashing to prevent their approach. With the drug's influence intensifying, her consciousness began to blur, and the world around her distorted. In her haze, she seemed to glimpse Lin Feng's silhouette. In that fleeting moment, her expression softened, and she murmured incomprehensible words, as if calling out for Lin Feng. Her struggles waned, replaced by a state of reluctant submission. Meanwhile, in the Long family mansion, Long Jingxuan grew anxious as he failed to reach Long Jingya. A foreboding sense of dread welled up within him. Lin Feng, Jingya is missing. Her phone is unreachable, and we cannot find her. Do you think? Long Jingxuan's voice was laced with urgency. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a sinking sensation in his heart and immediately employed his teleportation abilities, arriving at Jiwei Manor in an instant. Lin, what do you think we should do? Long Jingxuan rose to inquire as Lin Feng hastily approached. Do not worry. Elder Lin Feng swiftly grasped Long Jingxuan's arm and initiated a soul force sensing technique. He closed his eyes, and a powerful wave of soul energy spread through the city. As time ticked away, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar aura. Found it. What? You found her? Where? Long Jingxuan inquired, his voice tinged with desperation. Rest assured, Elder Long. I will rescue her at once. With that, Lin Feng vanished in a flash. Back in the hotel suite, Li Yiqin and Wang Yuxuan had already activated the cameras, pouring an unknown liquid onto Long Jingya. At this moment, she appeared dazed and breathless, a sight that stirred something within Li Yiqin and Wang Yuxuan. Just as they were about to lay their hands on Long Jingya, Lin Feng burst into the room like a bolt of black lightning. You two scoundrels deserve to die? He roared, unleashing a torrent of soul power that made the entire room tremble. Li Yiqin and Wang Yuxuan turned pale, utterly shocked by Lin Feng's unexpected arrival. Who are you? How did you find this place? Wang Yuxuan stammered. Lin Feng paid them no heed. A wave of soul energy surged forth, rendering both men unconscious. He turned to face the cameras, a punitive thought igniting within him. Approaching the disheveled Long Jingya, he stepped forward, gently lifting her into his arms. Channeling his soul energy to dispel the drug coursing through her and untying the ropes binding her. Still under the drug's influence, Long Jingya remained in a semi-conscious state. Lin Feng then placed her within the Tianshu Tower. Subsequently, Lin Feng approached the camera, activating it and setting it to wireless transmission mode. Before casting a cold glance at the unconscious Li Yiqin and Wang Yuxuan, I will make you taste the bitter fruit of your actions. Two unique energies penetrated their bodies. I hope you can endure until tomorrow. With that, Lin Feng vanished in an instant. Inside the room, an appalling live stream began, broadcasting the disgraceful antics of the two men across the Dragon Kingdom. As they were scions of prominent families, this incident quickly eclipsed similar past events, igniting a tempest of controversy online. When their subordinates discovered the footage circulating on the internet, it was already too late. Lin Feng had sealed the doors and windows with spiritual energy, making them impossible to open. As long as the two still drew breath, the broadcast would not cease. Upon seeing the video, the leaders of the two families were so enraged they nearly fainted. These two were key successors groomed by their families. Yet they had brought such disgrace upon themselves, thrusting both families into immense public scrutiny. Quick, issue a statement claiming this is an AI-generated video. Hurry. 1A trembled. But sir, this is a live broadcast. Another interjected nervously. Get out. Who is targeting our Wang family? Find out at once. I want them to pay dearly. Wang Yuxuan's father bellowed, veins bulging with fury. A night has passed, and the fierce battle at the Dihao Hotel has finally come to an end. Li Yiqin and Wang Yuxuan have undergone a frenzied exchange that can only be described as a union of heaven and man. At this moment, both have been rendered dazed, collapsing in the room with vacant stares, occasionally mumbling incoherent ramblings. The door was finally broken open, and upon witnessing this scene, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. What has happened? Where has Long Jingya gone? At this juncture, Wang Yuxuan's father, Wang Batian, and Li Yiqin's father, Li Jinxiao, arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. Upon seeing their sons in such a wretched state, the eyes of both fathers instantly turned crimson, resembling enraged beasts. Wang Batian kicked over a nearby chair with a violent motion, while the mothers of both boys rushed to embrace their sons, weeping uncontrollably. Wang Batian bellowed, "Speak. What on earth happened? Tell me everything without omission." His voice reverberated throughout the room, causing it to buzz with intensity. Li Jinxiao's expression darkened, his demeanor seemingly capable of dripping water, as he glared with ferocity and gritted his teeth, demanding, what exactly transpired here? His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, emanating a chilling aura. The subordinates present were already trembling in fear, recounting the entire sequence of events in detail, from the machinations against Long Jingya to today's birthday celebration. They could only speculate as to why Long Jingya had inexplicably vanished, resulting in this dire situation. As Wang Batian absorbed his subordinate's report, the muscles in his face contorted, and his anger surged like a tidal wave within him. So, the Long family dares to treat my son in such a manner. He slammed his fist down on the table, creating a deep dent in the solid wood. Li Jinxiao let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with icy intent. Long Jingxuan, this time, no one will save you. Mark my words. The Wang and Li families quickly reached a consensus and began to mount a ferocious onslaught against the Long family. Numerous businesses under the Long family's banner, including shopping malls, foreign trade enterprises, and real estate, became targets of malicious attacks. Partners hastily breached contracts, and banks suddenly tightened their loans, causing an already precarious financial chain to snap instantly. Ultimately, the Su family intervened urgently to avert the Long family's impending bankruptcy. However, Su Jinsong faced his own political adversaries, who accused the Su family of leveraging power for personal gain, abusing authority to benefit their family and friends, while suppressing other enterprises and tarnishing the Su family's political image. At the Long family mansion, a somber atmosphere enveloped the members of the Long family. Long Mingyao and Long Guangyao paced anxiously in the hall. What should we do now? Where have Dad and Jingyao gone? The family business is in shambles. Brother, we must first stabilize the situation and urgently search for Dad and Jingyao. However, the Long family's decline seemed irretrievable. In the span of a single night, the Long family's business had been almost completely dismantled. The once thriving Long Group headquarters now stood deserted. The Long family's assets were frozen, properties seized by banks, and family members found themselves ensnared in dire straits. Some smaller families that had previously relied on the Long family, sensing the shifting tides, swiftly defected and sought favor with the Wang and Li families. Chapter 78, Annihilation. Within Manor Number 1. The effects of the drugs within Long Jingya had finally been eradicated by Lin Feng. At this moment, Long Jingya opened her phone, only for it to ring unexpectedly. Dad, I've been rescued by Lin Feng and am now at his home. What? Grandpa has gone missing? After dialing her father's number, she learned of the calamity that had befallen the Long family overnight. Lin Feng, something has happened to Grandpa. Long Jingya tearfully recounted the situation to Lin Feng. Don't be afraid, I will find him. Lin Feng, aware of the gravity of the situation, understood that time was of the essence and immediately utilized his soul power for sensing. In a dim underground chamber, Long Jingxuan was confined within a dungeon, surrounded by an unbearable stench of decay. Flickering oil lamps cast weak, trembling shadows on the damp floor. Just then, the door to the basement creaked open, and two figures strode in with purpose. Wang Batian led the way, his imposing stature and brutish features accentuated by a jagged scar stretching from the corner of his eye to his mouth, presenting a fearsome visage. Following him, Li Jinxiao appeared relatively frail, yet his gaze was imbued with a sinister sharpness, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. Long Jingxuan, you finally woke up. Wang Batian sneered, baring his teeth in a cold smile. Long Jingxuan laboriously lifted his head, casting a scornful glance at them before disdainfully closing his eyes again. Humph. Even at this moment, you remain defiant. Li Jinxiao stepped forward and kicked the iron bars of the dungeon, producing a jarring clang. You would do well to cooperate with us and reveal Long Jingya's whereabouts, as well as who it was that rescued her. Long Jingxuan slowly opened his eyes, fixing a resolute stare upon them. You shall not extract any information from me. The Long family will never bow to you despicable wretches, even in death. Wang Baishan's smile evaporated in an instant, replaced by a mask of fury. He abruptly reached through the bars, seizing Long Jingxuan by the collar and yanking his face closer. Death! You old fool, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Do you understand your current predicament? We can make you disappear in this forsaken place at any moment. Li Jinxiao chuckled ominously from the side. Brother Wang, why waste time with him? I want to see how long this long creature can endure. Let's give him a taste of pain. With that, Wang Batian withdrew a barbed whip from his waist, snapping it menacingly in the air, producing a sharp sound as it cut through the atmosphere. Long Jingxuan, this is of your own making. He raised the whip, delivering a brutal strike upon Long Jingxuan's back, instantly carving a bloody gash into his flesh, tearing his garments, and allowing crimson to seep forth. Long Jingxuan let out a muffled groan, his body quivering slightly. Yet he remained silent. How does it feel? Not pleasant, I presume. If you divulge what we want to know, this suffering can come to an end. Li Jinxiao crouched down, leaning closer to Long Jingxuan, his tone bordering on seductive. Long Jingxuan gritted his teeth, spitting a mouthful of blood. Bah! You scoundrels, dream on. My granddaughter will come to no harm, and you will all pay the price. Hearing this, Wang Batian raised the whip once more, relentlessly striking Long Jingxuan, while Li Jinxiao cursed him as he struck. Old fool, I wonder how much longer you can hold out. Your two sons are on their way to join you. If you do not reveal Long Jingya's whereabouts today, I will beat you to death. And let me inform you of another little tidbit. Your family's businesses are all finished. Ha ha ha. Li Jinxiao's eyes gleamed with malice as he looked at Long Jingxuan. Old man, I would rip your skin off and pull your tendons if I could. Wang Batian continued to lash out. You stubborn old fool. We will see how long you can last. If you do not disclose Long Jingya's whereabouts today, I will beat you to death. Long Jingxuan's back was now marred with bloodied welts, and his body twitched from the pain. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had pinpointed Long Jingxuan's location. Spatial confinement. A mysterious force instantaneously immobilized everyone within the basement. Wang Batian and Li Jinxiao's eyes widened in horror, their bodies rendered completely immobile. Lin Feng appeared like a bolt of black lightning, materializing within the chamber. Upon seeing Long Jingxuan, curled up in the cell, battered and bruised, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of this stranger, Wang Batian felt a surge of dread but maintained a tough facade. Who are you? Daring to thwart our plans? Do you wish to perish? Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Who I am is of no concern to you. Today, all that you have done to the Long family shall demand retribution. As he spoke, a golden radiance emanated from Lin Feng's palm, striking the iron lock of the cell directly. With a sharp crack, the iron lock shattered. A gentle stream of spiritual energy gradually flowed into Long Jingxuan's body. It seems the lesson I imparted was still insufficient. Lin Feng's gaze was frigid. Before either of the two could respond, he swiftly formed hand seals and commanded coldly. Soul search. 2 strands of spiritual energy shot into the bodies of the two like lightning. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, delving into their memories. Moments later, he opened his eyes abruptly, filled with disdain. The sordid deeds you have committed over the years are truly beyond measure. With a flick of his wrist, he carelessly discarded the now dazed individuals aside, leaving them to collapse to the ground like tattered rags. Such a vile family, steeped in malevolence, will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Lin Feng's expression grew grave, his aura swirling as he murmured, soul power detection. A peculiar and ominous energy emanated from the two, rapidly expanding outward. In an instant, all those with blood ties to these two were precisely locked onto by this aura. Annihilate. The word escaped Lin Feng's lips, echoing like a judgment from the depths of hell. As the command was issued, the life force of all those ensnared by the aura extinguished in an instant, leaving behind an eerie silence. At that moment, a formidable presence rushed in from afar. Lin Feng had long since taken the unconscious Long Jingxuan and departed the scene. By the time that presence arrived, Lin Feng was already gone, and none at the scene had survived. Who could wield such ruthless power? It seems I must report to the ancestor immediately. A black-clad man murmured as he surveyed the chaotic scene. Chapter 79. The Imperial Seal of the Nation. Long Jingya anxiously awaited in the know. One courtyard of the ZY Manor, as time ticked by. Suddenly, the air rippled, and Lin Feng appeared with Long Jingxuan at the manor. Grandfather! Long Jingya exclaimed upon seeing the unconscious Long Jingxuan, rushing over immediately. Grandfather, how are you? Lin Feng gently laid Long Jingxuan on a nearby recliner, reassuring her. Do not worry, your grandfather is fine. Lin Feng infused a strand of spiritual energy into Long Jingxuan's forehead. Slowly, Long Jingxuan opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise flashing across them. Long Jingya hurriedly stepped forward to support him, saying, Grandfather, please don't move. Just rest comfortably. Long Jingxuan glanced at Long Jingya, then at Lin Feng, and asked, Xiaoya. You, Lin Xiaoyu, thank you. Long Lao, the Wang and Li families have utterly collapsed. This news will spread swiftly. You should arrange for personnel to begin absorbing their assets immediately. After pondering for a moment, Long Jingxuan added, Xiaoya, quickly call your father and tell him I have been rescued and am now recuperating, so he need not worry. Inform the family to launch an immediate counterattack. Long Jingya swiftly dialed her father, Long Mingyao. On the phone, upon learning that the elder was safe, Long Mingyao's heart, which had been in suspense, finally relaxed. However, regarding the family's counterattack, it was already too late. Hearing Long Jingxuan's words, he took the phone from Long Jingya. Mingyao, listen closely. Both the Wang and Li families have disintegrated. Seize this opportunity to absorb their industries immediately. I will support you from behind, and you shall take charge of the family affairs. Manage it well, and lead the family through these trying times. Long Mingyao hesitated for a moment before responding. Dad, I. Long Jingxuan sensed his son's hesitation and continued. You have been by my side for so many years. Do I not know you well? You are capable. Go forth and act. I believe in you. Only then did Long Mingyao resolutely reply. All right, Dad, Guangyao, and I will not let you down. After hanging up, Long Jingxuan called Su Jinsong to recount his situation. He looked at Long Jingya and Lin Feng, his heart filled with emotion. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Feng left 2 puppets beside Long Jingya and Long Jingxuan, and also included Manor Number 5 under the protection of the 2 instruments' micro-dust array. The Long family had already begun a frenzied counterattack. Faced with the sudden plight of the Wang and Li families, many prominent families in Long Nation were perplexed. How could the Wang and Li families so boldly attempt to absorb the Long family, only for their entire clan to suddenly collapse? Not only had the Long family revived, but they were also successfully retaliating, leaving everyone incredulous. The assistance from the Su family clearly was insufficient. Could it be that the Long family had some hidden trump card? For a time, the Long family's momentum was unparalleled. Lin Feng settled into the ZY manor, while Long Jingya continued her studies under the protection of the puppets. System. Open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, late stage of Golden Core. Cultivation method, Taisu Gui Yuanju, second layer. Attributes, Fire Space. Weapons, Scarlet Flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower. Heavenly Punishment, Bao. Martial skills, Sky Split Slash, Golden Crow Annihilation, Spatial Cutting, Spatial Confinement. Talent, Taisu Golden Eyes, Teleportation. Gazing at the attribute panel, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation, pondering what the breakthrough opportunity might be. System, synthesize the map. A flash of light swept across. As several pieces of the map swiftly connected, ding. The system issues an SSSSS level task. Find the lost imperial seal of the nation. Task. System, could this map be? Lin Feng stood up in astonishment. Ding. Does the host accept the task? Accept the task. Ding. The host accepts the SSSSS level task. Find the lost imperial seal of the nation. Completion rewards. 1 portion of Hongming's spiritual liquid, 1 strand of earth attribute essence, 100 billion Long Nation coins, and 100 billion premium crystal stones. Hiss, such generous rewards. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excitement at the prospect of the rewards. He immediately opened the task description. The imperial seal of the nation seals an artifact imbued with tremendous mysterious power, carrying extraordinary significance since its inception. The seal is crafted from the core of stars, engraved with the phrase commanded by heaven, eternally prosperous, and has traversed the hands of emperors through the annals of Long Nation's history. Witnessing countless rises and falls, it is not only a symbol of imperial legitimacy, but also seals ancient mysterious energy. So the imperial seal of the nation is made from the core of stars, not the he sure by? Lin Feng murmured to himself after reading the description. A map concealing the secrets of the imperial seal of the nation appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. He gazed at the mysterious patterns on the map, his heart racing. The patterns resembled ancient script, almost like some arcane symbols, radiating a profound aura under the dim candlelight. The room was so quiet that only his hurried breaths could be heard. Outside, the wind howled, seemingly urging him to unveil this mysterious veil. Lin Feng gently extended his hand, his fingertips gliding along the patterns on the map. The material of the map was quite peculiar, resembling some kind of animal hide, yet more resilient than ordinary hides. With a cold touch, Lin Feng meticulously examined each line's trajectory when he noticed a slight crease at one corner of the map. As he gently unfolded it, a faint mark emerged beneath the crease, resembling the outline of an ancient structure. Could this be the location of the imperial seal of the nation? Lin Feng murmured to himself. Chapter 80, The Luoshui River. Taisu Golden Eyes, activate. A soft whisper echoed as a strange golden light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, resembling 2 miniature golden suns slowly rotating within, emanating a mysterious and ancient aura. Simultaneously, the previously blurred map seemed to be activated by an invisible force. Lin Feng focused intently on the map as the faint lights began to meander along the rivers and mountains depicted, akin to a lively stream flowing across the Earth's surface. As the lights converged, the map's patterns became increasingly distinct, resembling a gradually unfolding true painting, vividly presenting the world's landscape. The mountains and rivers on the map bore a striking resemblance to the current geography of Long Nation, with the Mother River's estuary not located in the eastern province of Lu, but in the southern province of Jiangnan. Lin Feng pondered the terrain before him. Could it be that the map depicts the geography of Long Nation from hundreds of years ago? As Lin Feng was utterly engrossed, a minuscule point of light on the map suddenly began to flicker. His pupils constricted sharply. A crucial clue had emerged. The flickering frequency of the light intensified, transitioning from an occasional glimmer to a rapid strobe, as if it were signaling with urgency. With the flickering of the light, the surrounding patterns on the map began to morph, the originally smooth lines contorting under an unseen force, gradually outlining the contours of a terrain. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng discerned that the outline suggested a gentle slope, with a faintly visible river meandering through, revealing the characters Luo Shui at a certain point along its course. Is this Luo Shui? Lin Feng muttered to himself. At that moment, the light's brightness surged, no longer a mere flicker, as more details emerged. Surrounding the flat area were peculiar-shaped boulders, standing like ancient sentinels. The light was situated directly beneath this flat expanse, seemingly indicating that the imperial seal was buried deep below the ground. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued to channel the Tai Su golden eye. As he infused more power, the information about this region on the map became increasingly detailed. The Imperial Seal was indeed located in such a place. Lin Feng marveled silently. Continuing to observe, he noticed some unusual energy fluctuations surrounding the underground area where the light resided. These fluctuations, perceived through the Tai Su golden eye, manifested as a faint blue aura, discordant with the surrounding environment. Since it was within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, it would be manageable. Luo Shui must refer to the Luo River. First, he would head towards the general location of the Luo River. In an instant, Lin Feng found himself 1,000 miles away, extracting the Kalinin from the system space and speeding through the streets of Luo River City. Luo Shui City, an ancient capital of 13 dynasties, boasts a civilization history of over 4,000 years. Within a span of over 30 kilometers along the Luo River, lie the ruins of 5 major capitals, including Erlitu, Yanshi, and the Eastern Zhou Royal City, collectively known as the 5 capitals of Luo. Historically, it is said that the Imperial Seal was lost in Luo Shui and has since vanished from sight. What a splendid place. No wonder so many nations established their capitals here throughout history. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim while admiring the beautiful scenery. Excuse me, sir? Are there any boats for recreation on the Luo River? Lin Feng inquired, standing by the riverbank and addressing an elderly man. Young man, are you here for leisure? The old man replied cheerfully. Indeed, sir. There are many boats on the Luo River, mostly near the ancient city of Luo River. If you walk about 10 kilometers ahead, you will reach it, where the scenery is even more magnificent, the elder enthusiastically explained. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, young man. Following the old man's directions, Lin Feng drove to the ancient city of Luo River. As dusk approached, he settled into a hotel nearby. That night, standing in his hotel room and gazing at the enchanting night view, Lin Feng's mood transformed into something extraordinary. As the night deepened, Lin Feng activated the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju and entered a state of cultivation. As he circulated the technique, a peculiar energy emanated from the Luo River below, spreading like an invisible ripple across the surface of the river. With his keen senses, Lin Feng immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this energy. Its mysterious fluctuations resonated subtly with the spirit power within him. He swiftly enveloped himself in protective spiritual energy while fixing his gaze on the ethereal glow emanating from the Luo River outside the window. Above the river, a mass of gray mist began to coalesce, swirling and shifting in shape, as if an invisible hand stirred within it. A powerful summoning force resonated with Lin Feng's inner being. What is this? A summoning force? Could this seal be connected to the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju? Feeling the pull of this force, Lin Feng was inwardly astonished. Through the mist, a massive gray vortex emerged within the river, its center flashing with an eerie light, resembling an entrance to another realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng summoned the Qi sword into his right hand. Just as he approached the vortex's edge, a tremendous suction force surged forth. Even with all his strength channeled into the golden core, he could not withstand the terrifying pull. Before he could react, Lin Feng was drawn into the vortex. As the light and shadows shifted, Lin Feng found himself in a distorted space, permeated by an atmosphere of darkness and despair. Chapter 81. The Power of the Ancestral Dragon. Lin Feng steadied himself as the air was thick with an eerie fog, and the surroundings were so quiet that time seemed to have come to a standstill. Raising his gaze, he was met with a scene of chaotic obscurity, the essence of strangeness and the unknown enveloping him. This aura? Lin Feng stood frozen, trembling slightly. The sensations surged like tumultuous waves, crashing against his perception in relentless succession. It seemed even his golden core sensed danger, inducing a shiver of trepidation within. System, what is this aura? Why is it so profound and powerful? Lin Feng inquired urgently, his voice quivering, relying on the system as his sole anchor in this enigmatic realm. Beep, this is the power of the ancestral dragon. It is advised that the host absorb it immediately. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed on the formidable aura radiating from the power of the ancestral dragon. It resembled a slumbering giant dragon, exuding a terrifying brilliance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng suppressed the tremors within him, slowly closing his eyes and activating the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, akin to ripples cascading across a tranquil lake, growing increasingly intense. Before long, this energy coalesced into a colossal vortex, swirling rapidly around Lin Feng, producing a whistling sound as it attempted to draw in the dormant power of the ancestral dragon. The power of the ancestral dragon seemed to sense this. Trembling slightly as if disturbed by a great beast, an enraged dragon surged toward Lin Feng with astonishing speed, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, leaving behind a trail of minute fissures in the fabric of space. This is bad, Lin Feng thought to himself, alarmed. The power of the ancestral dragon charged forth with overwhelming force, far exceeding his expectations. The immense strength contained within it was akin to a tidal wave, inducing an unprecedented sense of oppression in Lin Feng. He channeled the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju with all his might, a steady stream of spiritual energy flowing from him as he attempted to establish a solid defense to stabilize his form. However, in that moment, he realized that he was like a fragile leaf in a tempest, teetering on the brink of collapse under the force of such might. The power of the ancestral dragon breached the carefully constructed barrier of his spiritual energy, surging into Lin Feng's meridians like a ferocious beast. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan as the force rampaged through his body's meridians, akin to countless sharp blades seeking to tear him apart. His complexion turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he bore the excruciating pain, continuing to circulate the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju in an effort to subdue this ferocious power. Each rotation of the technique felt like thousands of steel needles piercing through him, pain shadowing his every breath. Yet, the flame of conviction in his heart burned brightly, never extinguishing. As the power of the ancestral dragon surged relentlessly, Lin Feng's meridians began to show fine cracks, crimson blood seeping through, gradually staining his garments. His body trembled under the impact of this force, as if it might shatter at any moment. In the depths of agony, time stretched infinitely. Every second felt like an agonizing torment for Lin Feng, as pain permeated every cell of his being, nearly robbing him of his capacity for thought. However, the power of the ancestor dragon was subtly altering his genetic makeup, reshaping his physical structure on a microscopic level. As days turned into weeks, the absorption of this formidable force appeared inexhaustible, showing no signs of waning. 3 months slipped by in silence, and Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring extreme suffering that brought him to the brink of collapse with each passing moment. He understood that should he falter, he would instantly disintegrate into mere dust within this enigmatic realm. Yet, the bonds of familial love and hopes for the future sustained him through the ceaseless agony. 2 years elapsed. Was it truly impossible to refine the ancestor dragon's power? With the passage of time, Lin Feng began to feel a weariness amidst the torment. A hint of confusion flickered in his gaze. Prolonged suffering had begun to undermine his will, just as his resolve teetered on the edge of collapse. The power of the ancestor dragon suddenly erupted within his dantian. Like an ancient behemoth awakening from slumber, an overwhelming force surged through his meridians, the excruciating pain escaping from his throat as a muffled groan, with his veins distorting like writhing earthworms. Yet, at that moment, a transformation quietly unfolded. The previously damaged meridians began to heal at an observable rate, expanding and gleaming as if reforged into divine weapons. Deep within his cells, the genetic strands vibrated as if plucked by an invisible hand, resonating with an extraordinary tremor. The old genetic fragments shattered under the fiery influence of the ancestor dragon's power, while new genetic sequences reassembled like a dazzling star map, revealing intricate dragon scale patterns on Lin Feng's skin, only to vanish moments later. His bones cracked and popped, each inch of flesh enduring the dual agony of tearing and remolding, yet simultaneously growing stronger. As his body underwent this metamorphosis, Lin Feng's comprehension of the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju deepened, akin to a divine revelation. When the technique was in motion, the power of the ancestor dragon transformed from mere chaotic energy into delicate strands of force, harmonizing flawlessly with his mental cultivation. In the throes of suffering, Lin Feng gained insight and broke through, understanding that which had once eluded him. The once opaque incantations became crystal clear, shattering the long-standing bottlenecks in his cultivation. Seasons changed, and 10 years swiftly passed. In the heart of this mysterious space, Lin Feng sat in meditation, enveloped in a resplendent glow of purple and gold, a testament to the perfect fusion of the ancestor dragon's power and his own cultivation. His aura was as profound as the ocean, and with every gesture, it seemed as though the echoes of dragon roars reverberated around him. The confusion and pain of yesteryears had been replaced with unwavering determination. A decade of refinement had not only reshaped Lin Feng's physique, but also elevated his state of mind to unprecedented heights. Chapter 82, The Nascent Soul Realm. In the dim, gray space, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, as the power of the ancestor dragon relentlessly transformed his flesh and soul. After enduring prolonged torment, he could now calmly bear the excruciating pain, with a gaze imbued with profound wisdom and destructive power. When the once ferocious power of the ancestor dragon finally became as docile as a tamed beast, A glimmer of ecstatic joy sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. He immediately activated the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, drawing in the energy like a vortex, accelerating the refining process of this mysterious force. As the refinement progressed, marvelous changes occurred within Lin Feng's body. The two meridians, under the influence of the ancestor dragon's power, began to grow and split, eventually transforming into 9. These 9 meridians flowed with potent spiritual energy like mighty rivers within him. Simultaneously, mysterious patterns emerged on the surface of his golden core, shimmering with an extraordinary light, exuding an even more powerful aura. This aura was akin to the dawn breaking through the shackles of darkness, propelling him toward a higher realm. Lin Feng devoted all his energy to absorbing the power of the ancestor dragon, which continually surged into him, making the transformation of his golden core increasingly evident. The internal structure of the golden core, influenced by the ancestor dragon's power, underwent constant reorganization and optimization, becoming denser and more formidable. It resembled a butterfly on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon, gathering the final strength to embrace a magnificent metamorphosis. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the golden core shattered, unleashing a powerful nascent soul force from within Lin Feng. This force erupted like a volcanic explosion, shaking the entirety of the mysterious space. Under the impact of the nascent soul power, Lin Feng successfully broke through the golden core stage, ascending to the nascent soul realm. His strength surged exponentially, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Lin Feng's eyes flew open, and simultaneously, his nascent soul also opened its eyes, radiating a piercing light that seemed capable of penetrating all. This light contained boundless majesty and power. Sensing the nascent soul within him, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally transcended into the nascent soul realm. After absorbing the power of the ancestor dragon, Lin Feng found himself holding an object resembling a jade seal. Could this be the legendary Imperial Jade Seal? Before he could ponder further, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Host has completed the SSSSS level task of locating the lost Imperial Jade Seal. Task rewards: 1 portion of Hongming's spiritual liquid, Earth attribute essence, 100 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, and 100 billion premium crystal stones. Could this truly be the Imperial Jade Seal? Lin Feng scrutinized the object in his hand. At that moment, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, as dark clouds rolled ominously toward the Luo Shui River. This is bad. A tribulation is upon us, Lin Feng thought. And in an instant, he found himself amidst the mountains 1,000 miles away. As soon as he landed, an overwhelming aura surged from all directions, suffocating him. Looking up, the once clear sky was now completely obscured by the ominous black clouds of the tribulation. The clouds surged like a tumultuous sea, crashing and rolling, emitting a deep, thunderous roar as if brewing a cataclysmic disaster. Crack! The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck, resembling a silver dragon with fangs bared, hurtling toward Lin Feng with destructive force. Lin Feng's expression hardened, and his spiritual energy surged around him, forming a faint blue spiritual shield. Upon contact, the lightning and shield erupted in a blinding flash, the powerful shockwave shattering nearby rocks into dust that scattered in all directions. Lin Feng felt an immense force crash against him, forcing him to retreat involuntarily, his feet carving deep grooves into the hard rock beneath him. Yet, the tribulation lightning showed no signs of relent. Following closely, the second and third bolts struck in succession, intertwining to form an even more formidable force. Lin Feng dared not show any signs of weakness. The crimson flame sword appeared in his right hand, meeting the oncoming lightning head-on. The clash of lightning and the crimson flame produced a series of deafening booms, with spiritual energy surging as if seeking to tear apart the very fabric of existence. As the lightning continued to fall, Lin Feng's spiritual energy was increasingly depleted, and the protective shield grew ever thinner. The tribulation clouds above thickened, their color deepening with an ominous dark red hue, a harbinger of the impending escalation of the tribulation's might. Indeed, moments later, an immensely thick bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down, its power magnitudes greater than before, warping the space it traversed. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He took a deep breath, channeling the nascent soul power within him into the crimson flame, then slashed forward, unleashing a brilliant beam of sword energy to counter the bolt of lightning. Boom! A deafening roar resonated, shaking the very heavens. The power of the lightning engulfed Lin Feng in an instant, fierce currents coursing over him, scorching his skin and piercing his soul with agony. Clenching his teeth, Lin Feng endured the searing pain, striving with all his might to maintain the stability of the spiritual energy beam. In this moment, teetering on the brink of life and death, a formidable aura erupted from within the nascent soul. The nascent soul opened its tiny mouth, and in an instant, the power of the tribulation lightning was devoured whole. This is astounding. Witnessing the nascent soul consume the tribulation power, Lin Feng was left utterly astounded. Chapter 83. The Chaos Primordial Seal. Time passed unmeasured, and the terrifying force of the calamity lightning gradually dissipated. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his body marred by an intricate tapestry of scars, his garments tattered as if he had weathered countless tribulations. Lin Feng had successfully navigated the tribulation of the nascent soul stage, officially becoming a true practitioner at this level. At this moment, the heavy tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse, and the golden sunlight once again bathed the vast earth, rendering everything serene and tranquil, as if the breathtaking scene that had just unfolded had never occurred. As the dust settled, Lin Feng raised his hand to retrieve the mysterious imperial seal of the nation. Feeling the bead-like mark at the center of his brow, a tremendous surge of information flooded into his mind. The Chaos Primordial Seal, a treasure born of the essence of the laws, contained the quintessence of 12 fundamental elements of the universe. After the creation of the world, it fell among the primordial stars, endowing its possessor with the miraculous abilities of the 12 elements. Gasp! Such a scant amount of text, yet so astonishing. Lin Feng gazed at the description of the Chaos Primordial Seal, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, overwhelmed by shock. System, quickly open the panel. Lin Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Name, Lin Feng, early nascent soul stage. Cultivation technique, Taisu Gui Yuanju, second heaven. Attributes, fire, lightning, space. Weapons, crimson flame. Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, heavenly punishment, Bao, chaos primordial seal. Martial skills, sky rift slash, golden crow annihilation, spatial cutting, spatial binding. Talents, Taisu golden eyes, teleportation, ancestral dragon power. Devouring. System, it's been 10 years since I refined the ancestral dragon power. Lin Feng thought, a complex expression crossing his face. Ding. The flow of time within the ancestral dragon seal differs from the outside world. 10 years within equates to 10 days outside. The system promptly responded. The once despondent Lin Feng, upon hearing the system's reply, was instantly invigorated, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, secretly rejoicing. With this, the primordial seal truly is a remarkable treasure. In the future, I can utilize this unique flow of time to rapidly enhance my strength. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, the powerful commotion caused by his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage had already attracted the attention of an elder deep within Kunlun. This elder was a guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, his cultivation unfathomable. Inside an ancient palace, the white-haired elder suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating his gaze. This fluctuation, could it be the aura of a breakthrough at the nascent soul stage? Such strength. When did such an individual appear within my Dragon Kingdom? Muttering to himself, the elder swiftly transformed, becoming a streak of light racing towards Lin Feng's location. At this moment, Lin Feng was meticulously studying the usage of the Chaos Primordial Seal, entirely oblivious to the formidable aura approaching rapidly from afar. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Alertness surging within him as he quickly stowed away the ancestral dragon seal, bracing himself for what was to come. In the blink of an eye, a white-haired elder materialized before Lin Feng. The elder donned an ancient robe, his gaze deep as an abyss, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure. Who are you? That you could break through to the nascent soul stage and create such a commotion? The elder's eyes sparkled like lightning, fixating intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing the elder's overwhelming might, and dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. He hastily clasped his hands together and spoke. Junior had a fortuitous encounter, achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage here, disturbing the esteemed elder. I humbly seek your forgiveness. The elder scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze. To see someone so young break through to the nascent soul stage is indeed rare. From whom did you learn? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Esteemed elder, I have cultivated on my own, with no master to guide me. The elder's brow furrowed slightly. To cultivate alone, do not speak of the nascent soul stage. Even the chi refining stage is not easily surpassed. Do you think I am a fool? Lin Feng's heart tightened, acutely aware that the elder was not easily deceived, yet he could not reveal his secrets. Esteemed elder, please see clearly, every word I speak is the truth. During my cultivation journey, I indeed faced numerous tribulations, and it was through certain fortuitous encounters that I managed to break through. The elder scrutinized Lin Feng for a prolonged moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Very well. If you choose not to divulge, then let it be. Now that you have broken through to the nascent soul stage, My dragon kingdom has gained yet another formidable powerhouse. Lin Feng was taken aback, hastily replying, Esteemed elder, I am Lin Feng. May I inquire how to address you? I am Peng Kong, known as Peng Zhu. What? You are the legendary elder of longevity, Peng Zhu? Lin Feng was left speechless at the elder's revelation. The elder nodded slightly. Indeed, the dragon kingdom is our sacred ground, and we must safeguard it. You also appear to be a person of great potential. Do you wish to bear this responsibility? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng responded, Esteemed elder, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. However, my abilities are limited. Should the dragon kingdom face peril, I will do my utmost to assist. The elder considered Lin Feng's words. Good, I appreciate your candor. Very well. Should you ever need to find me, feel free to call my name directly. Lin Feng quickly clasped his hands. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall remember this. The elder regarded Lin Feng once more before stating, Lin Feng, even during the era of cultivation on Earth, such extraordinary potential as yours has seldom been seen. You, my lad, harbor many secrets. Be cautious in the future. With that, the elder's figure flickered and he vanished from sight. Lin Feng watched the direction in which the elder had departed, then utilized his teleportation to arrive at the island. Unaware of the elder's thoughts, Lin Feng continued his research on the chaos primordial seal on the island while solidifying his recent breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 84, Essence of Earth Attribute. On the island, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Ding. The host has 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to proceed with the draw? System draw? Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn a level 5 technological civilization core. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn the cultivation technique, refining the heavens. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn 100 billion premium crystal stones. Ah, a level 5 technology core? What a treasure. Lin Feng exclaimed, retrieving the chaos primordial seal from his spatial pouch. After perusing the introduction of the primordial seal, Lin Feng was left in awe, exclaiming, This is truly a divine artifact. No wonder the first emperor Yingzheng was able to sweep across the 6 realms. It was all thanks to the primordial seal. The origins of the chaos primordial seal remain shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing who forged it. In the primordial universe, amidst the chaos, endless secrets lay hidden. And the chaos primordial seal was born before the dawn of creation. This seal is composed of the 12 major elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, time, space, and soul, all fused within this enigmatic seal. It contains the terrifying power to manipulate these 12 elements. With a mere flick, one can effortlessly control all 12 attributes, even penetrating into souls, discerning hearts, and wielding the power of the soul. With such astonishing capabilities, the primordial seal indeed surpasses the attributes of the Tianshu Tower by a margin. Lin Feng gazed toward the distant sky, murmuring to himself, his expression tinged with gravity and confusion. Ah, the essence of the earth attribute. Lin Feng recalled another reward associated with this task, a wave of curiosity surging within him. With a flicker of thought, he summoned a sphere of earthy yellow light from the depths of space. Upon its appearance, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, as tendrils of this earthy aura began to permeate the atmosphere, imbued with an ancient and profound resonance. Holding this orb, which contained the essence of the earth element, Lin Feng scrutinized it with utmost care. Within, ephemeral images of mountains and rivers flickered, each radiant pulse seemingly narrating the secrets of the earth. Let me absorb it and see, he mused. Entering the inner space of the Hongmeng seal, he took a deep breath, seated himself cross-legged, and began circulating his spiritual energy, gently guiding the earthy light towards his brow. The moment the orb made contact, a powerful and warm force surged into his consciousness like an unstoppable tide. Lin Feng felt a resounding roar within his mind, as if an expansive land unfolded before him, with undulating mountains and the reassuring essence of the rich soil. The Tai Su Gui Yuanju immediately directed the earth essence to traverse his meridians swiftly, causing a faint earthy glow to emerge upon his skin, while his muscles quivered slightly, as if merging with this newfound power. As he continued to absorb the earth essence, the density of his spiritual energy intensified, and the nascent soul within him stirred in his consciousness, yearning for more strength. Lin Feng intensified his absorption, fully exerting his cultivation technique to continuously draw in the earth essence. Suddenly, a formidable repulsive force emerged, causing chaos within his 9 meridians. The original attributes of fire, lightning, and space within him clashed significantly with the earth element. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he focused all his mental faculties to harmonize his spiritual energy with the earthy essence. In his consciousness, the nascent soul exerted itself, releasing beams of light to suppress the repulsive force. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng's internal spiritual energy surged, intertwining with the earthy glow in a relentless struggle. As time elapsed, Lin Feng's complexion paled further, sensing violent tremors within him, yet the repulsive force appeared to be waning. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he exerted all his strength to draw in the last remnants of the earthy essence. In an instant, a torrent of immense power erupted from within, restoring order to the previously chaotic spiritual energy and enriching it further. The nascent soul within his consciousness radiated brilliantly, its size continuously enlarging, and its features gradually becoming distinct, its presence growing ever more formidable. With a resonant rumble, a powerful force shattered the constraints, propelling Lin Feng into the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. At that moment of breakthrough, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding earth to tremble slightly, as if paying homage to this newly ascended powerhouse. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, savoring the surge of power coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The essence of the earth is indeed formidable. It not only elevated my realm, but also brought about a qualitative leap in my strength, he murmured to himself. Emerging from the Hongmeng seal, Lin Feng stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated, as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. System, display the panel. Name, Lin Feng, mid-stage nascent soul. Technique, Taisu Gui Yuanju, second heaven. Attributes, fire, earth, lightning, space. Weapons, crimson flame, Hunyuan Tianshu tower, heavenly punishment, bow. Chaos Hongmeng seal. Martial skills, sky split slash, golden crow annihilation, spatial cutting, spatial confinement. Talents, Taisu golden eyes, teleportation, ancestral dragon power, devour. System, what is the core of the level 5 civilization? How is it utilized? Ding. Level 5 technological civilization core, capable of fully controlling dark matter and dark energy, transforming it into infinite clean energy to sustain civilization, utilizing superspatial engines to transcend temporal limitations for instantaneous interstellar travel, possessing formidable cosmic ecological regulation capabilities to modify planetary environments, create habitable worlds, and even reshape galactic structures to meet the needs of civilization development. Lin Feng gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening, his heart racing with excitement. Chapter 85, Intelligent Core Kaka. A surge of soul power instantaneously infused into the core of the light brain, and Lin Feng immediately took control of the central hub of the Level 5 Civilization Technology Core. Boom! A thunderous clap erupted within Lin Feng's mind, overwhelming waves of information rendering him unconscious. Unbeknownst to how much time passed, the ancestral dragon power awakened the slumbering Lin Feng. He stirred groggily, absorbing the vast expanse of information flooding his mind. The data from the Level 5 Civilization Core was indeed staggering. Lin Feng marveled. Esteemed Master, I am the Intelligent Core Kaka. It is a pleasure to serve you. A crisp electronic voice resonated in Lin Feng's consciousness. Lin Feng paused in surprise, quickly realizing this was the intelligent system integrated within the Level 5 Civilization Core. Kaka, please elaborate on the specific functions this Level 5 Civilization Core can fulfill. He inquired eagerly. Master, the technological civilization of your planet is rated at level 061, and the level 5 civilization core possesses numerous capabilities beyond imagination. For instance, concerning space and gravitational manipulation technology, I can modify the gravitational properties of objects, even liberating islands from the confines of gravitational pull. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with inspiration as a bold idea blossomed in his mind. Kaka, can we transform the island where I reside into a floating island? Certainly, Master. The Level 5 technology civilization has completely mastered dark energy technology. The floating island can draw dark energy from the surrounding space through specialized devices and convert it into the energy required for its operation. Leave this matter to me, Kaka replied excitedly. Under Kaka's guidance, Lin Feng commenced the transformation of the island. He installed a supermaterial core in the island's central region, which was crucial for achieving gravitational manipulation. Discovering a suitable location on the island, a natural cave extending deep underground, characterized by stable terrain, Lin Feng carefully placed the supermaterial core at the cave's bottom. The core emanated an eerie blue glow, its surface etched with mysterious runes, each brimming with potent energy. Buzz the supermaterial core emitted a low, rumbling sound, its blue luminescence intensifying dramatically. A powerful wave of energy radiated from the core, causing the entire island to tremble slightly. Lin Feng could distinctly sense a mysterious force altering the island's gravitational field. As time progressed, the island's tremors grew increasingly vigorous, and the sand and stones on the surface began to levitate. The flora and fauna on the island seemed to sense this extraordinary force, becoming restless. While closely monitoring the operation of the supermaterial core, Lin Feng also communicated with Kaka to soothe the island's inhabitants. Master, the energy output of the supermaterial core is gradually stabilizing, and the gravitational properties of the island have begun to change. It is estimated that in another 10 minutes, the island will completely break free from the constraints of gravitational pull. Kaka reported on the progress. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the supermaterial core, silently praying for the successful completion of the transformation. The 10 minutes felt interminably long. Finally, after a brilliant flash of light, Lin Feng sensed the oppressive weight beneath his feet dissipate. Looking down, he realized he had risen several centimeters off the ground, floating in midair. We did it! Lin Feng exclaimed in exhilaration. As the island gradually ascends, its area continues to expand, with the rivers cascading from its edges, forming breathtaking waterfalls. Once it transforms into a floating island, the entire land is enveloped in vibrant life. Trees surge skyward, growing at a visibly rapid pace, their branches and leaves flourishing to create a canopy that obscures the sun. Every inch of soil and each leaf on the island is imbued with an immense vitality. Kaka, won't this floating island be discovered? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Under normal circumstances, it would be detected. However, the owner's island is exceptionally unique. My subordinates, utilizing fifth-level technology, are unable to probe its inner workings, Kaka replied, perplexed. It must be due to the system. It seems that the individual who created it possesses capabilities beyond that of a fifth-level civilization, Lin Feng mused inwardly. Kaka, what are those smaller floating islands nearby? Lin Feng asked, gazing at the several adjacent landmasses with intrigue. In response to the master, those are subsidiary floating islands. At present, there are 20 of them. Varying in size, Kaka's crisp electronic voice answered patiently, clarifying Lin Feng's doubts. As the island continued to rise, Lin Feng concentrated and infused a strand of soil and spatial essence into the island. His eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light as he felt the essence merging with the land. During this process, fifth-level technological advancements meticulously constructed a stable ecological system for the island. Kaka, is the expansion still ongoing? How large will the floating island ultimately become? Lin Feng could not help but ask again, observing the continually extending boundaries of the floating land. Thanks to the infusion of soil and spatial essence by the master, the area of the floating island will expand to 5 million square kilometers and will continue to grow in accordance with the master's strength, Kaka reported methodically. Oh, let us construct a building on the floating island, Lin Feng said, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, eager to witness the architectural achievements of fifth-level technology. Yes, master, Kaka acknowledged. In an instant, energy surged above the floating island, and beams of extraordinary light intertwined and flickered. The construction techniques of fifth-level civilization transcended the primitive materials of Earth, entirely utilizing spatial technology for building. The previously flat ground began to rise, massive stones seemingly animated, arranging themselves autonomously into the outline of a structure. As the light flickered, the walls became smooth and even, with windows and doors taking shape. Within moments, a grand complex of buildings rose majestically, its imposing presence awe-inspiring, seamlessly blending technology with Earth's aesthetic artistry. Chapter 86. Lin Yunning in peril, standing upon the floating island. Lin Feng's consciousness enveloped the entire land. The floating island astonishingly hovered in the air, surrounded by smaller islands that revolved around the main landmass. Lin Feng infused several spiritual veins into the island, causing the concentration of spiritual energy to surge dramatically. Gazing at the expansive floating island, he thought to himself, if only I could bring Dad, Mom, and my sister here. He then set aside such thoughts to continue admiring the island's beauty. On the island of Port, as night approached, Lin Yunning walked alone towards the parking lot. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down her spine. Before she could react, 6 dark figures emerged from the shadows, blocking her path. Clad in black cloaks and wearing eerie masks, they posed a menacing presence. Who are you? Lin Yunning asked in a panic. The leader of the cloaked figures spoke in a cold tone. Miss Lin, we, the sorcerers of the southern seas, would like to invite you to visit our domain. Without hesitation, Lin Yunning shouted into the void, Xian puppet. In a ripple of space, 4 puppets appeared out of thin air. Upon their emergence, the powerful essence of the nascent soul radiated outward, capable of exerting 80% of their original combat strength. More than sufficient to deal with the figures before her. What is this technique? Why did these individuals appear out of nowhere? It seems you harbor significant secrets, the leading sorcerer remarked, holding a black vial while chanting incantations with the others. Several glowing black orbs surged towards Lin Yunning. In response, the Xian puppets acted. creating a spatial rift that swallowed the incoming attacks. Lin Yunning's rainbow-hued bracelet emitted a colorful shield, enveloping her entire body in protection. Huh. This bracelet actually possesses spiritual energy fluctuations. It's an artifact. Where did you acquire this? The leading sorcerer exclaimed in astonishment. Ignoring him, Lin Yunning commanded, "Xian puppets. Subdue them." Following her order, the puppets swiftly appeared before the sorcerers, and in a silent flurry, the assailants were decapitated, their bodies discarded into the spatial rift. The leader, sensing the impending doom, attempted to signal for help, but was swiftly dealt with by the Xian puppets. At that moment, Lin Feng, having sensed the energy fluctuations from the rainbow bracelet and the Xian puppets, materialized. Upon seeing Lin Yunning unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, are you all right? Brother, you're here. Who were those people?" Lin Yunning quickly approached him. "It's nothing, just a bunch of insignificant fools. Let us go," Lin Feng said, taking her hand as they instantly vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves on the floating island. Lin Yunning, astonished, remarked, "Brother, where is this? The scenery is so beautiful. How is it floating in the air? Am I seeing things? This is the floating island, our future residence. It's incredibly safe here, and you can traverse it freely without any means of transportation," Lin Feng conveyed as he infused his soul power into Lin Yunning's consciousness. "Given that the Dragon Kingdom is currently facing tumultuous times, we should bring Mom and Dad here. There are still dangers below, but residing on the floating island will pose no threats." "All right, I'll take care of bringing Mom and Dad over. But what exactly happened today?" Lin Yunning inquired. "This matter likely pertains to revenge against the Long family. I will investigate thoroughly," Lin Feng replied, a chill settling in his heart at the thought of someone daring to harm his family. Subsequently, Lin Feng guided Lin Yunning to familiarize herself with the floating island's surroundings, and the siblings settled into their new abode. In the southern sea country, within the heart of the mountains, in a concealed cave, dim light flickered ominously, with torches on the walls crackling. "Huh, has the Dark Crow lost contact?" a gaunt, brooding elder said harshly, his voice echoing through the cave, laced with a hint of chill. The elder was flanked by several similarly grim-faced subordinates, exchanging anxious glances. At that moment, a message surged into the elder's consciousness, causing his expression to shift drastically. "The 6 of them, including Dark Crow, failed despite the secret treasures I provided? How is that possible?" His furious roar reverberated in the cave, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. Dark Crow was a trusted confidant he had meticulously trained. Combined with 5 other experts in precious artifacts, their complete failure was intolerable for the elder. "Listen closely. Dark Crow is dead, and the murderer must be captured." The elder suppressed his rage, his gaze sweeping across his subordinates. Fear flickered in their eyes. After all, if even Dark Crow had met with misfortune, they could not help but feel trepidation. The elder paced back and forth in the cave, his brow furrowed in thought. After a while, he stopped, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "I know the strength of Dark Crow and the others. Their failure indicates that the assailant possesses extraordinary abilities. We must resort to forbidden techniques." At this declaration, chaos erupted in the cave. Fear and hesitation etched on the faces of the subordinates. "Elder, the consequences of employing forbidden techniques are unthinkable," one bolder subordinate spoke cautiously. The elder scoffed coldly. "As long as the plan is thorough, there will be no issues." Seeing the elder's resolve, the others refrained from further protests. The elder then began devising a new capture plan. Since this individual was able to defeat Dark Crow and the others, their strength must be formidable. "We must seize the opportune moment and strike decisively." "Yes, Elder." Chapter 87, The Red Lotus of Calamity. After a night of arduous cultivation, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes. "Beep, the host possesses 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to proceed with the draw?" The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more in Lin Feng's mind. "Draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a wisp of the Red Lotus of Calamity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a spiritual spring. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 billion exquisite crystals. System, what is the Red Lotus of Calamity?" Lin Feng inquired, his heart brimming with curiosity upon hearing the rewards. "Beep. The Red Lotus of Calamity signifies the fire of karmic judgment, capable of incinerating souls, fueled by sinful karmic debts. It represents the ultimate verdict of the celestial law on cause and effect," the system replied in its mechanical tone. "Hiss. Does that not conflict with the previous Crimson Feather Golden Crow?" Lin Feng promptly asked. "They can be fused." Upon hearing the phrase "can be fused," a glimmer of surprise and anticipation flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. "First, I must ensure my sister's well-being. Then I shall fuse these 2 flames," he mused, glancing at the alluring and enigmatic Red Lotus of Calamity within the system's space. "Sister, have you risen yet?" Lin Feng prepared breakfast and gently inquired at the door of Lin Yunning's room. I'm coming. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Lin Yunning emerged from her bedroom. After they had breakfast, Lin Feng turned to Lin Yunning with a serious expression and said, Sister, the Dragon Kingdom is fraught with peril. Danger may strike at any moment. Would you be willing to cultivate like me? This way, when I'm not by your side, you will be able to protect yourself. I possess a set of cultivation techniques. I wonder if you would be interested? Can I really? Lin Yunning gazed at Lin Feng in bewilderment. Of course, your body has become exceedingly sensitive to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, thanks to the transformation from the colorful glazed bracelet during this time. If you are willing, then I shall guide you, Lin Feng assured her. This technique is called the Grand Celestial Method, an exceptionally formidable cultivation technique. As Lin Feng spoke, a purple orb of light materialized in his hand, and then a wisp of soul force enveloping the Grand Celestial Method gradually entered Lin Yunning's sea of consciousness. Lin Yunning felt a thunderous resonance in her mind as countless profound runes and cultivation methods surged forth like a tidal wave. She tightly closed her eyes, striving to comprehend and absorb this information. For a moment, Lin Yunning's body trembled slightly, beads of fine sweat forming on her forehead. As time passed, a subtle transformation began to occur in Lin Yunning's aura, her previously ordinary essence gradually replaced by an ethereal quality. Just as Lin Yunning was immersed in her cultivation insights, the nine-dragon ring she had always worn on her finger suddenly radiated with brilliant light. An ancient and mysterious aura instantly enveloped her, as if a hidden power within her bloodline had been awakened, causing her body to burst forth with a dazzling array of colors, and in an instant, Lin Yunning vanished from sight. Witnessing his sister's sudden disappearance, Lin Feng was immediately flustered. Sister. System, where is my sister? Lin Feng promptly inquired. This woman is cultivating the Grand Celestial Method, having activated her innate spiritual body and gained the recognition of the nine-dragon ring. The host need not worry. She will return once she has received the inheritance. The system replied. Ah, I see. Upon hearing that his sister was unharmed, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. System, open the panel. Display the unused techniques and weapons. Name, Lin Feng, mid-stage of nascent soul. Techniques, Great Void Returning Essence Technique, Second Heaven. Attributes, Earth, Fire, Thunder, Space. Weapons, Crimson Flame. Primordial Heaven Abyss Tower, Heavenly Punishment, Bow, Chaos Primordial Seal. Martial Arts, Space Rending Slash, Golden Crow Annihilation, Space Cutting, Space Confinement. Talents, Great Void Golden Eye, Teleportation, Ancestral Dragon's Power. Devour. Items, Red Lotus of Calamity, and used, Heavenly Escape Sword Technique, not learned. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, not learned. Starry River Brahma Sound Technique, not learned. Profound Ice Technique, not learned. Heavenly Refinement Technique, not learned. Supreme Clarity Secret Technique, not learned. Great Fate Technique, not learned. Great Void Jade Purification Bottle, Chaos Divine Herb. Great Void, Sword. Heavenly Punishment, Sword. Reincarnation, Dagger. Purple Gold Bell, Sonic Wave. Bagua Furnace, Yin Bracelet, Chaos Bell. Reincarnation Mirror, Spiritual Spring, Starry Sword Slash, not learned. Having amassed such a plethora of items, Lin Feng pondered which weapon his sister might prefer. Just then, a powerful aura erupted, and as the light dissipated, Lin Yunning appeared before him, now transformed and surrounded by a potent wave of spiritual energy, evidently having completed her foundation establishment. Sister, Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Lin Yunning's eyes sparkled with joy. Brother. Lin Feng could distinctly sense that Lin Yunning's aura had evolved to a level that was markedly different from before. Sister, you have activated your innate spiritual body. Henceforth, your path of cultivation will surely be smooth sailing. Lin Feng could hardly contain his exhilaration. Lin Yunning gazed at her hands, feeling the surging power within her, and was filled with emotion. Brother, this is all thanks to you. We are family. There is no need for such formality, Lin Feng replied with unwavering conviction. Next, I will assist you in stabilizing your realm so you can swiftly master this power. Chapter 88, Heavenly Punishment. Sister, I have some weapons here. Do you prefer using swords, knives, or other kinds of weapons? Lin Feng asked Lin Yunning. I don't know. Brother, what do you use? Lin Yunning inquired, uncertain of her choice. I use a sword, Lin Feng stated, and in an instant, a long sword of vibrant red appeared in his hand. Observing the long sword in Lin Feng's grasp, Lin Yunning's envy bubbled forth. Brother, I too wish to wield a sword. Very well, sister, take a look. As Lin Feng spoke, a long sword of deep black materialized in his hand. This sword is called Heavenly Punishment. He extended the Heavenly Punishment towards Lin Yunning. With fervent eyes, she grasped the long sword he offered. Its slender blade exuding a mysterious aura, appearing exceptionally sharp. The hilt felt warm to the touch, as if alive with pulsating energy. Lin Feng channeled a wisp of soul force to cut Lin Yunning's fingertip, and a drop of blood instantaneously merged with the heavenly punishment, which transformed into a beam of sword light and swiftly entered Lin Yunning's body, binding her to the sword. Huh, where did heavenly punishment go? Lin Yunning exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the vanishing sword. Sister, heavenly punishment has recognized you as its master. You can now communicate with it within your body. Henceforth, it shall be your innate divine weapon, Lin Feng promptly explained. Really? Is it that miraculous? Lin Yunning's consciousness stirred slightly, and in an instant, the air warped, the heavenly punishment reappearing in her hand. The moment she grasped it, the hilt felt soft yet resilient, as if intimately fitting her palm. A warm sensation coursing up her arm, akin to the sword expressing joy at their reunion. The deep black blade, under her gaze, shimmered with silver glimmers, its runes glowing vibrantly, as if alive, dancing and flickering. A gentle swing of the sword cleaved through the air, reminiscent of distant thunder rumbling across the horizon. Imbued with an aura of boundless majesty, Lin Yunning could distinctly perceive the immense power contained within this sword, capable of severing all obstacles in the world. This set of sword techniques is named the Heavenly Escape Sword Technique. Observing that Lin Yunning had successfully bonded with heavenly punishment, Lin Feng produced a green light shaft and directly infused it into her sea of consciousness. Lin Yunning became immersed in comprehending the Heavenly Escape Sword Technique. The intricate and exquisite sword moved information crashing against her thoughts like tumultuous waves. Gradually, her consciousness began to resonate more closely with the heavenly punishment in her grasp. She could sense that as she channeled her spiritual energy according to the sword technique, the heavenly slashing sword seemed to tremble with excitement, as if it were rejoicing at the opportunity to unleash such exquisite swordplay. Upon completing her comprehension, Lin Yunning began to unconsciously wield the heavenly slashing sword. With each swing, a fierce sword aura surged forth, causing the air around her to roar. Brother, I seem to have grasped something, Lin Yunning exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze filled with encouragement. Sister, this is merely a preliminary understanding. You must continue to cultivate diligently to fully integrate this sword technique. As Lin Yunning commenced her training, Lin Feng pondered whether his decision was indeed the right one. Sister, we should hasten to bring our parents over. They will eventually learn about our endeavors, and the sooner they come, the more at ease we can be in our cultivation. All right, I will find a way, replied Lin Yunning. Lin Feng transmitted a message imbued with spatial power into Lin Yunning's consciousness. This is the method to enter and exit the floating island. Henceforth, you will be able to bring others freely. Once this was conveyed, Lin Yunning and Lin Feng immediately utilized their abilities to return to the harbor island. Upon returning home, Lin Feng spent the afternoon explaining their situation to their parents, who finally accepted the reality of their children's foray into cultivation. Upon hearing that Lin Yunning had encountered danger in the harbor island, their parents readily agreed to accompany their children to the floating island. As the family arrived at the floating island, the rich and refreshing spiritual energy enveloped them, invigorating Lin Feng's parents. Lin Feng presented them with the life spring water. As they consumed the life spring water, his parents felt a warm, life-infused power radiating throughout their bodies, nourishing them from their organs to their skin. Their bodies initially warmed, followed by a tingling sensation as impurities seemed to be expelled from within. Their skin grew rosy, and the cloudiness in their eyes was replaced with brilliance. Fenger, this spring water is truly miraculous, Lin Feng's father marveled. Lin Feng smiled and replied, Father, this life spring water can enhance one's constitution and prolong life. Thus, the family began a new life on the floating island, with their parents' health improving significantly. Lin Feng extracted the spiritual spring from his spatial realm, and it seemed to possess a life of its own as it soared toward the peak of the floating island. Upon landing, the spiritual spring triggered a momentous transformation on the island. The immense spiritual energy radiated outward from the summit, thickening the air and allowing the spiritual essence to flow freely within their bodies. The flora on the island flourished with vitality, leaves glistened, and flowers burst into bloom instantaneously. The mountain streams became imbued with spiritual resonance, their waters crisp and clear, while the stones by the stream turned smooth, some even adorned with mysterious runes. Chapter 89, Late Stage of the Nascent Soul Realm. After settling his parents, Lin Feng entered the Heavenly Ruins Tower. A mesmerizing flame flickered in and out of visibility, resembling a spirit dancing in the dark night, yet exuding a chilling aura. Red Lotus Hellfire. A glimmer of fervor and determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Ancestral Dragon's Power. Consume for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng bent forward, and swallowed the Red Lotus hellfire whole. In an instant, an indescribable burning sensation spread from his throat throughout his body, as if countless fiery blades were furiously slicing within him. Lin Feng's skin turned crimson, his veins resembling burning earthworms visible beneath the surface, while beads of sweat rolled from his forehead, instantly evaporating into mist. Simultaneously, the Taishu technique within him activated, awakening the power of the scarlet feather golden crow deep within his spiritual sea, which emitted a resounding cry. The scarlet feather golden crow, a flame no less potent than the Red Lotus hellfire, ignited with fierce battle intent upon sensing the provocation from the Red Lotus hellfire. The two formidable flames clashed violently within Lin Feng. The Red Lotus hellfire, with its bizarre and searing nature, sought to engulf the flame of the scarlet feather golden crow entirely. Meanwhile, the fire of the scarlet feather golden crow, with its tenacity and indomitable spirit, valiantly resisted the encroachment of the Red Lotus hellfire. For a moment, Lin Feng's body transformed into a battlefield, the clash of flames generating powerful energy waves that caused his organs to quiver violently. Under the impact of this overwhelming force, Lin Feng's consciousness began to blur. He felt as if he were engulfed in a sea of flames, surrounded by an endless inferno and heat waves, with no escape in sight. However, just as despair threatened to consume him, a profound desire for survival and an insatiable thirst for power surged from deep within him. I cannot fall, Lin Feng roared internally. I have family. Drawing upon his unwavering conviction, he endured the excruciating pain within and fully activated the Taishu technique. As the technique flowed, a mysterious and gentle power gradually emerged, like a trickling stream, beginning to harmonize the two incompatible flames within him. Time became indistinct as this force worked its magic, and the scarlet feather golden crow and the Red Lotus hellfire gradually ceased their frenzied conflict, showing signs of merging. The radiance of the two flames intertwined, their colors evolving from the initial stark red and gold opposition to a unique and resplendent hue. The flames' forms also became unstable, at times manifesting as the scarlet feather golden crow soaring through the skies, and at other times transforming into the captivating Red Lotus hellfire, dancing enchantingly. Yet with each transformation, the flames grew ever closer in their union. As the fusion deepened, Lin Feng felt the power within him climbing to unprecedented heights, a strength that transcended all prior understanding, as if he wielded the capacity to annihilate the heavens and earth. However, this power was not yet fully stabilized, still rampaging within him, seeking an outlet for its release. At that moment, the ancestral dragon's power seemed to sense the anomaly within, beginning to operate slowly. The ancestral dragon's power, shrouded in mystery and ancient wisdom, contained boundless majesty and dominance. Once the ancestral dragon's power intervened, the once tumultuous flames of fusion appeared to be drawn by an immense force, converging toward the ancestral dragon's power. Under the embrace and guidance of the ancestral dragon's power, the fused flames gradually integrated into it, becoming part of the ancestral dragon's essence. Lin Feng could distinctly feel his body undergoing a transformative change. His bones grew denser, his muscles filled with strength, and every cell seemed to rejoice, eagerly absorbing this formidable power. His spiritual sea expanded, becoming deeper and more vast, while the power of his soul received an unprecedented enhancement. Time slipped away until finally, everything within Lin Feng returned to tranquility. The fused flames and the ancestral dragon's power melded perfectly, becoming an integral part of him. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a fierce light flashing within, suffused with boundless strength and confidence. He raised his hand, and a flame radiating an extraordinary brilliance flickered gently in his palm. This was the merged flame, a symbol of his newfound power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng reveled in the successful merging of the Red Lotus hellfire, completing a portion of the combat techniques rewarded by the system, and soared out of the Heavenly Ruins Tower. System, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, late stage of the nascent soul realm. Technique, Taishu Guiyuan technique, second layer. Attributes, earth, fire, thunder, space. Weapons, scarlet flame, mixed yuan Heavenly Ruins Tower, heavenly punishment, bow, chaos primordial seal, reincarnation mirror. Combat techniques, rift slash, golden crow red lotus, space cutting, space binding, devour, all swords return to one, stellar river mantra. Talent, Taishu golden eyes, teleportation, ancestral dragon's power. Lin Feng marveled at how the absorption of the Red Lotus hellfire had propelled him directly into the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Chapter 90. The disappearance of Long Jingya. As he felt his power surging once more, the area of the floating island expanded to a staggering 6 million square kilometers. Just as Lin Feng reveled in the joy brought by his newfound strength, his phone rang abruptly. As Lin Feng picked up the phone, The anxious voice of Long Jingshuan immediately resonated from the other end. Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoya has been abducted from school, and it was the work of the Southern Witch. What should we do now? Long Lao, please hold on. I will be there shortly. Upon hearing Long Jingshuan's words, Lin Feng felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. He quickly transmitted a message to Lin Yuning, urging her to ensure that their parents do not leave Xiankong Island, before promptly departing the island and returning to Ziwei Manor. In the depths of the South Seas, before an altar stood a wizened sorcerer, cloaked in a long, dark robe. His visage had been grotesquely altered from years of studying malevolent arts, with his face marked by eerie patterns of deep crevices. Observing Long Jingya before him, a sinister smile crept across his lips, as though he could already foresee the grim fate that awaited her once the incantation took effect. An aura of malevolence emanated from him, chilling the very air around. With his eyes tightly shut, he muttered incantations, his hands performing swift and bizarre gestures before him. As the incantation flowed from his lips, an odor of decay seemed to permeate the atmosphere. At that moment, as the sorcerer chanted, Long Jingya's body trembled. Concurrently, a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated from within her. What is happening? One of the sorcerers inquired, bewildered by Long Jingya's transformation. What? A furnace cauldron? Unexpectedly, we have stumbled upon a treasure. This girl possesses a unique constitution, exclaimed the lead sorcerer with delight. Congratulations, ancestor. Congratulations, ancestor. May the ancestor reign supreme for eternity. The other sorcerers gazed enviously at Long Jingya on the altar. After sacrificing her soul to the ancestor witch, I shall refine her body into a furnace cauldron. This will facilitate smoother communication with the ancestor. Ha ha ha, the lead sorcerer proclaimed, exhilarated. Long Jingya felt a heavy fog clouding her mind, her body immobilized, completely unaware of the impending doom. As she slowly opened her eyes, the gruesome scene before her widened her gaze in horror. She found herself in a sinister, terrifying lair. The air thick with the stench of blood. At the center of the altar lay a colossal stone platform, adorned with strange patterns that resembled interconnected pathways, emanating an eerie glow. Bound at the center of the stone platform by iron chains, Long Jingya was surrounded by sorcerers clad in black robes, their faces contorted with malice. They wielded peculiar artifacts, chanting in low, ominous voices, as if invoking some malevolent force. Dark red liquid flowed along the patterns of the stone platform, resembling blood, casting a crimson hue over the entire environment. Surrounding the platform were dozens of young girls tightly bound by ropes, their eyes filled with fear and despair, sobbing incessantly. Nearby, several young boys and girls huddled together, their small bodies trembling in terror. Upon the elevated platform of the altar stood a few officials from the southern nation, their faces reflecting cold detachment and avarice as they observed the unfolding spectacle, akin to a grand performance. One official, holding an ancient scroll, engaged in hushed conversation with the lead sorcerer, apparently discussing the forthcoming grand sacrificial ritual. A wave of terror surged within Long Jingya. She yearned to break free from her restraints, yet an inexplicable force held her captive. In this hellish lair, she found herself utterly alone and helpless, uncertain of the fate that awaited her. At that moment, her heart felt as though it had turned to ash, as she dreaded that her destiny might culminate here. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? Where's this place? Long Jingya's voice quivered with fear, but no one responded. Ziwei Manor. Long Lao, what is happening? Lin Feng rushed to Manor number 5. Upon seeing Lin Feng's arrival, Long Jingshuan hurried forward. Lin Xiaoyu, look. This is the footage of Jingya's abduction. It appears to be the work of sorcerers, Lin Feng remarked after reviewing the video. Long Lao, give me your hand. Lin Feng grasped Long Jingshuan's right hand, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed into him. Before Lin Feng's eyes, a star map gradually materialized, revealing a flickering blue light approximately 2,000 kilometers south of Long Kingdom. I found her. It's in the southern nation. I must go immediately. Lin Feng discerned Long Jingya's precise location. Lin Xiaoyu, I beg you. Long Jingshuan implored, his voice laced with urgency. Long Lao, do not mention it. I will return shortly. With that, Lin Feng vanished from sight. Southern Nation altar. As the incantation quickened, the blood seemed to respond to the powerful summoning force. Coursing along the stone platform's patterns towards Long Jingya, she remained oblivious to their intentions, yet she instinctively understood that if this blood were to touch her, her life would inevitably be extinguished. As the sacrificial ritual neared completion, the sorcerers displayed expressions of relaxation. At that critical moment, a blinding light flashed. It was none other than Lin Feng, who had instantaneously arrived atop the stone platform, radiating the formidable aura of the nascent soul realm. He sent the surrounding sorcerers flying with a single wave of his hand, swiftly shattering the chains that bound Long Jingya and enveloping her within the Tianshu Tower. Upon entering the Tianshu Tower, a strand of spiritual energy was infused into Long Jingya, restoring some of her strength. Long Jingya gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng, how did you get here? Where's this place? Am I dreaming? Jingya, this is no dream. I will explain everything after I handle matters outside. Lin Feng replied before vanishing from the Tianshu Tower. At the altar, Long Jingya's sudden disappearance left a stranger standing in her place, as if the lair had been struck by thunder. Chapter 91, Rescue. Confronted by the unexpected appearance of the stranger, the lead sorcerer shrieked. Who are you? Where is my furnace cauldron? What have you done with her? I will kill you, Lin Feng declared, fury igniting within him. Ding. The system detected the host's anger and issued an SSSS-level mission to eliminate the evil cultivators, with a reward of 1 primordial spirit treasure and a strand of Tai Sushian light. I accept the mission. Ding. The host has accepted the SSSS-level task to eradicate the evil cultivators. Upon completion, the reward will be 1 primordial spirit treasure and a strand of Tai Sushian light. The sorcerers and southern officials, witnessing the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar figure and the vanishing of Long Jingya, were engulfed in a wave of panic. The lead sorcerer's face turned pale. He had never anticipated that someone could so effortlessly infiltrate their meticulously arranged lair to rescue her. Quick, kill him. We must not allow him to disrupt our grand plans, nor let the outside world learn of this. A southern official bellowed, his voice piercing and frantic. The sorcerers, jolted from their stupor, brandished their artifacts, commencing their malevolent incantations. An ancient voice echoed, I never imagined there could be such a young, nascent soul powerhouse in this world. But our southern sorcery is not something you can provoke. In an instant, the altar was engulfed in howling winds, dark mists surging from all directions. The lead sorcerer shouted, Soul summoning banner. Suddenly, a massive flag appeared in the sky, covered in bizarre runes. As he waved it, the banner emitted chilling sounds. Gradually, phantoms began to materialize from within the banner, their faces contorted as they let out harrowing cries, rushing towards Lin Feng. With a steely expression, Lin Feng shouted, Break. His hands swiftly formed seals, unleashing a barrage of strikes towards the void. Instantly, a layer of golden radiance enveloped him, as dazzling as the sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The phantoms, upon contact with the golden palms, shrieked in agony before dissipating into nothingness. The sorcerers were taken aback, yet they did not relent. They coordinated to unleash even more potent dark arts. A sorcerer drew forth a swarm of black insects from within his robe, under his incantations. These creatures swiftly expanded and scurried towards Lin Feng. As each insect traversed the ground, it left behind a trail of viscous black slime, exuding a noxious stench. Another sorcerer thrust a talisman into the earth, causing the very ground of the demon lair to tremble violently. Dark fissures emerged, from which countless emaciated arms reached out,
seeking to grasp Lin Feng. With a sudden flash, Lin Feng evaded the onslaught of the black insects and the skeletal arms with the swiftness of lightning.
He instantly fixed his gaze upon the leading sorcerer. With a mere thought, crimson flames ignited in his hand, and his sword blazed with radiant light. Mysterious runes danced upon the blade, seemingly responding to their master's wrath, as the red lotus flames enveloped the sword in an instant. Armed with his longsword, Lin Feng charged towards the foremost sorcerer. Seeing this, the sorcerer hastily waved his soul-calling banner, summoning more ethereal figures to assault Lin Feng. As Lin Feng drew near the sorcerer, he leaped high, wielding his sword with tremendous force. The sorcerer's eyes widened in terror as he swiftly raised the soul-calling banner in defense. Lin Feng's intent was now locked onto the leading sorcerer. Slash. He bellowed. A thunderous boom echoed as the sorcerer was obliterated into a mist of blood, golden light colliding with the black soul-calling banner, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. The ground of the demon lair shattered under the impact, and cracks began to mar the surrounding walls. The soul-calling banner fell to the ground. The other sorcerers, witnessing this calamity, were gripped by an even greater fear, yet they knew there was no retreat. They could only frantically unleash their dark sorcery. At that moment, the summoned black insects had completely encircled Lin Feng. He let out a cold snort, and the golden light surrounding him intensified. In an instant, the red lotus flames reduced the black insects to mere ashes. The emaciated arms that had stretched forth from the ground recoiled in fear, retreating back into the earth upon sensing the terrifying flames. Lin Feng, ignited by the red lotus flames, soared towards the other sorcerers, where he unleashed a torrent of fire that dismantled their malevolent spells one by one. The sorcerers, confronted by the fearsome blaze, fled in terror, yet found no sanctuary. The officials from the southern seas, witnessing the sorcerer's swift demise, were consumed by dread, attempting to flee, only to discover their bodies were immobilized. After vanquishing the sorcerers, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the southern officials, his fury burning ever brighter. With a single hand, he grasped the foremost official, drawing him close. Soul search. A powerful mental force enveloped the official's mind. An expression of excruciating agony contorted his face. He struggled, yet found himself utterly paralyzed. As Lin Feng's formidable mental energy invaded, the official's consciousness began to unfurl, memories flooding into Lin Feng's mind like a surging tide. Lin Feng uncovered a shocking conspiracy. It was revealed that these southern officials had colluded with malevolent practitioners, secretly constructing 7 altars across the globe, seeking out young, innocent maidens and boys as sacrifices, with the required offerings being pure-souled females. Once these 7 hidden altars were completed, they would form a powerful evil formation, turning the entire earth into a vast furnace for the sacrifice of global lives. Upon completion of the sacrifices, the malevolent practitioners would gain unimaginable power, enabling them to dominate the world. Just as Lin Feng was about to investigate the remaining altars, the official suddenly perished. In a distant, secluded forest, a gaunt elder conversed with a young woman when he abruptly halted, exclaiming, "Ah, trouble in the southern seas? A Yuanying realm. Quite intriguing." After which, the young woman emitted a piercing scream. "Oh, dead? The soul has been bound." Lin Feng ceased his thoughts, releasing the captives and purifying the officials with the red lotus flames, shattering the altars with his sword. In a flash of light, Lin Feng tore through the void, departing from the southern seas. Chapter 92, Long Jingya's Dilemma. Within the Tianshu Tower, the space rippled as Lin Feng materialized inside. Lin Feng, Long Jingya, filled with fear, rushed into his embrace. As Lin Feng comforted her, he recounted the ordeal of her capture and subsequent rescue. Tears brimmed in her expressive eyes, glistening as if ready to spill over. Her tall, slender form trembled slightly before Lin Feng, her 168-centimeter stature appearing particularly frail and vulnerable due to the fear and distress that filled her heart. Bloodstains marred her straight legs, evidence of her injuries sustained at the altar. Having activated her pure Yin body, Long Jingya radiated an ethereal aura, enhanced by the powerful spiritual energy within the Tianshu Tower. This aura became increasingly pronounced as her emotions heightened, as though the very air around her softened in sympathy for her plight. A gentle breeze tousled her hair and fluttered her garments, rendering her a breathtaking vision of a fallen celestial being. "It's all right now, it's over. I will ensure you are never harmed again," Lin Feng murmured softly. Long Jingya lifted her tear-filled gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with trust and gratitude. "You always appear at my most perilous moments. I truly do not know how to repay you." Her voice, though tinged with a lingering sob, carried an undercurrent of resolve. "Jingya, you have awakened your pure Yin body. For an ordinary person, possessing such a constitution is a disaster. You will forever be the target of those with ill intentions. If you wish, I can guide you in cultivation, so that you need never fear them again. Do you wish to embark on this path?" Lin Feng stated earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Long Jingya. She bit her lip, a flicker of struggle crossing her features. "What is the pure Yin body?" "It is an exceedingly rare and special constitution. For practitioners, the pure Yin body is akin to a divine gift. It significantly accelerates the speed of cultivation due to its exceptional affinity and sensitivity to Yin-attributed spiritual energy, as if possessing a built-in spiritual radar. While others toil to sense spiritual energy, those with a pure Yin body can swiftly absorb and utilize it, making their cultivation progress remarkably rapid. Moreover, the pure Yin body is an ideal companion for cultivation. In certain ancient practices, the pure Yin body serves as a unique furnace, aiding compatible partners in breaking through long-standing cultivation bottlenecks and allowing stagnant progress to ascend once more. This is why the sorcerers became so frenzied upon discovering your special constitution. Lin Feng elaborated on the uniqueness of the pure Yin body. As Long Jingya absorbed Lin Feng's explanation, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her cheeks flushed crimson at the mention of dual cultivation, her fears gradually dissipating. She gently rested her head against his shoulder. "Lin Feng, I wish to cultivate," she whispered, her voice laced with fatigue. "Let us leave this place first. You should rest," Lin Feng replied. Long Jingya's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance at him, a peculiar sensation blossoming within her heart. In this moment of danger, she experienced the warmth of being protected for the first time, and that protector was none other than Lin Feng, whom she had secretly admired for so long. Long Jingya nestled closely against Lin Feng, her frame still trembling from the remnants of fear. Sensing her unease, Lin Feng embraced her a little tighter. "Do not be afraid. I am here," he murmured, his words acting as a soothing balm, gradually calming her anxious heart. In the grand hall of the floating island where Lin Feng resided, Long Jingya entered the unfamiliar room, a wave of unease washing over her. She turned to Lin Feng, her eyes pleading for reassurance. "Lin Feng, I I'm afraid to be alone. She spoke softly. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then I shall wait outside for you. Call me if anything arises. Long Jingya shook her head. No, I wish for you to stay with me inside. I am genuinely terrified that those sorcerers might come for me. Her eyes were filled with fear and pleading. Lin Feng gazed at her, his heart softening. Very well, I will remain by your side. A trace of relief appeared on Long Jingya's face. She sat at the edge of the bed, her hands tightly gripping the sheets, her body trembling slightly. Lin Feng moved beside her, gently taking a seat. Sleep now. I will watch over you, he said softly. Long Jingya nodded, slowly reclining. Yet, her eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng, as if only his presence could grant her the peace she sought to drift into slumber. After a while, her eyelids began to flutter, and at last, under Lin Feng's tender gaze, she gradually succumbed to sleep. Observing the slumbering Long Jingya, Lin Feng dialed Long Jingxuan's number, succinctly recounting the rescue process. Long Jingya had been saved, and once her injuries healed, she would return immediately. She was currently safe. And Long Jingxuan felt reassured to entrust her to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng looked at the peacefully sleeping Long Jingya, his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. This woman, possessing a pure Yin physique, seemed to have been dealt an unjust hand by fate, constantly finding herself ensnared in peril. In her dreams, Long Jingya furrowed her brow, murmuring, No, don't catch me. Lin Feng, save me. Her body began to twist restlessly. Seeing this, Lin Feng gently grasped her hand, whispering, It's all right. I am here. No one can harm you. As if she heard his words, Long Jingya's brow slowly unfurled, a faint smile of reassurance gracing her lips. Her body entwined tightly around Lin Feng as she fell into a deep slumber, as though he were her lifeline in her dreams. Lin Feng regarded the sight of the beautiful woman before him, his heart filled with helplessness. He could only gently embrace Long Jingya. However, just as Lin Feng was lost in a whirlpool of emotions and uncertainties, a soft, fragrant pair of lips suddenly sealed his mouth. Long Jingya, with her tear-streaked visage, naturally evoked a sense of compassion. As a novice in matters of the heart, Lin Feng was unable to withstand such temptation. In an instant, he felt a surge of warmth rising in his chest. With a resolute bite, a pure essence of spiritual energy began to flow from his palm into Long Jingya's body. Thus, an unprecedented battle commenced with a thunderous roar. Chapter 93, The Great Fate Technique. As the pure spiritual energy flowed from Lin Feng's palm into Long Jingya, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. Long Jingya's pure Yin body acted like a powerful magnet, fervently drawing in Lin Feng. Her body grew increasingly warm, entwining around Lin Feng like an octopus, as if seeking to merge their very existences into one. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, converging towards them with an overwhelming force. The thick spiritual energy of the suspended island was still insufficient to satisfy the absorption rate of the two. Lin Feng lifted Long Jingya and swiftly entered the Tianshu Tower. Upon stepping inside, the supply of spiritual energy stabilized, providing a continuous flow for the two. As time gradually passed, the remarkable connection between Lin Feng and Long Jingya deepened. At this moment, gazing at the enchanting yet sorrowful Long Jingya, all of Lin Feng's prior entanglements and confusion dissipated like mist. In that instant, to Lin Feng, all worldly matters became trivial. The only thing that mattered was this woman in his arms. She was his everything. When the first rays of dawn spilled through the window and illuminated the two, the spiritual energy within Lin Feng began to undergo a monumental transformation. Previously at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, after merging with Long Jingya, he began to ascend toward the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. The nascent soul within him awakened like a colossal beast from slumber, continuously absorbing the surrounding gathered spiritual energy, growing increasingly solid and powerful. Beep. The host has 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Source Divine Wood. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Life Stalactite. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 100 billion premium crystals. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, his heart brimming with astonishment. Turning to look at the equally newly awakened Long Jingya, he noticed her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with shyness and a hint of bewilderment. Their gazes met, and in that silent exchange, 1,000 words went unspoken. Jingya, look, Lin Feng said as a green light orb materialized in his hand. Brother Feng, what is this? Long Jingya inquired curiously, gazing at the glowing orb. This is a supreme cultivation technique known as the Great Fate Technique, Lin Feng explained, detailing the attributes of the technique. The Great Fate Technique is a mysterious and profound supreme cultivation method, embodying the oldest and most primal will from the dawn of the cosmos. It naturally aligns with the pure Yin physique. Upon reaching mastery, the Great Fate technique can guide practitioners directly to the source of the Great Tao, exploring the core mysteries of the universe. Following the system's prompt, Lin Feng promptly imparted the Great Fate technique to Long Jingya, inadvertently laying the foundation for a future superpower. A wave of spiritual energy swept through, and the orb, radiating a mysterious aura, instantly merged into Long Jingya's sea of consciousness. Long Jingya felt a rumble within her consciousness, as if ancient voices were softly chanting. This is the Great Fate technique, Long Jingya murmured, disbelief and delight tinging her voice. Indeed, cultivate diligently, it will alter your destiny, Lin Feng urged gently. His gaze filled with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Long Jingya began to cultivate in accordance with the technique's mantra that emerged within her consciousness. Yet, she felt a tumult within her, as though her body resisted this new cultivation method. Brother Feng, why does it feel so difficult to cultivate? Long Jingya looked to Lin Feng for answers. Lin Feng infused the Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju into Long Jingya's body, quickly understanding. Jingya, the Great Fate technique is exceedingly powerful. Your body requires time to adapt. Steady your mind and proceed gradually. Long Jingya closed her eyes once more, making repeated attempts. Time passed, and eventually, her internal spiritual energy began to show signs of compliance, flowing gently along the path of the Great Fate technique. As the energy circulated, Long Jingya sensed a wondrous power blossoming within her, as if she could touch the threads of fate. Long Jingya opened her eyes, her expression brimming with excitement. Brother Feng, I think I found my rhythm. Lin Feng nodded slightly, encouraging her. Jingya, this is merely the beginning. The power of the Great Fate technique far exceeds your imagination. Long Jingya continued to immerse herself in her cultivation of the Great Fate technique, her aura becoming increasingly mysterious and ethereal. Observing her, Lin Feng realized that Long Jingya's physique required some enhancement. Jingya, there are too many impurities in your body right now. Allow me to help you eliminate them. This vat contains life spring water. Soaking in it will completely cleanse your body of impurities and offer immense benefits. Before Long Jingya could respond, Lin Feng lifted her and leaped into the life spring water's stone vat. Ah, help! Long Jingya exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 94, Tai Su. With the nourishment of Lin Feng's essence and the life spring water's thorough cleansing, coupled with the Great Fate technique's extraordinary power, Long Jingya's cultivation soared to the early stage of the golden core realm as if propelled by a rocket. Jingya, you've remarkably reached the early stage of the golden core realm in such a short time, Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Long Jingya before him. Brother Feng, is this rapid advancement? Long Jingya, just beginning her cultivation journey, had little concept of the significance of such progress. Ah, truly. Comparisons between people can be quite disheartening. Lin Feng, no longer dwelling on his thoughts, gazed at Long Jingya and inquired, Jingya, what style of weapon do you prefer? I have blades, swords, bows, and more. Choose one that captivates you. What weapon do you wield? Long Jingya asked with curiosity. I wield a sword. Upon uttering these words, a crimson long sword appeared in Lin Feng's grasp. This sword is called Qi Yan. Long Jingya gazed at the sword with envy, exclaiming, then I shall also wield a sword. Very well. As Lin Feng spoke, a long sword materialized in his hand in an instant. This sword is named Taiyuan. He handed the Taiyuan sword to Long Jingya, who, upon receiving it, felt an immediate fondness for the weapon. Brother Feng, this sword is truly remarkable, but isn't it a bit too conspicuous for me to wield? First, you must recognize it as your own. Once you do, you will understand. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Long Jingya enveloped the Taiyuan sword with her soul power, completing the recognition process. Once recognized, the Taiyuan sword vanished from sight. Ah, Brother Feng, where did the sword go? Haha, Jingya, do not fret. The Taiyuan sword has been recognized and is now within you. You can summon it with your thoughts. What? Long Jingya immediately reached out with her mind, and the Taiyuan sword instantly reappeared in her hand. At that moment, the Taiyuan sword had transformed. It measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length, the widest part being 1 inch and 2/10, with its blade adorned with dark golden runes. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the runes activated, each serving a distinct purpose. Just as Long Jingya was immersed in examining the Taiyuan sword, the profound essence of the starry slash surged into her consciousness. Meanwhile, a bracelet imbued with the essence of Xianqing materialized in Lin Feng's palm. Jingya, this is an exceptionally formidable treasure, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. For now, consider it your protective artifact. Before Long Jingya could respond, the yin-yang bracelet entered her body, instantly recognizing her as its master. With a mere thought, the bracelet appeared on her wrist. One half of the bracelet gleamed as pure as jade, while the other radiated brilliance, resembling the interplay of yin and yang, exuding a unique charm. An influx of information also surged into Long Jingya's consciousness. Chaos, supreme treasure. Yin-yang bracelet, forged from the essence of chaos, concealing the secrets of the cyclical nature of yin and yang. Legend has it that in the primordial chaos, the energies of yin and yang intertwined and collided countless times, ultimately crystallizing into this bracelet. Crafted from the chaos of yin and yang, it embodies both hardness and flexibility, its surface shimmering with a halo. One half in gold symbolizes masculinity, while the other in silver represents femininity. Activating the yang bracelet releases scorching and turbulent solar energy, warping space and incinerating the enemy's body and soul. Activating the yin bracelet unleashes frigid power, freezing all things, stalling time and space, and stripping away vitality. When the forces of yin and yang are unleashed together, they merge into chaotic yin and yang energy, wielding the dual powers of destruction and creation. Lin Feng. This yin-yang bracelet is astonishing. Long Jingya's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she absorbed the details of the bracelet's capabilities. Jingya, you currently cannot unleash the full potential of these weapons. The key lies in enhancing your own cultivation. Lin Feng proceeded to elaborate to Long Jingya on the specific divisions of cultivation. With the Great Destiny Technique, Taishu Sword, and yin-yang bracelet, I cannot claim that you can dominate on Earth, but self-preservation is assured. Lin Feng said indulgently, gazing at Long Jingya. Really? Brother Feng, thank you. Long Jingya looked at the man before her, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Observing the enchanting figure, Lin Feng felt intrigued and lifted the bashful Long Jingya. Flying into the bedroom within the grand hall. The youthful bodies resembled perpetual motion machines, and with Lin Feng's robust strength at the peak of the nascent soul stage. His vitality was boundless. Jingya, we shall be together forever. Brother Feng, I feel the same. Long Jingya wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Chapter 95. Long Jingya's Heartstrings. After an entire day of passionate interaction akin to a tempest, Long Jingya felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, languishing softly in Lin Feng's warm embrace. The room was saturated with an unusual tranquility, punctuated only by their gentle breaths. Jingya, what troubles you? Lin Feng keenly noticed the shift in Long Jingya's emotions. Her previously joyous expression now bore a veil of melancholy. He could not help but softly inquire, his voice laced with concern. Long Jingya bit her lower lip, her eyes gradually reddening. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke with a hint of a quiver. Lin Feng, I suddenly miss my mother so much. The words seemed to emerge from the softest recesses of her heart, enveloped in endless longing and sorrow. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to offer comfort. After a moment's hesitation, he urged, speak to me about it. Perhaps voicing your feelings will lighten your heart. Long Jingya took a deep breath, striving to steady her emotions, and began slowly. When I was 5, my mother took me out to play, and a car came barreling towards us. To save me, my mother. Her words faltered as she succumbed to sorrow, her voice breaking into soft sobs. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was struck by the sight of Long Jingya's heart-wrenching anguish. Feeling as if he had been struck by a hammer, an ache swelling within him. Jingya, do not grieve. From now on, I will protect you well. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he urgently called out in his heart, Brother Tong, is there any way to resurrect someone who has passed away unexpectedly? Ding. To view the past and future, one can use the reincarnation mirror. If one needs to traverse time to save someone, the host must master the time gem to travel to the past or future. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, igniting a spark of hope within him. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he gently patted Long Jingya's shoulder, speaking softly. Jingya, look at this. As he spoke, an ancient and mysterious mirror materialized in his hand. The mirror, steeped in the passage of time, emanated a unique aura that beckoned exploration. Brother Feng, what is this? Long Jingya lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes filled with curiosity. This is the reincarnation mirror, a treasure of extraordinary power. It can reveal past and future events. Lin Feng's gaze was earnest and hopeful as he looked at her. We can use it to return to your childhood and discover what truly transpired. Lin Feng's voice seemed to possess a magical allure that captivated Long Jingya's entire attention. Brother Feng, are you serious? A spark of excitement danced in Long Jingya's eyes, quickly followed by a flicker of doubt, for the notion of traversing time to witness the past seemed utterly fantastical. Absolutely. Lin Feng nodded firmly. However, this reincarnation mirror can only allow us to observe the past for now. But if we can master the time gem, we can truly traverse time. As he spoke, he examined the mirror in his hands. At that moment, Both their gazes were locked onto the reincarnation mirror, which was round and ancient in appearance. Its frame crafted from an unknown black metal, shimmering with an unusual luster. The frame was adorned with intricate and mysterious runes that flickered gently. The reincarnation mirror possessed two sides. One side, a deep blue like the vast night sky, twinkled with stars, resembling the expanse of the universe. The other side, after Lin Feng infused it with Long Jingya's soul power, radiated a warm golden glow, akin to a flowing river of golden time, illuminating the room like a golden hall at dusk. Reincarnation mirror, activate. Lin Feng commanded softly, and the surface of the mirror revealed the image of Long Jingya, beginning to spin wildly. Her experiences from the age of 20 flashed by like a slideshow. In the peak of brilliance, a scene gradually emerged within the mirror, a bustling street, vehicles flowing like a river, and a young Long Jingya, hand in hand with her mother, skipping joyfully along the sidewalk, her face glowing with happiness. Oh my, mother, brother Feng, it was this day? Long Jingya trembled with excitement. Countless nights. She had wished for this day to freeze in time, yet it was on this very day that she eternally lost her mother. Suddenly, a black car came barreling toward them like a wild beast, crashing straight into their path. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The visage of Long Jingya's mother was etched with terror, while the young Long Jingya stood frozen in place. No. Upon witnessing this, Long Jingya screamed, tears once again cascading down her cheeks. Brother Feng, please stop. I cannot bear to watch. She tightly shut her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng, filled with compassion, enveloped her in his embrace, softly reassuring her. Jingya, do not fear, continue to observe. You may uncover something significant. Suppressing the fury boiling within, Lin Feng turned his gaze back to the reincarnation mirror. This time, he slowed the scene down, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. At last, he discerned that before the black car struck someone, the driver appeared momentarily distracted, his eyes clouded, whilst not far from the scene. A figure clad entirely in black robes was murmuring something, shrouded in mystery, every movement exuding an aura of the uncanny. Jingya, your mother's accident may not have been a mere accident. It could be a targeted assassination. Lin Feng's teeth clenched, his eyes ablaze with indignation. What? How could that be? Long Jingya gasped, unable to fathom the notion that her mother's demise was laced with conspiracy. Look at the figure in black behind. Lin Feng pointed towards the mirror, and Long Jingya gazed at the eerie silhouette, momentarily at a loss for words. This. She fell into a state of shock. System, what must I do to initiate the quest for the time gem? We absolutely must locate it. Lin Feng inquired of the system again, his heart resolute and unwavering. Ding. The system has issued an SSSSS level task. Seek the time gem. Task completion rewards. 1. Acknowledgement of the time element. 2. Mobile temple, primordial palace. 3. Chaos pearl. As the system's notification faded, another promptly followed. Attention, host. This task presents extreme difficulty. Given the host's current strength, numerous unpredictable dangers may arise. Proceed with caution. I accept the task, Lin Feng silently declared. Ding. The host has accepted the SSSSS level task. Seek the time gem. Task completion rewards. 1. Acknowledgement of the time element. 2. Mobile temple, primordial palace. 3. Chaos pearl. Instantly, a surge of information flooded into Lin Feng's consciousness, granting him insights regarding the time gem. Chapter 96. The Primordial Divine Tree. On the floating island, after soothing Long Jingya and witnessing her emotions gradually stabilize, Lin Feng drew a deep breath. With a flicker of intent, he vanished from sight, entering the depths of the Chaos Primordial Seal. Within the Primordial Seal, the flow of time was adjusted to its utmost limit. In this serene expanse, a gentle luminescence flowed like a dream, suffused with an ancient and rich essence. This realm seemed to exist in the interstice between time and space, wholly detached from the mundane world. Gradually, the primordial divine tree materialized in Lin Feng's palm, emanating a unique radiance, the key to grasping the mysteries of the wood element. The tree's body glimmered with emerald hues, each leaf shimmering with a vibrant luster, as if boundless vitality surged through its veins. The bark bore patterns akin to ancient runes, deeply imprinted with the chronicles of time and the secrets of nature. Lin Feng seated himself upon the ground, gently placing the primordial divine tree before him. He closed his eyes, casting aside all distractions, immersing himself entirely in the comprehension of the wood element. His consciousness, akin to an invisible tendril, slowly reached out to the primordial divine tree, attempting to touch the hidden truths of wood within. Everything was tranquil, yet as Lin Feng's understanding deepened, subtle changes began to manifest in his body. Beneath his skin, it felt as though countless tiny vines were slowly sprouting, slightly protruding, inducing a tingling sensation. His breathing became elongated and deliberate. With each inhalation, it was as if he could sense the vitality in the surrounding air being drawn into his being, nourishing his internal organs. Simultaneously, the space within the primordial seal underwent a wondrous transformation. The previously still luminescence began to flow, swirling around Lin Feng and the primordial divine tree, forming a peculiar halo. On the ground of the primordial seal, tender green blades of grass quietly broke through the soil, swiftly spreading to envelop the area around Lin Feng in a lush carpet of green. In this vibrant environment, Lin Feng's consciousness grew increasingly lucid. He could almost hear the sound of trees growing, a subtle yet steadfast rustling, as if narrating the tenacity and persistence of life. The roots of the trees stretched deep into the earth, embodying a yearning and determination for survival. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from the primordial divine tree, piercing into Lin Feng's forehead. A thunderous roar echoed in his mind as torrents of information regarding the wood element surged forth. Lin Feng witnessed the journey of a tree emerging from a seed, enduring storms, flourishing into a towering giant. He beheld the interdependence of myriad creatures within the forest, constructing a harmonious ecosystem. He observed the ebb and flow of wood element power within the natural world, capable of nurturing all life, yet transforming into a sharp weapon in times of fury, fiercely guarding its territory. Overwhelmed by this deluge of information, Lin Feng's body began to tremble violently. His skin shifted from its original alabaster to a vibrant green, and tendrils rapidly enveloped his garments. His hair danced in the breeze like willow branches, each strand radiating a verdant glow. In that moment, Lin Feng seemed to merge with the very essence of nature, becoming an embodiment of the power of wood. Yet, the core mysteries of the wood element eluded his complete mastery. This sense of powerlessness stirred feelings of anxiety and frustration within him, beads of perspiration cascading from his brow, soaking the grass beneath him. Lin Feng clenched his jaw, recalibrating his focus, concentrating all his mental energy upon the primordial divine tree once more. This time, he refrained from forcefully grappling with the intricate information, opting instead to adopt a more tranquil and embracing mindset to perceive the essence of the wood element. He envisioned himself as a tree, deeply rooted in the earth, quietly absorbing sunlight, rain, and nutrients from the soil, coexisting harmoniously with everything around him. In this extraordinary state, Lin Feng finally broke through the barriers that constrained him. A surge of formidable wood element power erupted within him. While the ancestral dragons might swiftly engulf this essence of wood, causing his meridians to expand and strengthen under this force, as though undergoing a profound transformation. As the wood element power continued to integrate, Lin Feng's inherent attributes of earth, fire, lightning, and space were also influenced. The 5 elemental forces began to intertwine, resonating with one another, forming a wondrous cycle. The earth element nourished the wood, which in turn became more resilient under the fire's refinement. The lightning element infused it with vitality, while the space element allowed the wood's power to traverse and manifest with greater freedom. Under the combined influence of these 5 elemental forces, Lin Feng's realm began to ascend rapidly. From a stable state at the nascent soul stage, he felt a loosening occur. Lin Feng sensed his nascent soul undergoing continuous metamorphosis, becoming more solid and powerful. The once infant-like nascent soul began to sprout hair and features, increasingly resembling Lin Feng himself. With a resounding roar, Lin Feng's realm finally shattered the confines of the nascent soul stage, propelling him into the legendary transformation stage. A powerful aura emanated from his being, instantly enveloping the entirety of the primordial seal space. The surrounding flora swayed gracefully in response to this force, as if paying homage to this newly ascended transformation powerhouse. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a vibrant green light flickering within them, imbued with boundless vitality and wisdom. Feeling the surging power within, a confident smile crept upon his lips. In this moment, Lin Feng not only grasped the essence of the wood element, but also achieved a perfect amalgamation of the 5 elemental forces, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. Chapter 97. The Transformation into Divinity. With the Hongmeng seal retracted, Lin Feng's aura became restrained, yet it subtly radiated an awe-inspiring power, akin to an ancient behemoth lying in wait. In a flash, he soared out of the sky ruins tower, ascending straight into the heavens. At this moment, the distant sky had transformed dramatically. Heavy calamity clouds began to gather slowly, resembling ferocious ancient beasts, carrying a sense of annihilation as they rolled forth. The calamity clouds were ink black, with flashes of lightning flickering within, threatening to rend the very fabric of the sky. Each bolt of lightning crackled with a deep, rumbling sound, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses or the resounding beat of countless war drums, shaking the air of the world. Lin Feng gazed at the accumulating calamity clouds, his eyes devoid of fear, instead shimmering with excitement and determination. He understood that this tribulation of transformation was an essential passage to a higher realm and a final test of his strength. As the calamity clouds continued to amass, the first wave of lightning tribulation finally descended. A bolt of violet lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged forth like an enraged thunder dragon, descending upon Lin Feng with world-shattering force. Unfazed, Lin Feng swiftly formed hand seals, and the 5 elemental energies within him began to swirl, coalescing into a vibrant shield before him. The violet lightning struck the shield with a thunderous impact, producing a deafening roar. The tremendous force caused Lin Feng's body to sink slightly, yet the colorful shield steadfastly absorbed the blow, merely rippling at its surface. However, the power of the lightning tribulation did not end there. Soon after, the second and third bolts of lightning followed in succession, each more potent than the last. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. He muttered incantations, channeling his inner strength fervently. In this critical moment, he unleashed a newly comprehended skill, the 5 elements chaotic break. Pushing his hands forward, a chaotic radiance imbued with the essence of the 5 elements surged forth, colliding head-on with the 3 bolts of lightning. Instantly, the world was illuminated with a brilliant light, and the massive energy waves spread outwards like a surging tide, causing the mountains and earth below to tremble under the force. After an intense clash, Lin Feng successfully withstood this wave of tribulation. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the calamity clouds churned once more, heralding an even more terrifying lightning tribulation. This time, 9 colossal thunder dragons coalesced from the clouds, each measuring 100 feet in length, their scales shimmering with blinding lightning. Their mouths agape, emitting deafening roars. The 9 thunder dragons spiraled around Lin Feng, forming a massive lightning formation that ensnared him completely. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented pressure. He realized this was the mightiest strike of the transformation tribulation. However, instead of retreating, a resolute fighting spirit surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he maximized his strength, his garments rustling under the immense energy fluctuations. He then executed the innate divine ability he had just grasped, the Hongming Guardian. A golden radiance enveloped Lin Feng, ancient runes faintly appearing within the light. These runes intertwined, forming an impenetrable golden shield that shielded him completely. The 9 thunder dragons simultaneously launched their assault, unleashing torrents of thunderous energy toward Lin Feng. The clash of lightning against the golden shield erupted in a series of thunderous explosions, illuminating the entire sky with dazzling brilliance. Amidst this fierce confrontation, Lin Feng's body was rocked by overwhelming force, teetering precariously. Yet, gritting his teeth, he clung to his indomitable will and formidable power, struggling to endure. As time passed, the intensity of the lightning tribulation gradually waned, and the 9 thunder dragons began to dissipate into the calamity clouds. The clouds slowly dispersed, sunlight streaming back down to the earth. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, having successfully navigated the tribulation of transformation. As the last wisps of calamity clouds faded away, the once ominous sky transformed into clarity, sunlight pouring down unobstructed, casting a warm glow upon the land that had endured such ferocious trials. Yet, the wondrous transformation Lin Feng experienced was merely beginning. The destructive essence of the lightning tribulation, at the moment of the cloud's dispersal, seemed to be drawn towards Lin Feng by an invisible force converging upon him. Threads of lightning streamed into his palms, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him, followed by a powerful and pure energy rapidly spreading through his meridians. Lin Feng's skin shimmered with a faint silver glow, as if enveloped in a suit of armor woven from lightning, every inch of his body greedily absorbing this energy. The slight scars left from the tribulation began to heal at a visible pace, becoming even more resilient, radiating with vibrant vitality. The power of the lightning tribulation continued to flow deeper into his body, coursing through his limbs and bones, making Lin Feng feel as if he had transformed into a treasury of boundless energy. His bones crackled under the refinement of the lightning, as if being reformed and elevated, growing tougher and imbued with a lightning-like quality. Simultaneously, his meridians expanded under the impact of this energy, akin to mighty rivers breaking through narrow banks, capable of accommodating a more profound flow of spiritual power. In the depths of Lin Feng's consciousness, the primordial infant that had completed its transformation into divinity had fully merged with his body, leaving Lin Feng suspended in a sea of lightning. The power of the lightning tribulation continuously surged within him, his radiance becoming ever more resplendent, his previously distinct features becoming increasingly animated, as if they were on the verge of gaining independent consciousness, each movement accompanied by a steady enhancement of Lin Feng's strength. Once all settled, Lin Feng stood atop the peak of the floating island, gazing at the breathtaking scenery before him. Ding. The host possesses 3 random draw opportunities per day. Having accumulated 9 draws, shall the host proceed? 3 days have passed. System brother, let us draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Tai Chi diagram. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing stellar gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the innate medicine garden. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Chapter 98. Spatial Traversal. System brother, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, early stage of transformation into divinity. Cultivation method, Taisu Gui Yuan Ju, second heaven. Attributes, wood earth, fire, thunder, space. Weapons, crimson flame, Hunyuan sky ruins tower, heaven's punishment, bow, chaos Hongming seal, reincarnation mirror. Martial techniques, sky rending slash, golden crow red lotus, spatial cutting. Spatial confinement, 10,000 swords return to origin, stellar river Brahmin sound technique, stellar slash, 5 elements chaotic break. Talents, Taisu golden eyes, teleportation, ancestral dragon power, devour. Homing guardian. Lin Feng stood within a spacious and well-lit room, radiating the unique calm aura of a powerful being in the realm of transformation. Ka. Lin Feng softly called out. Master, what are your commands? The crisp sound of ka echoed in the room, imbued with a mechanical quality. I require a cosmic interstellar distribution map. Lin Feng's expression grew serious. The task location displayed by the system was not on Earth, but in a distant star domain, making the interstellar map a crucial first step in locating the time gem. With a flicker of blue light, a massive holographic cosmic interstellar distribution map materialized before Lin Feng within seconds, showcasing countless galaxies, stars, planets, and mysterious nebulae, all precisely marked. Different colored lines crisscrossed, connecting the celestial bodies, representing interstellar routes and energy flows throughout the universe. Lin Feng gazed intently at the interstellar distribution map, his fingers gliding gently across its surface as the information regarding the time gem swirled continuously in his mind. Based on the clues, it was highly probable that it resided on a desolate planet at the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. Kaka, position confirmed. Chart the safest and swiftest route, he commanded. The blue light flickered rapidly, and moments later, a path shimmering with golden light materialized on the interstellar map. Master, I have plotted the optimal course. This spatial traversal will involve 3 jumps, with an estimated duration of 5 hours. Please prepare for the inherent risks associated with spatial jumps. Lin Feng approached Long Jingya. Jingya, I have news regarding the time gem. Upon hearing this, her eyes instantly sparkled. I want to accompany you. Lin Feng frowned slightly, concern etched across his features. This situation is exceptional, and you lack combat experience. It would be more prudent for me to venture alone. Trust me. Very well, Feng Gu, but please be cautious. I will await your return, Long Jingya replied, fully aware that her recent training left her greatly lacking in both strength and experience. And she did not wish to impede Lin Feng's progress. When do you plan to depart? She inquired. The sooner, the better. I shall set off immediately. Lin Feng stated resolutely, casting a glance at her. Feng Gu, I will be waiting for your return, Long Jingya affirmed, locking her gaze with his. After bidding farewell, Lin Feng entered the Tianshu Tower, channeling his spatial powers. With a brilliant flash of light, the Tianshu Tower vanished from its location, and Lin Feng embarked on his adventure towards the galaxy's edge. The exterior of the Tianshu Tower transformed into a sleek shuttle shape as the spatial jump commenced. In an instant, the surroundings appeared to be in turmoil, distorted and blurred, as if an invisible giant hand was recklessly stirring the cosmos. The flow of time became indistinguishable, and the very structure of space seemed to unravel, with once clear concepts dissolving into nothingness. Powerful spatial turbulence surged forth, akin to a myriad of ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows, clawing and thrashing at the Tianshu Tower. The piercing howls echoed like countless sharp blades slicing through the void, instilling dread. Yet, the Tianshu Tower stood resolutely, akin to an ancient deity, impervious to the violent onslaught of spatial chaos. It emanated mysterious waves of energy, repelling the relentless turbulence, while Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the fierce impact, ensconced in a serene and tranquil haven. Upon completing the first spatial jump, Lin Feng found himself in a mysterious interstellar region, enveloped by a dense purple nebula that seemed alive, flowing, and shifting shape. Through the gaps in the nebula, he glimpsed distant massive gas giants, their surfaces ravaged by storms forming colossal vortices. Lin Feng, unable to pause to admire the extraordinary beauty, swiftly adjusted his focus, preparing for the second jump. The second leap proved more arduous than the first, as the intensity of the spatial turbulence escalated significantly. After enduring several arduous hours, Lin Feng successfully completed the second jump. This time, he arrived in a dark expanse of interstellar space, nearly devoid of stellar light. Save for a few faint stars twinkling in the distance, Lin Feng understood that he was nearing the edge of the Milky Way. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he initiated the final spatial jump. With another brilliant flash of light, Lin Feng materialized above a desolate planet. Its surface lay barren, littered with colossal craters and exposed rock. The atmosphere was exceedingly thin, barely capable of shielding against cosmic radiation. Lin Feng summoned his spiritual energy, guiding the Tianshu Tower to a gentle descent upon the planet's surface. Chapter 99, The Time Gem. This planet was dozens of times larger than Earth. And as Lin Feng's consciousness swiftly scanned the surface, he found no significant discoveries. He maneuvered the Tianshu Tower rapidly across the planet's terrain. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual fluctuation. Ding! Time gem detected. Please retrieve it immediately, the mechanical voice of the system announced. Found it! Lin Feng exclaimed in excitement as he followed the direction of the fluctuation. At the bottom of a massive crater lay a gem radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Could it truly be this simple to acquire the time gem? Just as Lin Feng was about to store the gem in the system space, a flash of light enveloped it, and it vanished before his eyes. Huh, where did it go? No, the flow of time is distorted. This is a remnant of the past. Through his spatial perception, Lin Feng keenly sensed that the time gem had altered the flow of time. Interesting, he mused, engaging in a game of cat and mouse with the elusive gem. Cursed thing, toying with me, he muttered, frustration bubbling within him. A full day elapsed, and he felt like a headless fly, floundering within this enigmatic space, unable to capture the true essence of the time gem. Employing every spatial skill he commanded, Lin Feng unleashed his powers, each activation accompanied by a formidable wave of energy that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Yet, the time gem danced away like a mischievous sprite, slipping through his fingers just as he was about to grasp it, leaving Lin Feng in a state of exasperation. It was as if the gem possessed consciousness, reveling in the game of pursuit. Gradually, Lin Feng recognized that this blind application of skills was futile. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, striving to calm his restless heart. In the oppressive silence of this space, he dismissed all distractions, immersing himself fully, seeking to uncover the faintest trace of the time gem's escape. His consciousness unfurled like an invisible, resilient net within the intricate dimensions of time and space. As time slipped away, Lin Feng discerned a crucial detail. Whenever the time gem altered the flow of time, a faint time fluctuation emerged around it. This fluctuation was exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible unless one were fully attentive, as Lin Feng was at that moment. To his delight, he also discovered a delicate and ineffable connection between this time fluctuation and the energy flow of the surrounding space. Ah, so that is it. Lin Feng felt a surge of clarity, nearly exclaiming in his excitement. He had identified the time gem's weakness, a revelation illuminating his path to success in acquiring the gem. However, as he prepared to recalibrate his strategy, melding spatial power with his understanding of temporal energy, a new challenge presented itself. Though aware of the time gem's vulnerability, accurately harnessing that faint time fluctuation amidst the boundless expanse of space, and coaxing the surrounding energy to resonate with it proved to be a daunting task. With each attempt, Lin Feng remained entirely focused, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet the outcomes were consistently unsatisfactory. Refusing to concede defeat, he clenched his teeth, pondering. Surely there must be another way. I cannot falter here. In the depths of his extreme predicament and pressure, an epiphany struck him. Puppets. Lin Feng concentrated, and in an instant, dozens of celestial puppets materialized before him. The emergence of the celestial puppets has significantly intensified the pressure surrounding the time gem. With the assistance of numerous puppets, Lin Feng has finally managed to fully ascertain the whereabouts of the time gem. At this moment, it appears that the time gem has sensed the impending danger and begins to flee frantically, altering the flow of time in an attempt to evade Lin Feng's pursuit once more. However, this time, its efforts are destined to be in vain. Holding the celestial tower, Lin Feng entrusts the chaos primordial seal to one of the celestial puppets. As seconds tick away, the moment the celestial tower launches its gravitational pull towards the time gem, the space gem attempts to evade once again. A smirk graces Lin Feng's lips. After numerous attempts at capture, he has meticulously calculated the trajectory of the time gem. The spatial power of the chaos primordial seal swiftly activates, securely locking the time gem in place. Return. Instantly, dozens of celestial puppets soar back into the system space, while Lin Feng retrieves the primordial seal and tosses it into the celestial tower. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the SSSS level mission of locating the time gem. Mission rewards: 1. Recognition of the time element. 2. Mobile Divine Palace, Primordial Palace. 3. Chaos Pearl. In the outer regions of the Milky Way, interstellar explorer Kiki reclines comfortably in the cockpit of his spacecraft, cradling a glass of exquisite wine that emanates a captivating aroma, while a maid serves him delectable treats. As he luxuriates in this serene moment, he hums an unknown melody, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the vast and boundless expanse of the Milky Way. This life truly surpasses that of the immortals, Kiki muses to himself, his face alight with rapture. As a cosmic wanderer, he has carved out a notable reputation among the stars, leveraging his vast experience and audacious spirit of adventure. Each novel discovery brings him immense traffic and wealth, rendering his current indulgence merely a part of his daily routine. Suddenly, the sharp alarm of the ship's intelligent steward shatters the tranquility. Alarm! Alarm! Unclaimed star system detected. Kiki momentarily freezes, then sets down his wine glass, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Haha, an unclaimed star domain. I, Kiki, am surely the chosen one. Wealth awaits. The lingering effects of the wine slow his reactions, and rather than immediately connecting to the Galactic Management Bureau to register this new find, he picks up his communicator to boast to his friends. Hey Sadidi, you won't believe it. I just discovered a new star system, and it may harbor countless treasures. As he boasts to his friends, he takes several hearty swigs of his wine, becoming increasingly lightheaded. Just then, the ship's detection system relays astonishing news. Intelligent natives detected on a planet within the new star system. Kiki's curiosity is instantly piqued, and he completely forgets about registration, piloting his ship towards the life-bearing planet. Intelligent natives? This is even more intriguing. I must first assess whether this beautiful new star system qualifies as my domain. Chapter 100. Lord of the Solar System. Lin Feng Master. The intelligent core has completed its connection to the cosmic network. The solar system you inhabit is classified as an unclaimed star domain. I recommend that you purchase this star system immediately. Upon acquisition, it shall become a claimed star domain, free from the covetous eyes of cosmic adventurers. Should it be purchased by another adventurer from a different star domain, the solar system will become their private territory. The intelligent core, Kaka, advised. Oh, please elaborate, Lin Feng responded, astonished. After Kaka elucidated the details, Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Kaka, proceed with the purchase immediately. Understood, master. After a brief operation, a transaction screen materialized before Lin Feng. Welcome to the interstellar trading system, the cold electronic voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Taking a deep breath, he selected the option to become the new star system's lord. Subsequently, a virtual keyboard appeared before him, and Lin Feng input the confirmed coordinates of the star system. Before long, a prompt appeared on the screen. Beep. Coordinates confirmed. Initiating contact with the Galactic Management Bureau for star system ownership verification. Moments later, the communication with the Galactic Management Bureau was established. A voice resonated. This is the Galactic Management Bureau. Are you the user requesting verification of the star system's ownership? Please state your intentions. Yes, I am a native. This star system is currently unclaimed, and I wish to exercise my right to purchase it. The staff member at the Bureau paused briefly, seemingly reviewing relevant documents, before responding. We have confirmed that this star system is indeed unclaimed, bordered by the Kuiper Belt, encompassing 50,000 astronomical units, with a diameter of approximately 3.1 billion light-years. According to the Interstellar Treaty of the Laniakea Supercluster, if the purchaser is a native of the unclaimed star system, they possess the right of first purchase. May I ask if you are a native of this star system? Yes. The purchase price for this star system is 600 billion premium crystal stones, or one item of divine treasure level. Please provide payment in crystals or an item, and we will assess the value of the item you provide. Kindly display the item. Lin Feng swiftly deposited 600 billion premium crystal stones into the Galactic Management Bureau's account. Confirm transaction. Lin Feng watched the interface, gently pressing his finger. Please name the new star system. Solar system, Lin Feng promptly declared. As soon as his words fell, the system prompted that the transaction was successful. Beep. Congratulations, you are now the lord of the solar system. This is your identity information. From this moment forth, you shall possess absolute ownership of the entire solar system, protected by the laws of the galactic nation. Once your identity information is confirmed, you may receive lordly rights and regulations. A wave of divine consciousness swept through, instantly binding the identity information to Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng felt a wondrous connection established between himself and the distant star system. Beep. Congratulations, host, on becoming the lord of the solar system. The system grants you a gifted domain. Having become the lord of the solar system, Lin Feng also acquired the time gem, promptly initiating a spatial leap back to Earth. At this moment, he remained wholly unaware of the events unfolding within the solar system, fortunate to have completed the purchase in time. At the edge of the solar system, inside the spaceship as Keek's spacecraft approached Earth, preparing for further exploration, he discovered that this life-bearing planet had instituted comprehensive protective measures. What is going on? How can such a primitive planet possess such formidable defenses? He exclaimed. No, this emanates the aura of a divine treasure. Kiki was taken aback, the haze of intoxication dissipating considerably. Quick, purchase this star domain, he urged in a flurry. Beep. This star domain has now been claimed. Star domain name, Solar System. Lord, Lin Feng. What? Wasn't it an unclaimed star domain just moments ago? Check the purchase time quickly. Beep. The purchase was completed 5 minutes ago. Kiki screamed in a frenzy, lamenting why he hadn't purchased it immediately upon discovery. Curse it. How could the natives afford to buy an entire star system? Does this star system harbor some secret? Enraged and feeling his interests severely infringed upon, fueled by both alcohol and fury, he made a reckless decision to launch an attack on Earth. If I cannot possess it, neither shall anyone else. Kiki roared, maneuvering his spacecraft to unleash a barrage of lethal beams towards Earth. What Kiki did not realize was that this planet not only harbored treasures of chaos and divine quality, but also housed an intelligent entity with a level 5 technological core. Keek's spacecraft, merely a product of second-level civilization technology, was unable to detect the presence of a more advanced civilization. Just as Kiki was about to initiate his next course of action, boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, and the spacecraft Kiki occupied was instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Inside the celestial tower, Master, just moments ago, Earth was discovered by cosmic wandering adventurers. It is a vessel of second-tier civilization technology. Here is the video. Upon receiving the information, Kaka promptly reported to Lin Feng. Oh, Lin Feng exclaimed, his expression filled with dread as he gazed at the footage of the destroyed spaceship. Fortunately, the purchase was completed just in time. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated severely. A wave of apprehension washed over Lin Feng. Master, given your current strength and control over the core of 5th-tier technology, even if other cosmic wanderers were to acquire the mother planet, you could still negotiate independently with the Galactic Empire. There is no need for concern. Kaka elucidated to Lin Feng. Oh, is that truly possible? Lin Feng inquired. Let us hasten our return to Earth, he added, his thoughts lingering on his family back home, prompting him to initiate spatial jumping without delay. Chapter 101, Mastering the Time Gem. Brother Tong, what is the moving palace? Lin Feng began to examine the task rewards. The moving sanctuary is a portable cultivation palace. Subsequently, a stream of information surged into Lin Feng's consciousness. The Hunyuan Palace is a chaotic treasure of the palace type, capable of altering its size and appearance at will, freely traversing through time and space dimensions. The aura surrounding the palace can repel enemies, accelerate flight, and conceal celestial secrets for invisibility. Within, the chaotic spiritual energy is abundant and pure, automatically adjusting its attributes according to the cultivator's needs. As Lin Feng stepped into the Hunyuan Palace, a rich spiritual energy enveloped him. Though it appeared as a moving palace from the outside, its interior space was astonishingly vast, even larger than several floating islands, integrating a variety of terrains and showcasing ancient Chinese architectural styles. Just as Lin Feng intended to continue his exploration, he suddenly sensed that the Sky Tower had ceased its traversal. We are back on Earth, Lin Feng remarked, guiding the Sky Tower to gently descend upon the floating island. Immediately, Lin Feng reached out to Long Jingya, who was currently in seclusion, seated cross-legged within the Sky Tower. Lin Feng swiftly adjusted his state, propelling the Taishu Guanju to its maximum speed, while the power of the ancestral dragon, under the guidance of the Taishu Guanju, reached its peak. Lin Feng cast his gaze upon the time gem. A wisp of soul energy enveloped the gem, and the moment the soul energy made contact, an ancient and formidable force surged towards Lin Feng's soul like a tidal wave. Time gem absorb. In that instant, the overwhelming power, laden with the weight of ages, seemed intent on dragging Lin Feng's soul into an endless whirlpool of time. Lin Feng stifled a groan as beads of sweat instantly dotted his forehead. At that moment, he distinctly felt the powerful will of the time gem resisting his consumption. Within the gem, countless phantoms appeared to be contained. Ancient deities strolled through the rivers of time, while the birth and destruction of stars alternated in an instant. These phantoms relentlessly assaulted Lin Feng's consciousness, attempting to plunge him into chaos. As time passed, Lin Feng's soul felt as if pierced by innumerable needles of time, the excruciating pain pushing him to the brink of collapse. He continuously urged the power of the ancestral dragon, integrating it into his soul energy to enhance his control over the time gem. Outside the Sky Tower, the previously tranquil sky suddenly transformed, dark clouds rapidly gathering to form a colossal vortex, thunder and lightning crackling within, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Surrounding space began to warp, and the flow of time descended into chaos. Inside the Sky Tower, Lin Feng's body began to undergo peculiar changes. Mysterious patterns emerged on his skin, shimmering with a faint golden light, resonating with the radiance of the time gem. His hair turned snow white, each strand seemingly imbued with the profound secrets of time. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared no longer as a mere mortal, but as a deity wielding dominion over time. The brilliance of the time gem suddenly intensified, illuminating the entire Sky Tower as if it were daylight. Lin Feng felt a powerful force surge into his body. His form began to falter under the intensity of this force, cracks appearing on his skin, blood oozing forth. The Taishu Guiyuanju operated at its zenith, guiding the force to flow gently within him, gradually merging with his own power. As the fusion progressed, Lin Feng sensed an increasing mastery over time. Countless timelines of the past, present, and future interwove before his eyes. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the light of the time gem gradually dimmed, ultimately melding completely into Lin Feng's being. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a strange glimmer sparkling within them. Rising to his feet, Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, and the flow of time around him altered instantaneously. The once rapidly flowing time transformed into a sluggish stream, with a single falling leaf appearing to freeze midair. Having comprehended the time gem, Lin Feng unexpectedly broke through to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. With this elevation, the sheer amount of spiritual energy required for his advancement was far beyond that needed during the nascent soul stage. Yet a single gem had enabled him to leap across a significant boundary. Subsequently, following his mastery of the time gem, its accompanying skills flooded into Lin Feng's consciousness. Time reversal, indeed, this was the skill he sought. With it, he could directly return to the moment before Jingya's mother's accident at the age of 5 and bring her back to the present. Simultaneously, within a concealed space on the floating island, Jingyun, who had been protecting Lin Feng from the shadows, received a transmission from the ancestral master deep within the cosmic sea. The demon god has acted prematurely. Return swiftly. Junior brother, you must hasten your strength. I shall leave a clone here to protect you, hoping you can grow swiftly. After forming a source clone, Jingyun instantly vanished from the floating island. Heading towards the cosmic sea, Lin Feng remained entirely oblivious to these occurrences. Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, mid-stage transformation god. Cultivation technique, Taishu Guiyuanju, second heaven. Attributes, wood, earth, fire, thunder, space, time. Weapons, crimson flame, Hunyuan Sky Tower, heavenly punishment, Bao, Hunyuan Palace, chaos primordial seal, reincarnation mirror. Martial skills, sky splitting slash, golden crow red lotus, spatial cutting, spatial confinement, 10,000 swords returning to origin, star river mantra, celestial slash, 5 elements chaos break, time prison. Talents, Taishu golden eyes, teleportation, ancestral dragon power, devouring, primordial guardian, time reversal. Chapter 102, time reversal. Within the grand hall of the floating island, Lin Feng, Long Jingya, Long Jingxuan, and Long Mingyao gathered together. Today marked the day when Lin Feng would reverse time to rescue Long Jingya's mother, and the group observed him with palpable tension. Long Jingya's hands were slightly damp with sweat as she nervously awaited. Lin Feng reassured her, Jingya, do not worry. Your mother will be brought back. Brother Feng, I believe in you, Long Jingya replied, gazing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced around at the others, channeling a wisp of soul energy into the reincarnation mirror. The mirror's surface depicted rapidly flowing images, quickly locking onto the day when Long Jingya and her mother departed. This is the day, Long Jingya exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Hearing her words, Lin Feng softly commanded, time reversal. With Lin Feng's utterance, a brilliant beam of light shot skyward, and his figure began to shimmer, merging with time itself. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng vanished. Before him lay a bustling street, where a young Long Jingya held her mother's hand, strolling leisurely along the sidewalk. Suddenly, a black car barreled towards them like a wild stallion, hurtling straight towards Long Jingya and her mother. Lin Feng watched in horror as the critical moment unfolded. Long Jingya's mother, Shinsini, unhesitatingly exerted all her strength to push Long Jingya away. Just as the black car was about to collide with Shinsini and Long Jingya, Lin Feng called out, stop. As his words fell, time and space seemed to be frozen by an invisible hand. Quick as lightning, Lin Feng deployed his abilities, drawing Shinsini into the Sky Tower. The onlookers on the floating island observed the unfolding events through the reincarnation mirror with rapt attention. Upon hearing Lin Feng utter the word stop, Long Jingya could not contain her tears and cried out, Mom. In response, Lin Yuning hurriedly sought to comfort Long Jingya. When Shinsini was drawn into the Heavenly Ruins Tower, the scene in the reincarnation mirror abruptly vanished, and the tower autonomously severed all probing by magical artifacts and divine senses. Shinsini, her face contorted with terror, widened her eyes and frantically scanned her surroundings. Voicing her despair, Xiaoya, where's this? The series of harrowing events left her mind in a state of utter blankness, her thoughts unable to keep pace. Just a moment ago, a car had been careening towards her and Xiaoya, yet in the blink of an eye, she found herself in this entirely alien, eerily silent place. With her daughter nowhere to be seen. Trembling, Shinsini stumbled through the tower, desperately seeking a familiar presence. Each cry was laden with deep concern and endless longing for her daughter. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Lin Feng's expression was grave, his gaze piercing. This accident was no mere coincidence. It undoubtedly concealed an unspeakable conspiracy. Lin Feng turned his attention once more to the cloaked figure nearby, and a surge of formidable spiritual power erupted from his palm, locking onto the soul of the black-clad figure from afar. The figure instantly froze. An expression of excruciating agony etched upon their face, their body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, continuously channeling spiritual energy as he commenced a soul search. Within the fragmented memories of that soul, the shadowy figure of the mastermind gradually emerged, and a staggering secret was on the verge of revelation. Upon grasping the full circumstances, Lin Feng's form flickered and he appeared within the Heavenly Ruins Tower. Shinsini sensed the presence of this unfamiliar man, her eyes instantly sharpening with suspicion. Who are you? Where's this? Her voice trembled with evident anxiety and urgency. At merely 27 years of age, Shinsini possessed striking beauty. Lin Feng, beholding his stunning mother-in-law, dared not be dismissive and respectfully introduced himself. Hello, Auntie. My name is Lin Feng, a close friend of Jingya's. I am here to rescue you. Please come with me to see Jingya. She is deeply worried about you. Shinsini scrutinized him from head to toe, incredulous. Jingya is only 5 years old. How can you be her friend? Who are you deceiving? What have you done to my daughter? Why am I here? I need to call the police. As Shinsini teetered on the brink of hysteria, Lin Feng, striving for calm, explained, Auntie, time is of the essence. There are many things you do not understand. We must leave at once. Leave? Where? You must return my daughter to me. As Shinsini threatened to exacerbate the misunderstanding, Lin Feng manipulated the Heavenly Ruins Tower, transporting them instantaneously into the time-space tunnel. In a flash of light, the Heavenly Ruins Tower re-emerged in the real world. Lin Feng opened the tower, revealing Shinsini and himself within the grand hall of the floating island. Mom, a voice filled with emotion and excitement rang out, followed swiftly by wife, daughter-in-law. Several voices intertwined, shattering the hall's previous silence and solemnity. Shinsini, engulfed in confusion, had intended to press Lin Feng for answers, but these sudden voices interrupted her. She turned sharply, her gaze sweeping towards the source of the sounds. Before her stood several figures, their familiar outlines gradually becoming clearer. You Mingyao? Dad? You all? Shinsini's voice was laden with disbelief, her eyes darting between the faces before her. Her husband, youthful and vibrant, scarcely yet 30, appeared so haggard. And her father-in-law? How had he aged into such frailty, his hair now a stark white? Everything felt so surreal. Amidst her bewilderment, her gaze fell upon a graceful woman nearby. The woman's lithe form radiated concern and anticipation. Shinsini regarded her with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet her mind could not piece together the corresponding memories, prompting her to murmur, This girl, why do I feel such a strong sense of kinship, yet cannot articulate why? At that moment, Long Mingyao, struggling to contain his emotions, spoke with a quivering voice, Wife, it's me Mingyao. He stepped forward slowly, his gait somewhat unsteady. Long Jingxuan also approached, his voice trembling as he said, Daughter-in-law. You have suffered. Long Jingya took several steps forward, grasping Shinsini's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mom, it's me, Jingya, your daughter. Shinsini's mind descended into chaos, her hand clasped tightly by Jingya, her gaze flitting between the faces of the three. Jingya? You are Jingya? My Jingya is only 5 years old. Shinsini's voice trembled with uncertainty. Unable to believe the reality before her, she turned to Lin Feng, her voice urgent. What is happening? Is this a dream? Wife, this is not a dream. Let me explain everything to you. Long Mingyao proceeded to recount the entire series of events from the day of the accident to all that had transpired thereafter. After an extensive period of confirmation, Shinsini finally reunited with her parents and ultimately accepted that this was indeed 15 years into the future. Upon learning the truth, Shinsini embraced Long Jingya. Overwhelmed with anguish, after 15 years of torment, their family had finally been reunited. Chapter 103, Graduation. Lin Feng reopened the time-space tunnel to bring back Long Jingxuan's partner. And after a 15-year separation, the Long family was finally reunited. Following these events, Lin Feng's parents, upon learning of the circumstances, expressed their approval of his actions, and everyone settled contentedly on the floating island. The most pressing matter now was the impending marriage between Lin Feng and Long Jingya. Shen Sini's perception of Lin Feng had transformed dramatically following this ordeal. Shifting from wariness to complete acceptance, he now appeared wholly agreeable to her. 3 months swiftly passed. Lin Feng, driving his Bugatti, sped towards Shunin University, for today was an exceptionally significant day for Long Jingya, her university graduation. Filled with joy, Lin Feng could hardly wait to witness this shining moment in Jingya's life and accompany her to the post-graduation gathering. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Shunin University, the roar of the Bugatti swiftly capturing the attention of surrounding students. Whispers circulated among them. Who is this? Driving such an impressive car, what arrogance! A group of students murmured to each other. Another rich, second generation flaunting wealth. What flaunting? He's just here to pick up girls. Alas, the moral fabric of society is declining. Some female students just don't know how to conduct themselves. Hey, what are you saying? Why don't you reflect on why you lack money instead of criticizing those who have it? What is wrong with being wealthy? The crowd chattered animatedly, ultimately failing to reach any consensus. Lin Feng paid no heed to the rumors, hurriedly making his way onto campus, where a vibrant scene unfolded. Graduates donned in their caps and gowns posed for photographs. Lin Feng's eyes quickly found Long Jingya among the crowd, resplendent in her graduation attire. A gentle smile gracing her face. Lin Feng strode forward and enveloped Long Jingya in a warm embrace. Jingya, congratulations on your graduation. Long Jingya wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, bashfully replying, Lin Feng, why did you arrive so late? There are so many classmates around. What does that matter? We are legally together. Lin Feng playfully winked at Long Jingya, unfazed by the envious glares of the surrounding boys. Standing at 190 centimeters, Lin Feng paired with Long Jingya at 170 centimeters, creating a strikingly handsome couple that drew admiration from onlookers. Their essay gathering later. You must come. Long Jingya whispered in Lin Feng's ear. All right, I'll accompany you. Lin Feng readily agreed, and then whispered a few words into Long Jingya's ear, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, a sight most enchanting. At 6 in the evening, within the grand banquet hall of the Deep South Hotel, as Long Jingya entered alongside Lin Feng, a considerable number of classmates had already gathered. Upon their arrival, the girls gazed at Lin Feng's luxury car with envy, while the boys displayed expressions of jealousy. As the reunion formally commenced, toasts were exchanged among the attendees, for it was uncertain when they might meet again, and some might not cross paths for the rest of their lives. Li Deyu stood upright, a proud smile adorning his face as he proclaimed loudly, My father said that once I graduate, I will return to manage our family's company. Should any of you encounter difficulties, feel free to reach out. The moment he finished speaking, the air filled with a chorus of praises. Someone chuckled, Dayu, you truly have a bright future ahead. Let us raise a glass. Another lifted their drink in mock salute, expressing their reliance on him for future support. Soon after, another classmate waved a piece of paper, exclaiming, Look here. I've received an employment offer from Oncon Group. That's the largest company in our city. I will soon be a part of the workforce. The classmates gathered around to inspect the notice, emitting a series of astonished gasps. Each person began sharing their aspirations for the future. Long Jingya remained in the corner, quietly listening without uttering a word. Noticing her silence, a nearby classmate urged, Jingya, do share your plans for the future. Long Jingya smiled gently, shook her head, and softly replied, I plan to get married first. Her words fell like a stone into a still pond, causing her classmates to widen their eyes in unison, exclaiming, What? Marriage? How can you think of marriage at such a pivotal moment in your life? At this juncture, a girl from the class approached with a teasing expression, saying, Jingya, why the rush to marry right after graduation? Do you truly wish to be a full-time housewife? Ignoring the reactions around her, Long Jingya turned to Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with happiness, simply stating, I have made my decision. The reunion continued, glasses were raised in toast, reminiscing about school days and discussing future plans. Lin Feng remained by Long Jingya's side, engaging in brief exchanges when approached, yet spending most of his time with her. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere shifted abruptly when the door to the private room was violently flung open. A group of burly, inebriated individuals barged in, initially having entered by mistake. Their attention was instantly captivated by the beauty of several female classmates, particularly Long Jingya, whose allure sparked a glint of greed in their eyes. The leader, a bald man with a sinister grin, advanced menacingly towards Long Jingya, muttering, Such a beauty shouldn't be stuck here with you bookworms. Let us take her out for some fun. Seeing this, Lin Feng stood up and confronted the bald man. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to the man's face, sending him crashing into the corner, lifelessly still. Silence enveloped the room. The intruders and classmates alike were rendered speechless. After a tense pause, one of the goons finally regained his senses. The bald man slowly stirred, exclaiming, "Who hit me? I'll make them pay." Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with admiration, while the surrounding classmates pondered in confusion, wondering if it was merely Lin Feng's looks that captivated her. At that moment, one of the bald man's lackeys stepped forward, sneering, "Kid, you're in for it now. Do you know who you just messed with? This is Brother Fei from the west side. You're finished, and so is the girl beside you." "Oh, Brother Fei, is he that formidable? I've never heard of him," Lin Feng replied with feigned interest. Having enjoyed a smooth journey in his own endeavors, he decided it was time to gain some worldly experience, and thus resolved to engage with these thugs. Long Jingya, sensing Lin Feng's intentions, whispered, "Feng Go, please don't let it escalate to violence." Lin Feng reassured her with a gentle pat. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Brothers, this kid dares to touch Brother Fei. Take him down and grab the girl. Tonight, we feast." Before he could finish, a sharp sound echoed through the room. Lin Feng's hand, fueled by righteous anger, struck swiftly. The force sent one of the lackeys flying, his teeth scattering like confetti, and he crashed against the door, falling to the ground, motionless. "Kid, you've got quite the strength," the bald leader murmured as he began to regain consciousness, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Brothers, attack him together. Make sure he suffers." The remaining lackeys surged forward like a pack of ravenous wolves. Lin Feng positioned Long Jingya safely behind him, his gaze icy as he surveyed the oncoming throng. With a decisive slap, the foremost attacker was hurled backward, crashing into several others. A series of resounding slaps followed, causing all within the room to shield their faces, too terrified to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Finally, only the bald man remained. Lin Feng approached slowly and took a seat. "Kid, I'm one of Dai Gu's men. If you have any guts, don't run." The bald man stammered, his bravado waning. "Oh, today, I intend to have some fun with you," Lin Feng replied calmly, his interest piqued. These societal scourges, if allowed to persist, would inevitably cause more harm. So he addressed his classmates, "You all should leave. I'll stay and see how this unfolds." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, most classmates promptly exited the room, while Long Jingya settled onto the couch, playing with her bracelet. "People like you, social failures, if I let you go today. Who knows how many more people you'll harm." With that, Lin Feng raised his hand once again. Just then, the door burst open, and a group armed with clubs charged in, led by a burly man adorned with a large gold chain. His face a mask of brutishness, clearly the Dai Gu the bald man had mentioned. "This is the one, Dai Gu," the bald man exclaimed, his spirits revived. Dai Gu appraised Lin Feng with disdain. "Kid, you've got some guts to touch my people. Haven't you heard of my reputation?" Lin Feng remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, "No, perhaps your name isn't as well known as you think." Dai Gu erupted in laughter. "You should consider who you are. Brothers, take him down and beat him to a pulp." No sooner had he finished speaking than a swarm of thugs rushed at Lin Feng, wielding their clubs. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Without a visible motion from him, Dai Gu witnessed an astonishing sight as the first few attackers were swiftly felled. Writhing in pain on the ground, Dai Gu, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and seized a steel pipe to join the fray. Though he was large and strong, before Lin Feng, he was akin to a mere novice. Had Lin Feng not wished to avoid drawing too much attention, the outcome would have been disastrous for them all. Seizing an opportune moment, Lin Feng raised his hand. A resounding slap echoed as Dai Gu felt a fiery pain on his right cheek, stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the ground. "How does it feel now?" Lin Feng stood before Dai Gu, a smile dancing in his eyes. At that moment, the blaring sirens echoed outside. Jing Chang'an forcefully kicked open the ajar door of the private room, revealing Jiadai slumped in the corner, his face buried in his hands, the bruises rendering him a comical sight. Lin Feng stood in the center with his arms crossed, his attire remarkably unwrinkled, resembling more of a bystander in this tumultuous melee. "Nobody move. Police." The officers behind Jing Chang'an swiftly dispersed, pinning the ruffians on the ground. "Officer, there has been a misunderstanding." Jiadai instantly adopted a mournful expression. He struck first. He struggled to point at Lin Feng, only to be yanked back by Jing Chang'an. "The surveillance footage has been retrieved from the moment you barged in. Everything is crystal clear." Jiadai was dragged outside by two officers, casting a venomous glare at Long Jingya as he passed her by. Jing Chang'an offered a reassuring nod to Long Jingya before turning to Lin Feng. "Thank you for your cooperation. We may require you to provide a statement later." He glanced at the injured sprawled across the floor and added, "However, your restraint was commendable. It is fortunate that no lives were lost." The sirens blared once more as several police cars whisked Jiadai and the others away into the night. Bro Feng, you were so cool just now, Long Jingyao remarked, gazing at Lin Feng. Really? Then I shall engage in brawls every day just for you to see. Long Jingya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted playfully, you jest. I meant your courageous act of stepping up to protect everyone, not that I encourage you to stir trouble everywhere. She gently punched Lin Feng's shoulder, her eyes filled with concern and playful reproach. Lin Feng chuckled, scratching his head. All right, I understand the gravity of the situation. In that scenario, I couldn't just stand by and watch them take you away. He looked at Long Jingya. Receiving your praise makes this brawl worthwhile. How annoying. Lin Feng retrieved the car and glanced at Long Jingya. Let us go celebrate elsewhere. Upon hearing his words, Long Jingya felt a sudden sense of foreboding. The roar of the engine ignited the night, and the Bugatti surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a trail of wind and light in its wake. Within the Hunyuan Palace, Long Jingya finally grasped the meaning behind Lin Feng's earlier words as their youthful bodies intertwined throughout the night. Lin Feng had reached the late stage of the transformation realm, while Long Jingya, with her pure yin body, had also advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. After a fierce battle lasting dozens of rounds, Long Jingya ultimately succumbed, as the immense disparity between the nascent soul and transformation realms was insurmountable. At dawn, Long Jingya curled up in Lin Feng's embrace, soundly asleep. Lin Feng gazed adoringly at the beauty in his arms, his heart brimming with tenderness and fulfillment. Chapter 105, The Sword Embryo. Beep. The host has 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to proceed? System, let's draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the innate spiritual root Huangzhou. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Sword Embryo. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 200 billion top-grade crystals. System, what is the Sword Embryo? A growth-type Chaos Supreme Treasure, capable of fusion and upgrading. Upon hearing this, a fervent light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, and immediately, information about the Sword Embryo flooded into his consciousness. With a thought, an iron-colored long sword materialized in Lin Feng's hand. Its elongated form exuding an aura as if it were forged from the purest chaos essence, dense and imbued with a profound, enigmatic quality. As if countless unawakened mysteries lay hidden within its crystalline core. The sword's surface showcased naturally formed runic patterns, subtle yet intricate, resembling serpents gracefully weaving through the realms, embodying a beauty that was both spontaneous and rich with profound truths. The tip of the sword seemed capable of effortlessly tearing through the seams of time and space, imparting an illusion that one's very soul might be rent asunder. The hilt bore an ancient texture, reminiscent of an archaic totem. Sensing Lin Feng's presence, the sword embryo erupted with dazzling light, and a multitude of runes surged forth from it, swirling around Lin Feng. He felt an excruciating pain in his mind, as if countless blades were slicing through his very essence. As time passed, the runes gradually integrated into Lin Feng's body, the sword embryo's resistance waning until it recognized its master. Gripping the sword embryo tightly, Lin Feng felt the immense power contained within. With a thought, the crimson flame sword appeared in Lin Feng's other hand. He promptly brought the 2 swords together, channeling his spiritual energy as the sword embryo and the crimson flame engaged in a fierce clash. The sword embryo unleashed a powerful sword aura, colliding with the flames of the crimson flame, producing a series of thunderous booms. Sensing the sword embryo's devouring threat, the crimson flame became increasingly frantic, attempting to break free from the sword embryo's grasp, but the latter held on tenaciously. In their deadlock, the sword embryo began to gradually absorb the crimson flame's power. As the crimson flame's strength diminished, its flames gradually weakened, while the sword embryo grew more radiant, its runes becoming increasingly distinct until the crimson flame was completely consumed. Lin Feng, feeling the formidable power within the sword embryo, swung it lightly, unleashing a searing sword aura that cleaved a nearby mountain in 2. At that moment, the information regarding the sword embryo fully entered Lin Feng's consciousness. Its name was the Sacred Sword of Chaos. The Sacred Sword of Chaos. Its essence entwined with the dual principles of destruction and rebirth, bore starry engravings along its blade that could trigger the power to devour celestial bodies. Accompanying skills. 1. Star Annihilation. Channel the power of the celestial bodies to instantaneously obliterate a star domain, even shaking the foundations of the 3 realms. 2. Chaos Malevolence. The sword seals the primal malevolence from the dawn of chaos, capable of eroding the primordial spirit. 3. Cycle of Rebirth. Sever the ties of causality and shatter the shackles of fate. Such a defiant treasure. Lin Feng scrutinized the sacred sword of chaos in his grasp. Even amidst the multitude of treasures he possessed, he was profoundly awed by the sight of this sacred sword. System, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, Peak of the Transformation Realm. Cultivation Method, Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, Second Heaven. Attributes, Wood, Earth, Fire, Thunder, Space, Time. Weapons, Sacred Sword of Chaos. Kaitian, Axe, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Tianfa, Bao, Chaos Hongming Seal, Chaos Pearl, Reincarnation Mirror, Hunyuan Palace, Taiji Diagram. Martial Skills, Sky Rift Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting. Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to Origin, Star River Mantra, Star Slash, 5 Elements Chaos Break, Time Prison, Kaitian 3 Styles. Talents, Tai Su Golden Eyes, Teleportation. Ancestral Dragon Power, Devour, Hongming Guardian, Time Reversal, Domain. Gazing at the attribute panel, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. It had been a month since he reached the peak of the transformation realm, yet there was still no sign of a breakthrough. What might be the catalyst for advancement? Lin Feng pondered deeply. Beep. System issues SSSSS level quest. Unravel the ancient secrets of King Solomon's treasure. Completion rewards, a portion of Chaos Spiritual Liquid, a mysterious map, and a Chaos Divine Herb. Failure will result in a random deduction of one of the host's talents. There are penalties? Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the system's voice echoed once more, urging him to make a prompt decision. Will the host accept the task? Accepted. Beep. Host has accepted SSSSS level quest. Unravel the ancient secrets of King Solomon's treasure. Task description. Task objective. Investigate the Book of King Solomon's secrets. Task content. Legend has it that King Solomon possessed boundless wealth, his treasure hidden in a mysterious location. The host is to follow the map's guidance to find the key to King Solomon's treasure, opening it to uncover the Book of King Solomon. Could King Solomon's treasure truly exist? Solomon constructed the first temple, Solomon's Temple, in Jerusalem, which was destroyed in 586 BC by Babylonian King Nebuchadnezzar II, who plundered the treasures within. Thus, King Solomon's treasure was lost to time. The brief hint, how to seek it. Chapter 106, The Legend of King Solomon. Jingya, I have received a clue regarding the treasure of King Solomon, which may present an opportunity for a breakthrough in the divine transformation realm. Will you accompany me? Lin Feng said, gazing at the awakening Long Jingya. Wonderful. Brother Feng, Long Jingya exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of venturing out with Lin Feng. Then let's set off. Lin Feng maneuvered the primordial palace, instantly arriving above Jerusalem, stabilizing their position as the two departed the palace, entering the sacred city of Jerusalem. Brother Feng, the customs and atmosphere here differ greatly from our dragon kingdom. Long Jingya bounced ahead, embodying the essence of a curious child. This is a quintessential Middle Eastern locale. We should relish our time here for a few days. After spending a day in the holy city, Lin Feng made no discoveries. Yet Long Jingya accumulated quite a bounty. Without her spatial ring, she would have needed a moving company. As night fell, the primordial palace hovered above Jerusalem, with Lin Feng and Long Jingya observing the ancient city steeped in millennia of history. Lin Feng's eyes opened and closed, instantly activating his void golden eyes. A powerful vortex of mysterious energy surged towards them, but the primordial palace effortlessly countered its pull. Lin Feng's mind churned. This could be the secret to the treasure. He grasped Long Jingya's hand and entered the celestial tower, moving towards the vortex. In the underground world, a millennia-old stone door emerged before them. Brother Feng, what is this? Long Jingya asked, her voice tinged with caution as she regarded the stone door. Be careful, Xiaoya. Solomon's secret may lie within, Lin Feng warned, unwilling to take any chances. Celestial puppet, Lin Feng commanded with his thoughts. A puppet materialized before him. Scout ahead for any dangers. The puppet complied and flew forward, but as it approached, an energy blade swiftly bisected it. What kind of power is this? Lin Feng gasped in astonishment, realizing that the puppet, capable of wielding 90 of his combat strength, had been effortlessly severed. He couldn't underestimate the abilities that might exist on Earth. He summoned 2 more puppets, both meeting the same fate. Such formidable defense. It seems there are indeed secrets to break through the divine transformation realm hidden within. Lin Feng decided against using the puppets any further. He felt reassured and activated his innate domain, guiding the celestial tower closer to the stone door. As the tower approached, dozens of energy storms raged towards it like furious thunderbolts. Yet, no matter how violently the storms lashed out, the celestial tower remained as steadfast as a mountain, effortlessly withstanding all assaults. Seeing this, Lin Feng promptly recalled the tower, taking Long Jingya with him as they soared toward the stone door. A wave of soul energy surged into the door. With a click, the millennia-silent stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a breathtaking sight that left Lin Feng in awe. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him as the door fully opened, unveiling a grand palace, a treasure trove seemingly forgotten by time. Ding. System has detected the Book of King Solomon. Please acquire it. Host. Indeed, it is Solomon's treasure. Lin Feng exclaimed with delight as the celestial tower glided into the palace. He summoned the puppet once more, triggering no traps. He cautiously led Long Jingya deeper into the palace as the great doors slowly closed behind them. Before them stood a magnificent castle constructed of gold, with layers of golden bricks and neatly arranged gold bars. The surface of the gold bars gleamed like mirrors, clearly reflecting the faces of Lin Feng and Long Jingya. Brother Feng, look at all the gold coins. Long Jingya gasped, spellbound by the sight before her. Lin Feng tugged at her hand, urging her to continue exploring. In the corners, piles of gold coins loomed like small mountains, each inscribed with ancient symbols. Various gemstones and crystals shimmered like an ocean, captivating anyone who beheld them. Among the numerous artifacts, the most striking were the mountains of books. Their covers made from diverse materials, some crafted from rare animal hides adorned with gemstones and metals, others bound with ancient wooden boards. Although the pages had yellowed with age, the inscriptions remained legible. As Lin Feng opened one of the books, a wave of antiquity washed over him. The text was inscribed in a myriad of ancient languages, cuneiform, hieroglyphics, and some mysterious symbols never before seen. These tomes chronicled the astronomical, geographical, and medical knowledge of King Solomon's era. Continuing onward, ancient artifacts, statues, and pottery came into view. Before them, on an elevated platform made of ancient stones, a fire had burned for millennia, its edges flickering with golden light. Within the flames lay a book radiating a mysterious glow. Lin Feng felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. This was indeed the legendary Book of King Solomon. Ding. System has detected the Book of King Solomon. Please acquire it. Host. Ding. System has detected the eternal flame. Please acquire it. Host. The mechanical voice of the system chimed again. System, are there other treasures? The eternal flame? Lin Feng exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Acquire. The Book of King Solomon. The eternal flame and the stone platform were simultaneously absorbed into the system's space. As Lin Feng stored the stone platform, the surroundings shifted dramatically. The once tranquil palace began to tremble violently, the ancient runes on the walls flickering erratically. As the vibrations intensified, stones from the palace ceiling began to plummet. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Lin Feng quickly gathered all the treasures within the palace into the system space before pulling Long Jingya into the celestial tower. The once resplendent and enigmatic treasure palace swiftly transformed into a desolate ruin. From above, the vast desert took on the shape of an eye. Lin Feng maneuvered the celestial tower, returning to the primordial palace in an instant. Chapter 107, Dark Matter. Inside the primordial palace, Lin Feng retrieved a reward item, the innate spiritual root, yellow zhongli, and planted it in the vacant space before the main hall. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. The originally azure sky was suddenly veiled by rolling purple mist, swirling with countless mysterious runes that flickered in and out of sight. The ground of the primordial palace began to tremble gently as golden spiritual patterns spread from the roots of the spiritual root, resembling golden veins extending to every corner of the palace. Wherever they flowed, the ground's bluestone became crystalline and translucent, subtly radiating a warm glow. The spiritual root grew at a visible pace, its sturdy branches rapidly ascending, and its lush green leaves unfurling in layers, each shimmering with a strange luster. The veins appearing to flow with spiritual essence, exuding a vibrant vitality. With the growth of the spiritual root, an ancient and mysterious aura permeated the entire primordial palace. The once tranquil and serene palace now seemed infused with a powerful life force, brimming with vitality. Surrounding the spiritual root, multicolored spiritual flowers blossomed out of nowhere, swaying in the breeze as spiritual dew fell, pooling on the ground and transforming into springs of spiritual essence, continuously bubbling with crystalline bubbles. Each bubble that burst released a wisp of pure spiritual energy. Lin Feng marveled at the transformation of the primordial palace wrought by the spiritual root, and at that moment, he redirected his focus onto another item. The Book of Solomon emanated a surge of spiritual energy, its brilliance intensifying and transforming into a luminous stream that entered Lin Feng's brow. He closed his eyes, exerting all his strength to assimilate the vast information contained within. After a considerable time, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes. Brother Feng, what does this book record? Long Jingya inquired eagerly, observing him. This tome elucidates the profound secrets of the dark attribute, Lin Feng replied slowly. Dark attribute. Long Jingya was perplexed, unfamiliar with the concept of dark matter. It is one of the 12 elemental attributes that exist in the universe, Lin Feng explained, recounting the 12 elemental attributes to her. Thus, It seems that the cultivation method you practice necessitates the consumption of these elements for advancement, she deduced. Dark elements? Lin Feng recalled that the level 5 technology core utilized dark matter as energy and promptly summoned Kaka. Kaka, tell me about dark matter. No sooner had Lin Feng spoken than a golden sphere of light appeared before him and Long Jingya. Master, dark elements, or dark matter, embody an extraordinarily potent force. They signify both destruction and devastation while also harboring unique creativity and potential. The essence of level 5 technological civilization lies in mastering dark elements. What are its specific functions? Lin Feng continued to inquire. Instantly, a stream of information surged into his consciousness, granting him comprehensive understanding of the dark elemental attributes. Ah, I see. The dark attributes' attacks carry corrosive and cursed effects, capable of injuring both the body and the soul. Defense relies on energy shields that absorb and nullify attacks. While the dark mist can disorient adversaries, it can manipulate light to create a dark environment, advantageous for one's own movements. Dark energy can warp time and space, forming a unique quantum realm within the dark universe. Having perused the introduction to dark elements, Lin Feng was astounded by their formidable power. At that moment, Long Jingya's phone notification chimed. The screen displayed a message from Su Xiaoxiao, prompting Long Jingya to hastily open it, only to find an incomplete voice message. The content lingering it saved me, small. What is happening? Long Jingya's heart raced as she scrutinized the message, her anxiety mounting. She immediately redialed Su Xiaoxiao's number, only to discover that the phone was turned off. Lin Feng, this is bad. Look, Long Jingya frantically handed her phone to him. Could it be a prank? Lin Feng was taken aback. Ah, Xiaoxiao never jokes like this. Something has certainly happened. Long Jingya insisted urgently. Jingya, don't panic. I will find a way. Lin Feng sensed something was amiss. After all, Su Xiaoxiao was a police officer. She wouldn't engage in such jest. Do you have any of Su Xiaoxiao's belongings? Her clothing would suffice. Yes, this garment belongs to her. I wore it last time and Haven T returned it yet. Long Jingya produced a white top. Oh, Lin Feng said. Upon seeing the style of the clothing, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Su Xiaoxiao and Long Jingya shared such taste. Stop staring. We need to find her quickly, Long Jingya remarked, sensing the provocative nature of the garment. I am not. Lin Feng was about to clarify, but he promptly took the clothing, a strand of spiritual energy sweeping over it. He captured Su Xiaoxiao's essence, and a star map appeared in the hall. A blue light flickered, and Lin Feng pinpointed Su Xiaoxiao's location. The Hunyuan Palace immediately surged toward the blue dot. In the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, a cruise ship was navigating towards an island nation. Yano, wake her up, Kawajiri Masao instructed a nearby ninja. Yes. Yano Taro stepped forward, splashing a cup of cold water onto Su Xiaoxiao's face, rousing her slowly. Who are you? What do you want? Su Xiaoxiao surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, her heart racing as she noticed several individuals dressed as ninjas from the island nation. Ah, Miss Su, greetings. I am Kawajiri Masao from the island nation. We have gone through great lengths to bring you here for something that requires your cooperation. He spoke in broken Chinese. Where are you taking me? Our destination is the northern province of the island nation, a beautiful place. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. Ha ha. Why have you kidnapped me? Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in panic. Miss Su, your curiosity is commendable, but I advise you not to delve too deeply. It would be detrimental to you. You cannot escape from Long Country. Do not harbor such dreams. Miss Su, we are already on the high seas. I suggest you comply. Your beauty is quite striking, and my ability to control myself is limited. Additionally, my companions have long coveted your form, Captain Kawajiri remarked, eliciting laughter from Yano Taro. I'll teach Miss Su how to be a woman first, and then you can take over. Remember, she must remain alive, Kawajiri instructed the other ninjas. Thank you, Captain. May we have the honor of observing your prowess? Yano Taro said with a lewd grin. Yano, you handle the play. Everyone else, stay back, Kawajiri commanded. Su Xiaoxiao was paralyzed with fear, envisioning her grim fate. Miss Su, as a member of the Dragon Group, I believe you understand what awaits you. Once our mission is complete, you will be delivered to the Red Light District in the east, where you will experience ecstasy beyond imagination. Ha! Chapter 108, Rescue. Just as Kawajiri Masao was about to tear Su Xiaoxiao's clothing, Lin Feng locked onto her essence, and, alongside Long Jingya, instantly appeared in the cabin. The sudden appearance of the two startled several island warriors. Baka, who are you? Yano Taro was the first to react. Help! Su Xiaoxiao cried out, only to notice that Kawajiri Masao had halted his actions. Xiaoya, Lin Feng, save me. She sobbed. Baka, who are you? How did you get in? Kawajiri Masao exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Lin Feng surveyed the group of ninjas before him and asked, you lot dare to come to Long Country for kidnapping? You are woefully unqualified for such endeavors. Baka. Kawajiri Masao drew his katana, and the others surged forward. Lin Feng did not engage them. His energy instantly locked onto the ninjas present. Bang! The atmosphere became eerily tranquil as the other 6 ninjas disintegrated into a mist of blood. The air thick with the acrid scent of iron. A flame flickered, and a chilling scream echoed through the air. Long Jingya quickly approached, offering Su Xiaoxiao a coat to wear. Who are you? Are you human or ghost? Kawajiri Masao stammered, a warm stream running down his pants in terror. Having never witnessed such carnage, Su Xiaoxiao fainted. Lin Feng stepped before Kawajiri Masao. He performed a soul search, and moments later, he comprehended the unfolding events. As the soul search concluded, Kawajiri Masao was left in a dazed state. Keeping you alive would only pollute the air. Explode. Kawajiri similarly dissolved into a mist of blood. Brother Feng, these scoundrels dared to lay a hand on Xiaoxiao. Do not let them off lightly. Long Jingya seethed. There is one more. Wait for me. Lin Feng declared before vanishing from sight. He reappeared in a bedroom within the ship, beside a more powerful ninja. Yet, before the ninja could react, Lin Feng swiftly executed a soul search, resulting in the ninja's transformation into blood mist. Upon returning to the cabin, Su Xiaoxiao had regained consciousness. Lin Feng turned to Long Jingya. Xiaoya, can we leave now? Aye. Su Xiaoxiao, wrapped in Long Jingya's coat, stood awkwardly, her bare legs exposed. Despite her boisterous personality, Su Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss, overwhelmed by a complex swirl of emotions following her harrowing experience. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the scene, the intense visual impact causing him to linger momentarily. Long Jingya, sensing the unusualness, shot Lin Feng a sharp glare. Instantly embarrassed, Lin Feng retrieved a clean garment from his spatial storage and handed it to Long Jingya. She accepted the clothing and hurriedly assisted Su Xiaoxiao in changing. Glancing at the still-dazed Lin Feng as she said, "Could you turn around, please?" Lin Feng promptly turned away. 2 minutes later, Long Jingya announced, "Lin Feng, it's done. You can turn back now." In truth, had Lin Feng wished to sneak a glance, he could have utilized his perception abilities, which surpassed mere sight. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao inquired, "What should we do? How do we leave?" Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a mirror before him. Have you noticed that there's a mirror here?" Su Xiaoxiao suddenly shrieked, "Pervert!" Long Jingya, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "You rascal, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Nonetheless, she understood that Lin Feng had not intended any malice, and she bore no ill will toward him. Without lingering any longer, Lin Feng grasped Long Jingya's hand, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them found themselves at the Tang Palace Villa in Magic City. While the military and police were still conducting citywide searches, Lin Feng drove Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao to the mountaintop estate of Su Xiaoxiao's family. "Grandfather!" Su Xiaoxiao cried out upon seeing Su Jinsong. "Xiaoxiao!" The elderly man, stooped with age, rushed forward, his wrinkled hands trembling as they grasped Su Xiaoxiao's shoulders, tears of joy streaming down his sunken cheeks. You're back! You're back! Grandfather, I thought I would never see you again." Su Xiaoxiao sobbed as she fell into the old man's embrace. "It's all right now," he said, tears streaming down his face. "Xiaoxiao, you're safe." Once he had comforted Su Xiaoxiao, Long Jingya sat beside her on the sofa. Su Jinsong turned his gaze toward Lin Feng and Long Jingya, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Lin Xiaoyu, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Who was it that abducted Xiaoxiao?" "It was the ninjas from the island nation." Lin Feng recounted the general process of Su Xiaoxiao's rescue. "Lin Xiaoyu, I cannot thank you enough. You have saved Xiaoxiao and become a benefactor to our Su family." Lin Feng waved his hand. "You're too kind, old sir. Xiaoxiao is a friend of Jingya, and we have a good rapport. As a younger generation, I would have lent a hand regardless." At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao ceased her tears, her eyes red as she looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, Jingya, thank you. Lin Xiaoyu, I have a humble request, and I hope you will consider it." Su Jinsong addressed Lin Feng earnestly. "Please, speak, Su Lao," Lin Feng replied. Noting Su Jinsong's serious demeanor, with a hint of nervousness, Su Jinsong continued, "Lin Xiaoyu, could you allow Xiaoxiao to follow you and become a martial artist? Although she is a member of the Dragon Group, her training has been brief, and she has only learned some external martial arts. This time, thanks to your timely rescue. But who knows what might happen in the future? If there were to be another incident, the consequences are too dire to contemplate. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter." Having witnessed Lin Feng's prowess during the abduction incident, Su Xiaoxiao realized the significance of his strength. As a member of the Dragon Group, she was acutely aware of Lin Feng's formidable capabilities, and upon hearing her grandfather's words, a spark ignited in her eyes. Long Jingya chimed in, "Brother Feng, please let Xiaoxiao join me." Lin Feng glanced between Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao, noticing their eager expressions, and he reluctantly nodded, "All right." However, I cannot formally take her on as a disciple. I can only offer some guidance. But you must understand, cultivation is not an easy endeavor. Be prepared for hardship. Su Xiaoxiao leaped up in excitement. Lin Feng, Jingya, I will definitely work hard. Chapter 109, The Spirit Void Jade Cauldron. Lin Feng, along with Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao, departed from the Su family villa and returned to the floating island, where they temporarily settled down. After a systematic and authoritative examination, it was revealed that Su Xiaoxiao possessed the rare elemental spirit body, which left Lin Feng utterly astonished. Why are there so many individuals with extraordinary physiques around me? Or is it that such special physiques are quite common? However, Su Xiaoxiao had already surpassed the optimal activation window for her physique, and to reactivate it, external assistance was necessary. System, what types of cultivation physiques are there, and how are they classified? Lin Feng inquired, intrigued by cultivation physiques. Beep. The primary cultivation physiques include innate spirit body, pure yang body, pure yin body, and five elements body, among others. There are also various attribute physiques, with rarer forms such as the primordial sacred body, elemental spirit body, ancient divine body, and ancient immortal body. The most exceptional physiques include the chaotic sacred body and innate Tao. What physique do I possess? After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Feng became very curious about his own physique. Host physique does not fall within these categories. It exhibits attributes of both the primordial spirit body and the chaotic sacred body, which the system is currently unable to categorize. What methods exist to improve or activate my physique? Lin Feng addressed the pivotal question. Beep. The Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju in conjunction with the Spirit Void Jade Cauldron can reactivate your cultivation physique. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's emotions surged, making it difficult for him to remain composed. How can I obtain the Spirit Void Jade Cauldron? He asked urgently. Beep. The Spirit Void Jade Cauldron is within the host's spatial storage, a reward from a task completed 52 days ago. What? As Lin Feng mentally summoned the Spirit Void Jade Cauldron, a small cauldron appeared before him. It was indeed a prize from a previous task, and amidst his vast collection of treasures, he had nearly forgotten about it. A surge of spiritual energy swept over the cauldron, and information flooded into Lin Feng's mind. I see. We can enhance Jingya's purine body. Let's conduct an experiment. He considered Long Jingya and the Spirit Void Jade Cauldron with a focused thought. Within the main hall of the Hunyuan Palace, as the chaotic spirit liquid flowed into the Spirit Void Jade Cauldron, Long Jingya, following Lin Feng's instructions, removed her clothing, revealing her flawless form before him. At that moment, Long Jingya was no longer the naive college student she once was. Faced with Lin Feng's fervent gaze, her heart fluttered with ripples of emotion. With a subtle mental command, golden runes manifested all over Long Jingya's body. After a period of cultivation, Long Jingya's realm had swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Gazing at her within the cauldron, Lin Feng could no longer contain his inner turbulence and promptly shed his own garments, joining Long Jingya on her journey to the peaks of ecstasy. Since Long Jingya's mother had been rescued, the time Lin Feng spent with her had dwindled significantly. Years of separation could not be bridged by mere days of reunion. Long Jingya was acutely aware of her recent distance from Lin Feng, and having already crossed certain boundaries with him, she was exceptionally compliant to his advances. However, with Lin Feng at the pinnacle of the transformation realm and Long Jingya at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, she found herself repeatedly overwhelmed by his vigorous advances. Sensing her struggles, Lin Feng, with deliberate control, guided the pure essence of his transformation energy into Long Jingya's body. Long Jingya lay atop Lin Feng, and through this experience, her physique gradually transitioned from the pure yin body toward the chaotic sacred body. Jingya, I sense your physique is beginning to undergo a transformation, Lin Feng remarked. Observing the exhausted Long Jingya, he infused a strand of pure spirit energy into her, which replenished some of her strength. Opening her eyes shyly, Long Jingya said, Brother Feng, how is your body so strong now? Jingya, quickly, continue to circulate the technique, Lin Feng encouraged affectionately, watching her as they exchanged warmth. At that moment, the Spirit Void Jade Cauldron began to levitate slowly, countless inscriptions glowing with golden light as they rapidly entered Long Jingya's body, causing her to tremble slightly from the influence of the chaotic energy. As time progressed, the pure power of darkness gradually became assimilated and fused with the chaotic energy. The bones began to emit a crisp resonance, each sound reverberating like the thunderous tolling of celestial bells, exuding a sense of newfound vitality. Under the nurturing embrace of chaotic energy, the muscle fibers transformed, becoming resilient and elastic, glimmering with a subtle sheen. At last, amidst a dazzling radiance, Long Jingya completed her physical transformation. In this moment, Long Jingya radiated the unique aura of the chaotic sacred body, powerful, enigmatic, and brimming with boundless potential. as if she had become the favored child of heaven and earth. Her realm, as fragile as gossamer, was effortlessly pierced through. She first broke through to the late Yuan-Ing stage without hindrance, and then, with relentless momentum, ascended to the pinnacle of the Yuan-Ing stage. That surging power did not relent, persistently assaulting the threshold of the Yuan-Ing stage's completion, yet it remained elusive, repeatedly colliding against the barrier. At this juncture, Lin Feng keenly sensed the violent fluctuations of power within Long Jingya. The delicate barrier of his own perfected divine transformation stage also exhibited slight tremors due to this surge. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he summoned his entire cultivation, unleashing a pure essence of chaotic origin from his dantian, akin to a volcanic eruption. He carefully siphoned a portion of this chaotic essence and transmitted it into Long Jingya's body. Grasping this lifeline as if it were a straw, Long Jingya immediately mobilized her entire strength to tightly absorb this energy, guiding it into her meridians. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, enveloped by a mysterious force that shrouded the two. They instantaneously achieved the wondrous state of unity between heaven and man, where their powers intertwined and mutually fostered each other, both breaking through their respective realms, resulting in an array of celestial phenomena, with spiritual energy from 100 miles around converging frantically. Long Jingya entered a new stage of divine transformation, while Lin Feng, benefiting from the complementary powers of their dual cultivation, swiftly stepped into the early stages of void refinement. Chapter 110, Dual Cultivation, Thunder Tribulation, Void Refinement. Outside the Hanyuan Palace, the originally clear skies abruptly darkened, as if an invisible hand had drawn together all the shadows of the world. In an instant, rolling tribulation clouds surged towards them like a colossal black dragon from all directions of the horizon, moving with such speed that it was overwhelming, quickly enveloping Lin Feng. The layers of tribulation clouds piled high, threatening to crush the heavens, appearing from afar like a towering black peak, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression that warped the surrounding space into eerie ripples. Long Jingya beheld this scene, a chill coursing up from her feet to her head, an ominous premonition swelling within her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Lin Feng, his expression grave, swiftly grasped her hand, his spiritual power surging as he executed a teleportation technique. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves atop a distant mountain from the Hanyuan Palace. Though they were further from the tribulation clouds, the oppressive aura still weighed heavily upon them. Feng, this thunder tribulation. Long Jingya's voice trembled. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng tightened his grip on her hand, speaking solemnly. Jingya, this is a dual cultivation thunder tribulation. We must face it together. Fear not, for I am here. Yet, deep down, Lin Feng understood that this thunder tribulation for the void refinement and divine transformation stages was far from ordinary. No sooner had he spoken than a purple lightning bolt, akin to a concealed dragon, erupted from the tribulation clouds, descending upon them with the force to annihilate the heavens and earth. As the lightning coursed through the air, it ionized the atmosphere, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds that pierced the ears, as if to rend the very membranes. A pungent scent of charred air quickly permeated the space, inducing a gag reflex. Suddenly, the situation took a dire turn as countless bolts of lightning cascaded down like a torrential flood, interweaving to form a colossal web of electricity that ensnared Lin Feng and Long Jingya at its core. Each bolt contained the power to obliterate mountains, mercilessly crashing against the defensive barrier they conjured together, sending sparks flying as the barrier trembled violently, on the brink of shattering. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly serious. Acutely aware of the tribulation's severity, he immediately activated his innate domain, channeling his spiritual energy frantically in an attempt to stabilize the situation amidst the raging thunder. His hair whipped wildly in the electric onslaught, resembling grass in a tempest, while his garments were torn asunder by the lightning winds in an instant. Under the illumination of the lightning, Lin Feng and Long Jingya appeared diminutive, as though they could be consumed by the endless flashes at any moment. Yet, the resilience reflected in their eyes shone like a sword, determined to pierce through the dark tempest of thunder. Time ticked by, the power of the thunder tribulation not diminishing but growing ever more formidable. Just as everyone believed the situation had reached an impasse, a rainbow-hued bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel and infused with the purest force of annihilation, thundered down upon them. The might of this lightning surpassed all that had come before, creating minute fissures in the space it traversed. With a deafening crash, the lightning struck their defensive barrier, which shattered like fragile glass under the overwhelming force. Without obstruction, the bolt then slammed into Lin Feng's body. However, something astonishing occurred. The annihilative force, upon contact with Lin Feng, seemed to be drawn in by a mysterious power. slowly being absorbed into his body. This scene left Long Jingyao wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. For a moment, the world fell eerily silent, devoid of the thunder's roar and the wind's howling, as if the terrifying thunder tribulation had never occurred. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the unfolding of the unknown. After a brief pause, the once raging thunder tribulation began to transform. The lightning no longer bore its previous ferocity. Instead, it gradually softened, resembling a tamed beast. The tribulation seemed to acknowledge the beings before it, and as the force of annihilation entered Lin Feng's body, he began to radiate a resplendent glow, his internal essence swelling like surging tides. Simultaneously, Long Jingyao sensed a wondrous power merging with her being. Her previously fatigued body instantaneously revitalized, appearing even more radiant, akin to a flower in full bloom. Under the baptism of the thunder tribulation, Lin Feng's skin became tougher, shimmering with a metallic luster, as if forged from steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength in every movement. The light of wisdom flickered in Long Jingyao's eyes, as if she had gained insight into the myriad mysteries of the universe. As the final streak of lightning merged with their bodies, the tribulation clouds gradually lost their potency and began to disperse. Sunshine once again bathed the earth, restoring the tranquility of the world. Feeling the Yuan Ing within him coalesce into a shadow that merged with his body, Lin Feng recognized this as the vital sign of entering the void refinement stage. Void refinement. Lin Feng sensed the essence of the void refinement stage, a stream of information flooding into his consciousness. It turned out that the innate domain was a skill exclusive to this stage. Upon absorbing the information of the void refinement stage, Lin Feng also realized the astonishing nature of the talent he had received from the system. System, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, early void refinement. Cultivation method, Tai Su Gui Yuan Ju, second heaven. Attributes, wood, fire, earth, thunder, darkness, space, time. Weapons, chaotic sacred sword, Kai Tian, axe, Honyuan Tianshu Tower, Tian Fa, bow. Chaotic Hongming seal, chaotic pearl, reincarnation mirror, Honyuan palace, chaotic Taiji diagram, Ling Su Jade cauldron. Martial techniques, void split slash, golden crow red lotus, spatial cutting, spatial confinement. 10,000 swords return to origin, star river mantra, star chopping, 5 elements chaotic break, time prison, 3 styles of opening the heavens, void projection, soul fire burning heaven. 10,000 transformations formless, eye of fate, causality slash. Talents, Tai Su golden eyes, teleportation, ancestral dragon power, devouring, primordial guardian, time reversal, domain, inner small world. Lin Feng gazed with satisfaction at the substantial changes in the familiar panel. Oh, system brother, what is the inner small world? Ding. It's a personal small world for concealment, trapping enemies, or storing resources. At this moment, Long Jingyao suddenly fell into a state of enlightenment. This was a response from her improved physique, and Lin Feng dared not disturb her, leaving Long Jingyao within the Tianshu Tower. With a thought, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 111, Blue Lotus Seed. Ding. Cultivators in the void refinement realm can open a small world within themselves, a unique private space of the void refinement stage, akin to a microcosm within the universe. With a thought, Lin Feng stepped into a vast space, the ground solid and teeming with vitality. He conjured a branch of Huangzhong Li in his hand, tossed it into the air, where it soared far away and landed somewhere within the small world, quickly taking root and sprouting. The small world became more stable due to the planting of Huangzhong Li, and its space expanded once again. Realizing such benefits, Lin Feng moved the primordial divine tree from the floating island into the small world, further enlarging its volume to 10 times its previous size. For cultivators, the inner world is the foundation of their being. The more stable the world, the greater the energy it can contain, facilitating a smoother absorption of energy and naturally accelerating the enhancement of strength. The might of the inner world directly determines the future accomplishments of the cultivator. Just then, the system emitted a prompt. Ding. The host has 3 random lottery chances each day. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? System brother, let us draw. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn the technique. Body refinement method. Chaotic body refinement technique. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn 1 blue lotus seed. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn 20 billion premium crystals. Blue lotus seed? Lin Feng looked at the prize, a blue lotus seed materializing in his hand. As it appeared, it instantly radiated a brilliant blue light, which grew stronger, illuminating the entire primordial palace. System brother, what is the blue lotus seed? How do I use it? Lin Feng hurriedly inquired. The blue lotus seed is a creation seed of the Genesis blue lotus. Quickly place it within your inner small world, the system promptly replied. Go. Lin Feng commanded softly. The blue lotus seed swiftly flew into the small world, and as it entered Lin Feng's inner world, it erupted with dazzling divine light, rapidly descending to the center of the small world to take root. Immediately, a tremendous wave of law fluctuations emanated from the blue lotus, radiating outward, like a massive stone thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that disturbed the energy field of the entire inner space. The lotus seed took root and sprouted instantaneously. As the chaotic blue lotus grew and evolved, it stirred the surrounding spiritual energy, causing tidal waves of spiritual energy to surge toward it, providing energy for its growth while altering the distribution of spiritual energy in the chaos, concentrating it around the area of the blue lotus. The petals, leaves, and stem of the chaotic blue lotus manifested countless innate Tao patterns. These patterns shimmered with mysterious light, embodying the fundamental laws of time, space, life, and destruction, the very essence of the universe's primordial laws. The surrounding space distorted and warped due to the manifestation of these laws, with their powers permeating the entire area. These forces intertwined and collided, triggering phenomena such as spatial folding and time stagnation or acceleration, adding layers of mystery and wonder to the chaotic environment. Lin Feng quietly observed the changes of the chaotic blue lotus. Empowered by the chaotic blue lotus, Huangzhong Li, and the primordial divine tree, the aura of his inner small world surged like a tumultuous sea, causing a sudden leap in strength. First, he swiftly broke through the initial bottleneck of the void refinement stage, then smoothly shattered the mid-stage bottleneck, finally stabilizing as he approached the later stage. After a series of transformations, Lin Feng's power firmly established itself at the late stage of the void refinement realm. Feeling the changes within his inner world and the enhancement of his strength, Lin Feng's mood was exceptionally delightful. Returning to the Tianshu Tower, Long Jingya remained in her state of enlightenment. Lin Feng dared not disturb her, plucking a stem of the chaotic blue lotus and tossing it to Long Jingya before departing the Tianshu Tower. At this moment, Long Jingya, immersed in her enlightenment, experienced continuous breakthroughs with the addition of the chaotic blue lotus. Her foundation improved through the lotus stem, rendering her physique more refined, and her strength advanced from the initial stage of the transformation god to the late stage. Arriving at the floating island, Su Xiaoxiao was still lost in the dreamlike environment surrounding her. Xiaoxiao, you're awake. Lin Feng suddenly entered the grand hall. Lin Feng, where is this place? Why is it floating in the air? Su Xiaoxiao curiously asked. Lin Feng gazed at Su Xiaoxiao and slowly replied, this is the floating island, my residence, which boasts high security. Currently, my family and Jingya's family reside here. By the way, where is Xiaoya? Su Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. Xiaoya is in seclusion. Now at the critical stage of her breakthrough, Lin Feng continued, looking at Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, if you wish to cultivate, you must enhance your physique. Lin Feng recounted Su Xiaoxiao's current situation to her. What should I do? Grandpa told me to follow your advice. Su Xiaoxiao said shyly, looking at Lin Feng. Since Grandpa said so, then come with me. After all, Grandpa's words hold the most weight, Lin Feng declared, transforming into a whimsical figure as a surge of chaotic power enveloped Su Xiaoxiao, transporting her into the primordial palace. As they settled, without waiting for Su Xiaoxiao to ask, Lin Feng directly stated, Xiaoxiao, this technique is called the heavenly refinement technique, a core method left by my sect, and now I bestow it upon you. With that, a strand of soul power entered Su Xiaoxiao's sea of consciousness, causing a surge of information to explode within her mind. Don't think too much. Quickly enter the jade cauldron. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng, her gaze softening instantly. Though she reminded herself that she and Xiaoya were good sisters and could not harbor any other thoughts toward Lin Feng. As Su Xiaoxiao sat in the cauldron, her little head peeking out, a wave of chaotic power swept over her, and countless chaotic runes appeared on her body. Chapter 111, National Crisis of the Island Nation. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang, displaying the name Su Jinsong. Lin Feng immediately answered, Lin Xiaoyu, it's bad. Xiaoxiao's father, Jingyu, has been kidnapped by the Island Nation's ninjas. They demand Xiaoxiao in exchange. What should we do? Oh, leave it to me. Old Su, don't worry. Lin Feng swiftly hung up the phone, a wave of uncontainable rage igniting within him. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. You little island nation. Do you really think you can toy with me? Today, I will settle both old and new scores. A wisp of soul power infused Su Xiaoxiao's aura into the star map, which instantly locked onto Su Jingyu's location. This group was actually in a villa in Tangong. 36 calculations had led you to play with fire. Lin Feng vanished in an instant. Magic City, Tangong Villa. Spatial confinement. A surge of spatial power erupted suddenly, completely sealing the entire room. The 6 individuals inside were frozen in place, unable to move, while Su Jingyu huddled in a corner of the room. As the others realized they could not act, a figure appeared before them. You dare to be so rampant in Dragon Country? It seems I have been too merciful. Today, I shall make your entire island nation panic like frightened dogs. Su Jingyu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve upon seeing Lin Feng's arrival. His mouth muffled by a towel, producing only muffled whimpers. Lin Feng refrained from further conversation, directly employing the soul-searching technique to extract information. A golden thread then penetrated the body of the leading Kawakami. The golden line spread across Kawakami's chest, allowing Lin Feng to immediately identify all of Kawakami's blood relatives. Rendered voiceless and immobilized, Kawakami's face was a mask of terror. Lin Feng coldly commanded, "Annihilate." Instantly, all individuals connected by the golden thread were transformed into blood mist. The remaining Japanese individuals, witnessing Kawakami's dire fate, were paralyzed with fear, their cries choked in their throats. Subsequently, Lin Feng repeated the process, ensnaring all present and reducing them to blood mist. A heavy atmosphere of dread enveloped the room, leaving only Su Jingyu. He stood in shock, his face a tableau of disbelief, thoroughly shaken by Lin Feng's thunderous slaughter. Observing this, Lin Feng infused a wisp of spiritual energy into Su Jinsung's body, saying, "Uncle Su, come stay with me for a while. I will deal with these ninjas. Mr. Lin, they captured me to exchange for Xiao Xiao. I know she must be safe with you." Su Jingyu expressed gratefully, looking at Lin Feng. "Let us go. Bring along Su Lao. Everyone is coming to my place for safety." Lin Feng then instructed Long Jingxuan to immediately escort the Su family to the floating island for refuge. Through the soul searching, Lin Feng confirmed that no Japanese individuals responsible for the abduction of the Su family remained alive within the borders of Long Country, after which he teleported to Dijing. At that moment, chaos engulfed Japan, as thousands mysteriously perished. Faced with such a bizarre occurrence, the relevant authorities promptly reported to Amaterasu, and several of her aides also met with inexplicable deaths, further spiraling the already chaotic situation out of control. In a secluded chamber, Ji Murajinii was intently polishing his steel blade. "You are Ji Murajinii, are you not? Involved in the conspiracy to abduct from Long Country?" Lin Feng emerged from the shadows of the room. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Ji Murajinii exclaimed in alarm. "That is of little importance now." In an instant, Lin Feng immobilized Ji Murajinii, and after completing the soul searching, he remarked, "Go below and explain yourself to the souls of those you condemned. The Ji Mura clan has fallen." At that moment, Ji Muramiko was in Amaterasu's office discussing strategies, when she suddenly dissolved into blood mist. "Ji Murakuan, what has happened? Why is there no warning? What on earth is going on?" The surrounding individuals immediately fell into panic. "Someone is clearly targeting us. What sorcery is this?" Then, beside them, Toyota Waiki also vanished without a trace. Absolute terror gripped the atmosphere as everyone cried out, "What is happening?" A phone suddenly rang. "Hello? What is it? Hurry up and tell me." "What? The IGA clan is dead? Quickly summon the Tokugawa and Takeda clan's elders. Now?" Amaterasu was genuinely frantic. Soon, the elders of the Tokugawa and Takeda clans arrived in the Grand Hall. "Your Majesty, what on earth has transpired? How could such an extraordinary event occur?" "Elders, for the continuity of the empire, please contact the Kunlun of Long Country immediately to ascertain whether they have employed secret techniques. If this continues, our nation's foundation will be obliterated." "Yes, we will contact them right away, but if there are any plans targeting Long Country, they must cease immediately. We must deliberate further." Elder Tokugawa stated, "Fear not, Tokugawa-kun. Peace is merely a pretext for the next war. I am well aware of this," Amaterasu calmly replied. Just as Elder Tokugawa prepared to leave to establish contact, a voice resonated. "It seems you have yet to learn your lesson." A figure suddenly appeared in the hall. "Who are you? A Long Country person? How did you get in here? Weren't you looking for me?" Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, "It's you? Why have you committed such slaughter? It is immoral." Amaterasu shouted hoarsely, "Wasn't it you who suggested deliberation? I came here to deal with those involved in the assassination. It seems I have been too merciful." "Merciful? Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost? The current count is over 200,000. "Oh, is that not many? It is still fewer than the Nanjing massacre you orchestrated back in the day." Amaterasu's expression now mirrored that of fear. "What do you intend to do? Do you not think it sufficient to leave just one of you alive among your lot?" Lin Feng stated calmly, "What do you mean? Let him go? No need to let anyone go. I have a more straightforward method." Lin Feng cast a glance at Amaterasu and slowly declared, "Spatial strangulation." The moment Lin Feng uttered those 4 words, both Tokugawa and Takeda fell silent, their lives extinguished. Along with Tokugawa and Takeda, their kin also perished. "You are a madman. These two are prominent clans of Japan, with populations in the millions." Amaterasu roared. In that moment, she forgot her fear, consumed by instinctual rage. "Enough of your shouting. When you invaded Long Country, we sacrificed even more lives. I would not hesitate to bring about your nation's annihilation, Lin Feng replied coolly. With that, Lin Feng extended his hand toward Amaterasu. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed an individual suddenly materializing in the hall, hidden in midair. Japan still has someone of merit. Come forth. Lurking in the shadows is no way to behave, Lin Feng addressed the void. The elder began to speak slowly, his tone tinged with surprise. A remarkable young man. To have detected my presence. Your cultivation has entered the realm of refining void. The martial world of Long Country has produced such an extraordinary talent. It seems the world's dynamics are about to change. Who are you? Speak plainly, Lin Feng said impatiently, glancing at the elder. I am Boku no Mamoru. The elder replied. What? You are the esteemed guardian of the empire, Boku no Mamoru. Amaterasu exclaimed in shock at the elder before her. Indeed, it is I. You should not provoke Long Country. It is not as simple as you assume, Boku no Mamoru sighed. Young man, for the sake of my old face, please spare Japan. Name your conditions, and I shall comply. Boku no Mamoru stated nonchalantly. What sort of face do you have? Do you think you can simply call a halt to this? However, I truly seek an opponent for practice. I wonder if you are up to the challenge. After saying this, Lin Feng walked toward the exit, with Boku no Mamoru following closely behind. Chapter 113, Land Session. In the void, the two halted midair. Their surrounding spiritual power surging like a raging tide, causing the very fabric of space to ripple visibly. Boku no Mamoru was enveloped in crimson lightning, crackling with explosive sounds. He gazed at Lin Feng and spoke slowly. Young man, let us begin. So much unnecessary chatter, Lin Feng remarked, looking at the elder indifferently. All right. Boku no Mamoru shouted, unleashing a torrent of profound spiritual energy toward Lin Feng. Boku no Mamoru's hands danced swiftly, and in an instant, crimson golden lightning coalesced into a massive thunder serpent, its body as robust as a mountain, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, lunging toward Lin Feng with claws bared. As the thunder serpent slithered, the entire space trembled violently, the earth cracked, and countless boulders were propelled skyward by the formidable force, only to be instantaneously pulverized by the terrifying power emitted by the serpent. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Lin Feng remained calm, radiating a brilliant gray light. As chaotic energy swiftly formed into a powerful spiritual shield, he slowly raised his hands, the axe of creation shimmering with cold runes, exuding an intimidating aura. First form of creation, initial separation. Lin Feng bellowed as the enormous blade swung toward the thunder serpent. The moment the blade collided with the serpent, a deafening explosion reverberated, altering the very colors of the heavens and earth, and the space itself seemed on the brink of collapse. The crimson golden lightning intertwined frantically with the silver light, their clash inflicting acute pain upon the eyes. The terrifying energy storm erupted from the point of collision, wildly spreading in all directions. Wherever it swept through, mountains were flattened. Rivers dried up in an instant, and the earth was torn asunder, creating unfathomable chasms. Amidst this cataclysmic tempest, the axe blade surged forward, piercing through the body of the thunder python, which instantly dissolved into countless bolts of lightning that vanished into the air. The axe blade, undeterred,
continued its relentless trajectory towards a crane feather guardian. The guardian complexion turned as pale as paper, his eyes wide with terror and despair. He sought to evade,
but found himself ensnared by an invisible yet formidable force that held him fast. No amount of struggle could grant him even an inch of movement. Helplessly, he could only watch as the luminous blade approached ever closer, until it plunged into his chest. How could this be? The crane feather guardian gasped, blood spurting from his mouth, shock evident in his eyes. He never imagined that after thousands of years of cultivation and surviving countless battles, he would fall in a single strike to a younger opponent. My lord, I concede, he coughed, his heart gripped by terror. You are wise to recognize the situation. Summon your Amaterasu to come forth, Lin Feng commanded, regarding the elder with unceremonious authority. Amaterasu, come here at once. The crane feather guardian shouted into the void. Senior. Oh, senior, how are you injured? Amaterasu scrambled to the guardian's side. I have lost, the guardian replied, turning to Lin Feng. My lord, I concede, please decide my fate. What? The mighty crane feather guardian has been defeated? Amaterasu murmured in disbelief. After a moment, realization struck Amaterasu, and he hurriedly proclaimed, My lord, we are willing to submit. He dared not meet Lin Feng's gaze, kneeling on the ground. Humph, indeed, the island nation is one that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Given your attitude, I shall administer a light punishment. Who else participated in the actions against the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Feng said coldly. Amaterasu named those involved in the conspiracy against the Dragon Kingdom, and Lin Feng noted down their names and addresses, insisting they be dealt with accordingly. The might of my lord compels my submission. From now on, I shall serve you." The crane feather guardian prostrated himself upon the ground. Amaterasu stared in astonishment at the deep chasm that severed the 9 islands from the 4 islands and the continental shelf, seawater gushing in. "Serving is one thing. But since you exhibit such an attitude, I shall refrain from annihilating your people. Look at this chasm. Within 2 days, evacuate all residents from the southern regions. The southern 9 islands and all islands extending southward will be your price for this endeavor. Do you understand?" Lin Feng stated flatly. What? My lord. Amaterasu stammered. "I would not hesitate to erase your nation from the map entirely," Lin Feng remarked casually. "Understood, my lord." The crane feather guardian coughed violently. "I have no desire to elaborate further. There is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Heaven has a benevolent nature. Anyone who remains within 2 days will be obliterated." Lin Feng added firmly. "Yes, my lord, we shall comply," Amaterasu replied in a panic. "Furthermore, upon your return, publicly acknowledge the crimes committed against the Dragon Kingdom," Lin Feng instructed. "Yes, my lord," Amaterasu and the crane feather guardian affirmed. Having completed his directives, Lin Feng departed the skies above the island nation and returned to the primordial palace. Upon his return, Amaterasu immediately issued a statement, confessing to the transgressions against the Dragon Kingdom from decades prior and offering reparations, declaring a willingness to serve as a vassal state under the Dragon Kingdom. This declaration from the island nation ignited global outrage, akin to the moment the army dropped the small South child upon the island, sparking an instantaneous global uproar. Other nations flocked to inquire, but Amaterasu refused to divulge any details, leaving allies bewildered. Simultaneously, countless residents of the 9 islands began a mass exodus, as officials received orders to eliminate all carbon-based life forms within 2 days. The Dragon Kingdom watched the apocalyptic scenes unfolding in the island nation on television, stunned by the statement of acknowledgement of guilt, which provided solace to those who perished during that era. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were equally astonished. The island nation had admitted its crimes, even acknowledging the independence of Kyushu Island and the islands to the south. What on earth had transpired? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom contacted the island nation, only to receive a personal response from Amaterasu, admitting guilt and agreeing to inscribe it into their laws. Chapter 114, Long Jingya emerges. Within the Tianshu Tower, Long Jingya entered an unprecedented state of enlightenment, her entire being radiating a mysterious aura, as if she had merged with the laws of heaven and earth. Immersed in this state for several hours, her garments fluttered without wind, and her hair sparkled with ethereal light, transforming her into a bridge connecting heaven and earth, allowing the profound truths of the universe to flow through her. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the primordial palace, a different scene unfolded. Su Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged within the spirit void jade cauldron, the chaotic runes on the cauldron shimmering incessantly, channeling immense energy into her body. The 12 elemental forces, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space, time, and soul, responded to a mysterious summons, converging from all directions in a frenzy. Golden light morphed into countless sharp blades. The wood element coalesced into towering trees. Water and fire intertwined to form the shape of the yin-yang fish. The power of wind and thunder erupted around the jade cauldron, while light and darkness wove together to outline strange totems. The fragments of space and time twisted and reformed continuously around her. All elements coalesced into a colossal storm of attribute energy, raging around her as if heralding the birth of a new elemental master. Su Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed, her expression grave, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She was on the verge of a critical breakthrough, with 12 elements surging through her meridians, yet forming a stubborn obstacle at her dantian. The elemental vortex above her seemed to sense its master's plight, spinning wildly and emitting piercing shrieks, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the entire primordial palace to tremble under its power. Lin Feng had been monitoring Su Xiaoxiao's situation from the shadows, and upon perceiving her crisis, he unleashed a thread of pure chaotic power from his fingertips, sending it like a shooting star into her brow. Wherever the chaotic force touched, the previously obstinate barrier shattered with a resounding crash. The elemental vortex erupted with jubilant humming, the 12 elemental lights flourishing, intertwining in a magnificent rainbow. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Su Xiaoxiao's body seemed to crave the chaotic power intensely. The elemental vortex abruptly redirected, forming a violent elemental storm that surged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression hardened as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a chaotic light barrier before him. Yet, this storm, imbued with the primal forces of 12 elements, carried a momentum far beyond expectation, and the barrier instantly developed numerous cracks. In that critical moment, the Hongming Guardian emerged from within him, transforming into a golden shield that absorbed the entirety of that terrifying force. Inside the Jade Cauldron, Su Xiaoxiao's complexion paled due to the energy surge, her garments turning to ashes amidst the elemental storm, her body riddled with fine bloodstains. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's dire condition, Lin Feng extended his right hand, pressing his palm against her back, continuously channeling chaotic power into her body, mending her damaged meridians and stabilizing her chaotic aura. Just as Lin Feng intended to withdraw his hand, the elemental power within Su Xiaoxiao suddenly latched onto him tightly. Observing this, Lin Feng immediately activated the Taishu Guiyuan technique. Though the elemental storm was immensely alluring, Lin Feng remained as steady as a mountain. However, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly displayed a pained expression, and as she looked at him, Lin Feng's heart began to waver. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, my desires in this regard have intensified significantly. However, I cannot betray Long Jingya. As Lin Feng steadfastly maintained clarity, Su Xiaoxiao succumbed to her pain and lost consciousness. This is dire. Lin Feng ceased his contemplations and instantly entered the Lingshu Yuding. Channeling a pure essence of chaotic energy into Su Xiaoxiao's body, she immediately awakened, entwining Lin Feng like an octopus. Gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, Lin Feng's focus wavered, his expression torn. Alas, if there is a next time, a young man must learn to safeguard himself when venturing outside. Lin Feng's garments were instantaneously shredded by the chaotic elements, and he infused Su Xiaoxiao's body anew with his most refined and primal chaotic energy. Gradually, Su Xiaoxiao regained clarity, her gaze settling on the man who had saved her multiple times from peril, and she could not resist leaping into his embrace. Under the nurturing power of the chaotic energy, Su Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, which shimmered with 12 hues of light. Her aura surged, ultimately stabilizing at the initial stage of the transformation realm, fully activating her elemental spirit body. Lin Feng, thank you for what you just did. Su Xiaoxiao's voice was weak, yet filled with gratitude. Lin Feng wrapped his arms around her. It was an emergency, Xiaoxiao. I have no regrets, Brother Feng. Long Jingya, concerned for Su Xiaoxiao, emerged from her secluded training and hurried to the Hongyuan Palace. Upon entering the Grand Hall, she beheld the chaotic energies swirling within the Lingshu Yuding, where Lin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao were engaged in cultivation. An immediate sense of unease washed over her, and with a clenched jaw, she swiftly joined their practice. Chapter 115, Late Stage of the Refinement Realm. Observing the two women in deep slumber, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. He had previously been anxious about Long Jingya's physical endurance, consistently suppressing his own abilities. However, now with Su Xiaoxiao's presence, he could finally unleash his full potential. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze away from the two women nestled together. System, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, late stage of the refinement realm. Cultivation technique, Taishu Guiyuan Ju, second layer. Attributes, wood, fire, earth, thunder, darkness, space, time. Weapons, chaos sacred sword, Kaitian, axe, Honyuan Tianshu Tower, chaos pearl, reincarnation mirror, Honyuan Palace. Chaos Taiji diagram, Lingshu Yuding. Martial skills, rending sky slash, golden crow red lotus, space cutting, space imprisonment, 10,000 swords returning to origin, stellar sound art, stellar slash. 5 elements chaos break, time prison, Kaitian's 3 styles, void projection, soul fire burning heaven, 10,000 transformations formless, eye of fate, causal slash. Talents, Taishu golden eyes, teleportation. Ancestral dragon power, devouring, primordial guardian, time reversal, domain, inner small world. Lin Feng gazed at the changes on his attribute panel, nodding slightly. Third layer of the Hongyuan Tower. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes, and he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the tower. Taking a deep breath, he felt the surge of spiritual power within him and resolutely stepped into the entrance of the third layer, instantly enveloped by an ancient aura, and then concentrated on comprehending this level. Upon entering the third layer of the Honyuan Tower, Lin Feng found himself amidst a starry expanse. The celestial map flickered above him, with mysterious runes appearing and disappearing within. He sought to uncover clues to unlock the third layer. But during his first attempt to use his soul power to touch the celestial map, he was violently repelled and slammed against the tower wall. Lin Feng quickly reined in his thoughts, discarding his rashness, and immersed himself in understanding the rhythm of the celestial map. After considerable contemplation, he suddenly glimpsed the underlying principles. Each rhythm of the celestial map seemed to represent the gathering of wisdom, akin to keys that illuminate thought processes. Ultimately, after countless efforts, Lin Feng seized the opportunity when the repulsive force lessened, aligning himself with the celestial map's operational trajectory, successfully mastering the third layer. Upon gaining control of the Honyuan Tower, Lin Feng discovered that the third layer's function was enlightenment. Activating this feature would cause the stars within the celestial map to move along specific trajectories, manifesting the elements of heaven and earth as enlightening power. Practitioners entering this space could gain insights, break through cultivation bottlenecks, and even unravel the mysteries of all things. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how truly exceptional this place was for cultivation. Time flowed at a significantly different pace within the Hunyuan Tower compared to the outside world, with its passage adjusting according to the owner's strength, allowing the owner to modify the flow of time at will. Consequently, Lin Feng cultivated within the tower for what amounted to a century, while only moments passed in the outside world. Despite mastering the third layer of the tower, Lin Feng's Taishu Guyuan Zhu remained stuck at the second layer, unable to break through. In a moment of urgency, he decided to inquire of the system. System, what realm is required to break through the second layer of Taishu Guyuan Zhu? Beep. Hosts must complete the breakthrough in the refinement realm to receive an unexpected reward. Oh, refinement realm? Is there any shortcut for the breakthrough? Lin Feng inquired, his gaze drifting forward. The host must comprehend the Taishu Chaos Steel independently, the system replied succinctly. Taishu Chaos Steel, Lin Feng echoed, his gaze slowly shifting toward the system space. The black stone steel floated quietly, its engravings seemingly imbued with the most ancient mysteries of the universe. A torrent of thoughts surged within Lin Feng. Self-comprehension was no easy feat without further contemplation. Lin Feng ceased his musings. Having grasped the third layer of the Hunyuan Tower, he immediately soared out of the tower. At this moment, Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao had awakened, and upon seeing the two women harmoniously interacting, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two women, initially engaged in conversation, quickly noticed Lin Feng's return. Lin Feng, you're back. Long Jingya greeted, gazing at the two who were as close as sisters. Lin Feng felt another wave of relief and awkwardly remarked, Jingya, Xiaoxiao, you two were chatting, huh? Long Jingya took Su Xiaoxiao by the hand and approached Lin Feng, each of them hugging one of his arms, saying, Brother Feng, Xiaoxiao, and I will get along splendidly. Lin Feng, looking at the two enchanting women before him, chose not to delve further. Half a year swiftly passed. At this point, Lin Feng's realm had been suppressed to its limits. Continuing to cultivate would inevitably lead to a breakthrough in the refinement realm, at which point his shadow and body would merge, entering the integration period. However, doing so would forfeit the super reward spoken of by the system, a prospect Lin Feng wished to avoid. He understood that the system's offerings were invariably of the highest quality, especially the super reward explicitly mentioned, which must be an unimaginable treasure. Long Jingyao was 4 months pregnant, her abdomen slightly rounded, and she was at ease nurturing the child within the Hunyuan Palace. After informing the two women of his intention to enter seclusion, Lin Feng closed the Hunyuan Tower and began to comprehend the ultimate essence of the second layer of Taishu Guyuan Zhu within the third layer of the tower. As time passed, a century elapsed within the Hunyuan Tower.